This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1: The Miserable Time-Traveling Girl. As the saying goes, work at sunrise and rest at sunset. However, the miserable day of the miserable time-traveling girl Zhang Zhuzhu began before sunrise. The Zhang family raised 2 pigs. During the Chinese New Year, they killed one for meat and sold the other. Zhang Zhuzhu had to go out before dawn to cut grass to feed the pigs. She could choose not to cut grass. But if she didn't, the pigs would be kept in the toilet by the Zhang family. Eat that. Others can eat such pork. But Zhang Zhuzhu can't. Zhang Zhuzhu argued with reason. And in the end, she had no choice but to be responsible for feeding the pigs. Zhang Zhuzhu thought of the 25 years she had lived in the modern society with advanced technology. And her tears fell quietly. She was hit by a drunk driver on her way home from get off work and died on the spot. When she opened her eyes, she became 6-year-old Zhang Zhuzhu, the 3rd daughter of a big landlord in Zhangjia village. She had 2 older sisters, Zhang Jinjin and Zhang Yimin, and a younger brother, Zhang Baobao. With 4 children in the family, they had all the gold, silver and jewelry. At that time, she was still glad that she was lucky. After all, the landlord's family always had some surplus food, so she should be able to eat and drink well. In the end, she was wrong. Very wrong. This life is really too hard to bear. She is suffering. She is suffering so much. Zhang Zhuzhu cried crying while cutting grass, and her tears fell on her sharp sickle. She was crying happily, and suddenly heard a muffled sound behind her, as if something fell to the ground. Zhang Zhuzhu quickly wiped her face and looked back. She saw that the grass half a person's height behind her was flattened, and a young man was sitting on the ground. In the dim morning light, the young man's handsome face turned pale and trembled a little, probably because he was frightened. Zhang Zhuzhu had never seen this young man. He should be the one who returned to the village yesterday. She rolled her eyes, raised her sickle, and said leisurely, "The little brother smells so good, with delicate skin and tender meat. Just put it in the pot and steam it for a while." After that, Zhang Zhuzhu walked forward slowly and met the young man's eyes. The young man got up, turned around with a pale face, and ran away. Zhang Zhuzhu was amused by the embarrassed figure running away and laughed. And her depressed mood was slightly better. Not to mention, this man is really good looking, white and tall. There is no one better looking than him in the whole village. But he is a little timid. The young man heard the laughter and stopped running. He thought he understood something, but he didn't look back and walked straight away. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at the sky, hummed a song, carried 2 bundles of grass, and went home humming a song. In the past few years of feeding pigs, her arms had become stronger and stronger. As soon as she entered the house, her 8-year-old younger brother Zhang Baobao shouted at her 3rd sister, "I'm starving." Zhang Zhuzhu weakly threw the sickle and grass on the ground and said, "Oh." The little boy picked up the sickle and dragged the pig grass, saying, "3rd sister, I'm going to feed the pigs. You go and cook." The cooking work was rotated by the 3 sisters of the Zhang family, 10 days each, and Zhang Baobao would only look forward to it when it was Zhang Zhuzhu's turn. The fire in the kitchen was lit. Zhang Zhuzhu poured the dough for pancakes from the basin, then quickly moved out the large jar, scooped out a large piece with a spoon, and then a large piece, and threw it into the big iron pot, making a sizzling sound. And then the whole yard was filled with the aroma of lard. Waiting for the lard to melt, Zhang Zhuzhu skillfully covered her ears. The next moment, her father Zhang Dachuan's roar broke through Zhangjia village. "Oh, 3rd, you dug 2 more spoonfuls of lard. You loser." Wu Guinyang rushed out. "Boss, you wore my shoes." Zhang Dachuan snatched the shoes from Wu Guinyang's hand, put them on himself, and ran to the kitchen. As long as he ran fast enough, the lard could still be poured out of the pot. At the moment Zhang Dachuan ran in, the pancakes stuffed with shepherd's purse were already stuck in the pot. The oil was sizzling, and the aroma of flour was wafting. This was the most profitable moment of the month for the Zhang family. Zhang Dachuan's hands were shaking, and his eyes were black. Originally, his lard could last for a year, but since Zhuzhu started cooking, it can only last for half a year. Even the landlord's family can't eat like this. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed. "Dad, is it delicious?" "It's delicious." Zhang Dachuan was heartbroken. But he had no choice but to be heartbroken. He never beat his children. Some men beat their wives and children at home. But Zhang Dachuan just treated his 4 children equally as animals. Zhang Jinjin and Zhang Yining, the 2 sisters, huddled at the kitchen door, looking at each other and laughing together. They didn't dare to offend their father. But Zhu did. Wu Guiyang walked in and pulled her husband's sleeve. Xiao Saner, hurry up and apologize to your father. Zhang Zhu said expressionlessly, Mom, please, don't call me that. It's better to call her Lao San. Wu Guiyang felt wronged. If she called her that, wouldn't it seem intimate? It's not nice to call a girl this old Lao San. Zhang Dachuan walked away with a dark face, holding on to the wall. Wu Guiyang looked at her little daughter. Look how angry your father is. Zhang Zhu smiled. It's time to eat. Zhang Jinjin, Zhang Yining and Zhang Baobao, who had just fed the pigs, ran in together. Each person had half a boiled egg, and even the yolk was taken out and cut to ensure that the size was the same. 2 large fried shepherd's purse pancakes, both of the same size, were placed on 6 bumpy wooden plates. Everyone ate their own, ensuring that no one took advantage. There was no other way. In a family with many children, if they were not divided equally, they would fight. The family sat in the yard to eat. Zhang Baobao quickly finished his egg and set his eyes on his mother's plate. Wu Guiyang loved her son, so she naturally wanted to give it to him. Zhang Zhu coughed, and Zhang Baobao's little shoulders shrank, and he lowered his head to eat the pancake. Wu Guiyang looked at Zhang Zhu with a complaint. You scared your brother again. Zhang Zhu smiled, inserted the chopsticks into her egg, and said with a smile, Mom, you wronged me. Xiao Sir, tell me yourself. Did your sister scare you? Zhang Baobao said hurriedly, No. No. I am a man. I don't eat my mother's eggs. Zhang Zhu smiled with satisfaction. Zhang Dachuan said to Wu Guiyang impatiently, Eat yours. The family still needs your eggs. He is the one with the most land in Zhangjia village. In the words of the 3rd brother, he is a big landlord. Wu Guiyang didn't dare to say anything more, and quickly ate her eggs. They were very fragrant, and she, as a mother, couldn't bear to share them. Zhang Zhu was busy all morning, and she didn't need to wash the pots and bowls. She wanted to go back to sleep. After sleeping for half an hour, Zhang Zhu opened her eyes in pain and numbness. It was spring, and she still had to go to the fields. But when she got up, she found that everyone in the family was still there. Zhang Zhu thought to herself, what happened? Has her father become a human? Outside, Zhang Yining said, Didn't a family come back to the village yesterday? They seemed to be surnamed Li. The head of the Li family came with his 3 sons. Zhang Zhu thought to herself, what about that tender-skinned young man and his family? Shouldn't she go and see what's going on? Chapter 2 An awkward but polite meeting. Zhang Zhu went outside the main hall, where people were talking. A middle-aged man with a goatee stood beside 3 young men, the 2 oldest of whom were probably in their 20s. Zhang Jinjin was 18 years old, so the middle-aged man should be older than Zhang Dachuan. But he was obviously pampered and looked much younger than Zhang Dachuan. The younger one was about 17 or 18 years old, and should be the one Zhang Zhu met in the morning. Zhang Dachuan was standing in front, smiling so hard that his face was full of wrinkles. He pushed Zhang Baobao, who was too sleepy to open his eyes, to the front of the crowd and said that this was his son. The middle-aged man's surname was Li, and his name was Li Qi. He also pointed at his 3 sons. The eldest was called Li Pu, the second was called Li Zhu, and the third, who was scared away by Zhang Zhu, was called Li Fu. After a few pleasantries, the 2 sides prepared to sit down. Li Fu walked to the back chair and prepared to sit there. Zhang Zhu suddenly remembered something and shouted, Hey! You can't sit here! But she shouted too late. Li Fu had already sat down, and saw that 3 of the 4 legs of the chair were broken in an instant. Li Fu fell to the ground with the chair, confused and embarrassed, and a little pitiful. Then he looked up and met Zhang Zhu's eyes. Just like in the early morning, Zhang Zhu's mouth corners were raised, and there was a smile in her eyes. Although she quickly suppressed it, Li Fu saw it. He was laughed at by a little girl. He was really scared at the time, and later he realized that he was fooled when he heard the laughter. Li Fu wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He lost so much face in front of a girl. Where would he put his face? Li's two elder brothers hurried up to help their younger brother up and asked him if he was injured. After all, the chair was broken into pieces, which was really scary. Li Fu said no with a straight face. Zhang Dachuan didn't know what to say awkwardly, because he had repaired this chair for no less than 30 times. But he didn't expect it to be broken and even hurt the guest. He was sweating. Zhang Dachuan felt a little regretful for the first time, thinking that he should be more generous and ask Sun, the carpenter at the east end of the village, to repair the chair instead of repairing it himself. Zhang Zhuzhu stepped forward and pulled his younger brother over. Little brother, are you naughty again? Taking apart the chair legs for fun? 8-year-old Zhang Baobao. I didn't. But no one cared about his thoughts. Zhang Zhuzhu winked at her father and covered her brother's mouth. Zhang Dachuan immediately said, boys are naughty, breaking things at home. I hope Sanlang didn't fall. Li Qi saw that his youngest son was fine and said, yes. Boys are naughty. My 3 sons have all gone through this. Don't take it to heart, Brother Taixian. As soon as the voice fell, the hall was silent again. Zhang Dachuan's dark face could actually be seen with a blush. Zhang Yining and Zhang Zhuzhu both lowered their heads. And Zhang Baobao was puzzled. Uncle Li, my father's surname is Zhang. And everyone in our family except my mother is surnamed Zhang. Li Qi froze when he heard that. His eldest son Li Pu was surprised and asked, is it your last name Tai? The second son Li Zhu hurriedly pulled his eldest brother. No wonder the villager who spoke was so strange at that time. Zhang Zhuzhu and Zhang Yining bit their lower lips so hard that they couldn't help laughing. Li Qi and Zhang Dachuan now just wanted Li Fu to give them some of the land. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, Uncle Li, 3 brothers, we are joking with you. Because my father is in good health. People joke that he is an Iron Man. What? Actually, it's because Zhang Dachuan is too stingy. There are so many plots of land in the family, and they are not short of money or food. But the Zhang family still eats bran and vegetables every day. Spending one more penny is like asking Zhang Dachuan's life. People call him a miser behind his back. Zhang Dachuan stopped blaming the 2 tablespoons of lard in the morning and said, yes, that's right. I'm in good health. Especially good health. Li Qi didn't care whether it was true or not, and hurried down the steps. I think Zhang Xindi is strong and healthy. Unlike my family, where several people fell ill on this journey. You are all scholars and nobles, while we are all farmers. Zhang Dachuan said. Li Qi said, there is no difference between high and low people. We are all the same. He said this sincerely, not perfunctorily. Zhang Dachuan was very happy to hear this. And he remembered something. Hey, you just came back to the village. I'm afraid the pots and stoves are cold. Second and third sons, go and help your Aunt Li to light the fire and cook. Li Qi did not refuse. His family had never been in the kitchen before. They had a hot meal at home. He thanked him and told his youngest son, Sanlang, take your 2 sisters to help at home. I will talk to your uncle Zhang. Li Fu really wanted to leave. He stood up and bowed, which shocked Zhang Dachuan and quickly said no. Zhang Zhuzhu said, then I will go to the kitchen to get some things. Zhang Dachuan waved his hand, go ahead. Take more. He was stingy. But he was a neighbor, and he had to help when he needed to. Li Qisai lost his official position in Beijing, and was even abandoned by his family. He was forced to move to Zhangjia village with his family. Now he was helped by a neighbor he had never met before. He was moved and his eyes were red. Zhang Zhuzhu came out with 2 baskets, gave one to Zhang Yining, pointed at the firewood on the ground, and said to Li Fu, you probably don't have firewood at home. Take a bundle. Li Fu said, thank you. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled, of course. Of course. Zhang Yining leaned against her sister, not daring to look at her. Li Fu was too pretty. She felt embarrassed. She had scared him a lot in the morning. So Zhang Zhuzhu took it as an apology now. Li Fu led the way with the firewood on his back. And Zhang Yining whispered, I think he is prettier than the scholar in Dongping village. Zhang Zhuzhu agreed, there is no comparison at all. It's just that he doesn't have enough strength. Look at that little firewood. He is sweating. Zhang Yining started to dislike it again. Zhang Zhuzhu, really? Let me see. Li Fu straightened his chest and raised his head. He felt more pain. But he quickened his pace to avoid hearing the sisters' discussion. The Zhang and Li families were very close. But the Li family's house was made of bricks and tiles. 50 or 60 years ago, Li Fu's great-grandfather passed the imperial examination and later became a high-ranking official. He never came back. But the Li family still built this big house in the village and asked people to repair it every few years to show that the Li family did not forget their roots. Now Li Qi has returned here with his family. Just after entering the gate of the Li family, the three suddenly heard a woman shouting, "Fire! Fire!" Li Fu hurriedly dropped the firewood and ran over there. And Zhang Zuzhu and her sister also hurried over. 3 women, 1 old and 2 young, were standing outside the kitchen. The iron pot in the kitchen was on fire and smelled burnt. Zhang Zuzhu dropped the basket and wanted to go in to put out the fire. Li Fu hurriedly tried to stop her. "No. I'll go get some water." Zhang Zuzhu pushed his hand away and said no. Strode into the kitchen, covered the iron pot with the pot lid, and did nothing else. When she picked up the pot lid again, the fire had been extinguished, and the kitchen was filled with a choking smell of oil smoke, and the dishes in the pot were burnt beyond recognition. Zhang Zuzhu said casually, "Don't pour water when the pot is on fire. Cover the pot lid, or cover it with a wet cloth. Remember." Li Fu didn't know this at all, and nodded and said she remembered. The women of the Li family came in at this time. Zhang Zuzhu turned around and looked at them. "Brother Li San, are these all your sisters?" Li Fu, her mother, and her 2 sisters-in-law all laughed when they heard her ask this. Chapter 3: The Third Girl. Li Fu's mother's surname is Lin and her name is Weining. She smiled and took Zhang Zuzhu's hand. "I'm sorry to bother you today. Whose good child are you?" Li Fu's eldest sister-in-law Zhao Ping didn't say anything. The second sister-in-law Zhou Rui took her arm and said, "Mother, you see, this sister is just like me, thinking you are the eldest girl in the family." Lin Weining smiled even more happily and hugged Zhou Rui. The 2 of them were as close as mother and daughter. Zhao Ping stood by, like an outsider. Li Fu introduced her mother and 2 sisters-in-law to Zhang Zuzhu at this time, and said that Zhang Zuzhu and Zhang Yining came to help cook for the family. Lin Weining said hurriedly, "Thank you 2 sisters very much. We really can't use this kitchen." Zhang Zuzhu said, "It's okay, Auntie. I'll cook." Zhang Yining carried both baskets into the kitchen. These 3 women were all very good at cooking. Otherwise, they wouldn't have nearly burned down the kitchen. Lin Weining thanked him. Zhang Zuzhu said to Li Fu, "Brother Li San, bring the firewood and 2 buckets of water." Second sister-in-law Zhou Rui said, "How can you ask Sanlang to do such rough work? Sanlang, help mother to rest, and I and my eldest sister-in-law will help." She said this, but did not move. Zhao Ping hurriedly walked towards the firewood. Li Fu stopped her eldest sister-in-law. "No need. Sister-in-law and second sister-in-law can go and rest with mother. The children should be awake by now, in addition to the adults." The Li family has 3 young children. The eldest, Li Pu, and Xiao Ping, have a son and a daughter, one 5 years old, and the other 2 years old. The second, Li Zhu, and Zhou Rui, have a daughter who is less than 2 years old. Firewood and water are not light, and they are not jobs that women can do. Zhou Rui sighed and said with red eyes, "It's all my fault. I'm not in good health and can't work for the family." Zhao Ping's face was red. Lin Weining took her hand and persuaded her a few words. After all, it was her husband's fault that he lost his official position. These 2 daughters-in-law were from wealthy families. Now she has to suffer such hardships, and she feels guilty. After sending the 3 women away, Li Fu also went to fetch water. Zhang Yining said, "Their family members are all good-looking. Li Erseo looks like she came out of a painting." Li's eldest sister-in-law Zhao Ping can only be described as pretty, while Li's second sister-in-law Zhou Rui is a beauty and a good talker. Zhang Zuzhu said, "Yes. They are all pretty." Zhang Yining also nodded, "But it's useless to be pretty. She can't even cook. She can't get married in our village. Our eldest sister is a good daughter-in-law who can do housework." Zhang Jinjin has already told her in-laws that she will get married in 2 months. Zhang Zuzhu said helplessly, "Say less." Zhang Zuzhu knew she was saying sour words and didn't want to pay attention. Besides, this was in someone else's house. What would it look like if someone heard it? Zhang Yining snorted. She was not convinced by Zhang Zuzhu. "Do you think your eldest sister is not as good as others?" Zhang Zuzhu said, "When did I say that? My elder sister is my elder sister, and others are others. We live our own lives. What's the point of comparing?" Zhang Yining said, "You are just turning your elbow outward." She threw the firewood into the stove and turned and ran away. Zhang Zuzhu was speechless. The rebellious little girl in her adolescence was really troublesome. Li Fu came back with water, and saw that Zhang Zuzhu was the only one left in the kitchen. Zhang Zuzhu explained, "You don't have many family members." Li Fu didn't say anything. Zhang Zuzhu steamed the egg custard and prepared to knead the dough. After a while, she suddenly laughed, and then laughed louder and louder, thinking about what happened this morning. It was really funny. Li Fu looked up and looked at her dimly, his ears burning red again. Zhang Zuzhu said with a smile, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have scared you this morning." She was really in a bad mood, and she wanted to tease someone when she saw him. He thought he wouldn't scare anyone, but he didn't expect Li Fu to be afraid of ghosts. "Li Fu, no. I'm not scared." This even sounded a little exasperated. Zhang Zuzhu immediately asked back, "Then why did you run away?" Li Fu snapped the firewood in his hand and threw it into the stove, pretending not to hear the question. Zhang Zuzhu also continued to work. After a while, Li Fu asked, "Why are you crying?" He was depressed, got up early and walked around the village, choosing a place with few people, and suddenly heard crying, sobbing. Very sad. Li Fu thought of the female ghost who died unjustly and then came to claim his life. Li Fu was frightened. But now thinking about it, Zhang Zuzhu is a girl. She must have something sad. So she cried like that. Zhang Zuzhu was indeed bitter. But this bitterness was different from what Li Fu thought. It was just that I got up too early, worked too hard, and was sleepy. So I couldn't help crying, Zhang Zuzhu said. Li Fu was a little unconvinced. Really? He suspected that someone bullied her. And she was a little girl who was bullied and didn't dare to say it. Really not. Didn't you have a time when you didn't want to get up early when you were a child? Zhang Zuzhu knew what he was thinking. And Li Fu understood it after 2 days. This is indeed true. Children always get up crying. And his nephews and nieces are now this age. Li Fu temporarily suppressed his doubts. Zhang Zuzhu asked again, "What about you?" After a pause, Li Fu slowly said, "I can't fall asleep after I wake up." In this short sentence, Zhang Zuzhu felt his sadness. Mr. Li was a Beijing official. He left the capital with his family and returned to such a small place. He must have suffered a disaster. Li Fu must have ruined his future. Young people are ambitious. But now they have fallen into such a situation. I'm afraid they feel uncomfortable. Zhang Zuzhu thought of her beautiful past life and understood him very well. She said, "There is still a long time to live. You come to our village and think of it as a retreat. Our place is beautiful, and it is a good place to retreat to the countryside." This was not only to persuade Li Fu, but also to persuade himself. Zhang Zuzhu herself was also very negative, and often imagined that she could go back to her time and live a good life after waking up. Li Fu felt moved when she heard her consolation. A young girl could not understand his suffering. But Li Fu remembered Zhang Zuzhu's kindness. This morning, he first ran into a ghost and fell hard at Zhang's house. Then his father said that his surname was Tai. In less than half a day, he had a lot of experience. "Yes, you are right," Li Fu said. "No matter what, life must go on. It is not advisable to be discouraged. There is always a way out." After a while, the three of Li's father and son came back. Zhang Zuzhu's meals were also prepared, including steamed eggs for the 3 children, steamed cakes and stir-fried dishes for the adults. They were simple but delicious. She cooked 2 meals in the morning, and her waist was almost broken. Li Fu was also covered in dust while cooking. But some people, even if they were covered in dust, looked better than others. Zhang Zuzhu admired them for a while before retracting her gaze and said, "I'm going back. You guys eat," Li Fu said. "Thank you, Third Mississippi." Zhang Zuzhu was very moved when she heard the words Third Miss. In this village, no one called her that. They either called her the third child of the Li family or Little Third. When she was called the third brother, she felt like an 8-foot-tall strong man. When she was called the third brother, she felt like she was on the verge of moral degradation. This pretty brother is really good. He looks good and speaks well. You're welcome, Sam Lang. Go eat. Zhang Zuzhu smiled and waved at him, carrying 2 empty baskets and walking back. From last night to today, the Li Fu family finally had a full meal. Chapter 4. A Virgin. The Li family sat around the table, and Li Fu came in last. Li Qi held his 2 little granddaughters in his arms, and seeing that the family was all together, he said, The Li family suffered this disaster. It is the father's fault. And I have implicated you. He is old. And it doesn't matter if he has no future. But his 3 sons and future children and grandchildren have ruined their bright futures. Li Qi really regrets it. Li Pu said, Dad, don't say that. He was not good at studying since he was a child. So he didn't have any future. Li Zhu was silent. He should have passed the imperial examination this spring. Had a bright future. And his wife and daughter should have been glorious. But they were now in a small village. How could he not be miserable? Seeing her husband silent, Zhou Ri held his hand tightly and said, Father, Mother, we are a family. We should not say such polite words. Li Zhu came back to his senses and nodded. Li Qi certainly knew his son's thoughts. He said calmly, I know you blame me. As a father, I am wrong. I should apologize to you today. Li Zhu hurriedly said, Son, dare not. Li Pu and Li Fu also stood up. Li Fu said, Father, you are too kind. It is not that they dare not. Not that they do not blame. But this resentment is not hatred. They are biological father and son. And they are a family. They should share happiness and difficulties. Lin Weining pushed her husband and said to everyone, Okay. Stop playing dumb here. Yes. Our ancestors had some land that was originally used for farming in the village. Now we want it back, and we will farm it ourselves. Li Qi said, From today, the men of our Li family will follow me to the mountains and the fields. The men naturally had no objection. And Li Pu's son said loudly, I will go to the mountains too. The family laughed when they heard his words. Lin Weining continued, Women, let's learn to make fire and cook. Raise chickens and ducks. And our Li family can live well wherever we go. Zhao Ping and Zhou Ri also agreed. Zhou Ri said, Don't worry. Mother, I will study hard, and I am not afraid of hardship. Lin Weining nodded to the 2 daughters-in-law. The Li family had suffered. But now all of them were here. And that was enough. Li Fu said, Father, Mother, let's eat first. Li Qi handed his granddaughter to their mother. Eat, everyone. After this meal, the Li family would officially start their life in Zhongjia village. Zhang Zuzu had gone out these 2 days. And the whole village was talking about the Li family. Zhang Zhuzhu and her sisters had been to the Li family several times to teach the women of the Li family how to cook and do housework. The 2 families had a good relationship. Zhang Zhuzhu went home early in the morning to cut grass again. After walking for a while, she saw Li Fu. Several aunts and grandmothers in the village were stopping Li Fu to talk. Mrs. Zhangwu grabbed Li Fu, pulled Li Fu's hand, and rubbed the back of Li Fu's hand with her rough hand for a few times, smiling and saying, Look, look, this leather is fine. Better than the satin I've seen before. Li Fu's arm was covered with chicken skin, and he pulled his hand back with force. But his other hand touched his face. This little face is even more tender. It's rare to see such a good-looking young man in the village. Who wouldn't want to take advantage of him? Li Fu quickly avoided him. And in his struggle, he was sweating coldly and hotly, like a virgin who was taken advantage of by a hooligan. But he was a scholar after all, and he used to be devoted to books. Even if he was a man, he couldn't compare to these ants who did heavy work all year round in strength. So he couldn't escape for a while. Zhang Zhuzhu tried to hold back her laughter, and she said loudly, Aunts, sisters-in-law, you are not allowed to tease boys from good families like this. When she spoke, the aunts and sisters-in-law were all startled, and Li Fu took the opportunity to step back a few steps, as if hiding from a beast. Zhang Wuso said with a chuckle, It's Lao San. You got up early again. My daughter is still dreaming in the quilt. You are really diligent. When Zhang Zhuzhu heard this, she was so envious that tears were about to fall. And her heart was as bitter as if she had eaten Coctus chinensis. Who would be willing to get up early to work for nothing? She also wanted to lie in bed and sleep. And she also wanted to go back to eat ready-made food. But the conditions did not allow it. At this time, Li Fu had retreated to Zhang Zhuzhu's side. Zhang Zhuzhu said, You are not as diligent as my 5th sister-in-law. I will tell my 5th uncle about this when I see him later. Zhang Wusao quickly took a handful of shepherd's purse from her basket and stuffed it into her hand. My dear niece. I was just joking. There is no need to tell your 5th uncle. Go back quickly. Zhang Zhuzhu did not bother to be polite with her. She accepted the food and walked away with Li Fu. Behind them, the women's laughter could still be heard. Li Fu wiped the sweat from his head and could not help but say to Zhang Zhuzhu for a long time, They They are so rude. Li Fu was born in a prosperous place and grew up in a wealthy town. It was a place that valued rules. Girls and women there, regardless of their background, had to avoid men. That's the strict separation of men and women. But today, he was teased by a group of village women. Li Fu was so ashamed and angry that he didn't know what to say. Zhang Juju could understand his feelings and said, "In our small village, regardless of gender, we have to go out to work. Everyone is busy and tired. It's rare to see someone as pretty as you." Li Fu was angry. That can't be done. Taking advantage of him right away. How can it be done? What kind of thing is this? There is no rules or etiquette at all. It really shouldn't be done this way. Zhang Juju said. They think you are easy to bully. When you are stronger, they can't stop you. Besides this, Zhang Juju has no other good way. Li Fu was very depressed after hearing this. He also knew that there was no other way. As a man, he couldn't fight with a group of women. And he might not win. Seeing the beautiful boy's face full of depression and frown, Zhang Juju took out a handful of wild flowers from the basket. They were all wild flowers the size of a fingernail, but colorful and very bright and beautiful. Zhang Juju separated half of the wild flowers and handed them to Li Fu. Li Fu was stunned, but still took it. Zhang Juju said, "It looks good. Right? I saw it when I was mowing the grass. I'll give you half. Don't be unhappy." She was also tired and depressed, and often in a bad mood. But seeing these beautiful flowers would always make her feel better. "Thank you." Li Fu looked at the wild flowers and felt calm for a moment. "You're welcome." Zhang Juju gave Li Fu one of her baskets. "Take it." Li Fu collected the wild flowers and helped Zhang Juju carry the heavy basket. The two walked forward together. Li Fu put down the basket only to feel her arms tighten when she reached the door of Zhang's house. Zhang Juju was about to speak when a cry suddenly came from the Zhang's yard. It was Zhang Jingjin. Zhang Juju frowned. "My elder sister is crying. I'll go see her." Before Li Fu answered, Zhang Juju had already gone in. Chapter 5. I want a piece of land as a dowry. Zhang Jingjin is getting married soon. She got engaged to the son of the owner of the grain store in the town last winter, and will be married at the end of the month. She has been busy preparing her dowry for the past few months. Zhang Juju walked in, and she was crying softly. Zhang Dachuan was unhappy on the side, and Wu Guanyan was persuading her husband not to be angry. Zhang Juju walked to Zhang Jingjin and took her hand. "Sister, what's wrong?" Zhang Jingjin was choked and couldn't speak. Zhang Baobao replied, "Sister wanted a piece of land as a dowry, but Dad didn't give it to her and scolded her." After hearing this, Zhang Juju didn't understand anything. She hugged Zhang Jingjin and said, "Sister, why are you crying? People outside say that our family is iron-fisted. You still want to pluck feathers from the iron rooster. This is not a dream. Zhang Dachuan is so stingy that he can't even replace a chair. So how can he be willing to give the girl a piece of land?" Zhang Jingjin said while taking a breath, "Yes. I am dreaming. She is the eldest daughter of the Zhang family. She has been working like a cow and a horse for this family for so many years. And her younger brothers and sisters were all raised by her. Girls from other families get married at the age of 14 or 15. But I got married at the age of 18. Zhang Jingjin cried. "People are reluctant to marry their daughters because they feel sorry for them. But I still have work to do at home. So I can't get married." Zhang Jingjin became more and more sad and cried even louder. Nowadays, it is not popular to marry a lot. But as a woman, if she has a lot of dowry, she will have confidence in her husband's family. And the Zhang family is not unable to give this land. Zhang Dachuan also loudly retorted, "Then I am wronging you. You are a girl. But I let you eat and drink enough. And you have new clothes to wear during the new year. I didn't hit you once. Look at which girl is living better than you." This is true. The 3 girls in their family do live better than other girls in the village. Zhang Dachuan doesn't feel sorry for his daughter. "I have prepared a dowry for you," Zhang Dachuan said angrily. "Other girls can't even take a needle away from their parents' home." Zhang Jingjin was even more angry. "That's just a few dollars. That's just a few dollars. I have worked hard over the years. Even if I have no merits, why don't I deserve a piece of land as a dowry? I have done as much as a man over the years." Zhang Dachuan said angrily, "No land. No means no." Zhang Jingjin heard this and threw herself into Zhang Juju's arms, burst into tears, and talked about her hard work over the years. Zhang Zhuzhu hugged her into the house and sat down, stroking Zhang Jinjin's back. I wish I was born a man, Zhang Jinjin said angrily. Zhang Baobao heard this at the door, shrank his neck, and ran away. Zhang Yining walked in and was also very dissatisfied. Big sister has nothing now, and we will have nothing in the future. This family will belong to Zhang Baobao in the future. Why? Zhang Zhuzhu didn't know what to say to them. This is the way the world is. They are girls. They rely on their parents now, and they will rely on their husbands when they get married. Now, if we say that women should be self-reliant, it is really not in line with social reality. Zhang Zhuzhu comforted her two sisters and went out to make breakfast. Zhang Dachuan sat outside, planing wood. He was reluctant to throw away the chair and prepared to make 3 new legs to put on it. Wu Guanyang stood behind her husband without saying a word. Zhang Baobao saw Zhang Zhuzhu was going to cook and ran to the kitchen to help. Today, the Zhang family did not eat together, but sat separately and ate their own food. Zhang Jinjin was eating noodle soup and suddenly found a whole poached egg in her bowl. She was a little surprised and looked at Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, "Eat it. Eat more." Zhang Jinjin's eyes turned red, and she buried her head in eating the poached eggs. She said, "Zhuzhu, I must find a way to fight for a piece of land as a dowry. If she was like other girls, she would be fine if she had nothing to do at home. But she was not like that. She had done as much work as men. So why shouldn't she fight for it?" She insisted on fighting for it. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Don't worry, sister. There is still some time. Let's find a way together." Zhang Jinjin was also a strong-willed person. If she said she wanted to fight for it, she would make up her mind to fight for it. Crying and begging didn't work, so she just cried and made a scene. These days, the Zhang family was in chaos, with father and daughter quarreling, Wu Guanyang crying, and Zhang Jinjin shouting, and the neighbors all knew about it. Zhang Zhuzhu saw that they had been arguing for several days and felt that it was almost over. So she went to the Li family. Li Fu was a little surprised to hear that she was going to see her father. "My father will definitely not listen to my advice. Your father is a scholar and a high-ranking official. I want to ask him for help to avoid my family arguing about my sister's dowry all day long," Zhang Zhuzhu said. Li Fu said, "Do you want your father to give your sister a piece of land as a dowry?" Li Fu knew why the Zhang family quarreled. "Of course. Our Zhang family has a lot of land, and my father is just stingy," Zhang Zhuzhu said. "How can there be such a stingy person like him, who is stingy even to his own children?" Li Qi was a little embarrassed when Li Fu told his father about this. But Zhang Zhuzhu had cooked for their family, taught the women of the Li family how to do things, and made food and drinks for his children. Li Qi could not give this little girl face, because Lin and the 2 daughters-in-law were not at home. Li Qi asked the 3 children in the family to come out and meet in the yard. When Zhang Zhuzhu met Li Qi, she said openly, "I can't stand the quarrels in my family every day, so I came to you for help." Li Qi was embarrassed. "Child, this is your family's family affairs. It's not good to ask an outsider like me to talk about it." Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, "Uncle, I'm not embarrassing you. People say that brothers fight tigers together. My brother has only 3 sisters. He is still young. He will always rely on his sisters and brothers-in-law to support him in the future. My father is reluctant to give him even a piece of land. How can we sisters get along with my brother in the future? It's good enough if we don't get divorced. Besides, those who know about it say that my father is stingy, and that he deducts money from his sons. Those who don't know about it think that he doesn't even consider his daughters as human beings. If my sisters-in-laws find out, we won't be able to be relatives anymore, and there won't be any long-term exchanges. Besides, my father treats us girls well. My sister is getting married, and this last-minute move has caused resentment. It's my father who is at fault." Zhang Zhuzhu is not a child. She can think of many reasons to convince Zhang Dachuan, and these reasons are all for Zhang Dachuan's good. But some things she said as a little girl could not convince people. But if Li Qi said them, it would be completely different. Li Qi listened to her well-reasoned speech and nodded. "You are right. Li Qi has seen many people in the village these days, not to mention girls, even men. Most of them are confused. It is rare for Zhang Zhuzhu to speak such a truth. Alas, no matter how reasonable I am, my father will not listen to me. I still need to trouble you to pick a time to speak. Zhang Zuzu said. Li Qi said, you are a good child. I will go to persuade your father. Zhang Zuzu hurriedly smiled and thanked him. Uncle. Thank you. We sisters thank you. Li Qi looked at his two little granddaughters squatting on the ground to watch ants, thinking that the Li family has reached this point, and he doesn't ask for anything else. It is enough for these two granddaughters to be as smart as the girl of the Zhang family. Li Fu said Zhang Zuzu out and said, you are very smart. Zhang Zuzu glanced at him. Of course. You will have experience of my intelligence in the future. She was not modest at all, and she boasted. Li Fu was speechless for a long while. Then he looked at the little girl and started laughing. Chapter 6. We are all the same. The Zhang family was still gloomy that day. Zhang Dachuan was upset and wandered outside in the afternoon. He didn't want to go back. If he went back, he would quarrel with his eldest daughter. Wu Guinyang only knew how to cry. The youngest son was also stupid, and the other two girls didn't say anything good about him. It was boring to go back. Li Qi was also wandering outside. When he saw Zhang Dachuan, he smiled and said, Brother Zhang, you are not going back either? Zhang Dachuan thought that the things at home were embarrassing enough. Li Qi said, I am a few years older than you. If you have any troubles, tell me, and I will give you some advice. Zhang Dachuan hesitated for a while, and simply broke the jar and talked about his own family affairs. He held Li Qi's hand, brotherly. I feel so miserable. Zhang Dachuan sighed. I am the best man in our Zhangjia village. When he was young, he went to perform corvée labor and accidentally saved a rich man, making a fortune. He dared not spend a penny more, and went home to buy land, married a wife, and then lived an honest life. He admitted that he was stingy and ordered the children to work more, but he never lacked food and drink for the children, and never beat them. The eldest daughter wanted to get married, and he specially picked a good family so that she would have a good life in the future. He was a father to this extent. What else was there? Why did the eldest daughter want a piece of land as a dowry? If the eldest daughter is given, will the second daughter be given? And the third daughter be given? He has 3 daughters. Zhang Dachuan is also suffering. Li Qi thought for a moment and said, since you asked, I also want to ask you. After you marry your daughter off, do you plan to keep in touch with her in the future? Zhang Dachuan said, of course we will keep in touch with her. I have already agreed with my in-laws that my family will need my son-in-law to work on the land, water it, and harvest it. The family will do their best to work on the land, and only hire temporary workers if they can't finish the work. With a son-in-law, there will be one less temporary worker to hire. What a good thing. Besides, Jean is also his biological daughter, a blood relative of the family. How can he stop keeping in touch with her after she gets married? What a shame if this is made public. Li Qi said, why are you still reluctant to give up a piece of land? Zhang Dachuan was a little dissatisfied when he heard him say that, and said, I have supported her for 18 years, and she must ask me for this piece of land? Li Qi persuaded him. There is a saying that goes, send the Buddha to the west. You raise this daughter, just short of marrying her off. Why do you have to be separated from your own daughter because of a piece of land? It's not worth it. Zhang Dachuan didn't say anything. Li Qi said again, brother, you should let your son-in-law come to work in the future. If you treat your daughter well now, your daughter will also be loyal to you after she gets married. How can your daughter and son-in-law come back empty-handed and not work hard for you? If you have a few more grandchildren in the future, they will come back to work for you. Even if your son-in-law can work until he is 50, your grandchildren will have to work for decades. We can't lose the big picture for the small. He carefully calculated the accounts. Zhang Dachuan thought about the number of people working for him in his eldest daughter's family, and his heart gradually wavered. He also had a second daughter and a third daughter. The elder sister must have thought of her brothers after receiving the benefits from her family. Li Qi said again, when my wife married me, her family had dozens of dowries. I did a lot to help my father-in-law and my brothers-in-law. This time when I was in trouble, her family also tried their best. The Lin family had indeed tried their best. But after his father-in-law passed away, the Lin family was not as good as before, and they were also powerless. Before leaving, the Lin family stuffed a lot of gold and silver. Zhang Dachuan thought of his youngest son. He had 2 younger brothers, but his younger brothers always counted on the little money he had. The family was not close, and the youngest son really had to rely on his sisters. Let's put aside these benefits. Li Qi patted Zhang Dachuan's shoulder. Your own child, she cried, and begged you. Don't you feel bad? Zhang Dachuan's eyes were red when he heard this. Zhang Zhuzhu may have a lot of reasons to say, but the premise of all this is that Zhang Dachuan is a father with a conscience. Otherwise, what's the point of saying more reasons? Hey, give it to her. Give it to her. Isn't it just a piece of land? Zhang Dachuan said with heartache. Li Qi smiled and said, that's it. We are men and fathers. We don't argue with him. Li Qi is really smart. Once he said this, the quarrel in the family became children are ignorant. Seeing that his complexion had improved, Li Qi gave him a few more instructions before sending him back. The next morning, Zhang Baobao woke up early and cried at home. The three sisters were woken up by the noise. And Zhang Yining was furious. Why is he crying so early in the morning? The family put on their clothes and went to see him in the house. Zhang Dachuan's complexion was a little strange, but no one noticed. Zhang Baobao pulled her eldest sister's sleeve and cried to their father, Dad, give my eldest sister a piece of land. I dreamed that a man said that our family was poor and wanted to bully my eldest sister. Second sister, give me a piece. And third sister, give me a piece. Zhang Baobao cried and secretly looked at his father's face and said, we have money. I am a man, and I can't let anyone bully my sisters. Zhang Jingjin and Zhang Yining were both dumbfounded. Zhang Zhuzhu noticed something was wrong when she saw her brother crying without a tear. Zhang Dachuan heard the first sentence and didn't say anything. His face looked a little strange when he heard the second sentence. Wu Guinyang was very moved. She hugged her son and kept calling him darling. She said, my good child, you are so young, but you still care about your sisters. Good child. Wu Guinyang never mentioned this matter these days. It's true that she values her son, but she can't bear to see her daughters have nothing. She won't quarrel with her husband. She just cried these days and didn't do anything else. Zhang Dachuan coughed a few times. The land can't be divided just by saying it. Don't talk nonsense, kid. I need to think it through. After that, Zhang Dachuan left. It was Zhang Yining's turn to cook today, and Zhang Jingjin had to go back to prepare her dowry. Wu Guinyang went after her husband. Zhang Zhuzhu saw that everyone had left, and then she looked at her brother. Zhang Baobao shrank his neck, and Zhang Zhuzhu sat down next to him. Who taught you? Zhang Baobao said honestly, Dad taught me last night. He was too young and didn't know that their father wanted him to do this. Zhang Zhuzhu thought, Uncle Li really deserves to be an official. And he counted his whole family in. Zhang Dachuan divided the land, and the sisters will remember the benefits of their brother in the future. Zhang Baobao whispered to Zhang Zhuzhu, everyone in the village said that Dad didn't give my sister the land because of me, saying that the Zhang family will be mine in the future. Then are you willing to share it with us? Zhang Wuzhu said. Zhang Baobao, I am a little reluctant. But you are good to me. I want to share it with you, no matter whether he will grow up crooked. Zhang Zhuzhu thinks he is a good child now. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, Dad didn't give us the land just for you. He is just a stingy person. We are all Dad's children. There is no difference. Dad's things are not only yours, but also your sister's. After she said that, regardless of whether Zhang Baobao understood or not, she patted the child's head and went out. Chapter 7 It is better to farm than to protect yourself. At noon, the family sat together and ate bland meals. Zhang Yining's cooking was not good to begin with, and it was even worse with less oil and salt. Zhang Dachuan said, well, I thought about it and felt that your brother was right. Jingjin is getting married, and I should prepare a dowry for you. Zhang Jingjin's heart pounded, and her eager eyes fell on Zhang Dachuan's face. Dad, are you serious? Zhang Dachuan hadn't heard her call him Dad for a long time, and he felt uncomfortable when he suddenly heard it. What she said made sense, as Jingjin was his first child. Zhang Dachuan raised his hands and gestured, when you were born, you were only this small, and now you are getting married. He sighed again. Dad is wrong. Dad is stingy. This land should be given to you. Zhang Jingjin put down her chopsticks, threw herself into Wu Guinyang's arms, and burst into tears. She choked and said, Dad, Mom, I am not right either. I just don't accept it. I must give you this piece of land. I am married. I still miss you. I will ask Lu Bin to come back to plow the land for our family. Zhang Dachuan's words certainly showed traces of acting, but he wiped his tears and thought that he was indeed stingy. Giving away a piece of land will make everyone happy. Why bother to make a mess of the family for a piece of land? A harmonious family is the root of everything. He gave away a piece of land in exchange for 3 sons-in-law who can plow the land. It is not a loss. After crying, Zhang Jingjin said without hesitation, "Dad, after we have dinner, we will go and write my name on the deed." Zhang Dachuan resisted the urge to roll his eyes. "Change it. Change it for you." Zhang Yining also looked at him. "Dad, what about me? Do I have it?" Zhang Dachuan, "Yes. When the time comes, I'll go to the village you mentioned to buy you a piece of land." "Okay." Zhang Jingjin married a merchant. Her hometown is in another place, and she can't go back to her hometown to buy land. So she was given a piece of land from the Zhang family. Zhang Yining was even happier. "Okay. Okay. Thank you, Dad." Zhang Dachuan didn't take the chopsticks, waiting for Zhang Zuzu to ask. Zhang Zuzu wiped her mouth. "I've finished eating. Today the kittens in Zhang Yuri's house have grown up, and the mother cat is chasing them outside. I'm going to catch one back." The Zhang family had stored food and kept several cats to prevent mice. There was a mouse in the past few days, so she wanted to catch another kitten. Zhang Dachuan was a little touched for some reason and said, "It can't be called catching. It should be called betrothal. You can take half a caddy of salt to betrothal." Zhang Juju suppressed her laughter and went out. How many mice can a kitten catch? She couldn't bear to give half a caddy of salt, so she gave 2 caddies. In any case, the Zhang family was finally quiet. Zhang Juju planned to make dumplings stuffed with shepherd's purse and send them to the Li family. The weather would soon warm up, and shepherd's purse would be old if it was eaten for a few more days. Li Fu was playing with a few nephews at the door. When she saw Zhang Juju, she asked her where she was going. Zhang Zuzu said. Li Fu said, "I will also go and hire one." His father brought a lot of books, and there was food at home, so he really had to be on guard. Sister-in-law Zhao Ping came out to take care of the child, and the boy asked, "Auntie, where is your abeo?" According to the seniority, the child should call Zhang Baobao uncle, but it was awkward for the children to play together, so he called abeo. Zhang Luozhu said, "It's not finished yet. Yuan Gur. Wait. He will come to play with you in a while." The 2 girls were both in their early 2 years old. The older one was called Zhao, also Zhao Ping's daughter. The younger one was called Tao Thao, Zhou Ri's daughter. And both girls couldn't speak yet. Zhang Zuzu teased them to talk. Li Fu came out at this time and said, "Miss San, please lead the way." Zhang Luozhu stood up, and the 2 of them went to Zhang Yuri's house together. Li Fu asked, "Is your family safe?" "Nothing is wrong," Zhang Juju said. "Old people are wise. Your father is wise." My brother cried in this dream. I'm afraid the whole village knows that he loves his sisters, and none of us 3 sisters dare to let him down. This makes it seem like they are ungrateful people. Li Fu heard it and said, "Now you understand why my father was dismissed from office." Li Qi helped to make the Zhang family harmonious, which is a good thing, but he still did it in vain. Zhang Vuzhu thanked him, but she was not happy. Fortunately, Zhang Jingjin and Zhang Yining would not know about this matter, and Zhang Zuzu would not spread it. "I understand," Zhang Zuzu said. "Do you blame him in your heart?" It would be a lie to say that she did not blame him. But Li Fu could forgive him and said, he just did not protect himself. Both things were caused by Li Qi's unnecessary actions. Zhang Juju said, "If everyone in the court protects himself, what's the point of being an official? It's better to come back and farm." Li Fu looked at her, and now he believed that Zhang Juju was not bragging when she said she was smart. The Zhang family did not let them learn to read and write. Even Zhang Baobao did not read. But Zhang Zuzu always said shocking things. "You are right," Li Fu said. Zhang Juju didn't know what Li Fu was thinking. She said, "Does your father know that you gossip about him behind his back?" As a son, Li Fu was indeed in the wrong. He said, "He acted like this and failed to live up to your trust." Zhang Juju was good-tempered and didn't care. His father knew this and acted like this. But it really shouldn't be like this. For Li Fu's sake, Zhang Juju pretended that this incident had never happened. Li Fu's move was actually for his father's sake, so as to avoid Zhang Juju's dissatisfaction. She coughed and said, "Let me tell you a story." Li Fu said, "I'm all ears." There was a man named Yin. This man was very Very stingy. He was dying that day. His wife, son, daughter, and the whole family of his family were all around his bed. He only had his last breath left. But he raised 2 fingers and refused to die. Do you know why? Zhang Zuzu said. Li Fu laughed and guessed. Did he hide money? No. What does he want? Li Fu guessed several times to save face. But Zhang Zuzu said no. Li Fu waited for her to give an answer. At this time, Zhang Yuri's house arrived. Zhang Zuzu deliberately didn't say anything, but only reminded, this person is very stingy. How could Li Fu guess without any evidence? However, Zhang Yuri's house arrived first, and Zhang Zuzu prepared to pick a kitten first. Zhang Yuri already knew Li Fu, and when he learned that Li Fu also wanted to hire a kitten, he said, your house is big. 1 is not enough. You can pick 2 back. Li Fu didn't know how to pick, and looked at the kitten lying next to the mother cat. Not knowing how to start, Zhang Yuri picked out 2 for him. Look at the claws. They are so powerful. They can catch mice. Li Fu looked at Zhang Zuzu. Zhang Zuzu said, well, these 2 are good. Li Fu then put the kittens in the basket. Zhang Yuri also gave the kittens 2 rattan balls, and told Li Fu how to raise cats. Zhang Zuzu also picked a beautiful one, and gave it as a gift. The mother cat followed behind, meowing. Li Fu looked back and Zhang Zuzu said, the kittens are so big. They have been weaned, and they have learned everything they should learn. If you don't take them away now, the mother cat will drive them away. I see, Li Fu said. But now the mother cat still can't bear to part with her children. And the kittens in the basket are also meowing. Zhang Zuzu squatted down, touched the female cat's head, and said gently, be good. I will take good care of it. Don't worry. After that, she stood up and turned to look at Li Fu. Li Fu froze and frowned. Zhang Zuzu urged, come on. Li Fu had never done such a thing before. He squatted down and imitated Zhang Zuzu's way to touch the female cat's head. He was strong and the female cat lowered her head. He said dryly, don't cry. I will take good care of your kitten. The female cat meowed a few more times. But this time she didn't follow them. It seemed that she really understood their promise. She held the remaining 2 kittens in her arms and lay down. After leaving the door, Li Fu said, why did that man hold up 2 fingers? Chapter 8, I will teach you to read. Zhang Zuzu almost forgot about this incident. Before she said anything, she laughed. His children and grandchildren could not guess. The woman who served him said, others don't know. But I know. Because there were 2 wicks in the lamp oil today, which wasted too much oil. Someone blew the wick, and the man died immediately. Li Fu also laughed when she heard this. This man surnamed Yin was stingy, and refused to die because of 2 wicks. Zhang Zuzu's father was stingy, and made the family in chaos. Every family has its own problems. Li Fu took the 2 kittens back home, and the children in the family surrounded them curiously. Li Qi sat in the yard, looking depressed, not knowing what he was thinking. Li Fu called him twice before he came back to his senses. What's the matter? Li Qi looked at his youngest son. Li Fu said, Father, why did you want to be an official? Li Qi was asked this question by his mentor many years ago, and he did not speak. Li Fu said again, Father, someone told me today that if the court is full of people who are self-protective, what's the point of being an official? It's better to come back and farm. Why was Li Qi dismissed from office, and even implicated his son? Because the younger brother of the emperor's favorite concubine forced a good girl to death, forced the girl's parents and brothers to death, and left only a 12-year-old boy in the family, leaving no one to seek help. The concubine's brother was only punished to be confined in the palace for 3 months. Li Qi was naturally unwilling. But the concubine was in the limelight, and the emperor did not want to pursue it. Li Qi refused to let it go. People around him told him to stay out of the spotlight for a while. When the concubine fell out of favor, her brother would naturally have a bad end. But life cannot wait. Li Qi still wanted to pursue it. The concubine was pregnant with a dragon child, and said that Li Qi wanted to kill her brother and disturb the dragon fetus. So the emperor issued an order. Li Qi's family was confiscated. His 2 sons were implicated. And finally Li Qi had to leave the capital with his family. Li Fu thought of this and said, Father, you are in poor health and should not work hard. I see that there is only one old scholar in several nearby villages who is a teacher. Dad is knowledgeable, so it is better to teach than to read and understand. How could Li Qi not be depressed? In the past few months, he has repeatedly doubted himself. wondering if he had done something wrong or if he was too aggressive. Zhang Dachuan said that he felt bitter. And Li Qi felt even more bitter. Now Li Fu's consolation made Li Qi feel relieved. He asked his youngest son to sit down and said, "Did the girl from the Zhang family tell you that?" Li Fu nodded. Li Qi said, "She is still angry?" Li Fu thought that they had both been unfilial to their father. And it was all right. "She is not angry," Li Fu said, and then added, "She has a good temper." Li Qi glanced at his son and said, "When I was in the local area, I encountered such a case. The parents favored the youngest son. And later the youngest son was killed by his sisters, and the family property was divided. The Zhang family won't have such a thing," Li Fu said. Li Qi didn't mean that the Zhang family's daughters were bad. But he hoped that through this white lie, the siblings would always remember the feelings of mutual support and not go to such a point. "You brothers should also support each other," Li Qi said. "The three brothers of the Li family have the same mother and have a very good relationship." Li Qi helped his son stand up and said, "Teaching and educating people is a serious matter. It cannot be vague. I will ask the village chief and the elders to discuss this matter." The next day, the news that the Li family was going to run a school spread. Ordinary people didn't understand. But the wrinkles on the faces of the elders in the village were squeezed together. They were so happy. Their Zhangjia village has not produced a scholar for decades, which is a disgrace to their ancestors. The Li family had served as officials. Don't mention that they were confiscated and dismissed from office. That's nothing. The emperor is far away. And the most important thing is that Zhangjia village can produce a few more scholars. But no matter how anxious they are, they have to prepare for a few days. Zhang Zuzu wrapped a large pot of dumplings. "Cooked one pot first, and let her mother cook the rest. I will send some to the Li family." Zhang Yining looked at the dumplings and said, "Why send so many? Just send a few for them to taste. You are really willing to do so." Zhang Juju thought that without the help of the Li family, the Zhang family would be in chaos right now. Zhang Dachuan glared at Zhang Yining. "Why are you feeling sorry for them? They are all mine." He was reluctant to give them up. But the Li family helped him, so he should be thankful. Besides, the Li family was going to run a school, so his son should learn a few words. Zhang Juju said, "You can't say that. I picked up the firewood. I picked the vegetables. And I sold the eggs to buy the meat. You are all taking advantage of me. So don't laugh at me when you are not." Zhang Yining leaned on Zhang Jinjin and said, "What are you laughing about? Did you learn this from Li Sanlang? Do you like him?" The whole family looked at Zhang Juju. How good is the third son of the Li family? They can see each other when they look down. "This," Wu Guinyang said, sadder. Zhang Juju thought to herself that I just admired male beauty. Life was hard. And I felt better by looking at Li Fu's face more often. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Wu Guinyang reminded her, sadder. "If we don't look at him, we are not worthy of him." Zhang Dachuan obviously thought so too. Zhang Juju said without changing her expression, "You should worry more about my second sister. I still have to work hard for the family for a few more years." After that, she left with the basket. Zhang Dachuan said angrily, "What do you mean by working hard? Whose children don't work?" Behind was Wu Guinyang's persuasive voice, and the laughter of Zhang Jinjin and Zhang Yining. Zhang Baobao had already told the Li family that they would make dumplings today, and they were indeed delivered now. Although the women of the Li family have learned to cook these days, the dumplings cooked by beginners are not delicious. The Li family is still very happy that the Zhang family sent dumplings over. Who doesn't want to eat something good? Zhou Ri took the basket from her hand with a smile and praised her. "Sister is really clever and skillful. I can smell the fragrance. Unlike me, I can't even light the fire." Xiao Ping took the bowl, divided the dumplings, and prepared to take them over. Zhang Zuzu said, "Don't worry. My two sisters-in-law. Just learn slowly. Just ask me if you have anything." Zhou Ri almost couldn't laugh. She said this because she thought Zhang Juzu was embarrassed by the praise. And she comforted her again. But she didn't really want to learn how to cook. Zhang Juzu certainly knew. But she didn't want to get involved in the affairs of the two sisters-in-law. So she said a few polite words and left. Li Fu recently knew the difficulty of cooking, and seeing her hair sticking to her face due to sweat, she frowned and said, "You are sweating. Wait until it is gone before going back." He pulled a chair and asked Zhang Uju to sit down in a sheltered place. Zhang Juju was tired all morning, so she sat down now. Li Fu suddenly said, "I will teach you to read." Zhang Zuzu was stunned, then smiled and said, "Why do you want to teach me to read?" Li Fu said, "You have helped me a lot, and I have nothing to repay you." The only thing he could show off was his knowledge. Zhang Zuzu smiled and said, "That's not necessary. I look at you and I feel very good." After that, she got up and went back, leaving Li Fu confused alone. What do you mean by looking at him and feeling better? Of course, he couldn't imagine that Zhang Zuzu felt better because she admired his face. Chapter 9: A Pair of Partial Parents. Zhang Dachuan gave a piece of land to his eldest daughter Zhang Jinjin, who was about to get married. This was the biggest topic of conversation in Zhangjia village these days. Everyone inside and outside said that it was rare to pluck feathers from a stingy man. Zhang Dachuan was so angry when he heard this that he stopped talking to the villagers. That morning, the family had just finished their meal and were ready to go about their own business. But the door outside was slammed loudly. Zhang Zhuzu was afraid that the door would be demolished because of the noise. Because of the loud noise, the girls didn't go to open the door, and Zhang Baobao also hid behind his mother. Zhang Dachuan had no choice but to put down the bowl and go to open the door himself. As soon as the door opened, an old couple, followed by a father and son, walked in swaggeringly. The old lady in the lead said as she walked, "Dachuan, that's a girl who's going to get married. You can't give her this land. If you give it to her, it's better to give it to your nephew. We are a family with the surname Zhang." Zhang Yining rolled her eyes when she heard this and cursed. "It's this shameless old thing again." Wu Guinyang hurriedly said, "Keep your voice down. That's your grandmother." Zhang Yining said, "I don't want her." Zhang Jinjin was also very angry and said, "That's right. What's wrong with me getting married? I'm still my parents' daughter even if I get married. And the land belongs to her father, not her grandparents." Zhang Dachuan is the eldest son in the family, and he has a younger brother. The second son of the Zhang family is good at dealing with things and coaxing people since he was young, which makes the old man and the old lady partial to him. Zhang Dachuan, the eldest son, has been a laborer in the family since he was young. He has to suffer and watch his parents favor his younger brother. Zhang Dachuan is not satisfied. Wu Guinyang gave birth to a daughter as her first child, but she didn't have milk yet. Zhang Dachuan finally earned money to buy a chicken and stew soup for his wife, but the chicken was eaten by his younger brother. Zhang Dachuan was angry, and Wu Guinyang was also soft-tempered and easy to control, so the couple could only suffer together. Later, Zhang Dachuan made a fortune. After returning home, he didn't say anything. He said that he paid for the second son to marry a wife, but he wanted to separate the family later, and the old couple lived with the second son, and he gave some money every month. Marrying a wife is a big sum of money. Seeing that their eldest son could not control himself, the old couple of the Zhang family agreed to it. As a result, after the division of the family, Zhang Dachuan bought a large piece of land. Because the family was divided, all the land belonged to Zhang Dachuan. However, they had come to make trouble over the years. After all, Zhang Dachuan was the son, and he was in the wrong, so they asked for a lot of benefits. Zhang Dachuan had a smooth life over the years, and he was a little more patient with his parents. He said, "The land deed is written in Jinjin's name, and the government has passed the clear road." The second son of the Zhang family shouted, "Brother, if you divide the eldest girl, then the second and third girls will also have to share. They will all be married off. If you divide it, the land will become the property of others. We are brothers." Zhang Lauer held Zhang Dachuan's hand. His eyes were red with anxiety. "That's a big piece of land." The old lady of the Zhang family held the son of the second son, who was also his eldest grandson, and said to Zhang Dachuan, "Your eldest nephew is not young anymore, and he hasn't been engaged yet. As an uncle, you have to help him. They are all family members. Not to mention that Zhang Dachuan lives such a good life, and he is the eldest brother in the family. This is what he should worry about." Zhang Dachuan heard this, and his anger rose. Why? He was almost squeezed dry by his family back then. He shook his brother's hand away and was about to curse. At this time, a basin of dirty water was poured out from the side and poured on Zhang Lauer. The old man and the old lady are elders and cannot be touched. But Zhang Lauer is different. Zhang Dachuan almost laughed when he saw this. Zhang Zhuzu still had half a basin of water left in the wooden basin in her hand, and looked at them with a smile. "Oh, I thought they were bandits who came to rob our house. Uncle, I'm sorry, Zhang Zuzhu said sarcastically. Zhang Dachuan really laughed this time. This family is no different from robbers. They asked for his land and wanted him to take care of Lauer's son. This is not robbery. Zhang Dachuan pretended to teach his daughter a lesson, Lao San. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Zuzhu smiled. I know I was wrong. It was only the end of March. And it was still cold early in the morning. Zhang Lauer shivered in the cold wind. At this time, a group of villagers had already crowded in at the door to watch the fun. Zhang Dachuan frowned and said, Make a fuss. Keep making a fuss. Zhang Lauer said hesitantly. Brother, no one is making a fuss with you. This is all for your own good. For the good of our Zhang family. We can never let outsiders get away with it. These outsiders, of course, are the 3 daughters of the Zhang family. Look, Bao Bao and my 2 sons. Your nephew. Are real brothers. And they are a family. Zhang Lauer said. Zhang Zuzhu smiled and said, Second uncle and my father were born from the same belly. And they are not close. Let alone cousins. When Zhang Dachuan heard this, he remembered his parents' partiality over the years and immediately pushed the person out. When the person was pushed to the door, Mrs. Zhang fell to the ground in a hurry. Zhang Lauer's tears fell instantly. And he took the opportunity to say, Brother, my parents are doing this for your own good. Not for your money. How could you make mother faint? The people outside didn't know what was going on. And they all gathered around at this time. Mr. Zhang also called his wife anxiously, pointing at Zhang Dachuan angrily. You unfilial son. Unfilial. In this day and age, is a crime that can be sent to prison. Zhang Dachuan got anxious when he heard this. Zhang Zuzhu threw the basin and said to her father, Cry. Cry quickly. Zhang Dachuan then cried loudly. And Wu Guinyang and her 2 sons and 1 daughter also cried loudly behind him. For a while, the house was like a funeral. Someone shouted from behind, The old lady of the Zhang family is gone. Oh! Someone died in the Zhang family. Old lady Zhang fell to the ground. She probably heard this, and her hands were shaking with anger. Zhang Zuzhu went over and said, Pinch the Renzhong. Pinch the Renzhong quickly. The second son naturally knew that the old lady was pretending to faint. So he would not pinch hard. Zhang Zuzhu pushed the people away and stuffed her hand soaked in cold water into the collar of the old lady's clothes. Old lady Zhang shivered with cold. So everyone said again, No one is here. The person is not dead. And the eyes are open. She glared at Zhang Zuzhu and cursed her as a money loser. Zhang Zuzhu then pinched the old lady's philtrum again. You just woke up. Pinching for a while will be better. She didn't save her strength. And didn't let go until she pinched out a bloody mark. Old lady Zhang was in so much pain that tears came down. Zhang Zuzhu said loudly, Alas! Don't be too moved. I am your granddaughter. This is what I should do. Don't cry. We 3 sisters are all such filial granddaughters. Zhang Jinjin and Zhang Yining also squeezed over when they heard the words. And the 3 of them helped the old lady up. Zhang Jinjin said, Yes. Although Grandma scolded us as money loser and said that I would be an outsider after getting married. It doesn't matter. I am your good granddaughter. Zhang Yining echoed, Me too. Me too. Zhang Lauer's family was stunned. And the old lady was so angry that she trembled. What granddaughter? Bah! But no one listened to what she said. Zhang Dachuan drove people away. My eldest daughter will get married in 2 days. You can come back then. Come back then. Everyone watched the excitement and left with a smile. After seeing them off, the 3 sisters of the Zhang family let go of the old lady Zhang and hurried in. Zhang Dachuan also took the opportunity to close the door and told the family to lock the door at ordinary times and not let them in again. Zhang Lauer stamped his feet in anger and said to his parents, I really do this for my eldest brother's good. Mrs. Zhang said, Don't worry. You have a good heart. Mom knows that your eldest brother is partial to outsiders. And he will suffer in the future. After that, the family left reluctantly. Zhang Dachuan heard this, and his face became even more gloomy. How could his biological daughter become an outsider? Wu Guinyang went up to him, took his arm, and said with tears in her eyes, Master, don't be angry. The couple supported each other, and went back to the house. Chapter 10 Sanlang has no manners. Away from him, Li Fu heard Zhang Zuzhu talking to the ants in the village. Oh! You didn't see it. My grandma fainted at that time. I was scared. I hurried over to pinch her Renzhong. My hand hurt. Then my grandma opened her eyes. Zhang Zhuzhu said like a storyteller. My second uncle is the same. The old man is in poor health. The weather is not warm yet. He is dressed so thinly. My eldest sister cried out of pity. She will make 2 new clothes and send them to him in the next 2 days. You are a good child. An aunt said. Your eldest sister is the same. She is about to get married. But she still makes new clothes for your grandparents by herself. She is really filial. Everyone knows that the old couple don't treat their granddaughter as a human being. They scold her and call her a loser. It's so ugly. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled bitterly. Alas. My eldest sister is kind, hardworking, and filial. Whoever marries her will really get a bargain. My grandparents said that when they divided the family, my father didn't want anything and asked my second uncle and second aunt to take care of them. But we said that if they wanted, they could live in my house. But they just didn't come. How can we feel at ease? Zhang Zhuzhu made up another story. My mother cried so hard that her eyes were swollen. My father said that after the wedding, he would go and see if he could take her to my house. They didn't care about the past anymore. So everyone said that the Zhang couple was filial and sensible. During the Chinese New Year, my father gave them a ginseng, saying it was a tonic for the old couple. But they are getting weaker and weaker, Zhang Zhuzhu said. The aunt said, I think this ginseng may have gone into someone's stomach. They were talking about the second son of the Zhang family. Alas, my grandparents are too soft-hearted. Zhang Zhuzhu sighed. As she spoke, Zhang Zhuzhu took out freshly picked wild mushrooms from the basket and distributed them to the ants. They are all from the same village, and no one knows what kind of character they have. Zhang Zhuzhu did this to bribe everyone to say more good things about the Zhang sisters. The ants knew it well, but Zhang Zhuzhu was sweet and generous, so they just said a few nice words. What's wrong with that? After everyone dispersed, Zhang Zhuzhu walked back, and Li Fu quickly caught up. Zhang Zhuzhu saw him and asked, Is the kitten okay? Yes, Li Fu replied. Is your family okay? The commotion at Zhang's house was quite loud, and Li Fu heard it. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed and said, Who doesn't have a few relatives who are not to be seen? Li Fu said, Are those words you just said true? Zhang Zhuzhu smiled at him. Of course it can be false. My father, my mother, and our family are all very filial. Zhang Zhuzhu would never let the villagers hear the words unfilial son from Mr. Zhang. Although Zhang Dachuan and Wu Guinyang had many problems, they were the biological parents of Zhang Zhuzhu, and they were a family after all. Zhang Zhuzhu had to protect them anyway, lest Zhang Dachuan was really called an unfilial son and be criticized. Reputation? Reputation? With a voice but no heart. She didn't have to do anything, as long as she could speak nice words. Li Fu naturally saw what she was thinking. I'll teach you to read, Li Fu said again. Zhang Zhuzhu was young, but she was smart and had a lot of ideas. Li Fu felt that she should study and learn some serious principles. If she used her intelligence in the wrong way in the future, she would probably hurt herself. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't know what Li Fu was thinking. She said, San Lang, you are fine. Why do you have to teach me to read? I am a girl. This seemed to be a hint. After all, there is a difference between men and women. Li Fu choked up. He heard the teasing in this sentence. Zhang Zhuzhu saw that he couldn't speak, and immediately laughed triumphantly. Li Fu said helplessly, Girls can also read. Zhang Zhuzhu deliberately opposed him. What's the point of me reading? You are smart only after reading, Li Fu said. Zhang Zhuzhu, no need. I am smart enough, Li Fu said. You can be smarter. Zhang Zhuzhu shook her head and sighed. What's the point of being smart? Especially for girls. It's okay to live in a muddle, but being too smart and seeing too clearly will make you live in pain. Zhang Jinjin and Zhang Yining both look forward to a better life after getting married. But Zhang Zhuzhu knows that such a life is almost impossible for a woman. In such a world, women's intelligence is really hard to use. You can only get married and have children. Otherwise, what else can you do? Not to mention the current world. Even in her original world, girls can hardly escape such a fate. Her words surprised Li Fu again. Li Fu said, How old are you this year? This is not like a teenage girl saying it. It sounds like something an older person would say. Li Fu also heard his grandfather say that people should not live too clearly. Zhang Zhuzhu's expression had returned to normal. She looked back at Li Fu and said angrily, How can you ask about a girl's age? Sanlang is still a scholar. You have no manners. After that, Zhang Juju rolled her eyes at Li Fu and left. Li Fu stood there. He found that he was really no match for this little girl. He was easily sent away several times. Zhang Juju teased the beautiful boy and went home happily. Back home, Zhang Dachuan said to Wu Guinyang, I was afraid that my parents would scold me outside. But in the end, everyone in the village said that our family was filial. Wu Guinyang said, everyone has eyes and is watching. We have never let our parents down in these years. It's just that my parents are unhappy to see me because they see that I gave birth to a girl. Zhang Dachuan got even angrier when he heard this. What's wrong with a girl? Girls are not human beings. Mother is just partial. When you gave birth to Jean Jean, you and your mother almost starved to death. I am sorry for you. Wu Guinyang quickly said no. And the couple hugged each other and cried again. Zhang Zuzu didn't bother the couple and went to help Zhang Jinjin pack her dowry. Zhang Jinjin's wedding date was a few days away. The Zhang family was very lively that day. Zhang Jinjin also dressed up beautifully and put on new clothes. Zhang Yining looked at her enviously. Zhang Jinjin coaxed her a few words and then called Zhang Zuzu to his side. Third sister, I'm married. You should take care of your second sister in the future. She is not as smart as you. Zhang Jinjin held Zhang Zuzu's hand and said, she was the eldest sister and knew her younger brothers and sisters. Zhang Luju was smart since she was young. She knew that even when her grandparents came to make trouble that day, it was thanks to her that no ugly words were spread. Zhang Luju was young, but she looked at the two girls of the Zhang family as if they were her younger sisters. She said, don't worry, sister. You will still be a member of our Zhang family after you get married. If your brother-in-law's family bullies you, come back and tell me. I will find a way for you. You have a piece of land as a dowry, and you are not easy to bully. Zhang Juju was even more worried that she would be wronged in the Lu family. Zhang Jinjin's eyes turned red when she heard this, and she hugged her sister and wiped her tears. Zhang Juju also patted her back gently, making Zhang Jinjin feel that she was still very close to the Zhang family, and still a family. Zhang Juju wiped her tears. Our new bride is beautiful even when she cries. Zhang Jinjin burst into laughter. You are the only one who is sweet-mouthed. As the two were talking, Zhang Yining hurried in. Big sister, San, the second uncle's family wants it again. Zhang Jinjin stood up anxiously, and Zhang Zuzu patted her sister's shoulder. Don't worry. I'll go. She said that if the family got into trouble today, she would no longer be surnamed Zhang. Chapter 11 Who is unfilial? Zhang Zuzu went outside, and she knew without looking that the person who came had bad intentions. Mrs. Zhang saw that most of the relatives had come, so she started talking again. Oh, Dachuan, if you don't stop it, this piece of land will really go with that girl. Zhang Dachuan heard this and said, then it's for Jean Jean. Wu Guinyang, who was so good-tempered, was also anxious at this moment. She wiped the sweat from her head and said, Dad, Mom, the Lu family will come to welcome the bride soon. Let's talk about this later. What if this delays her family's Jean Jean's marriage? Mr. Zhang glared at his daughter-in-law. Your surname is Wu, so you are naturally not worried that my Zhang family's land will fall into the hands of outsiders. Get out of my way. You don't know how to be filial. When Wu Guinyang heard the word outsider, tears immediately fell. What does an outsider mean? She has been married for almost 20 years and has given birth to 4 children. Now she and her daughter are outsiders. Zhang Dachuan said, Dad, what are you talking about? Guinyang is my wife and Jean Jean is my daughter. I don't care. Mrs. Zhang pulled Zhang Dachuan. You can't give this land to Zhang Jinjin, the dead girl. If you want to give it, you can only give it to your eldest nephew. Yes, if you want to give it to the Zhang family. Zhang Dachuan was so angry that he wanted to roll his eyes. He looked at the second brother and his wife. Zhang Lao'er made a bitter face and said helplessly, Brother, it's not me who asked my parents to come. My parents just feel sorry for you and are afraid that you will lose the land. Zhang Dachuan raised his voice. You are not a human being. At this time, you are still pretending here. But Zhang Dachuan can't speak. He doesn't know how to refute Zhang Lao'er's words. He wanted to say that they were obviously thinking about their own land and money, but they still said they were thinking about him. How could they be so thick-skinned? Zhang Dachuan was so angry that he trembled all over. He said, if there is anything, wait until my Jean Jean gets married. Old Lady Zhang sat on the ground, If Zhang Jingjing dares to take away the old Zhang family and my eldest grandson's land today, she will step over me. Wu Guiyang's tears also fell. But she didn't know how to deal with old lady Zhang. Because this was her mother-in-law. An elder she had to respect. And she couldn't be unfilial. She shouted, "How could you do this? Mother? Today is the day of my family's wedding." There was despair in her words. Mrs. Zhang raised her chin, with a proud look on her face. The second son and his wife pretended to persuade her. It seemed that this was another big joke. Zhang Yingying came out of the house and said anxiously, "What should I do? What should I do? My eldest sister is crying." Before Zhang Zuzu spoke, she said, "I'll get a basin of slop to pour on them." Zhang Zuzu said, "Don't. There are so many people. If they see us, they will say that our family is unfilial. Last time there were few people. But this time, there were many people here." She didn't have time to make up for it afterwards. Living in the village, having a good reputation is very important. Zhang Zuzu looked around and her eyes fell on Zhang Shan, the youngest son of Zhang Lauer. Since they dared to make things difficult for the Zhang family by picking the eldest sister's marriage, don't blame her for being cruel and attacking their sweetheart. Zhang Zuzu pulled Zhang Baobao over and said, "Go and tell Zhang Shan that you ate candy in the small firewood room and take him there to eat." Zhang Shan is 3 years older than Zhang Baobao and is also a greedy child. These days, there is no child who is not greedy. Zhang Baobao was shocked and anxious, and said in a crying voice, "Ah, how did you know where my candy was hidden?" Zhang Zuzu almost rolled her eyes at her brother and said speechlessly, "You are really... I won't talk about you. You take him there." Zhang Baobao frowned. "I don't want to give him candy. He beat me last time." "Zhang Zuzu, can I buy you some more?" "You take him there." She didn't tell him her plan. Zhang Baobao was like Wu Guiyang. He had a soft temper and couldn't hide things. Zhang Baobao went to find Zhang Shan with a broken heart. He was afraid of his third sister. The second sister looked noisy. But Zhang Baobao was not afraid of her at all. The two of them would quarrel every now and then. Zhang Zuzu was different. Zhang Baobao had quarreled with her before and was severely punished. Zhang Zuzu watched her brother lead Zhang Shan, and the two of them went to the small firewood room. Zhang Shan could be coaxed away so easily, thanks to the doting of Zhang Lauer's family. "My father said that I will have a share of your family's land in the future. My mother said that I don't have to do anything in the future. I can just lie at home and marry a good wife." Zhang Shan ate Zhang Boba's candy and made a big fuss. It can be seen what Zhang Lauer's family is like in normal times. Zhang Zuzu came in with a bowl of chicken blood in his hand. Zhang Shan looked at him strangely. The next moment, Zhang Zuzu poured the chicken blood on Zhang Baobao and wiped it on the child's face. Cry. Zhang Baobao immediately fell to the ground and burst into tears. Zhang Shan stood there stupidly, not knowing what happened at all. Zhang Zuzu also wiped it on his hand. Zhang Zuzu wiped the chicken blood on her chest, recalled her misery over the years, and shed tears. She ran outside and shouted, "Dad, Mom, all the aunts and uncles. Blood. Where did the blood come from?" Someone ran over to support Zhang Zuzu. Third girl. "What happened to you?" My brother. Zhang Shan beat my brother. And he is covered in blood." She cried and shouted to everyone. Wu Guiyang was so shocked that she trembled all over. Zhang Dachuan was calmer. He pushed open the door of the small firewood room, and then saw Zhang Baobao lying on the ground with blood on his body. Zhang Shan's hands were stained with blood, and he was eating candy in his mouth. "My son!" Wu Guiyang shouted. Zhang Dachuan rushed over and hugged his son. The scene was very miserable for a while. Zhang Shan finally came to his senses. "I didn't beat him." "Zhang Zuzu, you have it. You said that you will have a piece of our land in the future. If you don't give it to me, then beat my brother. You beat him last time too." The old couple of the Zhang family and Zhang Lauer's family did not expect this to happen. They were originally arguing well. Even if they could not get a piece of land from Zhang Dachuan today, it would make people think that Zhang Dachuan was unfilial to his parents. As long as Zhang Dachuan had the reputation of being unfilial, he could go to the government and get benefits. But Zhang Shan beat Zhang Baobao and beat him like this. This is their fault. The two sides had to argue a few more times. At this time, Li Fu supported an elderly elder of Zongjia village to the door, and the village chief followed behind. The elder of the clan was furious when he saw this scene. He knocked the ground with his cane and cursed, "You are not the kind of parents." After that, he said to Zhang Lao and his wife, "You two have no way to educate your son. And you let your son hurt his brother. You are really assholes." Li Fu said coldly, "Instigating parents is unfilial. Disrespecting elder brothers is unfraternal. Making trouble on the day of niece's wedding is unkind. And not educating children is the fault of the father." He was an educated man. And everyone might not understand what he said. But the meaning was there. The village chief immediately cursed, "That's right. Li Sanlang is right. Zhang Deku. Do you hear me? You are a piece of shit." The old couple of the Zhang family looked at each other, and dared not say anything. Zhang Lao was also scolded, and dared not say a word. Zhang Dachuan looked at his little son, who was about to open his eyes in his arms, and said, "Fourth master, let's not talk about anything else. I will ask someone to see the injuries of my children first, and then let my daughter Jean marry safely." The village chief said, "Don't worry. Our Zhangjiao village is a reasonable place. There will be scholars in the future. We can't let such things go." After that, he asked several strong young men to go up and get the family out. Zhang Zuzhu glanced at Li Fu. Li Fu's move was timely and not bad. Li Fu saw that the Zhang family was finally at peace. And Li Fu was relieved. Zhang Zuzhu went to wash her face and change clothes. Zhang Baobao couldn't go out again. He lay on the bed unhappy. "Sister, I smell bad." "Zhang Zuzhu, I killed a chicken and took its blood. I will stew meat for you tonight." Zhang Baobao was overjoyed and jumped off the bed. Zhang Luzhu touched his head and went out to see Zhang Jin. Chapter 12. A woman's infatuation cannot be explained. Zhang Jin's eyes were red, and Wu Guiyang was trying to persuade her. Zhang Zuzhu came in after changing her clothes, and said with a smile, "Oh? Why are you crying again? I can hear the sound of Swana outside, and my brother-in-law will soon enter the village." "Wu Guiyang, you are really good at scaring people." At first, it was really scary to see her son's face covered in blood. But later she figured it out. "Zhang Zuzhu, I have no choice." The Zhang couple carried the word filial piety on their backs, and they could not escape the burden of their whole lives. So Zhang Zuzhu could only take a different approach. "This matter is not over yet." Wu Guiyang sighed, "It's useless for me as a mother." Zhang Zuzhu thought that was true. There were also powerful daughters-in-law in the village, who could make their mother-in-law and her family obey them. Unfortunately, Wu Guiyang couldn't do that. "Zhang Zuzhu, don't talk about that. Mother, on this happy day, you should happily hand over your elder sister to your elder brother-in-law. What are you happy about?" Wu Guiyang smiled and cried, saying, "You will understand when you become a mother. You are all my favorites. I will feel bad if you marry them off." Zhang Jin hugged her mother's arm and used one hand to hold her sister. After a while, the Lu family's wedding procession arrived at the door. Wu Guiyang covered her face and cried again. Zhang Zuzhu helped Zhang Jin stand up and walk out. Zhang Jin was also sad, but she also had expectations for her future. She said, "Sister, I really want to thank you today." Zhang Zuzhu whispered, "I killed a chicken now. I stewed half of it and hung the remaining half in the well, waiting for sister and brother-in-law to come back and eat it." In their Zhang family, eating a meal of meat is harder than climbing to the sky. Zhang Jin laughed out loud, and the ant next to her reminded her, "Cry. Don't laugh. The bride should cry when she goes out," which is called crying for marriage. Zhang Jin went out crying and laughing. When the eldest brother-in-law Lu Bin saw the new daughter-in-law, he immediately smiled and didn't care about being teased. It can be seen that he is very satisfied with this marriage. For today's wedding, the Lu family specially rented a carriage, and Zhang Jin was helped into the carriage. She lifted the curtain and said, "Sanner, you take good care of the family." Zhang Yining wiped her tears and said, "Sister, I am the eldest in the family after you get married, and I should take care of it." Why did she say it as if she was not as good as Zuzhu? She was the elder sister. Zhang Jin smiled. Okay. You take care of it together." The woman on the side urged Zhang Jin to pull down the curtain of the carriage and stop them from talking. The Zhang family followed the carriage and sent Zhang Jin out of Zhangjia village. Zhang Dachuan watched his daughter's carriage go away and said, "There are 2 more to send." He looked back at his 2 daughters inside. Wu Guiyang had stopped crying. But after he said that, Her tears started to fall again. Zhang Yining went up to help Wu Guiyang talk. Zhang Dachuan didn't know what to do. Zhang Zuzhu said, "Dad, go back first. There are still people at home. There are still many relatives and friends at home, waiting for him to deal with them." Zhang Dachuan called Wu Guiyang, and the couple hurried back. Zhang Zuzhu walked slower, because there were many people at home, and she felt it was noisy, so she was not in a hurry to go home. Zhuzu, a hoarse and rough voice called Zhang Luzhu back to her senses. Zhang Zuzhu looked back and saw a familiar young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, who looked pretty good. "Zhuzu," the young man called out again. Aggrieved. My throat is broken. This is a young man from the neighboring Dongping village. His surname is Zhou, and his name is Zhou Siyuan. His maternal grandparents are from Zhangjia village. They played together when they were young. Zhang Zuzhu smiled and said, "Your throat is not broken. It will be fine after a while. Isn't this the duck voice of a boy during the voice change period?" Zhou Siyuan heard this and said, "Really? That's good." Other people had told him before that boys would be like this when they grow up. But Zhou Siyuan didn't believe it. He was afraid that he would be like this for the rest of his life. And he didn't dare to come to Zhangjia village in the past month. Zhou Siyuan felt very aggrieved. He was a famous bully in Dongping village. But he endured it for more than a month in order not to scare Zhang Zuzhu. "Zhuzu," Zhou Siyuan said, "your elder sister is married. You will be married soon too." "Zhang Zuzhu, I have a second sister." Zhou Siyuan followed her and said, "You will be married soon too. You will definitely marry a good family. Believe me, a very good family." After he finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Zuzhu expectantly. Zhang Zuzhu could not understand what the young man meant. She said, "Then I will borrow your good words. I will marry a wealthy family that will allow me to eat delicious food, wear gold and silver, and have 18 maids following me when I go out." Girls are always shy when talking about marriage. Zhou Siyuan wanted to see her shy. Unexpectedly, Zhang Guzhu said such a thing. Zhou Siyuan was stunned on the spot and didn't know what to say. Zhang Zuzhu ignored him and continued to walk forward. After a while, Zhou Siyuan whispered, "Zuzhu, why do you despise the poor and love the rich? This is not good." Zhang Zuzhu replied, "What does it have to do with you?" She just wanted to get rid of this boy as soon as possible. She was exhausted every day. She was already very miserable. She was not interested in interacting with boys of this age. They were stupid. Zhou Siyuan's face was red. "Why is it none of my business?" Zhang Zuzhu pretended to be ignorant. "My marriage is of course decided by my parents. We are not related, so it is naturally none of your business." Zhou Siyuan thought about it and thought so. But he still wanted to persuade Zhang Luzhu to not want too much. Li Fu saw from a distance that Zhang Zuzhu was followed by a boy she had never seen before. He was a head taller than Zhang Zuzhu and looked very young and unstable. Zhang Zuzhu also saw Li Fu. She said to Zhou Siyuan, "Okay, stop following me. If someone sees you, they will gossip about you. The separation of men and women in the village is not that serious, but it is not appropriate to be so close." Zhou Siyuan nodded. "Then wait for me to come to you again." Zhang Zuzhu waved her hand and sent the man away. When Zhang Zuzhu walked in front of Li Fu, she heard Li Fu say, "Childhood sweethearts?" The tone of his words was a bit strange. Zhang Zuzhu looked at him. "What did Sanlang say?" "I can't read, so I don't understand." Li Fu also suddenly realized that he had overstepped his bounds. No matter what the relationship between Zhang Zuzhu and the young man was, it was not his place to ask. In the past, Li Fu would never have done this. What happened to him today? Zhang Zuzhu was still looking at her. Li Fu said, "Nothing. You will know when you read later." Zhang Zuzhu smiled. "You have read. You know there is a piece in Wei Feng. Rogue. This is a must-recite ancient Chinese article for the college entrance examination. The rogue is so stupid. He carries cloth to trade for silk. He is not here to trade for silk. He is here to plot against me." Zhang Zuzhu recited the first 4 sentences casually. This is a marriage tragedy. It's not that Zhou Siyuan is bad, but as a woman, you must be cautious at all times. Zhang Zuzhu is older, and won't be fooled by the sweet words of young people. Li Fu has read the Book of Songs. Of course. But Zhang Zuzhu has also read it, which really surprised Li Fu. "I know," Li Fu said. "The indulgence of a man can still be explained. The indulgence of a woman cannot be explained. Yes, that's the truth, Zhang Zuzhu said. I'm not stupid. When she said this, Li Fu knew that he had misjudged her. She was not someone who would be deceived. Zhang Zuzhu said, I have to thank you today for inviting the second master and the village chief. Later. We are also right. Li Fu, no need to thank me. Your method is also very good. Thank you anyway. I'll cook for you another day. After saying that, Zhang Zuzhu said goodbye to Li Fu and went home first. Zhou Siyun followed her all the way, feeling very angry. He hadn't seen Zhang Zuzhu for only a month. When did Zhangjia village have a little white face? Chapter 13 knocked Zhou Siyun's head off. Li Fu's parents were sitting in the main hall, and the couple naturally knew about the Zhang family's affairs. The two families were neighbors and had contacts. If the Zhang family had problems, the Li family should help. But Li Fu was too proactive, and their son was not a warm-hearted person. Without waiting for his parents to ask, Li Fu said, the Li family wants to open a school to teach and educate people. Today is a good opportunity to use this matter to correct the atmosphere. This reason is very good, reasonable, and justifiable. But when Li Fu said these words, he was somewhat short of breath. Li Qi said, you are indeed doing a good thing. Just to promote the reputation of my Li family. Lin Weiying looked at her husband helplessly, and said to Li Fu, you are not young anymore. Although our family has encountered such a thing, it is still different. You just need to know your limits when doing things. She did not say it too clearly, but she believed that Li Fu was smart enough to understand what she was saying. Li Fu stood up and saluted, don't worry. Mother. Lin Weiying laughed, you'd better let me be at ease. Li Fu did not say anything this time, and went to find his two brothers. Li Qi said, why are you saying something behind your words? Lin Weiying replied, let's not talk about the eldest couple. The second and third children can't stay in this country for the rest of their lives. I am reminding him not to forget what he learned before. When she was in the capital, her son was also very famous among the younger generation. The Li family had good rules, and Lin Weiying had chosen a good match for her youngest son. Unfortunately, something happened to the Li family, and naturally there was no follow-up. Lin Weiying regrets it now. At that time, she thought her son was the best, and the girls from those families in the capital were not worthy of him, and she kept finding faults. Lin Weiying regrets it. Now it is impossible for her to find a good daughter-in-law. Li Qi nodded. It's my fault as a father that I delayed them. Lin Weiying was brought back to her senses by her husband's words, and said, Humph, I want to see how long the emperor can be proud. As an official appointed by the court, Li Qi had the duty to impeach the emperor. If there was any fault, it was the emperor's fault. I didn't dare to say it before, but now the emperor is far away. So what is there to be afraid of? Li Qi hurriedly persuaded, Okay. Let's not talk about this matter for now. Don't be angry. Li Qi spoke in a gentle voice, and Lin Weiying calmed down. The Zhang family married off their eldest daughter, and there was one less living person in the family. Everyone was not used to it for a while. What's more terrible is that from this month on, Zhang Yining and Zhang Zuzhu will cook at home, and there will be a lot more work to do. Zhang Zuzhu woke up early in the morning, with bitter written on her left eye and difficult written on her right eye. And then she shed tears of suffering. Zhang Yining was no better. After breakfast, she got angry when she saw Zhang Baobao chasing chickens outside. Look at him. Look at him. He doesn't do anything. But he has food and drink. Why should I cook? Zhang Yining said loudly. After scolding Zhang Baobao, she didn't stop and looked at Zhang Zuzhu, and you. Zhang Zuzhu was not in a good mood either. She said, What's wrong with me? Don't talk nonsense in front of me. I haven't done anything wrong to you. Zhang Yining thought for a long time, and couldn't think of anything to say. She stamped her feet. You have been running to the Li family recently, working for the Li family, and sharing the food you made with Li Fu. Zhang Zuzhu was very upset, and didn't want to quarrel with this girl. She got up and left. As soon as she went out, Zhang Zuzhu saw a group of children playing and running towards Li's house. Zhang Zuzhu stopped a child and asked. And the child said, Li Sanlang was beaten by someone. What? Zhang Zuzhu was shocked. What? Who beat him? The child smiled and said, It was the little bully in Dongping village who beat him. Sister Zuzhu. The little bully also told Li Sanlang to stay away from you. Zhang Zuzhu. If she wasn't so well-mannered, she would have cursed her mother now. Zhang Yining gloated and said, "It was Zhou Siyun. Third sister. Someone is looking for you again." Zhang Wuju covered her chest and told herself to stay calm. Then picked up the chair leg that Zhang Dachuan had repaired and went out to find Zhou Siyun. Zhou Siyun was also injured. Seeing Zhang Juju coming to find him, he raised his chin proudly and said, "Juzu, did you know I was injured and come to see me? See, that pretty boy is nothing." Juju is still on his side. Zhang Zuju looked at the young man calmly. Boys aged 14 or 15 are at the age of being competitive. Zhou Siyun already has a reputation as a bully, so it is not surprising that he fights. But he fought in Zhangjia village. Asked Li Fu to stay away from Zhang Juju. And the news spread out. Those who didn't know would think that Zhang Juju was some kind of demon. How could she be so worthy of such a reward? Zhang Zuzu said, "Today is the last time you see me." Zhou Siyun was just happy. But he didn't expect to hear such a sentence. And his face changed for a moment. And he was very unhappy. Zhang Juju continued, "I just heard that you asked Li Fu to stay away from me. I'm afraid that this has spread throughout Zhangjia village. I am an innocent girl. But now I have become the cause of your fight. My innocence is unnecessary. I will go back and find a rope to hang myself on the beam. If you have anything else to say to me, say it as soon as possible." She didn't cry or make a fuss, and said these words to Zhou Siyun very calmly. Zhang Juju came to find him. Zhou Siyun was very proud at first. But after hearing these words, his face turned blue. "Huh?" Zhang Juju's expression was cold. "You beat him up for me. Why don't you say anything? If you don't have anything to say, I'll leave you a few last words. And you can go back and tell my parents. What do you think?" Zhou Siyun was really frightened. He said, "Juzu, I just said that. It's not a big deal. It was just a fight. Why is he still so desperate?" He didn't think it was a big deal at all. Zhang Juju was too hypocritical. "Yes, you are so capable," Zhang Zuzu said loudly. "You said that? If I don't die now, people will call me a vixen. What should I do if I don't die? If I don't die, will I affect the reputation of my sisters?" Zhang Juju was in a good mood. She didn't really want to die. She said that to calm Zhou Siyun. She was too polite before. Zhou Siyun was so anxious that sweat broke out on his head. He took a half step forward and wanted to pull Zhang Juju's sleeve. "Don't die. Juzu, I will marry you. I am not afraid of your bad reputation." Zhang Zuzu took a big step back, rolled her eyes, and said speechlessly, "Humph? I thought you were stupid. But you are smart. You dare to marry me with empty words. Why do you marry me? Who do you think you are? I am Zhou Siyun. I live in Zhangjia village. And I have 3 brothers." Zhou Siyun replied. "And his family conditions are quite good. Otherwise, he would not be still working at this age." Zhang Zuju was so angry that she was about to faint. "Then I might as well die," Zhang Zuju said loudly. "Damn. If she wants to marry such a fool who causes trouble for her, she might as well take a gamble and see if she can go back to her time by hanging herself on the beam." Zhou Siyun was also very dissatisfied. "I thought you were on my side and wanted to see if I was hurt. But it turns out that you still like that pretty boy. Zhang Juzu, can you knock this guy's head off?" "Can you?" Zhang Juju said. "I said you were stupid. And you really are stupid." Zhou Siyun was very dissatisfied when he heard this and said, "How can you say that to me? I am sincere to you." Zhang Zuzu said, "Yes. Now because of your sincerity, my reputation is ruined. Are you satisfied?" Zhou Siyun frowned. "I said I can marry you. Why die?" He really didn't understand what his actions meant to a woman. Zhang Juju might bear the stigma and be ridiculed for the rest of her life. But Zhou Siyun didn't care at all. It seems that it is very difficult to educate him and make him realize his mistakes. Zhang Juju picked up the chair leg in her hand, took a deep breath, and smashed it hard on Zhou Siyun's shoulder. "Since gentle words don't work, let's beat him up. A teenager. Just a big naughty kid. Beat him up first. And save his reputation later." Chapter 14. Who is Zhang Ouju? Zhou Siyun never expected Zhang Juju to attack him. He saw the chair leg in Zhang Juju's hand. But Zhang Zuzu was a girl, and the prettiest and most amiable one in the surrounding villages. How could he have thought that Zhang Juju would hit someone? After a stick hit him, Zhou Siyun felt that his shoulder was about to crack. and he was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. Zhang Zuzu didn't give up. She avoided his vital parts and hit him hard with a few more sticks. Zhou Siyuan rolled on the ground in pain and shouted, "Zhang Zuzu, what are you doing? You dare to hit me?" Zhou Siyuan shouted, this time even calling her by her full name. Zhang Zuzu sneered, "What's wrong with hitting you? You ruined my reputation and forced me to die. What's the point of beating you? From today on, I will be cursed by people from the surrounding villages. My sister and my family will all be cursed because of you. Should you hit me?" Zhou Siyuan was sweating profusely from the pain. "I didn't hurt you. I did it for you." "Are you really doing it for me?" Zhang Zuzu said. "You just want to satisfy your own vanity. You are not doing it for me. Two men are fighting for one woman. You have a reputation for being a playboy. But you have never considered me from beginning to end." Zhou Siyuan, don't think too highly of yourself. After being beaten, Zhou Siyuan really began to think about what Zhang Zuzu said. "If you really consider me, why don't you listen to me?" Zhang Zuzu continued. "Didn't I tell you that I want to be rich and prosperous? I want to live a good life. If you really care about me, why don't you try to make me live like this? Will I still look at others at that time?" Zhou Siyuan didn't. He still thought Zhang Zuzu was snobbish. "You didn't consider me at all. You only considered yourself. My father is a landlord in Zhangjia village. Our family has a lot of land. When I get married, my father will give me a dowry and buy me land. What about you? Your 3 brothers. What do you have? The female bird needs the male bird to build a nest for laying eggs. Why do you dare to marry me? Do you think you are more shameless than others?" Zhang Zuzu accused mercilessly. This may not be right. And Zhou Siyuan may not have such thoughts. But when scolding people, you just pick the most heart-wrenching words to scold them. Otherwise the other party will not know the pain. I am only one biological brother. Do you think that if you marry me, you can also get some benefits from my family and never worry about food and drink? Right? I didn't. Zuzu, don't say that. Zhou Siyuan's body was in so much pain that he was even more anxious. He was sincere. Zhang Zuzu said, "I think you did. My reputation is bad now. And the Li family will never take me in. If I don't die, I can only choose you. Look, you only fought with others, and your goal was achieved." Zhou Siyuan. Zhou Siyuan, I didn't know you had such a skill. You are amazing. Zhang Zuzu sneered, which made Zhou Siyuan's face red. I didn't. Zhou Siyuan said. I really didn't. You didn't. Zhang Zuzu squatted down and looked at him. I don't believe it. Zhou Siyuan stood up despite the pain. Wait. I'll go to Li's house now. Beating Li San is my own business. I'm responsible for my own actions. It has nothing to do with you. You don't have to die. It's too late. Everyone knows that you did it for me. How romantic. Zhang Zuzu said. Zhou Siyuan's face turned redder, and he turned his head and walked towards Li's house. Zhang Zuzu said, Do you know what to say when you get to Li's house? I'll say that I beat him up. And it has nothing to do with you. Zhou Siyuan said. You are trying to cover up the truth. Zhang Zuzu said. When you go to Li's house, just say that your family asked you to go to Li's house to study, and you were unhappy. You happened to meet Li Fu, and the two bumped into each other on the road. You thought he was a weak scholar who wanted to bully people, so you fought with him. But you picked up the copper coins he dropped. Now go and return the money. Don't mention me at all. Zhou Siyuan said, Who bullied him? If you are not bullying others, what are you? Zhang Zuzu said. If someone mentions me, you can say that a real man has ambitions. You want to achieve great things, and then marry a group of beautiful, gentle and virtuous women. What is Zhang Zuzu? Zhou Siyuan, I just want to marry you. Zhang Zuzu lifted the chair leg. Zhou Siyuan, okay. Okay. I will listen to you. Don't be angry. Zhang Zuzu, go. Zhou Siyuan glanced at her and went. Zhang Zuzu took a few breaths, a little tired of beating people, and then tears of pain flowed down her face again. Why? Her life is already hard enough. Why are there still idiots adding bricks and tiles to her miserable life? What's the point of living? Zhang Zuzu cried and saved the Zhang family. Wu Guiyang and Zhang Dachuan naturally knew the gossip that had just spread. Zhang Dachuan was so angry that he was about to point at Zhang Zuzu and scold her. But he couldn't open his mouth when he saw her crying miserably. I don't want to live anymore, Zhang Luzhu said. When Wu Guiyang heard this, she hugged her daughter and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Zhou Xiyun is just a rascal. He came back to our village because he injured someone in Dongping village. What does his fight with others have to do with us?" Zhang Zhuzhu leaned on Wu Guiyang's soft chest, sobbing and crying, and didn't say anything. Wu Guiyang looked at Zhang Dachuan and said, "Master, think of a way quickly. Our center has nothing to do with that rascal. We can't let people talk nonsense outside. How can we live in the future?" Zhang Dachuan was also in a state of panic, and he wanted to go out and strangle the boy surnamed Zhou to death immediately. Wu Guiyang hugged Zhang Zhuzhu, calling her my son all the time. She was so gentle and lovely that Zhang Zhuzhu finally breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, people still have to live. If you are really angry, go back and beat Zhou Xiyun up. Wu Guiyang wiped her tears with the sleeves of her inner clothes. She was wearing coarse linen clothes outside, and she was afraid that the coarse linen clothes would hurt Zhang Zhuzhu's face. "It's okay. It's okay. Your mother and your father will go to the Li family to take a look," Wu Guiyang said. Zhang Zhuzhu calmed down and said, "No need to go." Wu Guiyang was puzzled. "How can I not go? What if someone gossips about me?" "No," said Zhang Zhuzhu. "Aunt Li is a woman from a wealthy family. She is much smarter than us. She must have a way to deal with this matter. We just need to wait and pretend that this matter has never happened." Zhang Zhuzhu had met Lin Weining several times, and she could naturally see that the other party looked down on her. She was polite enough, but it was just polite. Lin Weining was a mother who loved her son. She would definitely find ways to make Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu clear their relationship. Wu Guiyang was still hesitant, and Zhang Dachuan also said, "Yes. This is a matter of fact. Those people are talking nonsense. Now if we rush over, they will think we are marrying above our station." Zhang Zhuzhu also meant this. She had beaten him up anyway. After the Li family had resolved the matter, the Zhang family would go to thank him privately. Zhang Zhuzhu had a good idea. Zhou Xiyun had already arrived at the Li family at this time. His grandfather was also at the Li family. He cursed Zhou Xiyun when he saw him. Zhou Xiyun quickly raised the copper coin in his hand. Li Fu dropped the money. "I'm here to pay it back." Li Fu was puzzled. "My money?" Zhou Xiyun, "Yes. Your money. Although I don't like you and beat you up, I can't take your money. You can take it back." After that, Zhou Xiyun put the 2 copper coins on the table. Lin Weining took the opportunity to say, "Okay. Young boys. There are always fights. I think you are making a fuss. Look at this kid, who came to pay back the money. I think he is also good." Lin Weining certainly hated this rascal who beat up his son. But the most urgent thing was Li Fu's innocence, and he couldn't let him get a reputation for being a playboy for nothing. For the time being, he could tolerate the rest. Zhou Xiyun's grandfather patted this rascal on the head a few times and laughed. "I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. He is a jerk who deserves a beating. I will beat him up when I go back." Lin Weining was about to say a few more words when someone next to him said, "Where is the Zhang family? 2 boys are fighting for Zhang Luzhu. Why didn't the Zhang family come?" This meant that he wanted to watch the fun, and Lin Weining clenched the handkerchief in his hand. It was right that the Zhang family didn't come, because they couldn't explain it clearly when they came. Lin Weining smiled. "What are you talking about?" Zhou Xiyun remembered Zhang Zhuzhu's instructions and pretended to be confused. "Who is Zhang Zhuzhu?" The woman laughed. "You fought for a girl. Don't you know who she is?" Zhou Xiyun said loudly. "A good man has ambitions. I want to achieve something. I want to marry a group of gentle and virtuous women in the future. Zhang Zhuzhu is nothing. What does my fight have to do with her?" Lin Weining's heart was relieved. "And it was the same. Then why did you fight with San Lang?" Someone asked again. "My grandfather asked me to come to the Li family to study, saying that Li Sanlang was very good at studying. I didn't accept it, so I beat him." "What? Do you want to be beaten too?" Zhou Xiyun said this. His heart was pounding, and he was very nervous. "Then why are there gossips?" "Yes. What's going on?" Li Fu took a sip of tea and said slowly, "The Zhang family just had a commotion the day before yesterday. Could it be that they want to ruin the reputation of the Zhang family if they see that the commotion fails?" He didn't say who was causing the commotion, but everyone knew it clearly. "Yes. How could I forget that Zhang Lauer and his wife are not human beings?" That day, San Lang invited the elders and the village chief. So the Zhang family and Zhao Lao's family had another bad reputation. Chapter 15 Education is a national priority. Li Fu's injury was not serious, but Lin Weining felt distressed. After everyone left, she applied medicine on her son's head and said, "Alas, you were beaten for no reason. It's really unfair. The third daughter of the Zhang family is really capable." "Mother," Li Fu said, "don't say that. Zhou Xiyuan is at fault. It can't be blamed on the third daughter." Li Fu didn't think Zhang Zhuzhu was wrong. Zhou Xiyuan was young and hot-tempered, and he was not smart. He beat him in public and said something he shouldn't have said. People heard it, and it was Zhang Zhuzhu who was embarrassed. Lin Weining snorted, "Flies don't bite seamless eggs." Although Zhang Zhuzhu didn't do it, she did have some shadows, which led to gossip and implicated you. You are the one who started to talk about it. Do you think anyone from the Zhang family is here? Although it was right for the Zhang family not to come. Lin Weining was angry and deliberately said that. Li Fu did not argue anymore. Just said, "Mother, don't be angry. Zhou Xiyuan was more seriously injured than me." Lin Weining didn't pay attention and said, "You can hit people? Her son is a scholar. Weak and powerless. But he can hit people?" Li Zhu, the second brother of the Li family, said yes. He was more seriously injured. He can't lift his arms, and his legs are lame. Li Zhu looked at his younger brother. "You hit him?" No one believed that Li Fu would hit people. Li Fu didn't say anything, which was considered as tacit agreement. But he knew what was going on in his heart. And it was not him who hit him. Zhou Xiyuan couldn't say such words to clear himself from the relationship. I'm afraid Zhang Zhuzhu found him, and taught him to say those words. As for whether it was Zhang Zhuzhu who beat him, Li Fu temporarily doubted it. Li Qi said, "If she beat him, she beat him. Now in the village, it's better to be strong to avoid being bullied." Li Fu nodded. "Don't worry, Dad. I've been chopping wood and carrying water recently, and my body is much stronger. This injury is not a problem." The next day, the rumors in the village gradually died down, and the bad reputation fell on Zhang Lao's family. Zhang Zhuzhu is still the innocent and good girl. Zhang Zhuzhu herself didn't care about this. But in this day and age, you can't help but care. People's words are scary. Moreover, her bad reputation will affect her family. And even her married elder sister will be gossiped about, which is really annoying. But Zhang Zhuzhu had to abide by the rules here. She met Li Fu and said, "How are you injured?" Li Fu said, "It's okay. Just a flesh wound. It will heal soon." Zhang Zhuzhu felt relieved after hearing this, and scolded Zhou Xiyuan from head to toe again. "That's good. It would be bad if a clean young man was dragged down by me." Zhou Xiyuan came to pay the money. "You asked him to come," Li Fu said affirmatively. "You said that my second uncle's family deliberately ruined my reputation." Zhang Zhuzhu was also very sure. Zhang Lao's family was notorious, and they took the blame, which was probably Li Fu's trick. The two looked at each other, and needless to say, both got a positive answer. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Thank you. No need to thank me. And you don't have to blame yourself." Li Fu was worried that she was thinking too much and took Zhou Xiyuan's guilt on herself. "Zhang Zhuzhu, no. I avenged you. I beat Zhou Xiyuan up. He was hurt much more than you. He is still lying at home and can't get up." Li Fu, "You? How did you beat him?" Zhang Zhuzhu, "I got a chair leg from home and beat him up. That kid deserved a beating. He should have been beaten up long ago. And there would be no such thing." Li Fu didn't know what to say for a long time. Zhang Zhuzhu is 14 years old this year. She is not too tall, with a gentle face and a slender figure. It is really hard to imagine how she beat up a young man who is almost grown up. Li Fu, you should be more careful about such things in the future. It would be bad if you hurt yourself. Zhang Zhuzhu knew what he meant. Zhou Xiyuan is really a fool. But he still has some conscience. I will go to him and know what's going on. If Zhou Xiyuan was extremely vicious and wanted to attack Zhang Zhuzhu, he would not have waited until today. That kid doesn't understand the truth and does stupid things without knowing it. He doesn't know what it means to be afraid of what people say. I hope he will remember it in the future after this beating," Zhang Zhuzhu said. When Li Fu heard the words "people's words are afraid," he knew her suffering. He said, "My father and second brother will teach people to read in 2 days. I hope those who come to read can understand more about the truth." Zhang Zhuzhu nodded and said casually, "Yes. Education is the foundation of a country, and the basis of a strong country. Who doesn't know this sentence if you have studied politics? Education is a national priority. Zhang Zhuzhu has received 9 years of compulsory education. However, when Li Fu heard it, it was like hearing thunder. Reading is indeed very important. But how important it is said in a very general way. But Zhang Zhuzhu's words are really insightful. Just this one sentence can surpass many people in the world. Third miss. You are really. Zhang Zhuzhu realized that she said it too casually, and hurriedly said yes. Yes. I am smart. I know. She really has to control her mouth in the future. There were no scholars in the village before, and no one doubted her nonsense. It's different now. The Li family has been educated and seen the world. Some things can't be said anymore. If she mentions that men and women will be equal in the future, children can take women's surnames. Women can be officials and even run a country. She will probably be drowned. Li Fu was immediately amused. Yes. The third girl is really smart. He always felt that Zhang Zhuzhu didn't fit in here. If Zhang Zhuzhu heard this, she would definitely pat Li Fu on the shoulder and say, "Young man, your feeling is very correct. There is nothing to say now." The next day, the Li family's school opened, and a plaque was hung with the words Mingli Hall written on it. Li Qi stroked his beard and said to everyone, "Reading makes you wise, and knowing the reason makes you wise." He looked at Zhou Siyuan, who came with crutches, and a group of boys playing and laughing, and said, "Even if you can't get rich through studying, you will definitely understand your principles and live more clearly." Zhou Siyuan was beaten by Zhang Zhuzhu, but he didn't care about women. He still felt that Zhang Zhuzhu was biased towards Li Fu. So she beat him. "Mr. Li, I don't think studying is necessarily useful. If I join the army, I will go to the battlefield to kill people. Will I kill people with books at that time?" Zhou Siyuan suddenly became a thorn and made things difficult for others. Li Fu said coldly, "You can't read? How can you read The Art of War? 6 Strategies. Wu Zi. Wei Liao Zi. You can't even understand the march map and border defense map. Then you will just be a man." Zhou Siyuan had never heard of what Li Fu said, and the young men around him laughed. Zhou Siyuan blushed. "Li Fu, are you studying to show off?" Li Qi said seriously. "Don't laugh." Li Qi was quite dignified, and he stunned everyone with one sentence. He said to Zhou Siyuan, "You want to join the army?" Which is indeed a great ambition. The border of Daxia is often invaded by the Hu people. There are many talented generals, and the soldiers have shed their blood. You are 15 years old this year. How to choose is up to you. When Zhou Siyuan heard this, his heart pounded. Zhou Siyuan was indeed 15 years old. He had never known what his future was. He just bullied the village. Now he had a yearning in his heart. Zhou Siyuan walked to Li Qi with crutches and bowed respectfully. "Please teach me." "Sir." Li Qi helped him up. "Okay." Li Qi thought that maybe he would never be able to turn over a new leaf in his life. But even if one of the students he taught could become a talent, it would be considered that he had fulfilled his duties to Daxia. Dozens of students, big and small, followed Li Qi in, paid homage to the saint, and then began to practice calligraphy. Zhang Baobao was among them. Chapter 16. Returning to the parents' home on the 3rd day of the new year. The Zhang family has one less person to work. In the Zhang family, 8-year-olds are also laborers. When Zhang Baobao goes to school, the Zhang family does not lose a laborer. When Zhang Yini knew that Zhang Baobao went to school, she wanted to hit her head against her head and die, and then be reborn as a boy. Unfortunately, she couldn't do that. She was very unhappy at home. She broke 2 bowls, and was scolded by Zhang Dachuan several times a day. Zhang Zhuzhu persuaded the little girl twice, but it was useless. It happened that today was the day when Zhang Jinjin and her husband returned to their parents' home. Zhang Zhuzhu planned to let Zhang Jinjin persuade her. Near noon, Zhang Jinjin and Lu Bin came home together, with 7 or 8 packages of different sizes in their hands. Zhang Jinjin had her hair done up like a woman, with 2 silver hairpins on her head, and she was wearing a red dress, looking very energetic. Lu Bin followed Zhang Jinjin, also smiling. The young couple was very happy, as they were newly married. Wu Guinyang hurriedly pulled her daughter's hand. Her eyes reddened again. Lu Bin bowed to the couple and called out, "Father-in-law, mother-in-law." Wu Guinyang responded, and Zhang Dachuan smiled and said, "Good. You are in good shape." Zhang Jinjin was afraid that he would say I can plow the land next. So she interrupted his father. We brought gifts back home. Father, mother, please take a look. They were all ordinary people. And they brought rice, flour, grain, oil, eggs, mutton, a piece of cloth, and a jar of wine. They were really generous. Wu Guiyang said, why did my parents-in-law ask you to bring so much back? You can't do that. Take it away later. Lu Bin said, mother-in-law, the gifts you brought here are not for you to take back. You two gave Jin a piece of land as a dowry. If this gets out, I don't know how many people will be jealous. My parents said that I will be our son in the future. If there is anything, just send someone to tell me, and I will definitely take care of it for our family. The land is not small. And the Lu family is not blind. Now the land is in Zhang Jinjin's hands. When Zhang Jinjin gives birth to a son, it will belong to their Lu family in the future. The Zhang family is really kind. Zhang Dachuan still felt a little pain in his heart. But when he saw the return gifts, he felt much better, thinking that there would be gifts every year and festival in the future. And he got a capable person for free. Wu Guiyang was also happy. Her daughter Jin brought the dowry with her, which made her look proud. Her parents-in-law also knew that she could not be bullied. If she gave birth to a child for the Lu family, she would be able to gain a firm foothold in the Lu family and become a member of the Lu family. Zhang Dachuan said, we will be a family in the future. Lu Bin immediately said, yes. My father said so too. You two are saying the same thing. Our two families are destined to be together. Lu Bin followed his father to do business in the grain store. He was also eloquent. He alone said more than the Zhang family combined. Finally, he looked at Zhang Jinjin again. Others think that our Jinjin was raised in pampering. It's all nonsense to say that she can't work. Jinjin cooked a table of dishes. My parents said they were good. My brothers and sisters also said that my sister-in-law was amazing after eating. My parents really taught their daughter well. Lu Bin praised Zhang Jinjin. Zhang Zhuzhu thought, how could it not be nice? She taught her. My two younger sisters must be as good as Jinjin. Lu Bin praised the two younger sisters as well. Zhang Yining smiled embarrassedly. She is just like that. She is arrogant and can't stand being praised. Brother-in-law is really good at talking. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled. My elder sister has many more skills. You will have more to learn in the future. Zhang Jinjin was embarrassed by the praise. What skills do I have? I only know a little bit. Lu Bin pulled her hand. Yes. My wife is very capable. Zhang Jinjin blushed and quickly pulled her hand out. Wu Guiyang thought that the young couple was quite loving. So she said, son-in-law, head of the family, you two talk. I'll go and prepare lunch with them. After that, Wu Guiyang left with her three daughters. When they reached the door of the next room, Wu Guiyang drove her two daughters away again and dragged Zhang Jinjin in alone. Zhang Yining was puzzled and said, why can't you talk to us? Zhang Zhuzhu thought, isn't it just a little thing in the quilt? But seeing that the eldest sister is tall and strong, she should be in good health. When you get married and return home, you will know, Zhang Zhuzhu said. Zhang Yining calculated, it will take another 2 years. I also want to get married. Look how happy my sister is smiling. Do you want to get married? Zhang Zhuzhu, I don't want to get married. I want to be a nun on Phoenix Mountain in the back. Zhang Yining, what nonsense are you talking about? Only widows and unwanted women go there. Zhang Zhuzhu thought to herself that she was not talking nonsense. These days women are like objects. If you are lucky, you can find someone who is similar and you can live. If you are unlucky and make a mistake, you may not survive even if you get married. Some girls who got married in Zhongjia village were beaten to death by men. In addition, the medical conditions are not good, and the risk of having children is high. If the man messes around with other women outside, he is likely to get sick. In short, the risk of getting married is too high, and she just wants to admire the man's face. The two went to the kitchen to work. As soon as they started working, Zhang Yining forgot everything and started scolding Zhang Baobao. Zhang Zhuzhu said, second sister, do you want to learn to read? Zhang Yining was stunned. I am a woman. It is useless for me to study. Although she scolded Zhang Baobao, she also felt that she did not need to study. Zhang Zhuzhu lowered her eyes and sighed softly. From ancient times to the present, women have really lost too many opportunities. Zhang Zhuzhu said, wait until Baobao comes back, and see what he has learned. We can also learn to read and read a little. I heard that reading can make people smarter. Second sister. Learn a little. Zhang Yining was still hesitating. And Zhang Juju said, if you have a son in the future, you can teach him early. Right. Zhang Yining nodded this time. Okay. You are right. When I give birth to a son in the future, if he can study and pass the exam to become a scholar, then I will be the mother of a scholar. Zhang Zuzu did not explain other reasons to her. Just said yes. After a while, Zhang Jingjing came in to help. Her face a little red. Probably because the things in the bed had been explained clearly. Wu Guanyang also came in to help. And Zhang Zuzu began to direct them. Chopping meat and cutting vegetables. Very orderly. Zhang Zuzu made more and said, Mom, divide some out and send them to the Li family later. Zhang Jingjing also nodded, yes. Mom, on the day of my wedding, thanks to Li Sanling's help, I brought so much food back home today. We have to send it. Wu Guanyang agreed. Yes, it was the work of that bastard from Dongping village. Give some to the Li family. We are still good neighbors. Wu Guanyang said. Zhang Jingjing, the boy from Dongping village. Zhou Siyuan? Zhang Yining immediately told the whole story. But everyone said that it was nonsense from Grandpa and Grandma. And no one believed it. Zhang Jingjing looked at her third sister and thought that Zhang Juju was indeed the smartest in the Zhang family. She could even put an end to such a deadly rumor. She came over and said, Third sister, I think the Lu family, that is, my sister-in-law, is not honest with me. She says one thing in front of me and another behind my back. Zhang Juju listened to her detailed explanation and said, Is she engaged? No, said Zhang Jingjing. I was just talking about her. Zhang Zuzu, sister. Don't worry about her. She will get married eventually. You should be careful and hold on to the money in your hands. Don't give it to anyone. When someone mentions money to you, you pretend not to understand. I think your brother-in-law is a smart man. You should talk to him at night and tell him about your future and your children. You should make him follow your heart. Zhang Jingjing nodded. Okay. You can't be too soft. You are the eldest sister-in-law in the family. Not there to serve others. You should be tough when you need to be tough. Zhang Zuzu said. Zhang Jingjing is not stupid. She can think of what to do. The smell of food wafted out of the Zhang family's kitchen. Zhang Juju carried the lunch box and went to the Li family. Chapter 17 I am your father. Zhang Juju came to the Li family with a food box. And she just pretended that nothing had happened. Two sisters-in-law. Zhang Juju said. My sister is coming home today. And sent me to deliver some wine and food. It's a bit simple. Please forgive me. Zhao Ping and Zhou Ri both smelled the fragrance. Apart from anything else, the food in the Zhang family is really fragrant. At first they thought that the food in the Zhang family was fragrant, because Zhang Juju was willing to add oil and seasonings. But later they found that it was not the case at all. But that her cooking skills were good. And even her pancakes were more fragrant than theirs. Zhao Ping tried hard to learn. But it was a pity that she didn't seem to have that talent. Zhou Ri also learned. She really didn't want to cook. And she was in the kitchen all day, being smoked by oil smoke. Zhou Ri really couldn't stand it. As for their mother-in-law, Lin Weining, the two daughters-in-law couldn't let her cook. Zhou Ri smiled and said, What do you mean by simple? You are too modest. I think if you become a cook, you will definitely be fought over. Zhang Juju thought to herself. My only happiness is eating. Not to mention that there are vegetables and meat today. Even wild vegetable dumplings. I can make a variety of them for you. Zhao Ping rarely said a few more words. My brother Yuan said that he likes the food you cook. Zhang Juju said. It's good that he likes it. The Li family set up a table at noon. The father and son of the Li family were tired after a morning. And they sat down at the table when they smelled the fragrance. Li Fu said. Is this sent by the Zhang family? Zhou Rui smiled. Did you smell it? Third brother? Li Fu was a little embarrassed. Zhou Rui quickly said. The eldest daughter of the Zhang family came back today and said thank you for our help that day. So she sent a table over. Li Zhu said, Don't tell me. Third brother. I can smell it. It's delicious. The food at the Zhang family is indeed better than that at home. Zhao Ping looked at the family and felt a little guilty. I will learn from the third daughter. Zhou Rui also had this idea. But she didn't say anything and glanced at her mother-in-law. Lin Weining said, in the past. We had eaten all kinds of delicacies from mountains and seas. But now you are not picky. Not only are they not picky, the 3 children are very happy to eat. Lin Weining looked at her grandchildren and was speechless. She said, we are not short of money at home. If it is really not possible, we can hire someone to cook. Zhao Ping quickly said no need. Zhou Rui was happy and said, Mother-in-law, this is not good. Let me and my sister-in-law do it. Lin Weining glanced at Zhou Rui and said, forget it. It doesn't matter what the adults eat. But it doesn't matter what the children eat. I will ask the village head's wife to find someone who can cook. The Li family decided on this. The Zhang family was also eating happily. Zhang Dachuan and Lu Bin were drinking. Zhang Baobao drank the mutton soup and said, third sister, let's raise a sheep at home and kill it for me during the new year. Zhang Yining said, who will raise the sheep? You are too busy studying to take care of it. Zhang Baobao lowered his head and drank the soup, not daring to say anything more. He had to study now and did less work. So he really didn't have the confidence to say this. Lu Bin smiled and said, Xiaobao likes it. Brother-in-law will send you some later. Zhang Baobao smiled, thank you. Brother-in-law? Lu Bin touched his head, study hard. I heard that if you study hard and pass the imperial examination, you don't have to pay taxes on your family's land. Zhang Dachuan naturally knew about this and said happily, yes. Study hard and study hard. Our family has so much land. You study to earn food for the family. Zhang Dachuan smiled from ear to ear when he thought of the day when he didn't have to pay taxes. Zhang Yining said to Zhang Zhuzhu, if you have a son in the future, let him take the imperial examination. And then, I don't have to hand over my piece of land. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled, yes. It depends on my nephew. Zhang Yining rolled her eyes at Zhang Zhuzhu. The meal was a happy one. But after a short rest, Zhang Jinjin and Lu Bin had to go back to town. It would be bad to go back too late. Wu Guiyang asked Zhang Jinjin to bring back live chickens and ducks, saying that they were for her mother-in-law's health. In short, the courtesy was there. Zhang Dachuan watched the young couple leave in peace, and said to his wife, Brotherly is right. You see, I gave Jinjin a piece of land, and the Lu family gave so many gifts in return. But they dare not bully our Jinjin. Wu Guiyang said, yes. Look at Jinjin. She looks so good. I asked her. Maybe she will give us a grandson soon. Zhang Dachuan laughed. And he was really happy. The Li family invited a village woman to cook. But the food was not satisfactory. Not to mention that it was not delicious. They also saw hair in the dishes. Lin Weining saw it, and couldn't eat for 2 days. So he quickly asked the woman to leave. The woman was very dissatisfied and said that they were all farmers. It would be fine if they didn't cook. But they were picky after eating. Outsiders said that the Li family was difficult to serve. In fact, these days, everyone just wants to fill their stomachs. There is definitely no one like Zhang Zhuzhu who pursues the color, fragrance and taste of the food, picks the variety, and pays attention to food safety in the nearby villages. That day, Li Qi ate another meal cooked by his eldest daughter-in-law. In the evening, he said to Lin Weining, Wen Yang, why don't you invite the third daughter of the Zhang family to come home to cook for lunch? Forget about the morning and evening. At least let people have a full meal a day. Lin Weining was still hesitating. And Li Qi said, look at Yuan. His little face is sallow. And Zhao and Tao don't eat well. If they don't eat, how can they grow taller? Lin Weining had no choice but to say, okay. Let's invite her. We will pay her, and she will cook for lunch. The next day, Li Qi and Lin Weining went to Zhang's house to talk about this. Lin Weining would not go out easily. Zhang's couple heard it. And Zhang Dachuan said, it's just a meal. No money. Let Zhuzhu do it. No. Lin Weining said. Cooking is hard work. We can't let the children work for nothing. Giving money is a transaction. Not giving money is a favor. There is no need for that. Wu Guiyang wanted to agree. But Zhang Dachuan said, hey, the child is studying at your house. Otherwise, let San Air cook as a gift. Wu Guiyang didn't say anything this time. Li Qi said, why don't you discuss it with San Yang? Zhang Dachuan waved his hand and said, I am her father, and I can't make the decision for her. Don't worry. Li Qi and his wife looked at each other and didn't say anything. Li Qi thought, it's not certain who will make the decision. In the afternoon, when Zhang Zhuzhu came back from picking eggs, She heard that she had an extra job. Zhang Dachuan said, "You just go to the Li family and cook a simple meal, which will be equivalent to your brother's tuition. And everyone will be happy." Zhang Zuzu rolled her eyes. "You are so happy." "Huh?" She did the work alone. And the benefits went to her family. She is really calculating. Zhang Dachuan said, "Who are you rolling your eyes at? It's just cooking a meal. I am your father." Zhang Zuzu didn't argue with him. Turned around and went back to rest. Wu Guinyang said, "Boss." Zuzu didn't say anything. She agreed. "Huh?" She dared not agree. Zhang Dachuan said with his eyes wide open. Since ancient times, children should listen to their parents. Zhang Dachuan didn't listen. It was his parents who were wrong. If Zhang Zuzu doesn't listen, it's Zhang Zuzu's fault. Anyway, Zhang Dachuan is right. Near noon, Zhang Zuzu went to Li's house to cook. Li Fu naturally knew what happened yesterday. "What are your plans?" Li Fu asked. Zhang Zuzu said, "Can I have lunch at your house in the future? I'll eat in the kitchen after I finish cooking. Is that okay?" Li Fu agreed immediately. "Can you make the decision?" Zhang Zuzu asked. Li Fu helped her at firewood and said, "Yes. My parents said that they asked you to cook, not to make enemies. Whatever you want to do, our family can agree." Zhang Zuzu smiled immediately. "That's good." Li Fu mentioned that the hired maid lost her hair when cooking, making it impossible for the family to eat. Zhang Zuzu had already put on the apron and hat she made herself, as well as a simple mask, which was considered fully armed. "Don't worry," Li Fu said. "Third miss, you have worked hard. Then give me a book and I will go back and read it," Zhang Zuzu said. Li Fu smiled and said, "I can give you the book, but I am afraid that you can't understand it. I still need to teach you. Let's talk about it later. Give me a book and I will go back and take a look," Zhang Zuzu said. Chapter 18. Can you sleep? I can't. Lin Weiying was left with a psychological trauma. When Zhang Zuzu was cooking, she found an excuse to take a look. Seeing that she was wrapped tightly, with only a pair of eyes showing, she felt relieved immediately. Looking again, Zhang Zuzu even separated the knife for cutting meat and the knife for cutting vegetables into two different chopping boards, which made her even more satisfied. "Third miss, I really want to praise you," Lin Weiying praised, saying that there were also slack cooks in the family in the past. "Thank you for the praise, Aunt," Zhang Zuzu replied. The two daughters-in-law of the Li family also came over and praised Zhang Zuzu again. At noon, Zhang Zuzu not only cooked meals for people, but also mixed cat food for the two kittens of the Zhang family. The food for children was different from that for adults. When Li Qi finished his morning class, she had already prepared the meal, fed the cat, and ate herself. She said goodbye to the Li family and went home. Li Fu gave her a copy of the three-character classic. Zhang Zuzu opened it and took a look. She could barely recognize a few words. "Take it home and read it. I'll teach you later," Li Fu said. Zhang Zuzu nodded and put the book in the basket. Zhou Xiyun happened to pass by and said casually, "What is a girl doing with a book?" Zhang Zuzu, "Why? Women are not human beings?" When Zhou Xiyun saw Zhang Zuzu now, he first remembered the beating and hurriedly said, No, I just asked a question casually." Zhang Zuzu said, "Now that you can read and study, you must be more careful in what you say and do. Otherwise you will not know what happened if you offend someone in the future." After that, Zhang Zuzu left. Zhou Xiyun looked at her back and asked Li Fu. She said she had a bad reputation. And I said I didn't dislike her. Why is she still unhappy? Li Fu said, "Because you don't deserve it." Zhou Xiyun was so angry that he couldn't speak. Li Fu said, "She convinced you on her own that day, and also tried to quell the rumors against her. Zhang Zuzu is very smart and calm. You are not as good as her. Not worthy of her. And you almost ruined her. She is so smart and calm. If other women encounter such a thing that ruins their reputation, they will probably be at a loss, and will only hide in the house and cry." But Zhang Zuzu didn't. She solved the matter smoothly, which is not something that everyone can do. Zhou Xiyun said hesitantly, "She beat me into submission. Shouldn't you beat me?" Li Fu said. Zhou Xiyun didn't say anything. Li Fu said, "Watch your mouth. Trouble comes from the mouth." Li Fu thought, with Zhang Zuzu's intelligence and calmness, if she were a man, it would not be a problem for her to achieve success. But as a woman, She will definitely live a good life in the future. Joe, see you inside. This time he offended Juju badly. But he remembered what Juju said. If Juju really wanted wealth and glory, then he would go and earn it. And then, he wouldn't be afraid of someone snatching it from him. Zhang Juju was taking a nap on the bed. And she sneezed twice. And she didn't know which damn cursed her. The Zhang family had no stove, and no one was cooking. Zhang Yining said, "It's Juju's turn to cook today. It's not my turn." Zhang Dachuan was furious. This damn girl. She doesn't even cook. She's going to starve her father to death. Wu Guiyang said quickly, "Master, I'll go. I'll go." Zhang Dachuan was furious. "Look at how you spoiled the child. You don't even want to cook a meal at home. It's outrageous." Wu Guiyang didn't argue with her husband, thinking that which child in the Zhang family had ever been spoiled. They were dreaming of being spoiled. Wu Guiyang's cooking skills were not very good. They had a meal at noon, and worked in the fields in the afternoon. And Zhang Dachuan asked Zhang Zuzhu about cooking. Zhang Zuzhu said calmly, "Dad, do you think cooking is simple?" Zhang Dachuan, "What's so difficult about it? I've done it too." Zhang Zuzhu said, "But your cooking is not tasty. So you want me to cook? Right? This is true. Zhang Zuzhu is good at cooking. And her cooking is better than others." Zhang Zuzhu said again, "When I cook, first, it must be cooked. Second, it must be delicious. And third, it must be plated, sliced, shredded, and diced. I do all of these well. And my cooking is clean. When have you ever seen a hair or a small insect in the food I cook? There is none. I don't know about other people's cooking. But cooking is a hard job for me. I can cook for my family. There is no problem with that. But you can't use my hard work as a gift to my brother. I am his sister, not his parents." Zhang Zuzhu said confidently. "My parents are still alive. It is their responsibility to educate their children. Not my sister. Studying is the most important thing. I pay him tuition. When he becomes famous in the future, will he also attribute the credit to me? Her labor is valuable. Okay. If you think studying is too expensive and you can't bear to spend money, then don't go. There is no reason to deduct money from your daughter. She cooks a meal, which makes her back and waist sore. She will also be scalded by hot water, splashed by hot oil, and cut her fingers by a kitchen knife. There are also open flames and oil smoke. These are all risks. Huge risks, which may disfigure her and leave scars. She can't sell her labor and get nothing. This is not allowed." Zhang Dachuan was speechless and said, "Then you are the elder sister. Zhang Zuzhu, you are the elder brother of the second uncle. Why don't you give your money to the second uncle? He has been making trouble for a long time. It's different." Zhang Dachuan was at a loss for words. Zhang Ruzu, "Dad, in my opinion, it's the same. Grandma and Grandpa wanted to deduct you and give money to the second uncle. But you tried every means to escape. I am your daughter. You want to deduct me and give it to your younger brother. Should I obey? You are a good example. No one in our family deducts money from the elder and gives money to the younger." Zhang Zuzhu was not afraid of him. Zhang Dachuan was silent. Zhang Zuzhu said, "Dad, boys and girls are all human beings. I am also a kind-hearted person. You deduct me. I am so sad. When I lie in the quilt at night, I think about how hard I have worked in our family for so many years. Working like a cow and a horse. My younger brother doesn't have to do this to me. I still have to pay him a gift. You can sleep. But I really can't. Dad, when Grandpa and Grandma deducted money from you, could you sleep?" Zhang Dachuan certainly couldn't sleep. He also wanted to ask why at that time. Later, when he had money, he ran away immediately. "Dad, think about it carefully. It doesn't matter if you can't figure it out. Anyway, I eat well in the Li family," Zhang Zuzu said. Zhang Dachuan really couldn't argue with her. "Then your mother and your second sister can't eat either." Zhang Zuzhu laughed. "They didn't stop you from deducting money from me. So they are accomplices. You are all wrong. No one can eat the food I cook." Wu Guiyang and Zhang Yining looked at each other. Zhang Yining said, "Saner, I didn't let Dad deduct money from you." Zhang Zuzhu, "Don't tell me. It's useless." Wu Guiyang thought that her third daughter was too smart. When Jean was at home, she was willing to suffer a loss. But she didn't want to suffer any loss at all. Zhang Dachuan was angry. Zhang Laoji's family even sold their daughter to marry their son. If you were reincarnated into Zhang Laoji's family, see what you would say. Dad, I don't allow you to compare yourself with a beast like Zhang Laoji. Zhang Zuzu said loudly. You are a person. A good person. A virtuous person. And a good father who loves his children. You deducted money from me. But you made a small mistake, which is not as bad as Zhang Laoji. You compare him, which is called self-degradation. I don't allow you to look down on yourself like this. Zhang Dachuan was embarrassed to hear this, and left with a red face. Zhang Zuzu looked at his back and laughed. Zhang Yining said, Sanner, how can you talk so much that you even persuaded your father to leave? Zhang Zuzu, it's just a trivial skill. Zhang Yining, if you really reincarnate into Zhang Laoji's family, and he sells you to that brothel, what will you do? Zhang Zuzu, what can I do? I'll just find a rope and hang myself. Her current life is in hard mode. If she really reincarnates into a family like Zhang Laoji, it will be hell mode. If she really encounters that, she would hang herself at that time. And she would definitely not be able to hold on until now. Zhang Yining sighed. I don't know what happened to Zhang Laoji's sister. Zhang Zuzu also sighed. What good could come of being sold? She would definitely suffer. The Zhang family was in a stalemate for 10 days. Zhang Zuzu ate and drank enough at Li's house, and her face became round. Zhang Dachuan was so angry that he jumped up and down at home. But just as Zhang Zuzu said, Zhang Dachuan was not a vicious person, and he couldn't do anything to his daughter. Chapter 19 Beauty Trap. Zhang Dachuan met Li Qi and said, Brother Li, I am a soft-hearted person. I can't do anything about my children. Li Qi naturally knew about Zhang Zuzu's affairs. He also heard some of Zhang Zuzu's words, and felt that this girl was indeed smart. She didn't force you. If you were fierce, she would say that you were a good person and you had virtues. If you retreated, she would talk about the principles, the responsibilities of parents, and the difficulties of cooking. Anyway, I just didn't listen to you. Li Qi smiled and said, being soft-hearted may not be a bad thing. Zhang Dachuan patted his chest. Yes, I have a conscience. He couldn't really compare himself with Zhang Laoji. He was really not that kind of beast. His parents treated him so well, and he also gave money to support them. Li Qi said, your family is in such a difficult situation. Logically, I should let the third girl go back and ask you to discuss it again. But we can't bear to do so. Yesterday, the child fried a plate of peanuts. I don't know how she fried them, but the peanuts are still crispy today. It's perfect as a snack. And the bacon she fried is said to be left over from your family's New Year's pig slaughter. It's also delicious. Li Qi sighed. My wife likes to eat vegetarian food. She couldn't help but eat a few more bites and said that the pork is not fishy. Li Qi talked a lot, and Zhang Dachuan's mouth was almost watering. Zhang Zuzu is really stubborn. She doesn't cook if she doesn't want to. She cooks very simple breakfast and dinner, such as porridge, steamed cakes and steamed eggs. These are edible. But the family doesn't eat as well as before. Zhang Dachuan said, I know that the pork is not fishy. But don't tell anyone. Brother Li. Li Qi said, tell me. Brother. I won't say anything. Zhang Dachuan lowered his voice. The pork is from a boar that has been fed for a year. Li Qi wanted to hear him continue. But Zhang Dachuan looked a little embarrassed and said even more, when the boar piglets are just born, castrate the pigs and raise them up. The meat will be better. Li Qi opened his eyes wide. Is that so? Zhang Dachuan, I don't know how my girl knew it. She castrates the pigs every year. Li Qi's hand trembled. He patted Zhang Dachuan on the shoulder. We are old. And young people have their own reasons. Right? Zhang Dachuan sighed. He didn't have as much reason as Zhang Luozhu. For the sake of a stutter, I, as a father, have to bow my head. Tell me, is there any justice in the world? Li Qi, just tell me if you want to eat. Zhang Dachuan, I want to eat. That's it. If Zhang Juju can be replaced, then the fight is still interesting. If you want to eat, you've lost from the beginning to the end. The next day, Zhang Juju hummed a little tune while cooking at Li's house. When Li Qi saw her, his eyes were very complicated. Zhang Zuzu looked at him puzzledly. And then she cut open a chicken. Li Qi felt a chill on his back and smiled. It seems like you've won back a city? If he had been earlier, he would have seen Zhang Zuzu killing the chicken and bleeding it. Zhang Zuzu smiled. Uncle, I am defending the city walls and clearing the countryside. I want a complete victory. Li Fu and Zhou Xiyun passed by. Zhou Xiyun, what? What? What does defending the city walls and clearing the countryside mean? Li Fu, during a battle, strengthen the city walls. Put all the food and people around the city into the city. And then defend the city and don't go out. This is one of the ways to defend the city during a battle. Zhou Xiyun frowned. How did Juju know this? Li Fu, I said she is smart. Zhou Xiyun was a little proud and said, yes. She is very smart. I know. Zhang Juju sometimes listens to the Li family's lectures nearby recently. Zhou Xiyun thought she had learned it recently. Li Qi thought that this was Li Fu who taught Zhang Juju. And he also thought that Zhang Juju was amazing. Zhou Xiyun went to study hard. And Li Qi went to see the students. Li Fu said, besides fortifying the city and clearing the countryside. What else do you know? What else do I know? Zhang Juju stood up and looked at Li Fu with a smile. Beauty trap. Li Fu choked and fled. Zhang Juju hummed a song and laughed. She was really funny. That day, the Zhang family discussed Zhang Juju's salary with the Li family. Zhang Juju argued with reason and tried her best to protect her own interests, saying, 2 cents of silver a month is fine. But during festivals, if you want me to cook big dishes, prepare New Year's goods, or if you have guests at home, if anyone wants to celebrate a birthday or have a banquet for other things, that's another price. Zhang Dachuan blushed when he heard this and scolded Zhang Zuju. Saner, what did you say? 2 coins of silver is not a small amount. Zhang Juju was generous and not embarrassed. For example, next month is the Dragon Boat Festival. If you want me to make rice dumplings, I will charge more. Lin Weining said, okay. Lin Weining and Li Qi and his wife did not think she was asking for too much. And Li Fu did not think so either. People eat grains and cereals. And they will always get sick. I have to rest for 4 days every month. I decide the date myself. I will pay for these 4 days. If I rest for more days, I can deduct money. But I will prepare the food in advance before resting. And it can be eaten after steaming. Lin Weining nodded. Okay. This is understandable. Who doesn't get sick? Besides, Zhang Zuju deserves it. There is really no other one who cooks delicious and clean food. Everyone discussed how much more money to add. And the matter was settled. Zhang Zuju was still boasting. She said, you are not at a loss. When sending Lin Weining and Li Qi away, Wu Guanyang and Zhang Dachuan blushed. They thought it was just a matter of a word. But Zhang Zuzu was so fussy. As if they loved to fuss. So they raised such a child. Zhang Dachuan said, Saner, you are really fussy. Zhang Juju said confidently, I don't call it fussing. I am protecting the rights that workers deserve. I am very polite. I didn't even ask for a 2-day weekend off. You just cook. What kind of labor is that? Zhang Dachuan retorted. Then don't eat. Zhang Zuzu said. Zhang Dachuan, if all the workers do it like you, our family won't be able to afford it in the future. Zhang Zuzu, yes. Aren't Uncle Li and Aunt Li kind people? You are not as generous as them. This brings us back to Zhang Dachuan's stinginess. Which daughter treats her own father so badly? Zhang Dachuan, what sin did I commit to have a daughter like you? Zhang Zuju, I have to ask the Bodhisattva. It must be the sin of the previous life. The father and daughter sang in unison. Like a storyteller. Li Fu walked very slowly, and took all the words into her ears. Zhang Juju said her request so openly. Li Fu did not think she was fussy. When she said those words, there seemed to be light in her eyes, which made people feel that she was full of confidence, which was very different from her previous depressed appearance. It was refreshing to hear her say that she was protecting her rights. Li Fu had never heard these words. Lin Weining also said, the daughter of the Zhang family is indeed smart and generous. It's a pity that she was born in an ordinary family like the Zhang family. If she was born in an aristocratic family in the capital, she would definitely be a figure. Li Qi said, it doesn't matter where she was born. I think it's our family's luck that she was born here. Lin Weining smiled, that's right. At least the Li family won't be hungry anymore. The Zhang family has already gone home. And Li Fu caught up with her parents and went back together. Lin Weining looked at her son. And a hidden worry rose in her heart. But she didn't know how to tell her son. If she didn't say it, her son might not understand. She said it. And it actually enlightened her son. Being a parent is really difficult. Whether the child is smart or confused, it is the parents who are in trouble. Chapter 20. An old man who is still alive is a thief. Zhang Juju officially started working and making money. When she first came here, she also wanted to make great plans. But in the end, she found that everything was just a dream. You want to do business. You can. But if you don't have a background and no one to support you, you can't do business. For example, there used to be a restaurant in the town. The chef was said to have returned from a famous restaurant in another place. He had a recipe and wanted to do business on his own. As a result, he didn't manage it well. The business didn't get done. The recipe was lost. And he even had a leg broken. It was useless to report to the government. He couldn't find the person who beat him. So he could only suffer this loss in silence. Injury and disability are nothing. But killing the whole family is also a big deal. Zhang Juju has learned about some of the situation, which is really terrible. This is really a cruel society. Those who can do business nowadays are generally from good backgrounds, have backers, and are local big families. Zhangjia village can barely be considered a family. If you want to do business, you have to pull all your relatives in, make money together, and then find ways to hook up with an official, or have an official from your family, collude with each other. And then you can expand your business. Maybe there are people who do business honestly, but this is relatively rare. If Zhang Zuju is ruthless, maybe she can do business. But she was really tired. She didn't want to do it. Fortunately, the Zhang family she was born into could feed and drink her, so she wouldn't go hungry. The couple were soft-hearted, so they could finally make ends meet. Although it was a bit more work, it was not unbearable. Anyway, if she did business, she would have to get up early and work late, and work herself to death. Zhang Juju really didn't want to live that kind of life. She just wanted to live a little easier. She was working in the Li family now, and she found the feeling of working in the past. I don't know why, but I was in a good mood. Li Fu looked at her, as if she saw a brisk swallow. Why are you so happy? Li Fu couldn't help asking her. Zhang Juju smiled. Now you all still rely on your parents for food. But I don't. Isn't it worth being happy? Li Fu thought about it, and it was true, yes. The third lady is more capable than me. Zhang Zuju laughed, just joking. You look like someone who wants to do great things. Li Fu did have great ambitions. Even though his family had to leave the capital, and even his brothers lost the opportunity to take the imperial examination. But as the saying goes, there is always a way out. Li Fu still wanted to realize his ambitions. Just like Zhang Zuju said, he had to do his best to fight for his rights. Li Fu, what ambitions does the third lady have? Zhang Juju replied, it's not an ambition. I just want to live a life where clothes are provided for me. I don't have to work hard all day. I just want to lie down. I'll be happy. Li Fu thought for a while. This seems a bit difficult. People don't just lie down. They always have to do something when they are alive. Zhang Juju looked at him. It's not difficult. That's not called ambition. Li Fu felt that what she said made sense. That's right. I hope your ambition can be realized. Li Fu offered her best wishes. Zhang Zuju replied, let's encourage each other. Li Fu laughed, okay. Okay. Let's encourage each other. The Dragon Boat Festival is coming soon. Zhang Zuju started to prepare to make zongzi. She planned to make more, and make all the flavors she liked. After all the hard work, she always wanted to eat happily. Zhang Juju didn't like to do these things before. In the mood of getting by, she always made do during the festival. Although outsiders might think that the Zhang family ate well, for Zhang Juju, it was really just making do. This year she won't make do. She tried some flavors in advance, including sweet, salty, meat and vegetarian. After trying out the flavors, she started making zongzi on the day. Li Fu was very emotional and said to her, the firewood at home has been insufficient recently. Li Fu is still studying. He has a famous teacher to teach him. Now he also has correspondence with his teacher. At the same time, he is responsible for some chores at home, such as chopping wood. Zhang Juju said, this is not enough. I also plan to build a kiln to bake snacks for you. Li Fu had just chopped wood for the whole morning, and his hands were still shaking. Hearing this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Third miss, let alone me. Our family's axe has been cut into gaps. Zhang Juju looked at the axe and muttered, alas. The smelting technology is not good either. It's a pity that I don't know how to do infrastructure. Li Fu didn't hear what she said and asked. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled. I'm guessing it's the axe or you. Although Li Fu didn't know the meaning of not good, he inexplicably felt a little competitive. Of course it's the axe. The iron on the axe is just ordinary iron. Not refined iron. The axe is not sharp enough. He clenched his shaking hands and thought. Then you should go chop more wood. Zhang Zhuzhu said with a smile. Li Fu said, I am a scholar. Chopping wood and burning fire all day. Just like a woodcutter and a villager. When can I realize my ambition? This was actually a joke. He often joked with Zhang Zhuzhu like this. The more familiar they became, the less they avoided it. Zhang Zhuzhu, I'll tell you a good way to achieve your ambitions. I'm all ears. Li Fu said. Zhang Zhuzhu said, you sit and study all day, which is really bad for your health. I asked you to chop wood and make fire, which is exercise. Exercise can achieve ambitions? Li Fu asked. You scholars are more popular as you get older. Zhang Zhuzhu said slowly. But many scholars are not in good health. They often die in their 30s or 40s. It's even rarer to die in their 50s, 60s, 70s or 80s. This is true. The average age is really low now. In modern times, 30 years old is still in the prime of life. But now you are already a grandfather. Zhang Zhuzhu said, in the future, you and your peers will fight for the same thing. You lose. But it doesn't matter. Wait a little bit. When your opponent is younger than you, you will have a great chance of winning. As long as you live. One day, you will be the oldest among the scholars. If you don't believe it, look at the officials in the court. Is it the old age that has the final say? If you keep calm and live to be 100 years old, you will be a veteran of several dynasties. When compiling history books, you will have the final say and add the achievements of those colleagues who died early to yourself. And your name will be recorded in history from then on. She made up a bunch of nonsense here. And Li Fu was really impressed by her. Third miss. There's a saying that if you are old and still alive, you are a thief. Li Fu said. Zhang Zhuzhu was unreasonable. If they have the ability, they can live so long. Let them change. Li Fu really wanted to applaud her. Do you think what I said makes sense? Zhang Zhuzhu said. Li Fu, yes. It's all crooked logic. Li Fu taught her to read some books. But he found that Zhang Zhuzhu's views on books were always different from others. She seemed to have her own reasons. And she couldn't hear the outside reasons. Li Fu always felt that reading could change her. But it seemed difficult. Then chop wood. Why are you still standing here? Zhang Zhuzhu urged. Zhang Zhuzhu certainly had her own reasons. She was an educated person. Just like Li Fu. The principles they had learned were deeply rooted and had already taken shape, and could not be easily changed. Li Fu took the broken axe and went to chop wood without complaint. He admitted that he was really no match for the third girl. He could not argue with her. And even if there were several people, he could not argue with her. The rice dumplings had been wrapped for a whole morning. But they were not finished. The fragrance filled the whole yard of the Li family, making the students lose their minds to study. Fortunately, it was a festival, and the teachers were not very interested in teaching. Both sides let each other off easily. Chapter 21 Sanlang is so pitiful. Every household has mugwort hanging on their doors. And Zhang Zhuzhu also tied a 5-color silk thread on her wrist. The village can still smell the scent of herbal water. These are all things to ward off evil spirits. The rice dumplings made by Zhang Zhuzhu were highly praised, and both families were very happy to eat them. After eating, Zhang Dachuan said, it's really rare. A girl born in the north can make meat rice dumplings that people in the south like to eat. And she makes them quite well. Wu Guinyang said, the child is smart. She thinks Zhuzhu is smarter and better than other children in the family. Our Zhuzhu has this ability, and she will definitely marry a good family in the future. Wu Guinyang said proudly. Boss, why don't you marry Zhuzhu to a wealthy family in the town? Zhang Zhuzhu cried for help in her heart. It's a big festival. Don't talk about such unlucky things. Zhang Dachuan said, you are dreaming. Which rich family would like her? Rich family? She doesn't know how to be humble. No matter where she marries, she will never be at peace. Zhang Zhuzhu heard it and said, why marry? I won't marry anyone. I will go back to the temple to become a nun. Zhang Dachuan, look. Look. I just said one word. And she yelled at me. There is no manners at all. Zhang Zhuzhu. I am not young anymore. She is older than the couple in her 2 lives combined. And now she has to be someone's daughter. Really? Why didn't she travel through time and space to become an old lady? It is said that this is also very popular. That way she can enjoy a few years of peace and quiet, and then be buried in a grand manner. Unlike now, she can only endure hardships, and it is impossible for her to marry in a grand manner, because she herself does not want to marry at all. Really? It is so annoying. Seeing this, Wu Guiyang sighed and felt that this was indeed the truth. It would be better to find an honest and obedient person. Juju has a strong opinion. If there are two people with strong opinions in the family, they will quarrel at that time, which is not good. Zhang Dachuan, humph. Isn't she going to become a nun? Let her become a nun when the time comes, and it will save a piece of land. Hearing this, Wu Guiyang couldn't help but say, Master, what are you talking about? Can you say the word of becoming a nun casually? To save a piece of land for their daughter to become a nun. If it gets out, they will not be able to live as human beings anymore. Their reputation was not good to begin with. Zhang Zuzu listened to them for a while, and then went out. Today was a festival, and adults and children were free. After everyone had dinner, they went out to gossip. When Zhang Zuzu went out, several little girls came around her, saying that their hair was messy, and asked her to tie it up. Zhang Zuzu still liked the little girls very much and played with them at the door. After a while, an aunt came over and said, Juju likes children and can cook. She looks like a good wife and mother. She will definitely marry a good family in the future. Zhang Zuzu. I just talked about this at home, and I talked about it again when I went out. Zhang Zuzu had a headache and said perfunctorily, That's not the case. Oh, look, you're embarrassed to be praised. You've really grown up. The women laughed. Zhang Zuzu smiled, thinking, can't they talk about something else? When they see girls of similar age, they have to talk about marriage. Zhang Zuzu said, I heard that the couple in the West got into a fight again. Why are they fighting during the holidays? There was a couple in the village. When they got married, it was their parents' order. After getting married, the two of them didn't like each other and quarreled every now and then. Now they are about to fight. It's very noisy. The women immediately told Zhang Zuzu the cause and effect of the matter and stopped talking about marriage for a while. When everyone came to their senses, Zhang Zuzu had disappeared. Li Fu was holding Tao Ao, the youngest in the family, in her arms. The little girl refused to go home or walk, and just wanted Li Fu to hold her. Li Fu's hands were shaking. He could normally hold his little niece, but he had chopped too much firewood these past 2 days, so he wanted to take a break. Zhang Zuzu said, Your family has finished eating. Li Fu saw that it was her, and handed the little niece over. Help me hold her for a while. Tao often played with Zhang Zuzu, and was happy to be held. So Zhang Zuzu took the child over. Where are her parents? Zhang Zuzu asked. Li Fu said helplessly. Her father said that the family has been very busy recently, and the couple haven't talked for a long time. So he sent me to take care of their child. His second brother and his wife fell in love at the Lantern Festival. They loved each other very much. When they were still in the capital, the young couple often left their children to go out for fun. Now there are no servants and maids to assign. If Li Qi and his wife want to talk, it is not easy to disturb Li Pu's family of 4. So Li Fu, a bachelor, can only take care of the little girl. Zhang Zuzu laughed. Sanlang is so pitiful. Li Fu, same here. Tao Tao is a clingy little girl who loves to be hugged and held. At this moment, she is tightly wrapped around Zhang Zuzu's neck. Zhang Zuzu was about to refute, but Li Fu stepped forward and pinched Tao Tao's face, then turned and left. Zhang Zuzu. Huh? What does it have to do with her? Li Fu. Li Fu disappeared. He was really tired. When he wrote back to the teacher, his hands were shaking and his handwriting was not as good as before. He didn't know how he would be scolded by the teacher this time. Zhang Zuzu was partly responsible for this. It was reasonable for her to help him take care of a child. Zhang Zuzu said to Tao Tao, Your uncle ran away. Tao Tao blinked his big eyes and left a milky kiss on Zhang Zuzu's cheek. Zhang Zuzu's heart softened immediately. Okay. Don't let him go. Auntie will take you to play. Tao Tao giggled. Zhang Zuzu took the little girl back home and took care of the child for the whole afternoon. When Li Zhu and Zhou Ri came to look for her in the evening, Tao Tao was sleeping soundly in Zhang Zuzu's arms. The couple felt very embarrassed. Li Zhu said, My brother is really unruly. I asked him to take care of Tao Tao for a while, but he actually handed Tao Tao to you. I'm really sorry for the trouble. When they were young, they often fought with each other, but they stopped fighting when they got older. Now Li Zhu really wanted to go back and beat Li Fu up. Zhou Ri was calmer. She held her daughter in her arms and said, "She is sleeping so soundly. You have worked hard." "Sister," Zhang Zuzhu replied, "Tao Tao is cute. Everyone in my family likes her." Li Zhu was proud. "That's right. Our Tao Tao is very likable." Zhou Ri pushed her husband, and Li Zhu stopped talking. After talking for a while, the couple went back with their daughter. After leaving the house, Li Zhu said, "I'm going to go back and beat this guy up. He can't even handle such a small matter. And he still leaves Tao Tao to the third lady to take care of. It's not that the Zhang family didn't take good care of Tao Tao, but it shouldn't be done this way." Zhou Ri said, "You tell me, why didn't Sanlang leave Tao Tao to someone else to take care of it? But to the third lady? Li Fu is younger, but he is very reliable." Li Zhu said, "Of course Tao Tao is familiar with the third lady. If Tao Tao is handed over to someone else, she will cry." Li Zhu didn't think too much. The two families are neighbors, and Zhang Zhuzhu also cooks for the Li family. She is a very reliable and trustworthy person. Zhou Ri looked at her husband and snorted. "You are so stupid. Think about it again. Did our Sanlang have any contact with any girl when he was in the capital?" Li Zhu was stunned and then said, "Ri, what do you mean?" "Zhou Ri, what do you think I mean?" "Li Zhu, you said they had a secret relationship?" Zhou Ri rolled her eyes and said, "They are just two young people. What did I say to you at that time?" This statement was too harsh. We were in love with each other. How can they compare with us? Li Zhu thought that Sanlang was a big idiot who didn't understand romance. What did he know? Zhou Ri looked at her husband and knew that he didn't believe her. After all, when he was in the capital before, there were many girls who liked Li Fu, and some were even from the royal family. But Li Fu never took them seriously. After arriving in this small village, Li Fu must not have changed much. Zhang Zhuzhu was just an illiterate country girl. How could Li Fu have her in his eyes? Zhou Ri didn't say anything, thinking, "Let's wait and see. There's something exciting going on at home." Chapter 22. Every family has its own problems. Let's not talk about Li Fu's excitement. Li Pu, the eldest of the Li family, had his own excitement. Li Pu had studied, but his road to the imperial examination was not smooth, and he himself did not like studying very much. But he was the eldest of the Li family. What else could he do if he did not study? In terms of studying, he was always suppressed by his two younger brothers. But Li Pu was kind and gentle by nature, and never envied his two younger brothers for being better than himself. Recently, a school was opened at home, and he also helped his father to discipline the students. But after a long time, Li Pu could not stand it, and was very depressed all day long. But he was not talkative, and he did not dare to tell his parents about this matter in detail. He was so depressed that he got up in the middle of the night and strolled several times. Zhao Ping couldn't bear to see her husband like this, so she took the initiative to bring up the matter after dinner that day. When they were alone, she whispered that there were other things to do at home, and it was enough to let her father Li Qi and the second son Li Zhu teach those students. Li Pu knew his wife's good intentions, but when he heard this, he hurriedly stopped Zhao Ping. No, I will just listen to my father and mother." Just this one sentence made Lin Weining furious. She slapped the teacup on the table and scolded, "You two are really incompetent." This was a very serious statement. Zhao Ping grabbed her husband's arm in shock, and Li Pu hurriedly blocked her. He knew that Zhao Ping was doing her best for him by saying such things. Seeing this, Lin Weining became even more angry. "Zhao Ping, you are the eldest daughter-in-law in the family. It's fine if you don't urge your husband to improve, but you also want to stop him. How can you be a daughter-in-law like this?" Zhao Ping was scolded in public, and tears immediately fell. She hesitated and dared not speak. Li Pu frowned and said, "Mother, don't say that." "A Ping." Lin Weining probably didn't expect that the eldest son would refute her, and her face became even more uneasy. Zhao Ping was indeed afraid of her mother-in-law, but it was not a big deal to watch her husband unable to sleep all day, and said, "Mother, my husband doesn't like reading." "Don't like it?" Lin Weining sneered. "It doesn't matter if you like it or not. There are so many things in the world that you don't like. Can you just choose not to do it?" The Li family didn't want to be forced to leave the capital. This was the first time Zhao Ping spoke loudly to her mother-in-law. She had only said 2 sentences when tears came down. When Li Pu heard this, he couldn't help it for a moment and said, "In the past in the capital, you said that there was no way out if you didn't study. Now, all the Li family members have no way to study. Whether it's my father, my brothers, or even our children. Don't even think about taking the imperial examination." After Li Pu said this, he trembled all over. This was the first time Zhao Ping spoke loudly to her family, and Li Pu was even more so. Lin Wengying was very distressed when he heard this, and didn't know what to say. Li Pu also realized that he had said something wrong, but he didn't know how to deal with it. So he pulled Zhao Ping away. Now the Li family was lively. At noon, Zhang Zhuzhu came to cook, and Zhao Ping was burning the fire next to her. After a few words, she suddenly cried. Zhang Zhuzhu was almost scared and said, "Sister-in-law, what's wrong with you?" Zhao Ping wiped her tears and said, "Third miss, I'm afraid I'm going to be divorced." Zhang Zhuzhu, "Ah, Zhao Ping, you are good and take good care of my 2 children. If I am divorced, the 2 children will be without a mother. I will trouble you to take care of them more. Sister-in-law, your family has to share the hardship. Why divorce you?" Zhang Zhuzhu was puzzled. This shouldn't be the case. The eldest brother of the Li family has a good temper, and is polite to everyone he meets. He looks like an honest man. They have 2 children. So why divorce his wife? Could it be that Li Pu is honest on the surface, but treats his wife badly behind her back? Zhao Ping thought to herself that I have offended my mother-in-law. But Zhao Ping didn't dare to tell others about the family's affairs. She was afraid of her mother-in-law to begin with. Now she thought of her fate of being divorced, and cried even more sadly. In fact, Zhang Zhuzhu still knew too little. Nowadays, if the mother-in-law really doesn't like her daughter-in-law, she can really let her son divorce her. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't think about this, but just thought that they had a conflict. Zhang Zhuzhu comforted her with a few words, and Zhao Ping barely stopped crying. Zhang Zhuzhu did not ask any more about the Li family's affairs. As a result, the Li family became lively again the next day. Lin Wengying saw that her eldest son and daughter-in-law were really unreliable, so she wanted to keep her eldest grandson with her and discipline him personally. She was afraid that her grandson would be like his parents, and would not be a good person in the future. Li Pu disagreed. Zhao Ping felt that this was a sign that she would be divorced, and she cried even more sadly. Li Pu saw his wife crying like this, and the years of grievances and repression surged out, and the couple hugged each other and cried bitterly. Lin Wengying looked at them with a dark face. Li Qi persuaded on the side, and the second son and his wife also shrank their necks and dared not speak. And Li Fu didn't know where to start. When Zhang Zhuzhu saw this scene when she entered the house, it was as if she saw the parting scene of the cowherd and the weaver girl. Lin Wengying was like the queen mother who wanted to draw a milky way to separate them. Zhang Zhuzhu went into the kitchen, and Li Fu came after a while. Zhang Zhuzhu couldn't help asking, "Your family quarreled?" Li Fu immediately said, "Yes. My mother wanted to discipline you on herself, but my eldest brother and his wife refused." Zhang Zhuzhu didn't say anything, but she thought in her heart, since the couple didn't want to, why should the mother-in-law intervene? This is how family conflicts come about. Zhang Zhuzhu stopped asking, but Li Fu couldn't help it. "My eldest brother doesn't like to study, but he is the eldest son in the family, so it's inevitable that I have more expectations for him," Li Fu said. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "If you have anything to say, just talk about it. Why do you have to do this? I think we should cook some food to reduce internal heat today." Li Fu didn't think it was a big deal. As a result, when the meal was halfway through, several people shouted, "A ping! Sister-in-law!" Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu hurried over, and saw Zhao Ping fainted in Li Pu's arms. Her face was pale, and her lips were blue. Several people were surrounding her, not knowing what to do. Zhang Zhuzhu hurried over and said, "Put her down flat. Don't gather around. Go find Master Zhang Si. He is the doctor in the village." Li Zhu said, I'll go find her." Zhang Zhuzhu shouted Zhao Ping's name loudly, then opened her upper and lower eyelids, listened to her heartbeat, observed it for a while, and said to everyone with relief, "She must have fainted. Carry her back." She had some first aid knowledge, and could tell that Zhao Ping had just fainted, and was not seriously injured. Li Fu asked, "Just fainted?" Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Yes. Go get a bowl of brown sugar water." Zhou Rui was also very scared and hurried over. Li Pu moved his wife back into the house, still trembling. A ping. A ping. Don't scare me. What about the child? What about me? Li Pu was still crying anxiously. Lin Winging felt very complicated when she saw her eldest son like this. He just fainted. Why did he scare him like this? Li Qi winked at her and told her not to show this emotion on her face. Lin Winging was also very aggrieved. This was their eldest son, who had been highly expected by them. How could he be so useless? And this daughter-in-law. She just wanted to educate you on her. It's not like she will disappear forever. Why did she cry like that and fainted? It's as if she is some kind of evil mother-in-law. Lin Winging had a terrible headache and sat beside him with his hand on his forehead. Dr. Zhang Si-te was helped and tremblingly took Xiao Ping's pulse, then frowned and sighed. Everyone in the Li family was shocked. Chapter 23. Just bear with it. Zhang Zhuzhu looked normal. The Li family didn't know about the illness of 4th Master Zhang until they came. The old man is like this. Lin Winging didn't expect his daughter-in-law to be in trouble. He asked anxiously, 4th Master, what's wrong with my daughter-in-law? Li Pu was also pale. We still have 2 children. Li Pu cried. A ping. A ping. 4th Master Zhang was old and slow to react. Li Pu's crying finally brought him back to his senses and said, congratulations. Your daughter-in-law is pregnant. Li Pu's crying stopped abruptly. Ah. Lin Winging was disappointed. Your daughter-in-law is pregnant. 4th Master Zhang continued. It's been more than 2 months. Your wife didn't get enough rest. She was frightened, tired and scared. I saw her cry and fainted. Give her some sugar water later. Eat more. Walk more. Don't scare her. And she will be fine. Li Pu nodded. Okay. I got it. Not long after seeing 4th Master Zhang off, Zhao Ping woke up. After drinking a bowl of sugar water, she gradually recovered. The Li family stopped quarreling. But the conflict did not disappear and was temporarily put aside. After all, Zhao Ping was pregnant with the Li family's child. Zhang Zhuzhu continued to go back to cook, and was also preparing to make something good for Zhao Ping alone. Zhang Zhuzhu couldn't help herself and said to Li Fu, sister-in-law told me 2 days ago that your family wanted to divorce her. I think she was scared. Li Fu was very surprised. How could it be? They quarreled. But how could they divorce their wives? Sister-in-law and brother-in-law love each other and have 2 sons and daughters. Now the family is in trouble, and it is time to work together. It is absolutely impossible to divorce their wives. Zhang Zhuzhu said, but sister-in-law told me so. She also asked me to take care of the 2 children. I don't know what's going on. How can a pregnant woman faint from fear? Li Fu thought for a while and said, sister-in-law is gentle. I think she must have misunderstood. Then this misunderstanding should be resolved as soon as possible. Pregnancy is dangerous, and it is not good to be frightened again. Zhang Zhuzhu said. You are right. I will talk to my eldest brother later. Li Fu said. Today is different from the past. Li Fu also wants to ask about the family affairs. Li Pu was depressed at that time. Li Fu came to ask him at night. He first told him what the couple had said to his mother in private before. Then Li Pu said, I have never liked studying. But I have no choice but to help discipline students these days. I often can't sleep at night and have to get up and walk. I guess this has caused her sister-in-law to have a bad rest. Li Pu thought that every time he couldn't sleep, Zhao Ping would comfort him beside him. And he felt very uncomfortable. As a husband, he really didn't fulfill his duty. Yuan and Zhao are smart. You and your sister-in-law have brought them up well. Li Fu said. If you really don't like teaching, I'll tell my father and mother. It's hard to sleep at night. You can see how much he doesn't like it. Oh, forget it. Li Pu thought for a while. Mother doesn't like me and your sister-in-law. When we talk about it, your sister-in-law will be frightened again. I just have to bear it. Li Fu didn't know what to say when he heard this. Is this something that can be solved by being patient? Now that my sister-in-law is pregnant, this matter has been suppressed temporarily. But if the problem is not solved, it will still make a fuss one day. This is not a trivial matter. Li Fu wanted to persuade him again, but Li Pu didn't want to talk anymore. He thanked his brother and went back. Li Fu looked at his brother's back and felt that he was too soft. The eldest sister-in-law thought that the family was going to divorce her. Could this matter be let go? Because Zhao Ping was pregnant and still resting in bed. Zhang Luzhu made some food for her. Zhao Ping was indeed much better today. She said, Third miss. Thank you so much. I like to eat the food you cook, Zhang Juju said, as long as the eldest sister-in-law likes it. Zhao Ping smiled very gently. She touched her abdomen. I have never been very capable. And I am not liked by others. All I can do is to expand the Li family. Zhang Juju really couldn't agree with it. And said, sister-in-law has a good temper and is hard-working. How can she not be liked? Don't think so. Zhang Juju came to the Li family more often and saw some things. The hostess of the Li family, Lin Weining, looked gentle, but her two daughters-in-law were like quails in front of her. She must have the final say in this Li family. But Zhao Ping shouldn't be so frightened. Zhao Ping seemed to see Zhang Juju's confusion and said, does the third lady think I'm too useless? Zhang Juju hurriedly shook her head and said no. Zhao Ping ate the sugar water egg and held her hand and smiled. It's nothing if you think so. Zhang Juju said, I'm just surprised. Sister-in-law. You are the eldest sister-in-law of the Li family. And you gave birth to Yuan Gur. Why do you still give in like this? She tried to put herself in her shoes. It's common for the daughters-in-law in the village to be unable to stand up straight when they don't have a son. But once they give birth to a son, they dare to speak loudly to their mother-in-law. It can be said that there are indeed levels among the women here. But Zhao Ping has almost been promoted. Zhao Ping smiled and shook her head. Third miss. If you don't mind, I will call you sister and talk to you. Zhang Juju smiled. I got an extra sister for nothing. I'm taking advantage of it. Logically speaking, the Li family suddenly suffered a disaster and came to Zhangjia village. Zhao Ping shared the joys and sorrows with her mother-in-law and sisters-in-law, and their relationship should have become closer. But in fact, it wasn't. Zhao Ping said, I don't have a good family background. Her biological father was a 5th-rank official in Beijing, which sounds very impressive. But the Li family has been doing business in Beijing for 3 generations, and it is already a big family. Li Qi rose rapidly in the officialdom, and when the emperor was not completely confused, everyone thought that he would enter the cabinet sooner or later. I have 6 sisters before me, and I am a concubine's daughter. Life at home is not easy. Zhao Ping was a little embarrassed when talking about her family background. I never dreamed that I could marry into the Li family at that time. Her 6 sisters, even the legitimate ones, were married off. Zhao Ping just wanted to marry a simple family and live a good life. She never thought that Li Pu would take a fancy to her. At that time, I thought your brother Li Pu had done something shameful and was anxious to let me in to cover it up for him. When Zhao Ping talked about her husband, her smile became even gentler. Zhang Juju could see that they really had a good relationship. Li Pu did not do anything out of the ordinary. On the contrary, he was very obedient. He just took a fancy to Zhao Ping and wanted to marry her and be her husband and wife. Li Pu was really good to her, and they never quarreled. Others don't know his difficulties, but I do, Zhao Ping said. For him, I can bear it. It doesn't matter. Zhao Ping really had no complaints at all. Zhang Zuzhu roughly understood her situation. The Li family must have better options, and Zhao Ping was the one who married into a wealthy family. Therefore, she had always given in and tolerated. The first time she spoke loudly, it was for her husband rather than for herself. Zhang Zuzhu didn't know what to say. Even if she married into a wealthy family, she couldn't live like this. It was too difficult. Sister-in-law, we can think of other ways, Zhang Juju kindly reminded. Is this really something that can be tolerated? Chapter 24. Secret Recipe for Having a Child. Your sister-in-law and your brother are the perfect example of what it means to be from the same family, Zhang Zuzhu said to Li Fu. Both of them are very tolerant. Li Fu said, yes. I don't know what he is thinking. Zhang Zuzhu hesitated to speak. She wanted to say that the problem was not only with his brother and sister-in-law. The couple was obviously tolerant. If they wanted to solve it, they had to start with the 2 elders of the Li family who made them like this. But this was too offensive. This was an internal problem of the Li family, and it also involved Li Fu's parents. She was just a cook, and she occasionally teased Li Fu a few times to make herself happy. She didn't want to get involved in the internal conflicts of the Li family. Zhang Juju said, then you should think of a way. You are such a smart person. Li Fu wanted to hear some opinions from her. The two had known each other for several months. Zhang Juju was very capable. Her perfunctory attitude made Li Fu a little dissatisfied. But Zhang Juju said that he was smart. Li Fu was a young man, and he was praised by a girl who was several years younger than him. He could still say I can't do it. I beg you. He couldn't say such words. Besides, he also saw what Zhang Zuzhu meant. After all, it was his family's business. And he should find a way. Zhang Zuzhu said, "Get it done quickly. I said I want to build a kiln. And I still expect you to work for me." She didn't have the heart to do these things before. She cooked zongzi on the Dragon Boat Festival and received praise from many people. She was very happy to eat it and was in a good mood. She was happy. So she wanted to make more food. She wanted to bake some cookies and snacks. She missed her previous life very much. Now she could only do it herself to have enough food and clothing. Li Fu was speechless for a long time. He was caught and asked to do all the work by himself. "Okay. Do I have to chop more wood?" Li Fu said. Zhang Zuzhu looked at him. "If you don't want to, I will do it myself." It's not that Zhang Zuzhu can't do this job. She has been working all year round and is really in good health. It's just that now that Li Fu has been caught, she can take advantage of him. Li Fu, no. I'm willing. Can a girl do the work? Then let me remind you. Zhang Zuzhu said. The temperament of parents will affect the child. Why are your brother and sister-in-law like this? If it goes on for a long time, your nephews and nieces, as well as the unborn child in your eldest sister-in-law's belly, will probably be affected. Li Fu immediately understood what Zhang Zuzhu meant. If you don't explode in silence, you will perish in silence. Zhang Zuzhu said. This sentence really makes sense. If you keep enduring like this, people will be twisted. Li Fu was shocked again. He could understand the meaning of this sentence. But Zhang Zuzhu didn't say anything more. She waved to Li Fu and left. She was unwilling to elaborate. Parents have always been the heaven of their children. In this era, there are only unfilial daughters, but no unfilial parents. People like Zhang Dachuan, who can get rid of such parents, are rare. It is very common for Li Pu and Zhao Ping to choose to endure. They may not know that they have other better choices. And the environment does not allow them to choose that way. Zhang Zuzhu did not have a good solution for this. She thought about making something delicious tomorrow to comfort Zhao Ping. A poor pregnant woman. Wu Guiyang saw her daughter coming back and said, Is the eldest daughter-in-law of the Li family pregnant? Zhang Zuzhu, yes. She is. Wu Guiyang was very pleased when she heard this. Zhang Zuzhu looked at her in confusion. Wu Guiyang said, I'll ask someone to call your elder sister back and let her talk to the eldest daughter-in-law of the Li family. Maybe your elder sister can get pregnant. Zhang Zuzhu remembered that Zhang Jinjin was only 18 years old. And she felt mixed emotions. 18 years old is just the beginning of adulthood. My God. Zhang Zuzhu really found it hard to accept. There's no rush. Let your elder sister and her husband spend more time together. Zhang Zuzhu said. Wu Guiyang slapped her daughter's hand hard and said, Why not rush? The fourth girl next door has given birth to her second child. And she is 2 years younger than your sister. Zhang Zuzhu's back of her hand turned red. And she quickly avoided it. Wu Guiyang hurriedly hugged her again. Your sister is back. You can take her to the Li family and talk to the eldest daughter-in-law of the Li family. She has given birth to her third child. And the first one is a son. She comes from a big place. Maybe she has a good way to give birth to a son. Zhang Zuzhu really wanted to roll her eyes. This was simply dancing in her minefield. What can I do about it? Zhang Zuzhu complained. It is men who decide whether to have a son or a daughter. And women have no way to do it. But Wu Guiyang firmly believes that the other party must have a trick to give birth to a child. And has gone out to ask someone to tell Zhang Jinjin. Zhang Zuzhu covered her chest. How can she live like this? She really couldn't stand such feudal superstition every day. Zhang Jinjin came back the next morning. Unlike Zhang Zuzhu, she wanted to get pregnant quickly. No matter whether it was a boy or a girl. She wanted to give birth to a child for the Liu family. Moreover, she felt that she was old enough to be a mother. If she didn't have a child, she would be embarrassed to go out. Zhang Zuzhu went to Zhao Ping first and brought her some food. Zhao Ping was very happy to see Zhang Zuzhu. She didn't associate with those women of good family background before, because she was afraid that they would look down on her. But Zhang Zuzhu didn't. And Zhao Ping also threw off the shackles of her family background here. When she learned that Zhang Jinjin came back specially to share her joy, she immediately agreed. But she had to tell her mother-in-law. Lin Weining had no objection. She hoped that her daughter-in-law could stand up. Zhang Jingjin came over with the small clothes she had recently sewn. Zhao Ping took the clothes she made and praised, "Sister, you are really good at sewing. This dress is beautiful." Zhang Jingjin smiled embarrassedly. She was worried that the other party came from the capital, and had seen better ones, and would not like the clothes she made. "I haven't made many pieces," Zhang Jingjin said with a smile. Zhao Ping also smiled. It can be seen that she likes to get close to people who are kind to her. Two married people can really talk about a lot. Zhang Jingjin talked about her and her husband. And Zhao Ping also said that they were both married well these days, and had a lot in common. But Zhang Zuzu is not like that. The requirements for men are not up to Zhang Zuzu's passing line. For example, as long as he doesn't beat his wife, he is very good. If he can be more considerate to his wife, say a few words to her, and spend a little money on her, then he is a good man that can only be found with a lantern. Zhang Zuzu listened for a while, fearing that she would lower her requirements for men in the future, and went to the kitchen in advance to prepare to cook. The Dragon Boat Festival has passed, and the sound of reading is loud in the courtyard of the Li family. In the afternoon, Zhang Jingjin said goodbye to Zhao Ping and prepared to return to the Lu family. Wu Guiyang took Zhang Jingjin's hand. "How is it? Have you found out how to have a son?" Zhang Jingjin shook her head. "My sister-in-law said that she took medicine, but the medicine was prepared by a doctor in the capital, and I don't know what medicinal materials are there, and I can't buy it." Wu Guiyang sighed. There was really no other way. Zhang Jingjin came over and said to Wu Guiyang with a red face, "My sister-in-law taught me a few ways to get pregnant earlier." Wu Guiyang smiled again. "You and your son-in-law should be close. I will take your two sisters to the temple to pray for you." Zhang Jingjin was very embarrassed. "Thank you, Mother." Wu Guiyang hugged her eldest daughter. As a mother, she only hoped that her daughter would be well. Outside, Zhang Dachuan wanted to send his eldest daughter back to the town in person. He was worried that Zhang Jingjin would go back alone, so he borrowed a bullock cart. At this moment, Zhang Dachuan urged, "Okay, we can talk about it another day. Women are troublesome." Zhang Jingjin responded and hurried out. Lu Bin came before they got on the ox cart. Wu Guiyang was even happier. "Son-in-law, you are busy. Just let her father send her off. And you came by yourself." Lu Bin smiled. "Jingjin is my wife. How can I not come?" Zhang Dachuan saw it, and felt that he had found a good marriage for his eldest daughter, and that he had good vision. Zhang Yining was also very envious, and said that she would also find such a good husband in the future. The family happily sent the young couple away. Chapter 25. You don't want us. It was impossible to start with the brother and sister-in-law, and Li Fu knew that she should find a way from her parents after Zhang Zuzhu reminded her. Li Fu found her father, and told him about her brother. Speaking of the eldest son, Li Qi was silent. Li Fu said, "Father, I don't mean to blame you, but I can't bear to see my brother and sister-in-law like this. Temporary tolerance is not a big deal, but it is definitely not a good thing in the long run. Just like what Zhang Zuzhu said, if you continue to tolerate like this, you will go crazy." Their family has gone through the ups and downs together, and Li Fu hopes that their family can live a safe and smooth life. Li Qi said, "You have grown up." Li Fu used to not care about family affairs. He was busy studying and had his own friends. He was a famous young man in the capital, and he had no time to care about family affairs. But in this small Zhangjia village, the family relationship is closer, and Li Fu has a better understanding of his family. Li Fu suddenly heard his father say this, and he was very embarrassed, saying, "I didn't care about my family in the past." He was always pursuing his own ambitions, and inevitably ignored the people close to him. Li Qi smiled and patted his son's shoulder, feeling very relieved. "Your brother's affairs are originally something that I, as a father, should care about," Li Qi said. When the eldest son was born, Li Qi and Lin Weining had high hopes for him. But as the child grew up, he was born kind and gentle, not smart. The couple was of course disappointed. At this time, the second son had grown up to the age of enlightenment, showing talents and abilities that surpassed his elder brother. So the couple focused more on the second son, Li Zhu. Later, the smarter Li Fu was born, and the eldest son, Li Pu, became even more obscure. Li Qi said, "Your mother is a strong person, and I am also busy with official affairs. Now I think about it, we really owe your brother a lot. Li Fu is the youngest son in the family, And he himself does not feel this way. He felt a little guilty, thinking that he should have noticed the eldest brother and eldest sister-in-law earlier. Father, the eldest brother doesn't want to deal with books anymore. I don't think the family school necessarily needs the eldest brother's help. It's better to let the eldest brother do what he likes. Li Fu said. This is nothing. Li Qi has thought about it these 2 days. The family is like this. Let the eldest son do whatever he likes. But Li Qi really doesn't know what the eldest son likes. Li Fu doesn't know even more. They really don't know their family well enough. They are obviously the closest people, and they can share the same difficulties. It shouldn't be like this, Li Fu said. I'll ask the eldest brother. He had to deal with this matter properly. As for the eldest sister-in-law, the women in the family had to find a way, and he would talk to his mother. What did Li Fu like? Li Fu himself was not very clear, but he was still happy that he could stop holding the book. Zhang Juju got up early that day and fed the chickens in the yard. Suddenly, the door of the house was banged. Zhang Juju was startled and thought, what happened? Is Zhang Lauer's family going to make trouble again? Fortunately, it was not the case. Zhang Juju heard Li Fu's anxious voice. She opened the door, and Li Fu said, "Third Miss Yuan and Zhao are missing." Zhang Juju was shocked and said, "They are missing. Have you looked for them at home?" Li Fu nodded. I looked. But she's not at home. Zhang Juju was also anxious. I'll call the villagers to look for her together. Li Fu thanked her and hurried to look for her. It was no small matter that the child was lost. When everyone heard about it, those who could go out immediately went to look for her. The child was found soon. It was the carpenter in the village who found her. Carpenter's son lived in the east end of the village. He got up in the morning to work and saw 2 children, one big and one small, at the door. The big one was carrying the small one on his back, and the 2 were about to go out. Carpenter's son stopped the children as soon as he saw them, and after coaxing them for a while, someone came to look for them. Li Fu was sweating profusely, hugged his daughter in his arms, and almost cried. Li Yuan was obviously very scared, and Li Fu was also very angry, and asked loudly, "Where are you taking your sister?" When Li Yuan was asked this question, his eyes immediately turned red, and he also said loudly, "Anyway, my mother has a younger brother. You don't want me and my sister anymore." Li Fu heard it and asked, "What did you say? Who doesn't want you anymore? You don't want me anymore. My grandmother said she would raise me. You don't want us anymore." After Li Yuan finished speaking, he started crying. "You have a younger brother, so you don't want me and my sister anymore." A little boy of 5 or 6 years old is at the age when he understands some things, but he doesn't understand anything. The adults thought he didn't know anything, but they didn't know that Li Yuan had heard everything. Zhang Juzu happened to be next to the child, and she picked him up. Li Yuan cried so hard that his nose and tears came down and wiped on Zhang Juju's shoulders. Li Fu said, "How could they not want you? Where did you hear that?" Li Fu was even more anxious now. Even if they wanted to have a 3rd child, they didn't plan to leave the child to other people to take care of. Besides, this wasn't in the capital. The Li family's house was so big, and the whole family lived under one roof. They saw each other everywhere. How could they not want him? Zhang Zuju held the child and said, "Now is not the time to reason. Big brother Li, you should send Uncle Sun back first. Uncle Sun's legs are not good." Li Fu took shower away first, and asked Li Fu to send Carpenter's son back first. The little girl was woken up by her brother early in the morning and ran away from home. Now she was so sleepy that she couldn't even open her eyes. Li Fu hurriedly bowed to Carpenter's son, and said to him, "Thank you so much today. I will take care of the child first, and I will come to thank you later." Carpenter's son laughed and said, "We are from the same village. Why are you saying this? Don't be polite. Kid, go back and coax him well." Li Fu hurriedly responded, and then heard Carpenter's son say, "I thought you scholars were great, but it turns out that you are just like me, and you can't teach your children. My kid was also disobedient when he was young." Li Fu sighed, thinking that he was not a scholar at all. In this family, he was not one, and he didn't want to be one. Li Yuan's crying had stopped, but he held Zhang Juju's sleeve tightly and refused to go home with Li Fu. He was very scared, buried his head in Zhang Juju's arms, and refused to look back. Zhang Juju said to Li Fu, "Your home is a dangerous place, and you scared the child." Li Fu didn't know what was going on, so she persuaded him with a gentle voice and said that she would not pursue the matter. But the child just refused to go back. Li Pu came back and saw this scene and scolded Li Yuan. Li Fu, brother. Li Yuan was already very scared. At this time, Li Qi and his wife, as well as Li Ju, heard the news and came back together. Li Yuan turned around quietly and saw that everyone in the family had come. He was even more scared. But he didn't dare to cry. It's good that you're okay. It's good that you're okay. Lin Weining took her husband's arm and breathed a sigh of relief. She almost never went out. But when her grandchildren were missing in the morning, Lin Weining still went out to look for them. Li Qi also said, "It's good that you are fine. Go home." Li Yuan hugged Zhang Zhuzu and refused to let go. Lin Weining wanted to come over to hug him, but Li Yuan refused. Zhang Zhuzu said, "How about I take Yuaner to my house for dinner first?" Early in the morning? Li Fu agreed without waiting for others to speak. "Okay. You take him home first and coax him." Zhang Zhuzu looked at the Li family, picked up Li Yuan again, and took the other person's child away first. Li Qi and his wife were very puzzled, and Li Pu and Li Zhu were also confused. Isn't this their Li family's child? Why did Zhang Zhuzu take him away? This is outrageous. Chapter 26, Parents' Heart. Li Fu, Yuaner is scared. Lin Weining frowned. He has the courage to run away with his sister. But he is still afraid of home? The little boy is too naughty. Why should he be afraid? Even if he did something wrong, he would only be scolded a few times. And at most, he would be spanked a few times. Is he so scared that he dare not even go home? Lin Weining regretted that he should have kept the child by his side and raised him early. Now that he has become like this, it is too late to correct him. This is the eldest grandson of the Li family. Li Fu saw her mother's attitude and understood why Li Yuan was scared. Li Fu said, "Mother, he thought that my brother and sister-in-law didn't want him in shower. I'm afraid that he heard you say that you wanted to take him with you to take care of him, and thought that my eldest sister-in-law was pregnant. So he thought of the same thing." Lin Weining said, "When I was taking care of him, I didn't know that the eldest daughter-in-law was pregnant. She was just educating the child, not stealing the child. So she was wrong." Li Pu said, "The child misunderstood." Li Fu felt that it was not as simple as a misunderstanding. Li Yuan was obviously afraid. He shouldn't be so afraid of his family. Li Fu thought of Zhang Zhuzu saying that children would be influenced by their father and mother. Yuaner's fear might come from his parents. That is, Li Pu and Xiao Ping. Li Fu thought, every family has its own problems. The family went back home first. Xiao Ping was pregnant and had been sleepy recently. She got up late. It was a bit strange to see the family come back at this time. "What's going on outside?" Xiao Ping asked her husband. Li Pu hesitated and said, "Nothing. Go and rest for a while." Xiao Ping listened and didn't ask any more questions. Zhang Zhuzu brought the other person's child home. Zhang Dachuan picked up the crying Li Yuan. Wu Guinyang said, "Why is Yuaner crying?" Li Yuan was embarrassed. I didn't cry." Wu Guinyang smiled and pinched his little face. Zhang Dachuan also smiled and said, "Okay. You didn't cry. Let's go. I'll take you to see the chicks. We just hatched a nest at home. Have you seen the chicks?" Li Yuan shook his head and said no. Zhang Dachuan carried him outside. Zhang Yining said, "Why did you bring someone else's child back?" Zhang Zhuzu said, "He was so scared that he was shaking and refused to go back. So I brought him back first." Zhang Yining said, "Who do I know he is afraid of?" Wu Guinyang, "How do you know? He must be afraid of his grandmother." Zhang Yining said, "I feel scared when I see her." She was talking about Lin Weining. Zhang Zhuzu thought it was very likely. When Lin Weining came just now, Li Yuan hugged her even tighter and refused to let go. Zhang Yining said, "He is so pitiful." "Okay. Second sister. Go make breakfast first. It's your turn," Zhang Zhuzu said. Zhang Yining wiped her face and murmured, "Alas, I am more pitiful." Wu Guinyang said from behind, "It's just cooking a meal. When you get married, you may have to cook for the whole family. You are a girl. What's so pitiful about cooking? Every girl cooks. Your elder sister is in the Lu family now, and she has to prepare meals with her mother-in-law. Her mother-in-law has calculated it well, and her sister-in-law also works at home. If you meet a bad one, your mother-in-law and sister-in-law will order you around, which is pitiful." Zhang Yining stumbled on the threshold and almost fell. Wu Guinyang hurried over to help her up. Zhang Zhuzhu also felt that Wu Guiyang's words were terrible. This was not marrying, but marrying to be a nanny. That's it. Her elder sister married better. Zhang Zhuzhu took a few deep breaths. It's too early to talk about this now. Let's talk about it later. Let her escape these troubles first. Let's talk about it when the fire is burning. There is a saying that there is always a way when the car reaches the mountain. When the fire is burning, she will definitely be able to come up with a good solution. Now she just wants to live a slightly easier life. Zhang Zhuzhu doesn't want to care about how the flood will be in the future. Li Fu sat with his mother. Lin Weiying looked at him gently. Tell me what you want to say. Li Fu respected his mother very much. He stood up and bowed first. Then said, Mother, what do you think of my elder brother and sister-in-law? Lin Weiying was not surprised that he asked this question. Li Fu had already found his father. So now, it was naturally her turn as a mother. Lin Weiying had said something similar to her husband before. She admitted that he did owe his eldest son. But he is my son after all. As a parent, there is no one who does not love their own children. Lin Weiying said. In his marriage, I wanted to marry the girl from your uncle's family to help him. But he was unwilling. I also mentioned many outstanding girls. But he was unwilling and insisted on marrying your eldest sister-in-law. Lin Weiying couldn't understand why her eldest son did this. She still didn't understand. There was nothing wrong with Zhao Ping. But there was nothing good about her either. She was born in a plain family, with a pretty face and no talent. But she was a very good person. And even her temperament was too soft. But her son insisted on marrying her. And Lin Weiying agreed. However, Lin Weiying was a person with a high spirit. She never made things difficult for Zhao Ping. But they could not get close to each other. In her opinion, her son and daughter-in-law were two people who were not up to the standard. Lin Weiying sighed. You asked me what I thought. But now I want to know what your eldest brother thinks. They were the closest mother and son, seeing each other every day. But they didn't know what each other was thinking. They were close people, but they were like strangers. Lin Weiying felt sad when she thought of this. She said, it would be great if your eldest brother was a girl. If it was a girl, then gentleness and softness would be her advantages. But it was not. Li Fu said, Mother, we had to leave the capital. My second brother and I suddenly cut off our future and have been immersed in our own thoughts. Dad was also regretful and helpless. All the way here. It was the eldest brother and the eldest sister-in-law who took care of our family, arranged the itinerary, and did everything with all their heart. Mother, do you remember? The couple are very respectful people, and they really do their best for this family. Mother may be a little dissatisfied with the eldest brother and the eldest sister-in-law, but she will never force them. Li Fu said, Mother, the eldest sister-in-law is pregnant and was frightened. And Yuan was also frightened. Our family should make things clear. What do you think? A family is a family. They should be harmonious and close. And there should be no such misunderstanding. Lin Weiying understood her son's painstaking efforts. She was arrogant, but not vicious. I'm just worried that your sister-in-law is suspicious. Lin Weiying said. People have to stand up for themselves. The couple has too many concerns. Especially your sister-in-law. I'm afraid that what I say will scare her even more. This is also very reasonable. The couple is blindly submissive and can't get out of that circle first. No matter how much others say or do. They may not listen. Li Fu said, I'll let the third girl persuade them. Zhang Zhuzhu is eloquent and has a lot of reasons. She is a woman and has a good relationship with Zhao Ping. She is the best candidate. Lin Weiying saw this and said, You have found someone a long time ago. Li Fu couldn't help but praise her in front of her mother. She is very smart. Lin Weiying patted her son on the shoulder twice, but didn't say anything in the end, and let her son arrange it. She also hopes that the family will be harmonious. Chapter 27 You shouldn't live like this. Zhang Zhuzhu's solution was simple. She chatted with Li Yuan for a few words, and then went to find Zhao Ping. Zhao Ping didn't know that Li Yuan was going to run away from home with her sister. So she talked to Zhang Zhuzhu happily. Zhang Zhuzhu confirmed that she was in good health. And then said, Sister-in-law, Yuan is at my house, and refuses to come back. He said you don't want him anymore. Zhao Ping was shocked. After a while, she said, What? Zhang Zhuzhu repeated, He is afraid. He said you don't want him? And my grandmother doesn't like him. No one in the family likes him. He won't come back in the future, and wants to be my child. Zhao Ping was shocked and angry. Tears fell. Why don't I want him? Everyone in the family likes him. The mother-in-law didn't like them. But how could she not like her grandson? When Li Yuan was sick, Lin Weining tried to ask for help every time, and tried to find a way to ask the imperial physician in the palace to come out. How could she not like the child? Zhang Juju saw her crying and said, "Sister-in-law, people say that a mother is strong. If nothing else, just for the sake of the child, you have to make things clear at home. Right? The child is not a fool." As a father and mother, the two endured together, and were afraid to stand up together. Even Zhao Ping fainted from fear. How could the child not be afraid? When mothers talk about their children, they are all flesh and blood that fell from their bodies. They may not be able to do anything for themselves, but they can risk their lives for their children. Zhao Ping wiped her tears. Yes, you are right. But how can I say it? They and their family do not have too big conflicts. The family has not treated them unfairly, and she is used to being tolerant. If she is asked to speak, she can't explain it clearly for a while. Her mother-in-law doesn't like her. There is nothing she can do about it, and it's useless for her to say it. Zhang Juju, just tell me why you are afraid. Zhao Ping hesitated for a long time. How can a daughter-in-law not be afraid of her mother-in-law? Zhang Juju. What else? My mother-in-law is of high birth, and I am just a concubine of a small official family. I have no birth, talent, or appearance. She was not a daughter-in-law who could satisfy her mother-in-law. She was soft-tempered. Seeing her husband obey the arrangements of the family, she became more afraid over time. Zhang Juzu heard this and said, "Sister-in-law, you really married the wrong person." Zhao Ping, third miss. My husband is still very good. Zhang Juju rolled her eyes. What's good about him? As a son, he can't satisfy his parents. As a husband, he can't make his wife feel at ease. As a father, he can't protect his son. Zhang Juju said, "Forget it. He can't even think about himself and do things that make him happy and satisfied. He can't even protect himself. And he drags you to his side." Zhang Zuju was speechless. She knew that the problem was with Li Pu. This man was too unreliable. There was a noise outside. Zhang Juju guessed that Li Pu and Li Fu were both outside. They must have heard Zhang Juju's statement for the first time. Zhang Zuju was not afraid. Li Fu asked her to help solve the Li family's problems. Zhang Zuju couldn't bear to see Zhao Ping, a good woman, live like this. She stood up and walked to the door of the house. As expected, she saw the two brothers. Li Pu's face was not very good. Zhang Juju said bluntly, "Brotherly, others don't know why you don't want to find a better wife. But I know that you think you are not good enough. If you marry a good one, like Aunt, you will be forced to make progress. And you can't stand it. You just married someone who is not outstanding. Who stays with you? Who doesn't force you to make progress? And who can tolerate you? Right? Is it hard to guess what he was thinking?" Zhang Zuzu said, "You are wrong. You delayed Sister Ping. Sister Ping is a concubine of a small official. But she may be able to marry a poor student who has a Jinsher degree. When her husband gets promoted, she may even become an official's wife. You chose her. And this is not her luck, but her bad luck." Li Pu originally had some thoughts and felt that he treated his wife and children well enough. But he was completely speechless after hearing this. Li Fu did not speak either. Before today, everyone felt that Zhao Ping was ungrateful. Even Zhao Ping herself thinks so. You have already got a lot. You should be satisfied, happy, and forbearing. But is this really the case? Should Zhao Ping spend the rest of her life grateful to the Li family? It is not like that. Zhang Juzu thinks this is wrong. Zhao Ping is weak, but people will grow up. However, she is oppressed by her mother-in-law and compared with her sisters-in-law in the Li family. Her husband has fulfilled his responsibilities in terms of material, but he has not given Zhao Ping enough sense of security. Zhao Ping is still the concubine of the Zhao family who dares not and cannot stand out. Her environment has not changed, so she has not changed. The people of the Li family are responsible for this, and her husband is the first to bear the brunt. Yuan is so frightened today. How will he look like in the future when he grows up like this? Will he be the second Yu? Zhang Zuju looked at Li Pu and then at Zhao Ping. The second Yu. Zhao Ping leaned against the door and couldn't help crying again. She had never heard such words before. Not once. She always thought that she should live in a hidden environment forever and not be seen by others. As long as her husband treats her and the children well, she can tolerate it. These words are really deafening. Not only to Zhao Ping, but also to Li Pu. Zhang Zuzhu said, of course. You, the eldest brother of the Li family, have to trace the reason for your current temperament. It is not all your own fault. The rest of the words were not hers to say. It's not right to say that it's your parents' fault that you become like this. That's a bit too much. Zhang Zuzhu went back and hugged the crying Zhao Ping. Pingjie, don't cry. I'll take care of you for a few days. You did marry badly. But it doesn't matter. If you can't make it, we can still marry someone else. We don't have to rely on the same tree. With your looks, you can pick anyone in our area. We don't dislike second marriages. And Wu's daughter-in-law next door is a remarried woman. I'll take you to talk to her later. Zhao Ping really didn't know what to say. Li Pu was sad and speechless. He was still here. Not dead. Zhang Zuzhu didn't even look at him. Comforted Zhao Ping a few words. And turned away. Li Fu sent her out. And Zhang Zuzhu couldn't help complaining again. Poor Sister Ping. You have seen too little of the world. So you were deceived by your brother like this. If she had met a few more men, she wouldn't be like this. Li Fu, my elder brother is a little weak. But he is still a good person. Li Fu still had to defend her elder brother. Zhang Zuzhu said, you men have too low expectations for yourself. What's the use of being a good person? The important thing is to solve the problem. Your elder brother. He depends on his family. Dare not say a word. And dare not even implicate Sister Ping. He doesn't want to study. He rebels against his family. Brother Yuan knows to take his sister away from home. But he is so good. His rebellion is to marry a woman your family doesn't like. Sister Ping is not his wife. Sister Ping is the achievement of his rebellion. How can he not like Sister Ping when he sees her? Look at my father. He was controlled by my grandparents. But when he had a way, he ran away immediately. My mother was wronged. And my father felt sorry for her. In our family, my mother is the one who does the least work. Zhang Zuzhu felt that Li Pu was not as good as her father Zhang Dachuan. Li Fu's thinking gradually became clear. This is his fault. Zhang Zuzhu, not only is it bad, it is simply wrong. Li Fu nodded in agreement. Zhang Zuzhu looked around and whispered, there is also a problem with your family education. Why doesn't your eldest brother dare to resist? Confucianism emphasizes filial piety. Li Pu grew up reading such books. He is not a smart and flexible person. He was born to be obedient. No one taught him to resist. So he didn't know. Maybe he himself didn't understand that the wife he married was his rebellion against his family. If Zhao Ping was a person who was submissive on the surface but rebellious in her heart, she might have guided Li Pu's rebellious heart. But unfortunately Zhao Ping was really submissive. These two really got together. Speaking of which, it was really a family tragedy. Chapter 28 Fathers can also make mistakes. Zhao Ping wiped her tears and began to think of another possibility in her life. She had never thought about it before. She thought of her illegitimate sister. When she was at home, this sister was the same as herself. But she married a poor scholar. This scholar had elders to support and younger brothers and sisters to take care of. The sister was originally a weak person. But later the sister changed a lot. She had completely abandoned her weakness. She had taken on the responsibility of the family. And her husband also respected her. If she was like her sister, Zhao Ping thought. Could she do it? Can she? She thought. She can. She can do it. If her sister can do it, why can't she? For the first time, Li Pu didn't dare to speak in front of his wife. He was convinced by Zhang Zhuzhu's words. He always thought it was good. But his good was exposed by a few words. Li Pu was a gentle person. It would be fine if he didn't say it. Once he said it, he felt uncomfortable and felt that he was not doing his wife and children. Zhao Ping glanced at her husband and took a deep breath. Things had come to this point, and life still had to go on. She said, we can't go on like this. Li Pu nodded immediately, yes. We can't do this anymore. But what should we do? Zhao Ping asked. The couple looked at each other. There is a saying that a scholar's rebellion will fail in 3 years. And it is exactly what they said. Zhao Ping said, let's go ask the third girl. Li Pu pulled her and said, well, you can ask. But don't listen to her. Is it reasonable to ask Zhao Ping to remarry right away? What about their 2 children? Zhao Ping is pregnant with another one. They didn't need to ask. Li Fu asked Zhang Zhuzhu first, What do you think my brother and sister-in-law should do now? Zhang Zuzhu said, it's simple. Let your brother make money, and give it to your eldest sister-in-law. No matter when. Money is very important. With money, you have confidence. Li Pu must first break away from his family financially before he can talk about the following things. Li Fu said, okay. Thank you today. Zhang Zuzhu, no thanks. I can't stand it. Sister Ping's life is so miserable. As a woman, she is quite sympathetic to her female compatriots. And she will help them if she can. Li Fu asked again, third miss. What do you think a man should be like? Zhang Zuzhu, what a man is like is none of my business. She really doesn't care about this. Li Fu actually wants to ask. You think my eldest brother has a big problem? Then what do you think is no problem? Or what you like? But Li Fu couldn't ask directly. So he said, there must be something wrong with Zhou Xiyun. Zhang Zuzhu said, that boy is more than just problems. I am just smart. If this happened to another girl, she would have no choice but to hang herself. It is really difficult for girls in this world. But Zhou Xiyun may not pay the price. Compared with what he did, the beating Zhang Zuzhu gave him was too light. Yes, he did evil and didn't know it. Li Fu said, Zhang Zuzhu, what can I ask of men? I just hope they can be honest and don't be a disaster. In this world, Zhang Zuzhu can only ask for this little. Even this may not be achieved. Li Fu knew that this should be the minimum requirement. He didn't know if she had any other requirements, but he didn't want to ask at first. He said, please take care of Yuan Gur. Miss San. Zhang Zuzhu agreed. Here, Li Pu first found his parents, and said that he didn't want to continue teaching. He really didn't like it. Li Qi said, since you have thought it through, just do it. Lin Weiying asked, what do you plan to do then? If it were in the past, his family could still let him live an easy life without doing anything. But now it's not possible. He has to work. Li Pu hasn't thought it through yet. So he just said, I'll do the work in the field first. The land of his family is not big, and Li Fu usually takes care of it more. Now Li Pu has to take care of it. After Li Pu finished speaking, he was a little afraid to look at his parents. He had seen too many disappointments in their eyes. And Li Pu was afraid. Lin Weiying, then don't feel tired. The work in the field is not easy. Lin Weiying herself does not do it. But she often falls asleep when she sees her youngest son working in the field. And her appetite is also bigger. Li Pu hurriedly said, no. No. I am not afraid of hard work. What else can be harder than studying? He would rather go to the field. Li Fu talked to Li Pu and suggested that he find a job that can make money. When has Li Pu ever made money? He has never made a penny. Now he tries hard to do something in the village that can make money. But he can't think of it. Li Fu comforted him. It's okay. Just think about it slowly. Li Pu had no choice but to nod and go back to discuss with Zhao Ping. After sending the eldest brother away, Li Fu saw the second brother again. Li Zhu put his arm around his younger brother's shoulders and said, you are busy for the eldest brother. I am afraid you don't remember me. The second brother. Li Fu said, I don't think I need to worry about the second brother. Li Zhu and his wife are truly well matched and in love. Unlike Li Pu and Zhao Ping. These two people are like, you don't have an umbrella. I don't have an umbrella. We are drifting together in the heavy rain. Li Zhu and Zhou Ri are very affectionate. Zhou Ri is also very smart. Li Zhu was frustrated. She really fulfilled her duties as a wife. And really comforted Li Zhu's heart. Li Zhu said, when you were 2 or 3 years old, you didn't remember anything. I remember that when we went out that year, your mother held you. Your father held me. And your elder brother walked beside you without saying anything. In fact, as a younger brother, I also didn't do something. Didn't Li Pu want to be held in his parents' arms at that time? He definitely wanted to. But he was the eldest brother. And Li Zhu and Li Fu were his younger brothers. So he couldn't compete with him. Li Zhu said, now think about it. Your parents put too much thought on us. Li Fu nodded and said nothing. What happened in the past is over. And now we should find a way to make up for it. Li Qi was strolling outside. And he also wanted to see his eldest grandson. Zhang Dachuan was taking his children to see the pigs. And Li Qi followed them. These pigs are kept really clean. Li Qi thought he saw a smelly pigsty. But it was very tidy here. And the 2 pigs in the pigsty were also clean. Zhang Dachuan said, this is all done by my third son. I don't know what's wrong with her. Zhang Zuzhu is very persistent about raising pigs. She doesn't allow them to be raised in the toilet. And she will clean the pigsty regularly. Zhang Dachuan thinks she is looking for trouble. But as long as she can eat clean pork, Zhang Dachuan won't say anything. Li Yuan is very happy. Its tail is curled up. Pigtails are curled up. Zhang Dachuan laughed and said, "When we eat meat during the Chinese New Year, I'll give you the pig's tail to eat. And you won't drool then." Li Yuan, I don't drool now. But my sister does. Zhao and Tao are still young. And they have to drool every day. Li Qi touched his grandson's head and thought he was very sensible. After a while, Li Yuan went to chase the chickens again. Li Qi sighed. I think back today. I owed my Daoang these years. Zhang Dachuan said. Then go find him. Tell him you were wrong. And apologize to him. Li Qi, I'm a father. Zhang Dachuan said. What's wrong with being a father? Even an emperor can make mistakes. Speaking of this, Zhang Dachuan used to show off his power as a father in front of his children. If Zhang Zhuzhu was unhappy, she would catch him and scold him to death, asking him to admit his mistakes. Zhang Dachuan didn't want to admit it at first, but later he got used to it. If he was told that he was wrong, he would admit it when he figured it out, and would apologize with a stern face. As long as Zhang Zhuzhu was happy, there would be delicious food at home. Zhang Dachuan said what Zhang Zhuzhu had said to him before. As a family, what's the point of having face? Face is for the outside world, not for your family. Li Qi suddenly understood, and he patted Zhang Dachuan on the shoulder. My dear brother, listening to your words is better than reading 10 years of books. Zhang Dachuan couldn't hold back his smile, and smiled like a flower. I dare not. I dare not. Both of them laughed. Chapter 29 The Puppy and the Fox. Li Qi was pushed hard by Lin Weining, and almost fell off the bed. What did I do wrong? I was doing it for my son's good. I have to apologize to him now. Go and ask around, and see which mother is more dedicated than me. Lin Weining admitted that she might have neglected her eldest son, but she had already made up for it. A mother has worked hard to give birth to him, even if she neglected something. Can't the child understand her? Why should she apologize? She couldn't open her mouth. There has been no such saying for thousands of years. Li Qi hurriedly said, I didn't ask you to apologize. We just went to talk to the children. Yuaner is still in Zhang's house, and hasn't come back yet. The Zhang family is really a good family. They took good care of Li Yuan. Li Yuan was still young and loved to play. He refused to go back. Lin Weining was also very aggrieved and said, I have never treated them badly. Li Qi said more seriously, don't talk about you. I also think I don't treat them badly. But when I think about it carefully, I am not doing my best. Even if their son's dissatisfaction and displeasure are not shown on the surface, they must be revealed. Is there really no bad treatment? Of course there is. But it is impossible for the Zhang family to blatantly drink the blood of the eldest son to subsidize the younger son. The eldest son's wife is really useless. Lin Weining said. Li Qi did not speak. Lin Weining said, she has a bad family background. The Zhao family did not teach her at all. She did not improve when she came to our family. I really like Ri more. Zhou Rui is better than Zhao Ping in every way. Who doesn't like her more? Lin Weining frowned. Okay. Stop talking. How can people not have preferences? To her daughter-in-law. She is a mother-in-law. Asking her to be humble. That's impossible. To put it bluntly, she was also a daughter-in-law. Her mother-in-law can't be said to be bad. But if the mother-in-law wants to torment her daughter-in-law, that's not easy. The eldest couple are not motivated, so she is not allowed to dislike it. Li Qi also knew that he had made things difficult for her, and said, Okay. Okay. Don't be angry. Lin Weining sighed. I didn't see these troubles before, but now they are coming one by one. Li Qi said, these troubles have always been there, and they were not seen for a while before. If this continues for a long time, our Li family will be in trouble. Lin Weining closed her eyes, and didn't want to say anything more. No matter what the Li family did behind the scenes, on the surface, it seemed that there was no problem at all. Li Qi, however, privately found his son to be soft, telling him not to be too anxious, and asked him to think slowly and see what he really likes. Li Pu probably never thought that his father would bow to him like this, and he was very frightened. But he was also a little happy at the same time. He knew that he was not as good as his two younger brothers. He did not resent anyone. He just listened to his father's words, and filled a little gap in his heart. The family went to the next door to pick up Li Yuan. Zhang Zhuzhu took someone else's child and took care of him. She spoke in a good tone for 2 days, telling him what she saw every day, how the Li family treated him well, how his parents loved him, and how his grandparents loved him. He was forgetful when he was young, and his fear would gradually disappear with time. Zhang Zhuzhu took care of the Li family's children, so Li Fu naturally came to thank her. Zhang Zhuzhu had already thought about it. Build a kiln for me. Li Fu didn't even know which direction the kitchen door should face. So how could he build a kiln? Zhang Zhuzhu had already drawn the blueprint and asked, "Can you mix mud?" "No," Li Fu said. Zhang Zhuzhu looked him up and down, and her eyes seemed to say, "Useless." Li Fu helplessly said, "You can learn." Zhang Zhuzhu nodded with satisfaction. "Well, you have to pick up some fine soil from the pile of soil outside first. Can you pick it up?" Li Fu, "Yes. Yes." After he finished speaking, he asked again, "Can't we dig soil in the yard?" "No," said Zhang Zhuzhu. "This soil is not good." "Alas, you won't understand even if I tell you," Li Fu said. "I want to listen to you if I don't understand." Zhang Zhuzhu was too lazy to explain. "Let's talk about it tomorrow. Get up early and work." Li Fu thought of the calluses on his hands and the chipped axe, and estimated that he would have to work hard. The next morning, Li Fu was directed by Zhang Zhuzhu and started to work. Zhang Zhuzhu wanted to carry the soil, but Li Fu disagreed. "No, I'll do it." The grass was not heavy, but the soil was different. It was very heavy, and Li Fu felt that Zhang Zhuzhu couldn't carry it, since he was willing. Zhang Zhuzhu was naturally happy not to work and let Li Fu do it alone. Li Fu carried the soil twice and was sweating profusely. His clothes were all stuck to his body. He didn't know that people could sweat so much. He supported his knees and half squatted to catch his breath. Zhang Zhuzhu was amused and brought him a bowl of water. "Look how tired you are." Li Fu wanted to say, "I'm not tired," but he was out of breath and couldn't speak. Compared to the days when he first came, Li Fu was much more efficient at work. Zhang Zhuzhu admired the scene of the beautiful boy sweating and thought that people were conservative these days. Otherwise you could see people with bare chests. After working for a few months, Li Fu should not be a white-cooked chicken being stared at. Li Fu naturally noticed it, and he frowned and said, "What's wrong?" Zhang Zhuzhu came back to his senses. If a girl was discovered, she would definitely blush and her heart would beat fast. Zhang Zhuzhu was calm and said casually, "You seem to have grown taller." It is not uncommon to grow taller at the age of 18, as many men still grow taller in their 20s. Li Fu also found that his clothes were a little shorter, but it did not affect him much, so he did not tell his family. Some of his previous clothes were only worn once or twice, and he did not wear them again. He did not care where his clothes came from, but it is different now. The villagers have very few clothes, and so does Zhang Zhuzhu. The cuffs of her clothes have been patched, and she only has 3 sets of clothes to change and wash every day, and the styles are very simple. However, Li Fu felt that Zhang Zhuzhu did not need clothes and jewelry to compliment her, as she lived up to her name. "You are looking at me," Li Fu said. "He has grown taller, but he is not so tall that Zhang Zhuzhu would stare at him like this." Li Fu was a little proud, with a smile on his face. He knew that he looked good. In the past, there were girls who looked at him like this, but Li Fu didn't care at that time. Now that Zhang Zhuzhu looked at him, he began to care. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled. "I'm looking at a drowned vixen." Li Fu looked like he had just been fished out of the water, and his hair was indeed messy. As for vixens, those who look good can be called that. Li Fu couldn't always argue with her, so he laughed when he heard this. "Why is it a vixen?" Li Fu said. "Zhang Zhuzhu, what else? A drowned lion dog? This is even worse than a vixen." Li Fu said, "I can't be a human being anymore." "What's good about being a human being?" Zhang Zhuzhu complained. "Being a human being is exhausting all day long." Zhang Zhuzhu looked at the rising sun. Since she came here, she has seen the late night and the sunrise of Zongjia village countless times. She was tired of watching. Li Fu wanted to say something good about being a human being to comfort Zhang Zhuzhu, but Zhang Zhuzhu urged him. "Hurry up. You still have to go and pick up the soil twice. Don't dawdle." Li Fu could only continue to work. Zhang Zhuzhu cut the wheat straw, mixed it with mud, used a mold to make bricks, and dried them to build a kiln. The sun rose higher and higher. And when Li Fu came back from picking up the soil, Zhang Luzhu was sweating. Li Fu wanted to say that you are also a drowned puppy now. He saw big beads of sweat rolling down Zhang Zhuju's cheeks. She looked at him sideways, and the sun shone on her body, leaving a halo around her. Li Fu didn't want to say that she was a puppy. There is no such beautiful and cute puppy. Chapter 30: A Vicious Curse. Li Fu worked hard for 3 days to build a kiln that Zhang Zhuju wanted. But Li Fu was exhausted. He was tired. And Zhang Zhuju said that he was not good at his job. Li Fu was angry and tired. But he had no choice. He asked Zhang Zhuju to help persuade Zhao Ping, and agreed to work in advance. Today, he finally finished the work. Zhang Zhuju said, "Well, it's good. It looks good. Thank you for your hard work." Li Fu said, "I have been busy for 3 days. And you just said thank you for your hard work?" Zhang Zhuju said confidently, "3 days is nothing. I have been so tired for more than 10 years. And no one even said that I worked hard. They all said that I deserved it. She has been here for so many years. And every day she falls asleep out of exhaustion. It's only been 3 days. What does Li Fu want to hear from her? To praise him? She's dreaming. She wants to be praised." Li Fu was embarrassed, and really didn't say anything. Zhang Zhuju glanced at him. Just be a tool man honestly. Why do you want this and that? Young people really ask for too much. Li Fu looked at the objects that were put together and said, "What can this stove do?" Zhang Zhuju, "Bake something to eat. I'll try it when I have time. And I'll give you the first one when it's done." Although he is a tool man, the tool still needs to be lubricated with some oil from time to time. Otherwise it will not work well after a long time. "Give me the first one?" Li Fu was a little happier. Zhang Zhuju, "Yes. I'll reward you." Li Fu went back satisfied. Zhang Zhuju didn't make anything too complicated. And her simple oven didn't allow her to make anything too complicated. She used some lard, sugar, eggs, and flour that her family only ate during festivals and usually hid, and baked the simplest peach cake. The first time she made it, she was afraid that it would be bad. So she baked only 5 pieces in total, and consumed a lot of firewood. Foods high in oil and sugar were unhealthy foods and taboos for people who want to lose weight in Zhang Zhuju's time. But now, for Zhang Zhuju, it is absolutely delicious. In all these years in the Zhang family, she really hadn't eaten anything good. Zhang Zhuju carefully put them into a small basket and went to find Li Fu first. Zhou Xiyun saw Zhang Zhuju and saw that there was no one around. So he went over to grab Zhang Zhuju's basket and said, "Zhuzu, what did you take?" Before Zhang Zhuju could dodge, Zhou Xiyun saw the things in the basket and smelled the fragrance. "Are you going to find Li Fu again?" Zhou Xiyun asked. He had seen Zhang Zhuju make delicious food for Li Fu. So this must be for Li Fu too. Why? Zhou Xiyun's eyes were red with anger. And Zhang Zhuju looked at the naughty child and wanted to run away quickly. Unfortunately, she ran a step too slow. And Zhou Xiyun took a piece of peach cake and stuffed it into his mouth, saying vaguely, "I want to eat it too. Why can Li Fu eat it but I can't? I want to eat what Zhuju makes too." Zhang Zhuju quickly changed the basket to the other hand and said speechlessly, "Are you robbing? This damn kid has been studying recently. And he must have read so much that he is a dog." Zhou Xiyun said, "You were the first to favor Li Fu. Obviously. He and Zhuju are childhood sweethearts. And this is what he has learned recently. What is Li Fu?" Zhou Xiyun really doesn't understand why Zhang Zhuju and Li Fu have a better relationship. Zhang Zhuju was impatient to argue with him and said, "Why? Your injury has healed. And you are asking me to fight again?" Zhou Xiyun lowered his voice and acted pitiful. "Zhuju, you've already beaten me. So don't be angry with me." He already knew he was wrong. Zhang Zhuju just kept walking forward. "You like scholars? And so do I now." Zhou Xiyun chased after her, talking non-stop. Zhang Zhuju didn't say anything. Zhou Xiyun finished a piece of peach cake. "Zhuju, this snack is delicious. He reached for the basket again. It was for Li Fu anyway. So why couldn't he give it to him? Li Fu saw Zhou Xiyun following Zhang Zhuju and asked, "Third miss?" Zhou Xiyun retracted his hand and put it behind his back. Zhang Zhuju handed the small basket to Li Fu. "Originally, it was agreed that I would give you the first one to eat. But I met a robber on the road, So you are the second one now. Li Fu immediately looked at Zhou Ziyuan with a cold face. He was always calm and peaceful, and few things could make him angry. But Li Fu was really angry now. From carrying soil to mixing mud, to removing the molds, to finally putting them together and burning the fire to dry the stove. Li Fu worked hard for 3 days, getting up early and going to bed late. He was so tired that he went to bed with his head covered at night. Even when he wrote a letter to his teacher, his hands were shaking. As a result, when it came to picking fruits, Zhou Ziyuan actually snatched his. Is there any justice in this world? Li Fu was really angry and grabbed Zhou Ziyuan's collar. Have you eaten first? Zhou Ziyuan was caught by him and raised his neck and said, I have eaten it. It's delicious. What's wrong? You are the only one who can eat it. I can't eat it. I want to eat what Zuzu makes. And I will eat it for the rest of my life. Li Fu pushed the man against the wall. Zhang Zhuzhu was originally watching the show. But when she heard Zhou Ziyuan talking, she immediately jumped up and cursed. Who wants to cook for life? Shut up. Cooking for life. What kind of curse is this? Too vicious. Too cruel. Zhou Ziyuan had been hit twice. But he still tried to turn around and answer Zhang Zhuzhu's words. Zhuzhu. I will eat the food you cook for the rest of my life. When we are in our 70s and 80s. You still cook, and I will still eat the food you cook. How great is that? They will be husband and wife for life. And he will eat the food Zhang Zhuzhu cooks for the rest of his life. In Zhou Ziyuan's view, this is his promise. Only a wife would cook for her husband for a lifetime. Zhang Zhuzhu was furious. Li Fu hit him and shut his mouth. Damn. Who cooks at the age of 70 or 80? She just wanted to lie down and ask someone to serve her. Zhou Ziyuan had no idea why Zhang Zhuzhu was angry. Wasn't his promise enough? That was because Zhuzhu was shy and embarrassed. He chuckled twice, escaped from Li Fu's hands, and smiled at Zhang Zhuzhu before running away. Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu were left behind, both of whom were almost pissed off. Li Fu took a deep breath, and then calmed down his anger a little, and picked up a piece of peach cake to eat. Zhang Zhuzhu covered her chest and muttered, too vicious. To retaliate against me like this. Both of them took a long time to relax. Li Fu grew up in the capital, and he had eaten many delicious snacks. But this piece of peach cake has his hard work, so it tastes different. And he hasn't tasted such snacks for a long time. Very fragrant and sweet. Li Fu said, it's delicious. Have you tasted it yourself? Zhang Zhuzhu said, I said I gave you the first one to eat. I only tasted the corners. When Li Fu heard this, his heart seemed to be filled with something, making him feel very happy. He quickly pushed the small basket to Zhang Zhuzhu's hand. Eat it quickly. It's delicious. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at him strangely. I made it myself. I know it tastes good. Li Fu just smiled and said, yes. Eat quickly. Zhang Zhuzhu picked up a piece and ate it slowly. It was very fragrant and sweet, and melted in the mouth. The unhappiness in her heart was swept away by the sweet taste. She felt that her body was much lighter, and she felt happy for the first time in a long time. There were still 2 pieces in the small basket. Li Fu said, we too will eat alone here. According to the education Li Fu received, he should give the good things he had to his parents, or give them to the younger generation in the family. But he didn't want to do that now. He turned his head and looked at Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhang Zhuzhu also looked at him and said, secretly, no one will tell anyone. So the 2 of them divided the remaining 2 pieces. Li Fu thought that what the third girl said was indeed very reasonable. Zhou Ziyuan really deserved a beating. If Zhou Ziyuan hadn't messed up today, this day would have been better. It was really a flaw in the ointment. Chapter 31 Zhao Ping's New Insights. Zhang Zhuzhu was cooking at Li's house at noon. Zhao Ping was pregnant, but she was in good spirits these 2 days, and came to help wash the vegetables. Li Pu ran over happily and said to Zhao Ping, Ping Yang, I know what I should do. Before Zhao Ping spoke, Li Pu said loudly, I plan to learn the craft from Uncle Sunday. Uncle Sun was Carpenter's son, the one who sent the 2 children back that day, because Carpenter's son saved his 2 children. Li Pu went to his house several times and helped Carpenter's son with several things. As a result, Carpenter's son's apprentice stole something at Sun's house yesterday. Carpenter's son found out and naturally got angry when he learned that the apprentice had lost money in gambling. He resolutely did not want this apprentice. The apprentice was not convinced and was about to fight when they disagreed. Li Pu saw them and saved Carpenter's son. Li Pu used to like carving some small things. But he was afraid that people would see him and say that he was losing his ambition. Now he wanted to find a way to make money. He happened to encounter Carpenter Son's incident. After thinking about it, he decided to learn the craft from Carpenter Son. And Carpenter Son was willing to teach him. Zhao Ping was very happy to hear this. But she was still a little worried. Have you told your parents? Li Pu didn't say anything. And the couple looked at each other. Neither of them said anything. They still had to muster up the courage to tell their parents about this matter. Li Fu came in at this time. And Li Pu first explained his plan to his brother. And he hoped that Li Fu would help him to tell him. Li Fu rolled up his sleeves and went to light the fire, saying, after dinner, Big Brother will just tell Dad and Mom about this matter. They will definitely be happy. Li Pu sighed after hearing this and walked out with his hands behind his back. Zhao Ping hurriedly followed him. Zhang Zuzu said, Your big brother is really interesting. He wants you to do something. But he doesn't give you any benefits. And he doesn't say a few nice words. How can this thing be done? He has always been like this. Li Fu said, If he uses his authority as a brother to pressure me, that's fine. But he doesn't know how to coerce or bribe. And he turns back when he hits a wall. But who can be blamed for this? Li Pu was not as smart as his two younger brothers. And he didn't get taught in time. Both were delayed. And it was too late to say anything now. Zhang Zhuzhu said, He was born in your family. And it was hard enough. With this family environment, his two younger brothers are both geniuses. And his parents are both capable. But they are not valued. With this life experience, it's good that he didn't grow up in a wrong direction. Li Fu heard Zhang Zhuzhu say this, and was about to explain something. Zhang Zhuzhu chopped the ribs fiercely with a knife, muttering to herself, You are still here to pity others. You don't even look in the mirror. Who is more pitiful? Li Fu was speechless for a moment, silently adding firewood. At least, he has lived a life of luxury for more than 20 years. And now he can still learn a craft. Zhang Zhuzhu thought of her own tragic experience, and could only swallow her tears. Li Fu racked his brains, not knowing how to comfort Zhang Zhuzhu. Compared with Zhang Zhuzhu, their family's situation is much better. Now they can even pay Zhang Zhuzhu to come home to cook. Li Fu said, You will have a good life in the future. Zhang Zhuzhu shuddered. Don't talk like Zhou Xiyuan. Help. This sentence is not like consolation to Zhang Zhuzhu, but more like a curse. Li Fu had to shut up. But he thought that Zhang Zhuzhu would definitely have a good life. After lunch, Li Pu looked around at his family, and cast his hopeful eyes on Li Fu. Li Fu said, Father, Mother, Big Brother has something to say. Li Pu looked at his brother in shock. He wanted Li Fu to tell everything. But Li Fu gave him a head start. Li Qi said, What are you talking about? Say it. Lin Weining also looked at his eldest son. Being stared at by his parents like this, Li Pu instinctively sweated on his back. He said with a stiff face, I plan to learn the craft from Carpenter Sunday. He was really scared. He was afraid to see the disappointed eyes of his father and mother. Just like when he was a child. He could not do his best in reading. And they would show such eyes at that time. Father would comfort him. But the comfort was false. And the disappointment was real. Father once said to Mother, I knew 1,000 words at the age of 3. And you were also smart since childhood. Why is our eldest son like this? Mother also sighed. Alas, this child. I don't know who he looks like. At that time, the second brother was already 3 years old. After they complained, they would pick up Li Zhu and happily say, It's okay. The second child is smart. Just like us. That is Li Pu's nightmare to this day. He often dreams of it when he is studying. Li Qi just said calmly, Okay. Everything is about persistence. Since you want to learn, you must study hard. And Lin Weining said, You decide for yourself. You are now the father of 3 children. And you should be the master of the family. Li Pu felt that the time of just 2 sentences was very long. Fortunately, he did not see anything that frightened him in his parents' eyes. He held Zhao Ping's hand tightly and said, Father, Mother, don't worry. I will do my best. Li Qi nodded and said a few more words. Although Lin Weining didn't say anything, she also looked at the couple with gentle eyes. When they returned to the house, Li Pu hugged Zhao Ping and breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Ping didn't say anything, just hugged her husband. After going downstairs, Zhang Zuzu asked Zhao Ping to go out for a walk. Zhao Ping was not used to it and said, I never went out before. Zhang Zhuzu, then what do you do at home all day? Zhao Ping should have been a noble lady in the past. She must not have been needed to work at home. And she didn't talk to anyone. So what's the point of staying at home? Zhao Ping smiled embarrassedly. I take care of the children. Or do embroidery. Zhang Zhuzu thought. It would be fine if she really liked such a rich and leisurely life. But she was obviously just enduring loneliness. The daughter-in-law of Aunt Wu was named Chen Yingyang. And the woman who had married for the second time that Zhang Zhuzu told Zhao Ping before was this one. She was beautiful. And had a bright smile. Holding a 5 or 6 month old baby boy in her arms. Zhuzu is here. It's rare that you have time, she said. Everyone in the village knew that the Zhang family was busy. Zhang Zhuzu said, take a rest today. This is the eldest sister-in-law of the Li family. Yinyang, you were busy taking care of the children before. So I guess you didn't see her. Chen Yinyang had heard Zhang Zhuzu talk about the Li family before. And now she smiled and said to Zhao Ping, yes. I take care of the children at home every day. And I can't find out about the village. After she finished speaking, she handed the child in her arms to Zhao Ping and praised him. The flowers embroidered on your clothes are so beautiful. Zhao Ping hurriedly said, I'll teach you. This is very simple. Chen Yinyang also has some skills. And the two of them talked about this matter. Zhang Zhuzu held the little boy in her arms and coaxed him. As the two talked, Chen Yinyang suddenly said, my mother-in-law is really annoying. She always complains that my cooking is not delicious. I said that if you have the ability, you can also invite Zhuzu to cook at home. I quarrel with her every day. Chen Yinyang married for the second time. But she was not a soft persimmon. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law fought back and forth at home. And they had their own supporters in the village. Zhao Ping heard her talking about the faults of her mother-in-law and said, Yinyang, it's not good to say that. Chen Yinyang said, what's wrong with that? We quarrel every day in our family. So why don't you quarrel with your mother-in-law? Zhao Ping certainly didn't dare to quarrel. She learned the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, and took it seriously. She was a concubine's daughter, and had not been taught by her biological mother. There were some things she had never seen before. After a while, a few more young wives came to talk to Chen Yinyang. So Zhao Ping saw how they cursed their parents-in-law, their brothers-in-law, their sisters-in-law, their husbands, and their saliva flew behind their backs. Zhao Ping was stunned. When it was time to cook, the young wives patted their buttocks and went home to cook. Zhao Ping went home with a different mood. Zhang Zhuzu didn't say that cursing people was good. But people can't help but have negative emotions. Zhang Zhuzu and Li Fu were together. And they were still talking about their own father's faults. Didn't Zhao Ping have any resentment in the Li family? If she did, it would be okay to vent it occasionally. And it might even help maintain family harmony. So Zhao Ping interacted more with the young wives in the village. She didn't say that her family was bad. But she was indeed much more cheerful. Li Fu was quite surprised, and asked Zhang Zhuzu how she did it. Chapter 32 Too Manly. Zhang Zhuzu was eating melon and said, you don't understand. The nature of human beings is to eat melons. Although Zhao Ping didn't say anything. She was with those young wives and basically ate all the melons in the village. For example, a couple in a certain family fights every day. You think they are going to divorce. But they reconcile. A couple in a certain family looks good. But in fact they can't live together, and just make do. Anyway, there are really a lot of gossips in the village. Zhao Ping will naturally be happy after listening to these interesting things every day. I don't understand. So I came to ask you. Li Fu said. Zhang Zhuzu smiled. How can I tell you about women's affairs? Don't ask around. Li Fu felt bad to ask more questions after hearing this answer. Zhang Zhuzu said, as a person, the most important thing is to be happy. It's good enough if you know the result. You don't need to ask anything else. Zhao Ping was delayed by Li Fu. The couple fell into depravity together. It's not good for you, and it's not good for me. Now Zhao Ping puts her mind on things outside. She has someone to talk to, and someone to relieve her. So her mood will naturally improve. Li Fu said, then I want to be happier. What can you do? Zhang Zhuzu glanced at him. You are unhappy. It's none of my business. She just admired Li Fu's beauty and body. Li Fu's unhappiness did not affect these two things. So she didn't care. Li Fu, third miss. It's not elegant for you to talk like this. Zhang Zhuzu shouted. It's none of your business. And none of my business. Li Fu shut up and bowed to admit his mistake. Zhang Zhuzu rolled her eyes. She just said these 2 sentences. And it was really troublesome. Li Fu said, "We are good friends. It's none of Miss San's business." Zhang Zuzhu glanced at Li Fu. She was just a tool. Why did she promote herself? Zhang Zuzhu smiled at Li Fu. She smiled sweetly and cutely. And said, "Since we are good friends, it is indeed none of my business. I have a way to make you happy. Li Fu, I'm all ears." The next day, Li Fu got up at dawn, went to the forest to pick up firewood, and chopped it with a lot of grunts. Zhang Zuzhu also got up early in the morning to start stewing meat. And the Zhang family members kept wiping their mouths at the delicious smell. Zhang Dachuan said, "Who bought the meat? Who bought the meat?" "Huh?" Zhang Zuzhu said, I bought it." Zhang Dachuan was about to scold her. But Zhang Zuzhu said, "My money. I earned it myself. I didn't spend yours." Zhang Dachuan's arrogance immediately subsided. Zhang Yining rushed over and hugged Zhang Zuzhu's shoulders. "Good sister. This meat is so delicious. Give me a piece." Zhang Zuzhu smiled. "No." Zhang Yining shook her arm, knowing that she said it on purpose. Zhang Zuzhu said, "Who made me born in the Zhang family? The daughter of the Zhang family, and inherited our father's excellent character." This was a slander against Zhang Dachuan for being stingy. And Zhang Dachuan rolled his eyes in anger. Zhang Yining laughed. Wu Guiyang taught Zhang Zuzhu a lesson. "Girl, keep the money in your hand well. When you get married, it will be your private money. Don't spend it carelessly in the future." Zhang Zuzhu thought, "Forget it. I don't know when I will want to die. I'd better eat more good food while I have money." This pot of meat was stewed here. Zhang Zuzhu went to mix the dough and lit her oven. She baked nearly 30 cakes and almost burned all the firewood that Li Fu had chopped. Li Fu thought, "This oven is not for burning firewood. It is burning his life. Is this okay?" But when Zhang Zuzhu chopped the meat, put it in the crispy and fragrant cake, poured the stewed meat soup on it, and handed it to Li Fu, Li Fu thought, "Well, it's okay." Zhang Zuzhu said, "Last time I said I'd give you the first peach cake, but Zhou Xiyuan snatched it. This time, you'll be the first to eat this meat pie." Li Fu was overwhelmed by the aroma, and was even happier with Zhang Zuzhu's words. He was the first. Zhang Zuzhu asked the young man, "Are you happy?" Li Fu nodded, indicating that he was happy. Zhang Zuzhu also picked up a meat pie for herself, and thought while eating, "This is a tool. Useful. Say a few nice words, and you can continue to use it." Tu Li was also very happy because he didn't know the truth. Zhang and Li's families both ate meat pie at noon today. A large pot of braised meat was eaten up, and the pie was also eaten with the braised meat soup. Just like Zhao Ping needs to find a companion to make her life happier, Zhang Zuzhu wants to be happier and needs to satisfy her appetite. As long as Zhang Zuzhu eats well, she will be in a good mood and will not have any extreme thoughts. But when she went out in the afternoon, she rarely saw Li Zhu and Zhou Ri walking their children. When Li Zhu saw her, he said, "Third miss, you have this skill, so you don't have to worry about the future." Zhou Ri also touched her face and said, "I have gained weight recently. When she was in Beijing, she worked less and ate less. Now she has to work every day. How can she have the strength without eating?" Li Zhu immediately turned around and held Zhou Rui's face with both hands. "What are you talking about, Rui? It's nothing. Rui is still the most beautiful." Zhou Rui looked at her husband shyly. They have been married for several years. But Li Zhu always said such words to coax her, and Zhou Rui was really happy to hear it. Zhang Zuzhu was like an innocent dog that was kicked, and she had to chase the other person's child back and hold him in her arms. Li Zhu took the opportunity to say, "Third miss, please take my tout out of play. Give her some water, and send her to Li Fu later." After that, Li Zhu led Zhou Rui in another direction. As everyone knows, it is really hard to take care of children, and you still have to work hard for others when you have the chance. Zhang Zuzhu hugged Tao Tao, and Tao Tao smiled at Zhang Zuzhu foolishly. Sister. Zhang Zuzhu said, "Call me auntie." How could she be called a generation younger for no reason? Tao Tao didn't care what she said, and kissed Zhang Zuzhu on the face, with his 2 little hands around her neck. "Sister, drink some water." Zhang Zuzhu had no choice but to carry her back, thinking that she didn't know where Li Fu was. So she quickly handed this little sweet potato to Li Fu. Li Fu was taking a nap. He was too tired. He got up early in the morning to work, and it was impossible for him to get up now. So Zhang Juju naturally couldn't find him. Wu Guiyang liked children. And when she saw her carrying Tao out back, she smiled and said, "You are holding someone else's child again." Zhang Juju said, "I'll take her to see the chickens." Wu Guiyang nodded. "We will go to the temple fair in a few days. And I will help your sister to pray to the Bodhisattva." She hoped that Zhang Jinjin would get pregnant quickly, so that she could have a foothold in the Lu family. Zhang Zuzu nodded. And Wu Guiyang continued, "And your second sister. I need to pray for a good marriage for her. Your second sister is not old enough yet." Zhang Juju thought that Zhang Yining was only 16 years old this year. And she was going to get married? She really couldn't accept it. Wu Guiyang said, "Your father kept your eldest sister for too long. And she almost couldn't find a good marriage. I have to find your second sister as soon as possible. Your second sister has a piece of land as a dowry. And I have to find a good family for her." Zhang Zuzu didn't know what to say. Wu Guiyang was really happy. And she hoped that her daughters would all marry into good families. In a few days, the Li family knew about the temple fair. And Lin Weining planned to go there. There are indeed more people praying to gods and Buddhas these days. Even if Zhang Juju traveled through time. She believed in parallel universes and quantum mechanics more. She didn't believe in gods and Buddhas. But gods and Buddhas had her benefits. And this was her way out. Chapter 33: How to Become a Monk. The weather was very good on the day of worshipping Buddha. Zhang Dachuan drove a bullock cart and took his family to the temple fair. The Li family was the same. But they asked the villagers to send them. Lin Weining brought the second son and his wife, as well as Li Fu. Li Fu was unwilling to go. Zhang Juju did not believe in gods and Buddhas because of her education. And Li Fu thought that praying to gods and Buddhas was useless. In the past, the Li family had donated money to the Daxiangwo temple in the capital. But they still ended up like this. He didn't understand why his mother still went to the temple. But as a son, he had to listen to his mother. So he had to come. Zhang Juju took a nap on the bullock cart and opened his eyes when he got off. Zhang Dachuan was exhausted. Seeing Zhang Zuju sleeping, he was very unhappy. It would be great if it was a son. If it was a son, he could drive the cart now. If it was a girl, she would have to be served by her father. Zhang Dachuan sighed. At this time, Zhang Zuzu came over. "Dad, are you tired? Do you want some water? Have a piece of cake." Zhang Dachuan took the kettle and the cake and smiled. "It's okay. Dad is not tired. Dad is still young. You will go to worship the Buddha sincerely later. Let our family have a good harvest this year and harvest more grain." Zhang Zuzu smiled. "Okay. I will worship the Buddha well. Dad, don't worry." Zhang Dachuan hummed a little song and sat down to rest. Zhang Juju heard the driver next to him complimenting Zhang Dachuan. Zhang Dachuan pretended to sigh. "My two girls. When they can't do anything, they just say a few nice words." In fact, he thought that his daughters were indeed more considerate. Although not as good as his sons. But they were not bad. He was really contradictory. And sometimes Zhang Juju couldn't understand him. Wu Guiyang took her two daughters and smiled and told Lin Weining that there was a bodhisattva in the temple here, who was blessing or something. And the group squeezed through the crowd and walked into the temple. Zhang Yining pointed at some small toys and said to Zhang Luju, "Sanner, look at that doll. It's really beautiful." Zhang Zuzu said, "Do you want it?" It was actually something that children would play with. But they didn't play with it when they were young. Zhang Yining was a little embarrassed. She didn't say anything. Zhang Zuzu pulled her over. And Zhang Yining said hurriedly, I'll just take a look." Zhang Zuzu smiled at her, gave her money directly, bought the not-so-delicate doll, and stuffed it into Zhang Yining's arms. Zhang Yining was at a loss. She was too happy. Hugged the doll and said, I didn't mean that." Zhang Zuzu said, "I meant that. I just wanted to buy it and give it to you. If you don't accept it, you look down on me." These words are like persuading people to drink. They are words that cannot be evaded. Zhang Yining blushed and understood what her sister meant and said, "You said it yourself. I accepted it. I didn't look down on you." Zhang Zuzu said, "That's right." Zhang Yining hugged the doll tightly in her arms. And her happy expression was like a little girl. What's wrong with a little girl liking dolls? Zhang Juju felt very complicated when she thought that she would have to marry someone else as a wife in 2 years. This situation seemed a bit strange to Li Fu. As a younger sister, Zhang Juju was younger than Zhang Yining. But her eyes when she looked at Zhang Yining contained pity and heartache. This is not like a younger sister at all. Wu Guiyang did not teach her two daughters a lesson outside, but just glared at Zhang Zhuzhu, thinking that she was spending money recklessly. Last time, she ate it. And this time, she just bought a useless thing. Zhang Yining stood behind Zhang Zhuzhu. She was afraid that people would say anything about her. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Mother, go and burn incense first. Don't delay to pray for my elder sister to have a child." Wu Guiyang heard this. She ignored her two daughters and went in to burn incense. Zhang Yining said, "Mother is so fierce." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Then when you have a daughter in the future, you can't be like mother." Zhang Yining heard this. "I will be gentle, just like my elder sister. I will give this doll to your little niece to play with," saying that it was bought by my aunt. Zhang Zhuzhu just smiled, and Zhang Yining hugged the doll tighter. Sister is really good, she thought. Zhang Zhuzhu said a few words to Zhang Yining, asked her to wait here, and then left. Li Fu found Zhang Zhuzhu missing after a while, so she came to ask Zhang Yining. Zhang Yining said she went to Shuyu Temple. Li Fu, Shuyu Temple? The nunnery. She said she was going there to ask for a peace charm. Zhang Yining explained. Li Fu thought to himself, wouldn't it be the same to ask for a peace charm here? He didn't ask any more questions, and said that it was not good for a girl like Zhang Zhuzhu to walk around. So he went to find someone. Zhang Zhuzhu was talking to a 10-year-old nun in Shuyu Temple. The little nun ate her candy and said, "I don't know. I have been with the master since I can remember. They said that the master picked me up." Zhang Zhuzhu asked her how to become a nun in Shuyu Temple. But unfortunately, she asked the wrong person, and the little nun didn't know anything. Zhang Zhuzhu felt very sorry. The little nun thought she was unhappy and said, "Don't be unhappy. I won't eat your candy." Zhang Zhuzhu touched the girl's head. "Eat it." The little nun wiped her mouth. "Wait. I'll go to ask my master. You wait for me here." Before Zhang Zhuzhu spoke, she ran away like a gust of wind. Li Fu hurriedly chased after her, and saw Zhang Zhuzhu standing alone in the open space. Shuyu Temple was much quieter than the temple next door. He walked over and said, "Third Mississippi." Zhang Zhuzhu was very surprised. "You came to see me?" Li Fu said, "Yes. There are many people today. I have heard of many women and children being abducted before. It's okay. I'm very careful." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Thank you very much." As the two were talking, the little nun came with her master. She was a nun in her 40s, wearing monk's robes, with kind eyes. She bowed to Zhang Zhuzhu and said, "My name is Muzhen. I am a naughty disciple. Don't mind me." Female donor. The little nun was very dissatisfied and pulled her sleeve to act coquettishly, saying, "Master, I ate the candy from the female donor, so I asked you." Muzhen heard from the little disciple that a young woman came to ask how to become a nun, and thought it was a woman who had suffered a disaster. But when she came out, she found that it was a young girl with a young man beside her. Muzhen thought that the young couple had a quarrel, and the girl was angry and came to Shuyu Temple to say something. However, looking at the young man's appearance and demeanor, she thought that the quarrel was only temporary. She was not angry, and smiled. The female donor's earthly ties had not yet ended. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't want Li Fu to know that she came to ask this. If Li Fu knew, her family would also know. Becoming a monk at this time is not a good thing. And if her family knew, there would be endless trouble. Zhang Zhuzhu returned the greeting and said vaguely, "Master, you are right." The two talked in a confused manner, and then they went their separate ways. Li Fu was also puzzled and asked, "Are you here to ask for a peace amulet?" Zhang Zhuzhu, "Oh, I forgot. Let's go back." Li Fu felt strange, but he never thought that a young girl would want to become a nun, so he didn't ask any more questions. Wu Guiyang prayed for a child for her eldest daughter, a marriage for her second daughter, and peace for the remaining 3 daughters, the youngest son and her husband. Lin Weiying hoped that the Li family could get out of the current situation as soon as possible. Her eldest son became a carpenter. Could it be that her husband and the remaining 2 sons really have to be teachers in the future? This is not okay. Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu watched their mothers come out together. Li Fu said, "What don't you ask for in the temple?" Zhang Zhuzhu, "It's better to ask for yourself than to ask for God." Li Fu agreed with this sentence and said, "You are right. I don't believe in gods and Buddhas either." Li Fu not only didn't believe it, but also didn't like it very much. But Zhang Zhuzu thought, although I don't believe it, I may become one of them. So I still have to love my job and go back to learn more. Chapter 34 Save People. Wu Guiyang happily held her daughter's hand. I just drew a good lot. Your elder sister will definitely be able to give birth to a boy. Then no one in the Lu family will dare to bully her. It can be seen that Wu Guiyang is really very happy. Zhang Yining held the baby in her arms and said dissatisfiedly, it's also good to have a little niece. The elder sister has so much dowry. The Lu family dare not bully her. Wu Guiyang glanced at her daughter. You are a child and don't understand anything. Most of the mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law in the world are enemies in their previous lives. Wu Guiyang really has this experience. She is only worried that her daughter will be troubled by her mother-in-law. As long as a son is born, it will be different. Zhang Yining said, then I will find someone without a mother-in-law in the future. Wu Guiyang immediately said, oh, that won't work either. If you don't have a mother-in-law, who will take care of you during the confinement period, and who will take care of your child after you get married? Zhang Yining had a headache after hearing this. This won't work. And that won't work either. It's really troublesome. Wu Guiyang, there is no such thing as living without troubles. After you two are married, I will take care of Xiao Bao. When he gets married and has children, my life will be over. Lin Weining has been silent. But when she heard this, she agreed deeply. Yes, as women, we can only have a few days of good life before we get married. After getting married, we will either worry about the family or the children for the rest of our lives. We really have endless worries, Lin Weining said. Wu Guiyang probably didn't expect Lin Weining to say that, and smiled. I said that a family like yours has nothing to worry about. Not having to wash clothes, cook and take care of children all day long, in Wu Guiyang's opinion, is a good life. Lin Weining actually has troubles. Lin Weining also laughed. Of course I don't have any. Every day when I open my eyes, I have to take care of the food and drink of the whole family, go out to interact with other families, and inquire about things. I am always restless. I have been in the village for the past few months, and I have been much more free. Forget about those. Lin Weining still has to fight with her sisters-in-law and relatives every now and then. In short, there is no shortage of troubles. Wu Guiyang couldn't imagine her life. So she just said, then you stay in the village, and we will live a good life. Lin Weining said, yes. I will go and see what you want to buy for your family. Wu Guiyang enthusiastically told her what she wanted to buy, and the two went together. When the two bought cloth and needles and thread, Wu Guiyang was worried that they were too expensive, so she lowered the price. But she was not very good at bargaining. Lin Weining, on the other hand, spoke very fluently and could clearly point out some problems. So he lowered the price, which surprised Wu Guiyang. Wu Guiyang said, I thought you were a bodhisattva in the painting, but I didn't expect you to bargain. Lin Weining laughed. You have to be frugal in life. Wu Guiyang went back and told the women in the village about this matter. In addition, Lin Weining was knowledgeable and taught everyone how to do needlework. Since then, this former noble lady, who had been living in seclusion, has become a popular figure in the village. She has a good reputation in the village. Lin Weining could understand why the eldest daughter-in-law went out to talk to someone and came back happy. This is a later story. At this moment, the group is still in the lively temple fair. Zhang Zhuzu, Zhang Yining, and Li Fu followed behind. Zhang Zhuzu already had a lot of food in her hand, all of which she had just bought. As for Li Zhu and Zhou Ri, they had disappeared long ago. Zhang Zhuzu ate the cakes she had just bought and shared them with Li Fu and Zhang Yining. Zhang Yining said, Sister, look, the bag that man is carrying is moving. Zhang Zhuzu and Li Fu looked over and saw a middle-aged man carrying a sack as tall as a person. And the sack was indeed moving. It looks like a person struggling. Zhang Zhuzu looked at Li Fu. Is it a person? Li Fu hesitated for a moment, thought it looked like a person, and then said, I'll go and see. Zhang Zhuzu wanted to say that he was reckless, but she didn't care at this moment. She stuffed the things in her hand into Zhang Yining's hand and chased after him. Li Fu pretended to be a passerby and ran straight towards the man. The middle-aged man also walked very fast. The two of them bumped into each other. The middle-aged man was carrying a sack, which was not stable to begin with. He tilted and shook a few times. Li Fu was also hit hard and retreated straight away. The middle-aged man probably didn't want to get entangled, and wanted to leave after he stood firm. Zhang Zhuzu ran over and shouted, "You can't leave. You want to leave after you bumped into my brother." She pretended to support Li Fu. "My brother is in poor health. You hit him and made him spit blood. You have to pay." Li Fu didn't expect Zhang Zhuzu to be so capable. She immediately coughed a few times and leaned against Zhang Zhuzu weakly, saying, "Pay money. Don't leave if you don't pay. If you don't pay, I'll report you to the police." Zhang Zhuzu shouted with her hands on her waist. The two of them looked like they were trying to scam someone, which caused a lot of excitement. I thought the middle-aged man would take a tough attitude. But when he saw more and more people watching, he was frightened, sweating profusely, and suddenly threw the sack on the ground and ran away. Zhang Zhuzu and Li Fu looked at each other, and the sack on the ground twisted desperately. "Zhang Zhuzu, is this a guilty conscience?" Li Fu said, "Open the sack first." Zhang Zhuzu squatted down and untied the sack, revealing a pair of struggling feet. One of the shoes had fallen off. The onlookers were shocked. A person. A living person. Zhang Zhuzu saw that the woman had lost one shoe, and quickly covered her up, saying to Li Fu, "Send her to Shuyu Temple in front. If people knew the identity of this girl, they might gossip." At this time, Zhang Yining also squeezed in. So the two sisters lifted up the person and the bag and walked to Shuyu Temple. Li Fu went to explain the situation to the two mothers to prevent them from worrying. Master Miaozhen cleared a meditation room, and Zhang Zhuzu opened the sack. The girl's mouth was blocked. Her hair was messy, and her face was covered with snot and tears. Zhang Zhuzu took out the stuff blocking her mouth and untied the rope on her hand. The girl threw herself into Master Miaozhen's arms and burst into tears. Master Miaozhen didn't dislike her. She coaxed her with a gentle voice, and wiped her face with a handkerchief, and then exclaimed, "Miss Yao." Yao Yusen cried out of breath. Her heart was broken. Zhang Zhuzu said, "Master, you know this girl. Then please find her family." Master Miaozhen nodded. "This is the sister of the new local county magistrate. Don't worry. I will send her home." When Zhang Zhuzu heard this, she thought to herself that someone dared to kidnap the girl from the county magistrate's family. What kind of world is this? "Thank you for your hard work. I will go back first," Zhang Zhuzu said. The girl was very scared and didn't say anything. Zhang Zhuzu and her sister left first. Li Fu and her two mothers met them and asked about the whole story. Zhang Zhuzu explained it quickly and told the girl's identity. Wu Guiyang hurriedly pulled her daughter's hand. Lin Weiying frowned. After all, she is also a girl from an official's family. Who is so bold as to kidnap someone? Wu Guiyang said, "We have lost girls here before. You still have to be careful when you go out." Li Fu and her mother looked at each other and felt that there was something going on. Lin Weiying said, "Let's go back quickly after we buy something. Don't get into any trouble." The group did not stay long and hurried back. A few days later, a big event spread in the village, saying that a wealthy family in the county was arrested and sent to prison. Do you still remember the cook who wanted to open a restaurant, had his legs broken, and had his menu stolen? What happened to him? He sued the Wang family, said the village head's wife. Oh, it's really a sin. And the cook is pitiful. The lawsuit was successful, and the county has come to justice. Zhang Zhuzu and Li Fu also heard about this matter. Li Fu felt that it was closely related to the girl's incident before. Zhang Zhuzu put her hands behind her back and said quietly, "It's getting hot. It's time to bankrupt Wang's restaurant." Li Fu was confused when she heard this. "Well, what? It's okay. I just said something stupid," Zhang Zhuzu said casually. The Wang family has been bullying the county for many years, and this time, they were finally arrested. I mean, it's a good thing they were arrested. Li Fu knew that she was talking about something she didn't understand again, so she didn't ask any more questions and said, "They should be arrested." Chapter 35. My heart is as cold as a wood-chopping knife. Things are indeed similar to what the two people guessed. A new county magistrate came to Songyang County more than a month ago. His surname is Yao. He is a Jinsher this year, and was sent to the local area to serve as a county magistrate. Generally, officials are all seniority, and will build good relationships with local snakes. This young county magistrate also planned to do so at the beginning. He was born in a poor family and took his old father, mother and sister to take office. Even if he had ambitions, he would wait until he had a firm foothold in the future. As a result, the local wealthy family surnamed Wang had a playboy in the family, who fell in love with the county magistrate's sister Yao Yusin and wanted her to be his concubine. Yao Yusin was only 15 years old. How could she be interested in Wang Daolang, who was nearly 30 years old and still had a big belly? When she met him outside, she cursed him. Wang Daolang had been tyrannical for so many years. How could he bear this? He made up his mind and asked his servants to kidnap Yao Yusin, to make it a done deal, and let County Magistrate Yao know whose territory Songyang County was. Wang Daolang gave money to his servants to hire someone. But the servants embezzled the money and found someone at random, and paid 2 taels of silver to have him kidnap Yao Yusin. It could have been done, but it was probably because they had done so many evil things that God couldn't stand it anymore. So Zhang Zuzhu and Li Fu met them. Besides, the kidnapper didn't have much courage. If he had been more vicious that day, he might have been able to take the person away. Anyway, it didn't work. Yao County Magistrate's family was small, with only this one sister, and her family loved her very much. Yao County Magistrate could not swallow this bitter breath. So he made up his mind to capture the Wang family, and sent the conclusive evidence to his fellow senior brother without the help of his superiors. His move was likely to delay his future. But even if Yao County Magistrate did not want this official hat, he had to protect his relatives. For a while, Yao County Magistrate became the honest man in the eyes of the local people. On this day, Zhang Zhuzhu was cooking at Li's house, and Li Fu rolled up his sleeves to chop wood, with a blank expression and a cold face. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at him like this and suddenly laughed. Li Fu almost sprained his waist and turned his head and said, "What are you laughing at?" Zhang Zhuzhu laughed and said, "I have been chopping wood outside the kitchen for 10 years. My heart has become as cold as the wood-chopping knife." After she finished speaking, she laughed non-stop. Li Fu did not understand what she was saying, but he could not help but laugh along. After a while, Li Fu said, "I don't know what you are thinking all day long. You always say things I don't understand. Still so happy. Like a little fool." Zhang Zhuzhu laughed for a long time, and started chopping vegetables again, sighing, "Alas, this is a world where no one understands me. It's so lonely." Li Fu said, "If you don't want to tell me, how can I understand?" Zhang Zhuzhu ignored this. "Come on. Add more wood." Li Fu put down his axe, and went to light the fire. Li Zhu suddenly came in from outside and said, "You too. Cook. Waiter. Stop working for now. Someone is looking for you." Li Fu said, "What's wrong?" Zhang Zhuzhu was chopping big bones on the chopping board, and she was also looking at Li Zhu. Li Zhu said, "The county magistrate of Songyang County is looking for you too to repay his kindness. The whole family is here, and he is talking to his father in front." Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu looked at each other. It was County Magistrate Yao. "Hurry up. What are you dawdling about?" Li Zhu urged. Zhang Zhuzhu added 2 scoops of water to the pot, threw the big bones into the pot, and Li Fu added 2 more firewood, and then they walked out. Li Fu said, "Apron. Take off the apron." Zhang Zhuzhu took off her hat and untied her apron, and Li Fu put them aside for her. Li Zhu thought that the relationship between these 2 people was too good. He pulled his brother and said, "You are too close to the third girl." Li Fu was putting down his rolled-up sleeves and said, "Then let your second sister-in-law come to the kitchen to help. And you can chop wood yourself. There are a lot of things to do in the kitchen. And Zhang Zhuzhu can't do it alone." Li Fu himself was not used to being close to a girl like Zhang Zhuzhu at first. But everyone was tired from working every day, so he really didn't want to care about anything else. Li Zhu said embarrassedly, "Your second brother is not in good health. How can I chop wood? The kitchen is smoky, and your second sister-in-law is delicate. How can she endure this?" He was reluctant to let his wife cook. Before he invited Zhang Zhuzhu, Zhou Rui had cut her nails, and was burned by hot oil when cooking. Li Fu, then shut up. Li Zhu really didn't dare to say anything. It was tiring enough for him to teach children every day. If he did some work like chopping wood and fetching water, he would probably be exhausted to death. In the main hall, Yao County Magistrate's family of 4 came. Yao County Magistrate had heard that a family had returned from the local area. The male owner of this family was a high-ranking official in the capital. He only knew that the family's surname was Li, and he didn't ask more about other things. Unexpectedly, Li's third son saved his sister. He said that he would come by himself, but his parents said that the whole family should come to thank him for saving his life. So the Li family's main hall was now full of people. Zhang Zhuzhu walked in. Without waiting for anyone to speak, Yao Yusen immediately ran over, grabbed her hand, and said, "I remember you. You saved me." She was so dusty that day that Zhang Luzhu didn't know what she looked like. Today, she saw that the little girl was tall, thin, with delicate features and some freckles on her cheeks. She was pretty. Zhang Zhuzhu was also happy to see the pretty girl and said, "Yes, it's me. Miss Yao. You are so pretty." Yao Yusen was a little excited and started talking at the door, blocking the Li Fu brothers at the door. When Yao Yusen heard Zhang Zhuzhu praising her, she was even happier, and the sudden fear in her heart was mostly gone. There is no girl who doesn't like to be told that she is pretty and lovely. Li Fu thought to herself that Zhang Zhuzhu was like a playboy, praising the girl first when she saw her. County Magistrate Yao said, "Xian, go talk to the side." Yao Yusen also realized that she was too excited, so she took Zhang Zhuzhu's hand and stood aside. Only then did Li Fu and his brother come in. When the Yao family's parents saw the person who saved their daughter, they were also very excited, and the hall was filled with their grateful voices. County Magistrate Yao stood up and bowed, saying, "Thank you for saving my life." Li Fu said, "County Magistrate Yao, you don't have to be polite when you see injustice. They didn't spend much effort to save the man that day. They just went up and said a few words, and the thief ran away by himself." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Yes, you're welcome." Yao Yusen took Zhang Zhuzhu's arm and said, "I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been kidnapped by that fat guy and made a concubine. I would rather die than be dead." She was really scared that day, thinking of the truth her brother had found out. Yao Yusen began to have nightmares, and was sick for several days, until she was able to get out of bed these 2 days. She urged her brother to find the person who saved her. She wanted to thank him in person. Li Fu stopped the people and made great contributions. Zhang Zhuzhu was also very cautious. When she saw that she was a woman that day, she sent herself to Shuyu Temple and did not reveal her identity, saving her reputation. Yao Yusen was so scared at that time that she didn't have time to say anything. When she recalled it afterwards, she was really grateful. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Don't say that. You have to live well at all times." Yao Yusen nodded and wiped her tears again. Lin Weining took the women to another room, leaving the people here to talk. Li Fu said, "Father, please write a letter to Mr. He." Before Li Qi opened his mouth, County Magistrate Yao said, "Mr. He? The old minister of the Ministry of Justice?" Li Fu, County Magistrate Yao, is making decisions for the people. If he ruins his future for this, it would be a pity. When County Magistrate Yao heard this, he was ashamed for a moment. To be honest, if the Wang family had not harmed his own sister, he would not want to care about the mess left by the previous few generations. Li Qi said, "Okay. I haven't written to them for a long time. I will write later." Yao County Magistrate immediately showed gratitude. If he could take this opportunity to win the favor of the superiors in Beijing, his future would be guaranteed. "Thank you very much," Yao County Magistrate said. Li Qi said, "I just hope you can still be like this in the future." Yao County Magistrate bowed deeply. "I dare not disobey the teachings of my elders. This is also a blessing in disguise." Chapter 36. Our Sanlang is a good man. Yao Yusen held Zhang Zhuzhu's hand and kept talking. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't need to answer. She just had to listen carefully. "I am so unlucky." Yao Yusen lamented her fate, and then cursed. "No man is good. Sister Zhuzhu, you have to believe me. No matter how good-looking or ugly a man is, he is not a good man." Zhang Zhuzhu thought to herself that it was no wonder that this young girl didn't even look at Li Fu. It turned out that she had been hurt by love. However, Li Fu was her savior. Yao Yusen just kindly reminded Zhang Zhuzhu, not blaming her. "Miss Yao will surely have good fortune in the future," Zhang Zhuzhu said. Yao Yusen laughed when she heard it. "Alas, I don't ask for good fortune. As long as I don't encounter such things again, I will thank God." Zhang Zhuzhu thought that there would definitely be no such thing again. The Wang family of Songyang County has been domineering for decades, and now it has fallen into the hands of this Yao County Magistrate. Before today, Yao County Magistrate's future may be uncertain, but after today, with the Li family finding connections for him, his future should be no problem. Yao Yusen's fortune is unquestionable. Zhang Zhuzhu felt that this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that this 15-year-old girl had already seen through men and love. A girl who was indifferent to a handsome man like Li Fu would definitely not be deceived by men again. This would skip a big pit in a woman's life. Such a blessing is not something that every girl can have. Yao Yusen said, "Call me sister. You are younger than me. You should be my sister." Yao Yusen was still worried that Zhang Zhuzhu would be reluctant. But Zhang Zhuzhu naturally took her hand and said sweetly, "Okay. Sister Yusen, what's wrong with a beautiful and smart girl wanting to be her sister?" Zhang Zhuzhu was very willing. Yao Yusen immediately smiled, took off 2 silk flowers from her head, and pinned one on Zhang Zhuzhu's head, saying, "I saw another girl in a panic that day. I think she is your sister. Give this flower to her and thank her on my behalf." She was really considerate and thought of Zhang Yining. Zhang Zhuzhu agreed. Zhang Yining was still working hard in the field. She would definitely like the flower when she saw it. The Yao family did not stay for long. After all, it was related to Yao Yusen's reputation and had to be covered up. Zhang Zhuzhu put the flower in her hair and went back to the kitchen to cook. Li Fu had to continue chopping wood after he had planned a big thing for his father. But he saw the silk flower on Zhang Zhuzhu's head and couldn't help but look at it twice. He just felt that the flower made her look better. Li Fu said, "Where did you learn the sweet talk?" Zhang Zhuzhu was puzzled. "What did you say?" "What sweet talk? What did she say?" Li Fu said, "You just met Miss Yao and said she was beautiful." Although Li Fu only heard this sentence, Zhang Zhuzhu must have said a lot of coaxing words when he didn't hear it. Zhang Zhuzhu said confidently, "Isn't she beautiful? I think she is very beautiful and cute." Li Fu, "Isn't this just coaxing words?" "Of course not," Zhang Zhuzhu said. "I really think she is beautiful. Don't you think so? A girl of this age, in her prime, speaks as sweetly as an oriole. So she is naturally beautiful and cute." Li Fu looked at Zhang Zhuzhu and found that she was sincere in what she said. Li Fu couldn't understand her. "I didn't look at her. I didn't pay attention to her appearance." He really didn't notice Yao Yusen's appearance. But Li Fu didn't care about it. If he really wanted to talk about it, he thought Zhang Zhuzhu was cuter. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that straight men really had no aesthetic taste. He was probably thinking about how to save County Magistrate Yao at that time. Li Fu asked again, "Why do you say nice things like that?" Zhang Zhuzhu was sprinkling chopped green onions into the pot. She glanced at Li Fu. "Why? Do you want to hear me praise you? I'm very good at praising people. What do you want to hear?" Li Fu hurriedly bowed his head and refused, saying seriously, "People should be modest and cautious. Words of flattery are often false and cannot be believed." He definitely didn't want to hear any compliments. He had heard too many of those things and was indifferent to them. He definitely didn't want to hear Zhang Zhuzhu's good words about him. Zhang Zhuzhu slowly stirred the soup in the pot, smiling gently, and her words were like honey water. "I don't say anything nice. I just tell the truth. Sanlang is handsome. This is obvious to all. Sanlang is very talented. This is what I heard. Sanlang is brave and resourceful, and has good intentions. This is what I saw with my own eyes. And I was fortunate to help Sanlang." Li Fu heard her say one sentence after another, and his whole body was burning. His ears were hot. His cheeks were hot. And he couldn't hold the axe in his hand. He should have been humble and self-respecting, and shouldn't be complacent about such words. But Li Fu couldn't help it. Sanlang is such a good man, Zhang Zhuzhu concluded. She looked at Li Fu with interest, thinking, he is still a young man. He can't stand being praised. Everyone likes nice words. Even Li Fu, who looks calm and steady, can't stand it. Li Fu wanted to say something, but couldn't open his mouth. He watched Zhang Zhuzhu serve the food and leave the Li family. He thought, Zhang Zhuzhu is really good at sweet talk. Li Fu looked at her back and snorted softly, flirtatious. It's really too frivolous. How can a girl be like this? He thought so. And he didn't even notice that the corners of his mouth had risen and there was a smile in his eyes. Zhang Yining got a silk flower and was so happy that she asked Zhang Zhuzhu to put it on her hair. She was so happy in front of the mirror. This flower is so beautiful. It looks like the real thing, Zhang Yining said. Zhang Zhuzhu said, it is said to be brought from the capital. You like it, right? Zhang Yining nodded immediately. It is from the capital. Then I will keep it and wear it when I get married. Zhang Zhuzhu said, why do you think about getting married all the time? You can think about something else. All day long. You talk about getting married, as if you can't wait to get married tomorrow. I just want to get married, Zhang Yining said, holding her waist. I am working in the field. I am almost dying of heat. My waist is almost broken. When I get married, I will definitely not have to work in the field. And even if I do, my family will definitely not have so much land. Zhang Juju didn't know what to say after hearing this. In her opinion, this was very naive. Their family had a lot of land. They had enough to eat. And they had a lot of work to do. Zhang Juju could only take a break at noon every day. And she had to work in the fields at other times. Zhang Juju fanned her with a palm leaf fan and wiped the sweat off her head. What if the food is not as good as at home? Zhang Zuzu said. Zhang Yining hugged her and smiled. Then I will come back often. Take advantage of my mother's family. And let you cook delicious food for me. Don't dislike me. Zhang Juju also smiled. Okay. I will secretly kill a chicken for you and stew it for you. Zhang Yining smiled. Then I want to eat it these 2 days. Wait. We'll eat tomorrow. Zhang Zuzu promised her. Zhang Yining was satisfied. Then leaned on her sister's shoulder. Too tired to talk anymore. And soon became confused. Zhang Juju really didn't know how to comfort Zhang Yining. She was really having a hard time. Now it's the physical labor that's suffering. And when she gets married, I'm afraid it's her spirit that will be tortured. Alas, life is hard to be perfect. And it's even more fearful to have no peace. I can only hope that she will marry a similar family and live a safe and smooth life. As someone who watched her grow up and as her relative, Zhang Zuzu is also willing to work hard to protect her. Chapter 37 The Summer of Herding Sheep. Zhang Yining ate the chicken contentedly the next day. Zhang Dachuan ate with heartache, mumbling, saying, Didn't you eat it last month? Why do you eat it again this month? You don't work every day. Just eat meat. The meat is very fragrant. But it's not right to eat meat like this all the time. Who in the village eats like this? Zhang Juju put a big piece of meat into his bowl and said softly, The weather is hot. And there is a lot of work to do. Dad, you see you have lost weight. As a daughter, I don't know how distressed I am. I will give you some tonic. Zhang Dachuan looked at Zhang Juju as if he was looking at a ghost. What are you doing? You know, Zhang Juju is stubborn with him and squeezes him. That is the norm in this family. Zhang Juju suddenly became gentle and submissive. And Zhang Dachuan was really not used to it. He felt awkward. Zhang Zuzu was speechless for a moment. Wu Guiyang clapped her hands. Okay. Okay. Juzu. You should be like this. Don't speak loudly. Just be so kind. You will definitely marry a good family and scare people. Zhang Zuzu was even more speechless. She said, Eat. Eat quickly. Zhang Dachuan heard her talking loudly. And then he got used to it and started eating. Wu Guiyang wanted to say something. But Zhang Juju picked up a large piece of meat and put it in Wu Guiyang's bowl. Wu Guiyang changed her words and said, Hey. I don't want to eat. She picked up the meat and put it in Zhang Baobao's bowl. She was used to giving the best to the children in the family, especially her youngest and only son. Zhang Baobao held the bowl and refused, saying with a stern face, Mom, you eat? He said this before because he was scared by Zhang Juju. In fact, he wanted to eat more, but he was afraid. So he endured it. But today is different. Today Zhang Baobao is willing. He has read books and learned the truth. He knows that children should respect their parents and love their sisters. Zhang Baobao said, Mom, you are spoiling me like this. It will teach me bad things. You can't do this. What I have, my sisters don't have. This is not good. Wu Guiyang smiled and said, What's wrong with this? You are the youngest child in our family. Who else can I love if I don't love you? Zhang Baobao is young. And it must be said that boys are more favored than girls. Zhang Baobao replied, It is not the lack of wealth that is worrying, but the inequality. My sisters and I are both our parents' children. What I have, my sisters should have too. What my sisters don't have, I don't want either. Wu Guiyang frowned and wanted to refute this. How could boys and girls be the same? Zhang Yining looked at her brother with satisfaction. Zhang Dachuan said, Eat. From now on, our family will listen to Bao Bao. He is studying and must know more than us. Do you hear me? Wu Guiyang didn't say anything this time. Zhang Dachuan was the man who made the decision. Wu Guiyang could not listen to the words of the saint, but she would definitely listen to what Zhang Dachuan said. Zhang Juju thought that studying was indeed useful. At least Zhang Baobao would not grow up crooked. To be honest, these days, married girls sometimes have to rely on their fathers and brothers for support. If Zhang Baobao can stand up, the safety of life and property of her sisters will be more guaranteed in the future. Fortunately, Li Qi is an upright person, and the students he teaches should be good. Zhang Zhuzhu used her own way of praising people and praised, "Brother, you have studied very well. Now you look like a scholar. You are really amazing and smart." Zhang Baobao showed an embarrassed expression on his stern face. "You are too kind." "Too kind?" Zhang Zhuzhu smiled. "Hey, don't be too modest." Zhang Baobao chuckled, and then said, "But I'm not the smartest. I heard that it's very difficult to take the imperial examination. I may not pass it in the future." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "It doesn't matter. You don't have to be an official. Just do your best to study." Zhang Dachuan also said, "I don't expect you to be a high-ranking official. Just pass the examination for our family." The Zhang family has been farming for generations. Zhang Dachuan also became rich overnight. There is no one in the family who can study. He doesn't ask much of his son. "We have land. You can pass the examination for a scholar. Marry a wife. Have more children. And let them study. If they can't do it, there are still grandchildren. I can't see before I close my eyes. You just burn incense for me and your mother and build a cemetery like the Li family." Zhang Dachuan arranged all his descendants with just one sentence. Zhang Zhuzhu was about to say that her father was open-minded, but she shut up after hearing the last sentence. Sure enough, he still had an obsession with studying. Wu Guinyang was also very happy and said, "Yes, when the time comes, our family will also build an ancestral hall and put the tablets of me and your father higher. Then I will have a bright face in the underworld." Zhang Baobao was only 8 years old, and his son and grandson were all arranged. Zhang Baobao was stunned and didn't know what to say. After dinner, Zhang Baobao was full of sorrow and said, "Third sister, my parents are talking too far." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Then you should work harder, and don't let the ups and downs brought by our parents affect your children and grandchildren." Zhang Baobao hesitated for a moment and said, "Well, let's let them get wed with me." Zhang Zhuzhu laughed loudly, and Zhang Baobao laughed too. Zhang Yining came over and asked what they were laughing at. Zhang Baobao didn't say anything, so Zhang Yining jumped on him, and the two chased each other and started to make a fuss again. The summer in the village is a bit unbearable. It's very hot. At night, people can't stay at home, and many people go outside to enjoy the cool air. Zhang Uzu is also outside. It's really hot in the house. She sweats even when she sits still. There is a little cool breeze on the road outside. Zhang Zhuzhu holds a big cattail leaf fan in her hand and fans herself. Li Fu came out of Li's house alone with 3 children. When he saw Zhang Zhuzhu, he wanted to recruit men. Tao Tao, Zhao, look who that is. The 2 little girls immediately ran to Zhang Zhuzhu, one holding one of her legs, shouting, "Sister, Auntie." Zhang Zhuzhu was held by 2 little stoves, and she hurriedly said, "Let go. Let go. Stand up." The child probably felt hot, let go of her and stood up beside her, holding her sleeve. Li Yuan ran over and wanted to take the big cattail leaf fan in Zhang Zhuzhu's hand to fan her. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at Li Fu, and her eyes looked like she wanted to kill her. Li Fu said, "My second brother and second sister-in-law went to catch small fish, and asked me to take care of the children." Li Fu was also helpless. He was really unable to take care of 3 children by himself. His unreliable second brother and second sister-in-law went to catch small fish after dinner, saying that they could fry small fish tomorrow. Everyone knows that they are just shirking their responsibility of taking care of the children. Zhang Zhuzhu, what a loving couple. I envy you so much. Is this how other people love each other? Li Fu doesn't envy their love. He only envies that they don't have to take care of the children themselves. They both have their own thoughts. But now they can only watch the children running around to prevent them from getting hurt. Later, other children from other families in the village ran out to play, and when the adults saw them, they entrusted them to Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu. Li Fu's head was buzzing, and Zhang Zhuzhu comforted him. Just think of it as herding sheep. One sheep is the same as herding a flock of sheep. Li Fu was not comforted. And what was even more terrible was that everyone thought they were good at taking care of the children. As a result, both of them were herding sheep on the night of the dog days of summer. Li Fu missed his old summer, escaping the heat, reading, and eating ice drinks. Zhang Juju also missed her summer. Air conditioning, watermelon, and ice cream. The two looked at each other and felt what it meant to be in the same boat. That night, a few children ran out of the village. Zhang Juzu and Li Fu went out to look for them, drove them all home, and then went back to rest. As a result, on the way back, Li Fu suddenly heard a faint cry. He was startled and turned back to glare at Zhang Juju. How could this happen again? Would he be frightened again? Zhang Juju also glared at him. Chapter 38, I will never fit in here. The two stared at each other for a long time. And the weak crying continued. Li Fu, it's not you. Zhang Juju rolled her eyes. What do you think? Li Fu's hair stood on end, and he stood still. When he and Zhang Juju met for the first time, his weakness was exposed. Not believing in gods and Buddhas is one thing, and being afraid of ghosts is another. Li Fu was terrified. But at the same time, he felt very embarrassed. He stood in front of Zhang Juju with a stiff upper lip. He couldn't let a girl stand out. Zhang Juju walked around Li Fu and strode towards the direction where the crying came from. Li Fu was unwilling to fall behind, so he hurriedly followed. Zhang Juju stopped at the edge of the bushes. Li Fu was so nervous that he didn't pay attention and bumped into her. Li Fu was a big man, and Zhang Juju couldn't stand his collision. She was knocked forward a few steps and went into the bushes. Before she fell, Li Fu quickly grabbed her sleeve. With a hissing sound, Zhang Juju's sleeve was torn off, and she fell into the bushes. Kneeling on the ground, Li Fu exclaimed, Zhang Juju. He was too anxious and called Zhang Juju's name directly. Zhang Juju gasped in pain. And this time she really cried. But she didn't bother to wipe her tears. She lowered her head and saw a baby wrapped in white cloth on the ground, crying in the moonlight. Zhang Juju said, Li Fu, there is a child. Li Fu came back to his senses and asked weakly, look carefully. Is it really a child? Zhang Juju said loudly, don't be superstitious. There are no ghosts and gods in the world. Aren't you a scholar? Come and see. It's really a child. Li Fu took a deep breath, took 2 steps forward, parted the grass, and saw a swaddling cloth. The baby's cry became weaker and weaker. Zhang Juju leaned over and carefully picked up the baby. Li Fu took the opportunity to touch the child's face and confirm that it was a warm child. Zhang Juju thought, what is the use of men? Help me up, Zhang Juju said. She fell to her knees. It hurt a lot, and she had no place to lean on when holding the child. Li Fu hurriedly helped Zhang Juju stand up. Zhang Juju endured the pain and observed the child, making sure that the child had no congenital disabilities or obvious diseases. Li Fu frowned. Who left the child here? Zhang Juju had already seen the child and said helplessly, it's a baby girl. Li Fu didn't say anything either. It is common for people to abandon or kill baby girls. Some do it to give birth to sons, while others do it because they have too many children and the family can't afford to raise them. So they throw them away or kill them. Zhang Juju said, Li Fu, take her back. Li Fu said, it's natural. How could he watch this baby girl being abandoned outside when she was not even 1 month old? Li Fu stretched out his hand. I'll hold her. Zhang Juju said, can you hold her? The baby is very fragile. Li Fu learned how to do it on the spot, and the two took the baby girl back. Li Ju looked at them in shock and said, You too? How come you both have a child? It's only been less than 1 night. Ah? Is this something a human can do? Did he accidentally enter the fairyland today? And when he came back, a year had passed in the world? Did Miss Zhang San really become his brother's wife? And both of them had children? Li Ju was shocked. At this time, Li Qi and Lin Weining also came over. Zhou Rui also coaxed her daughter to sleep, and the whole family came over. Li Fu looked at her second brother and knew that he was thinking nonsense again. Zhang Juju said speechlessly, Second brother Li, this is a child we picked up on the road. Li Ju suddenly realized, picked up. I said. It scared me to death. It turned out to be a picked up child. Lin Weining also asked a question. Li Fu said, I don't know who abandoned the baby girl. We met on the road. It's not good to see this child lose his life in vain. Li Qi nodded. It should be saved. At this time, the Zhang family also came, and a group of people surrounded a dying baby girl. Wu Guiyang held the baby girl and went to the village to find a breastfeeding woman to feed the child first, so that she would not starve to death. The others stayed to discuss whether to keep the child. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Let's report to the authorities and find the child's parents. They must be from our villages." This suggestion is indeed good, but it is not certain that the child's parents can be found. It is indeed common to abandon baby girls now, and the government will not take this matter to heart. Zhang Zhuzhu was very angry. If you don't want to raise her, don't give birth to her. Abandoning a good child on the road and letting her die. Is this something a human can do? Li Fu said, since they have already abandoned her. Even if they are found, the child may not be able to grow up. Zhang Zhuzhu got even angrier when she heard this. Really? Girls are not human beings. Let them abuse them like this. Li Fu poured her a glass of water. We'll think of a way. Zhang Zhuzhu remained silent, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness in her heart. This baby girl was lying in the bushes to die today. How many other baby girls have lost their lives like this over the years? When she thought of this, she felt cold all over. She knew the cruelty of this society. But when the cruelty tore open a hideous corner in front of her, Zhang Zhuzhu still felt unbearable. She couldn't help but shed tears. Li Fu saw her crying. Li Fu whispered, "We can give her to a family without children." Zhang Zhuzhu asked tearfully, "What if that family has their own child and doesn't want her anymore?" After she asked, she didn't need Li Fu to answer, and wiped her tears. "I'm sorry," Zhang Zhuzhu said. She herself was a clay Buddha crossing the river, and now she actually sympathized with a baby girl she didn't know. Alas, what's the use of her tears? There's no point in her questioning Li Fu. No, she is not a saint. In her time, the abandonment and killing of baby girls also happened. It's just that in her time, she could seek legal help to some extent. But here, she really can't do anything. Zhang Zhuzhu is very uncomfortable. Over the years, she has seen a lot of bad things, and she thought she was numb. But no, such things still make Zhang Zhuzhu very painful. She will never fit in with this era. She will never be able to adapt to and accept such a social environment. Her body is in the summer of June, but her heart is immersed in ice. Li Fu didn't know why she apologized suddenly, but just whispered to comfort her, then think of another way. If it really doesn't work, we will raise her. She can survive. Zhang Zhuzhu heard Li Fu's voice. She looked up at him. Can she really survive? Li Fu immediately replied, "You saved her. She will survive. Don't cry." For some reason, watching Zhang Zhuzhu crying, Li Fu also felt very uncomfortable. He thought, maybe the laws of this dynasty regarding killing and abandoning children should be changed. This law is too old. Those children should not be abandoned and killed, and those who deliberately do so should pay the price. After a discussion, everyone decided to send the child to the government tomorrow to track down the people who abandoned the child. Even if they don't take the child back to take care of it, they should be found and punished according to the specific circumstances to serve as a warning to others. Then they will decide whether to send the baby girl to a charity or send her to a suitable family for upbringing. Zhang Zhuzhu took care of the child for one night, and she and Li Fu went to do this the next day. Chapter 39, there is something else going on. Zhang Zhuzhu was much calmer today, and she didn't cry like she did yesterday. But she was not in a good mood. Li Fu also saw her mood and didn't say much. Zhang Zhuzhu prepared a basket with bedding in it, and let the baby girl lie in the basket. The baby girl slept very soundly. Li Fu said, "I'll carry it." Zhang Zhuzhu handed it to him carefully, and the two of them took a bullock cart and went to the county town. "I met County Magistrate Yao last time, and I put it to use this time." County Magistrate Yao knew the whole story, so he naturally went to ask the biological parents of the baby girl without hesitation. Yao Yusen helped Zhang Zhuzhu take care of the baby girl, and she also seemed very angry. This child is so good, and the parents really have no conscience at all. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Yes. I don't know what to do with this child in the future." Yao Yusen said, "If her biological parents still don't want her, send her to a nunnery, and she will still be able to grow up safely." Zhang Zhuzhu knew that there were official institutions that raised abandoned orphans, but these institutions were very imperfect. Some temples and Taoist temples, on the other hand, accepted incense and were very rich. They also had large tracts of land that did not have to pay taxes, and they were wealthy families, so they would also raise unwanted children. Zhang Zhuzhu touched the baby girl's face. "It's good that she can survive." Yao Yusen patted Zhang Zhuzhu's hand. "Don't worry. She will survive. I often go to temples and Taoist temples to listen to sutras. There are many children there. I don't say how well they eat and dress, but they will definitely grow up safely. But Zhang Zhuzhu was very pessimistic. Is it really good to live? Li Fu saw that she was distracted and comforted her. I have already looked for it, and I will find it. Zhang Zhuzhu said, is this world really worth it? After all, she has experienced a better life, and has witnessed many things that she cannot accept in these years. She was depressed for a while, and said such words. Zhang Zhuzhu really has no expectations for her future. She is here. Just like the saying that a monk rings the bell every day. She has almost never thought about her tomorrow. It was only when she went to the temple last time that she thought about it a little. Li Fu heard this and said solemnly, you have to live. When he left the capital, he was also full of disappointment, and felt that his future was bleak and gloomy. But Zhang Zhuzhu told him that he could live in seclusion in Zhongjia village. She said many comforting words, which gradually calmed Li Fu's anxious heart, and made him think about other possibilities in the future. Facing Zhang Zhuzhu's sudden disappointment, Li Fu firmly said to her, survive first. There is always a way. Zhang Zhuzhu sighed deeply. You are right. I shouldn't think like this, she said. Li Fu wanted to say something, but he was at a loss for words. Zhang Zhuzhu said, how can this world get better? Li Fu, do you have any ideas? Li Fu said, yes. I have a way. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at him, then hurry up, so that I can see it in my lifetime. At least let her see a little hope to continue living. Li Fu nodded, I promise. You will see it. Zhang Zhuzhu also nodded, carefully holding the little baby girl in her arms, hoping that she can live a stable and smooth life. This person was originally difficult to find, but this afternoon, the family who abandoned the baby girl found it. It's just that this matter is not what they imagined. There is another more infuriating inside story. Yao County Magistrate did not try the case, but only let the family sit in the back hall of the government office. The one who came was a family of 5. An old couple, their son and daughter-in-law, and their 16-year-old daughter. This 16-year-old girl is the mother of the little girl. The family's surname is Wang, and they are from Wangguling near Zhongjia village. The Wang family is just an ordinary family in the village. 10 months ago, they lived a very simple life. Like all families here, they often had difficulties, but they also lived a stable life. But this stability was broken. Wang Xiuxiu was 15 years old last year, and she was also at the age of marriage. Her family wanted to find a good husband for her. As a result, the matchmaker was greedy for money and deceived the Wang family, telling Wang Xiuxiu a man who had beaten his wife to death. After the Wang family knew about this, they wanted to cancel the engagement. How could they let their good daughter lose her life? The family naturally refused and pestered them all day long, causing great trouble. Fortunately, the villagers also helped the Wang family, and the marriage was finally cancelled. Who knew that one day, the Wang family was working in the fields, and Wang Xiuxiu was working at home with her nephews and nieces. The man who had beaten his wife to death broke into the Wang family and insulted Wang Xiuxiu. When the Wang family rushed back, it was too late. Wang Xiuxiu was even more devastated. Raping a woman is a serious crime and should be reported to the authorities. But the Wang family was confused for the sake of their daughter's reputation and fear of revenge from the family. So they endured it. At worst, their daughter would stay at home for the rest of her life and not get married. But who would have thought that Wang Xiuxiu was pregnant? The Wang family had no choice but to find that family. But that family was really no good. At first, they said they could marry Wang Xiuxiu, but later they delayed, causing Wang Xiuxiu's belly to grow bigger. The Wang family begged again and again, but the evildoers became more arrogant. Finally, they watched Wang Xiuxiu give birth to a baby girl and said that they wanted a male to inherit the family business, saying that Wang Xiuxiu was useless and refused to marry her. The Wang family was really going crazy. Wang Xiuxiu cried all day at home, and she cried even harder when she saw the child. The eldest brother of the Wang family couldn't stand it, so he abandoned the baby girl and sharpened the knife at home. As a result, Wang Xiuxiu saw that the child was not there, and cried and wanted to find the child. So the Wang family parents hurried to find the child. The eldest brother of the Wang family hid a knife and prepared to seek revenge on that family. The people from the government office happened to find out about the area nearby, so they brought Wang's parents here and stopped Wang's eldest brother from killing people in time. Otherwise there would be a bloody case now. After hearing this, Zhang Zuzu didn't know what to say. Li Fu also said, now they have arrested that family. And the matchmaker who proposed the marriage will be brought here. Zhang Zuzu trembled all over. And she handed the baby girl to Li Fu to hold. They didn't expect that an abandoned baby girl would lead to such a tragic thing. The eldest brother of the Wang family said angrily, I should kill them. Why did you stop me? You went to stop those beasts. Why didn't you come out when they harmed my sister? What are you doing now? County Magistrate Yao was indeed young. And his heart was not cold yet. He could not bear it. So he said, if you had reported the case in time, the family might have been executed. But now the evidence is clear. I will definitely help you. And you don't have to kill anyone. Wang Shishou's mother said, Master, can you really punish them? The family was still rich. They did not report it to the police. First for Wang Shishou's reputation. And second because the family was well off. Even if they reported it to the police, they might give money to suppress the matter. County Magistrate Yao said, yes. Don't worry. At this time, the baby girl in Li Fu's arms cried. And Wang Xiaoxiu suddenly came to her senses. Child. My child. Zhang Luzhu and Yao Yusen hurried forward to support her. Wang Shishou's face was covered with tears again. And she shouted, no. It's not my child. I don't want her. I don't want her. She was pregnant for 10 months. And she endured it for 10 months. The little girl is not only her child, but also the proof of her humiliation. As a mother, she cares about her child. But as a woman, why should she bear such a fate? Wang Xiuxiu was only 16 years old. How could she bear such torture? She was almost crazy. Li Fu quickly handed the child to the maid outside, so that the child would not irritate Wang Xiaoxiu again. The child's crying gradually faded away. And Wang Xiuxiu turned around and hugged her mother. The mother and daughter hugged each other and cried bitterly. The scene was very uncomfortable. Yao Yusen felt even more empathetic and said to her brother, Brother, you must try the case carefully. If I hadn't been lucky enough to be rescued by them, I would be the one crying now. When Yao County Magistrate thought of his sister's experience, he was very angry for a while, and secretly felt that he must find a way to impose a heavy sentence on this case. Li Fu said, this man once beat his wife to death. We can try the case together. Yes. This family must not have done evil for the first time. This time it's time for them to pay the price. Chapter 40 Shameless People. The Wang family was temporarily placed in the backyard of the county government office. After Wang Xiaoxiu could no longer see the baby girl, she gradually calmed down. She rested for a while and couldn't help asking, can you really catch that person? Wang Xiaoxiu didn't even dare to call Lucy's name directly. She only dared to say that person. Yao Yusen said, if we can catch him, we will chop off his head. Yao Yusen was really very angry. This family was so vicious that they forced an innocent woman into this. A touch of joy appeared on Wang Shishou's pale face. And she murmured, that's great. That's great. Wang Shishou's mother and sister-in-law were also happy. Their Wang family could finally have peace. Zhang Zuzu looked at the time and said, are you hungry? I'll go make something to eat. Yao Yusen came to her senses, yes. It's already this time. I'll ask the cook to make something. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu sent the children here in the morning. And the people from the government office hurried to find the Wang family. No one had time to eat. Zhang Zhuzhu said, I'll go. She was upset. And going to do something would make her feel more at ease. Yao Yusen had seen her cooking at Li's house last time. And she didn't stop her when she heard it, but just asked the cook to help her. When the kitchen delivered the food, Li Fu and County Magistrate Yao were still discussing the case. Smelling the fragrance, County Magistrate Yao was very surprised. Did the cook worship the Buddha before cooking today? The cook they hired was not very good at cooking. But County Magistrate Yao was also from a poor family, and did not care about it. Li Fu knew who cooked the meal. And he said, it was made by the third lady. County Magistrate Yao looked at the simple, but tempting noodle soup in front of him, and picked up the chopsticks. The weather was very hot, and the noodle soup was cold. After a bowl, most of the anger in the heart and body was dissipated. County Magistrate Yao praised repeatedly. And Li Fu could not help but say, the third lady's cooking skills are excellent. Brother Yao is lucky today. County Magistrate Yao said, hot noodle soup is common, but cold noodle soup is rare. Li Fu ate in a hurry, and went to find Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhang Zhuzhu had also finished eating, and was resting in the corridor. Li Fu knew that she was unhappy at a glance and said, Lucy and his family should be brought to justice in the afternoon. Zhang Zhuzu nodded. What about the punishment? Lu Si is a disaster to the village and deserves to die. His family is an accomplice to the evil and cannot escape the punishment alive. Li Fu replied. Zhang Zhuzu breathed a sigh of relief. We need to ask the Lu family to compensate the Wang family. I think Miss Xuxiu is in poor health and mentally confused. I'm afraid she will need to take medicine and rest in the future. Li Fu said, okay. We will ask them to compensate. Zhang Zhuzu lowered her eyes and said nothing. Li Fu felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He didn't want to see her like this. But the comfort in words was too pale. The case should be handled in time. And Wang Xiaoxiu and her daughter should be settled. Doing these things well would surely be more useful than any words. Near dusk, the Lu family was taken to the county government office. Lucy was 25 years old this year, with a big body and a strong waist. It took the Yamen runners a lot of effort to catch him. Now being held in the hall, Lucy still had a ferocious look on his face, staring with a pair of copperbell eyes, and fluttering and shouting, "Why did you arrest me?" Lucy's parents also shouted and cried, saying that they were wronged. Lu's mother even rushed over and hugged her son, saying, "My son is still young. How can he withstand your threats like this? Let him go." Yao County Magistrate was 23 this year, a few years younger than Lucy, and didn't know what to say after hearing this. 25 is still young. What nonsense! She actually said that. What about Han Banyang, who was beaten to death by Lu Si at the age of 18? And Wang Xiaoxiu, who was insulted at the age of 15 and gave birth to a baby girl at the age of 16? Are they old? Magistrate Yao slammed the gavel on the table and shouted, "No noise in the court." The Yamen runner stepped forward, separated the mother and son, and pressed them to the ground. Li Fu temporarily took the position of the county Yamen's legal advisor and stood beside Magistrate Yao, holding a pen and paper in his hand. The petition of the Wang family has been recorded, and Han Banyang's relatives have not arrived yet. Now they have to interrogate the Lu family first. Lu Si, do you admit your guilt? Yao County Magistrate asked sternly. Lu Si raised his head and laughed. Master, I don't understand what you said. Lu's mother also said, my son is still young, usually honest. How can he be guilty? Lu's father also echoed, that's right. Our family are all honest people. Whoever reported us, let him come out. They were so righteous and unrepentant that they really showed what evil people are. Wang Xixiu's eldest brother was so angry when he saw them like this that he couldn't help but stand up and cursed. You are a family of beasts. You have harmed my sister like this. I will kill you. He should have killed this family one by one. His knife is sharpened. The eldest brother of the Wang family rushed forward and kicked Lu Si. The Yamen runners were unable to stop him, and Lu Si fell to the ground. When he raised his head, his mouth and nose were bleeding and a tooth was spit out. Lu's father and mother were so distressed that they screamed, Wang Chung, your sister is a little bitch. She seduced my son, and now she dares to report to the police. I will also sue you. Wang's parents heard the words and rushed forward. For a while, the two families were in a mess. The Yamen runners hurriedly separated the people. Yao County Magistrate was a novice and had never seen such a scene before. He hurriedly asked Li Fu for help. If the quarrel continued, how could the trial be carried out, and how could a confession be obtained? Li Fu had even less experience and asked Yao County Magistrate, are there any clerks in the county Yamen who are good at criminal justice? Officials are arranged by the court, but many petty officials are locals with family experience and do not follow the officials. Yao County Magistrate looked bitter and said, last time we tried the Wang family, we found a large group of unclean people and sent them away. There are really many unjust imprisonments in Songyan County. Yao County Magistrate investigated the Wang family, but offended a large number of people. The current staff are all newly found. Last time the Wang family was interrogated, Yao County Magistrate himself was the victim. This time is different. Li Fu really regretted it. In the past, he was busy studying and would not care about criminal justice. Now he has a heart to give justice to others, but he doesn't know where to start. Below, Lu's mother was still talking nonsense. You said that the child is from my Wang family. That's right. Your little bitch gave birth to a seductive look, and we don't even know whose child it is. You dare to say that it is from my Wang family. Bah! Wang Xixiu's mother was so angry that she trembled all over after hearing this. I'll tear your stinky mouth apart. You're talking nonsense. Her daughter is innocent. How dare this old bitch say that? After listening to his mother's words, Lucy also said, "That's right. That little bitch has been screwed by someone a long time ago. I'm not the first one." How vicious and arrogant this statement is. Li Fu said, "Do you admit that you have insulted Wang?" When Li Fu said this, everyone in the hall was quiet for a moment. Apart from the useless dirty words, Lucy admitted that he had insulted Wang Xiaoxiu. This sentence is enough. If he continued to interrogate them, he would just listen to their nonsense. Li Fu said, "Brother Yao, lock them up first." Lucy suddenly came to his senses and finally panicked. I didn't. Li Fu just looked at Lucy coldly. Such a vicious and shameless person should be killed. Yao County Magistrate ordered, "Detain them and retrial tomorrow." When the Lu family was taken away, Yao Yusen came out from behind the screen and cursed angrily. They are really shameless. At this time, they still don't know how to repent and throw dirty water on others. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "I think they have used such means a lot. Obviously they are the evil ones. But they insulted the women they harmed. How hateful." Yao County Magistrate said, "If you want to convict him, today's testimony is not enough." Zhang Zhuzhu thought for a while. What if someone in the Lu family kills their relatives for the sake of justice? Li Fu, summon the entire Lu family to the county government tomorrow. Not only to convict, but also to make Lucy completely famous. Chapter 41 Being abandoned by friends and relatives. Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu stayed at the county government office that night. Yao Yusen asked Zhang Zhuzhu to sleep in the same bed with her. Yao Yusen hugged Zhang Zhuzhu and said, "Sister, what do you think Xiaoxia will do in the future?" Zhang Zhuzhu thought for a while and said, "I think her family loves her very much. They can move to the county town in the future. After a long time, no one will remember this matter. If Wang Xiaoxiu continues to stay in Wangjiling, she will inevitably hear some rumors, which will definitely hurt her." Yao Yusen sighed. Why are the evildoers so arrogant? God is really blind. Why doesn't he kill them? Zhang Zhuzhu patted her shoulder. God is blind. So let's find a way to send all the evildoers to see the king of hell. Yao Yusen nodded. It's a pity that I'm not a man. Otherwise, I would take the imperial examination like my brother. Zhang Zhuzhu said, Sister is ambitious. It's a pity that women are not allowed to take the imperial examination in this world. The two sisters talked for a long time before going to bed. The next day, everyone from the Han family and the Lu family was summoned to the county government. Han Banyang's death happened 3 years ago. At that time, the Lu family gave the Han family a sum of money, and the matter was settled. Han Banyang's biological mother had passed away for many years, and her father and several brothers were hesitant when talking about this matter. The eldest sister-in-law of the Han family stood up and said loudly, "You are silenced by money." "But I am not." She pulled her eldest son, who was about 10 years old, to her side and said, "I gave birth to this boy the 2nd year after I married into the Han family. I had no mother-in-law and no one to take care of me. My 8th daughter was only 10 years old at that time, and she was still a child. So she helped me take care of him. In the middle of winter, she didn't even boil water, and her hands were frozen and cracked while washing diapers for her nephew." The eldest sister-in-law of the Han family said this, and she started crying. "She treated me well. And I loved her too. I watched her grow up to 17 with my own eyes. Bought her a piece of red cloth to make new clothes. Prepared a dowry. And happily married her off. Who knew that she would be sent to the den of tigers and wolves of the Lu family?" Han's sister-in-law burst into tears. She really regretted not finding out clearly at the beginning. After her sister-in-law died, she also wanted to report to the police. But her father-in-law took the money to keep her quiet and used it to marry his youngest son and buy land. Han's sister-in-law wanted to make a fuss but couldn't. The Lu family also said everywhere that her sister-in-law had cheated on her and deserved to be beaten to death. This matter was delayed like this. Han's sister-in-law held her son, and the mother and son knelt on the ground together. "Master, my sister-in-law was beaten to death by Lucy. When she died, her head was broken. I saw it with my own eyes." After hearing this, County Magistrate Yao's face turned pale and he said, "I will open the coffin and examine the body. Are you willing?" Mrs. Han hesitated for a moment, and Li Fu said, "Opening the coffin and examining the body will not disturb the peace of the deceased. If she continues to be wrong like this, she will not be able to rest in peace." Mrs. Han gritted her teeth and said, "Open the coffin." "Sir, you open it." "I agree." When Father Han heard this, he frowned and said, That's my daughter. The eldest brother of the Han family also looked at his wife with dissatisfaction. Is this the time for her to stand up? Mrs. Han sneered. You are a bunch of spineless things. When Lucy is beheaded, I will take my son and daughter away. You are a bunch of spineless things. You can live your own hell. She couldn't stay in this hellhole of the Han family any longer. The Han family father and son owed Han Banyang a lot, and now they couldn't open their mouths. Zhang Zhuzhu and Yao Yusen pretended to be maids in the county government. Talking to Lucy's sisters-in-law, she said, I see that your father-in-law and mother-in-law are biased towards Lucy. I'm afraid you have spent a lot of money and effort. Lu Erseo said, Isn't it? This Lao Si is the apple of the old couple's eye. And our families are just picked up. Zhang Zhuzhu said, Alas. Our family is the same. My grandparents favor my second uncle. And my father is miserable. Yao Yusen also echoed, We can't live like this. Lu's third sister-in-law was silent. But Lu's eldest sister-in-law was smarter. She said, 2 girls. Then tell me. What should we do? Zhang Zhuzhu said, Lucy paid a lot of money to suppress the matter of Han Banyang. You may have to pay for the matter of Wang Jiling this time. Lu Erseo jumped up on the spot. I won't pay. I have sold all my land. Lu Deseo and Lu Sansal were unwilling to be the scapegoat again. Zhang Zhuzhu said, Then if Lucy beat Han Banyang to death, are you willing to testify? The 3 looked at each other and were silent. Zhang Zhuzhu threw out the bait and said, Do you want to split up? Of course they wanted to split up. Not only did they want to, but the men in their family also wanted to. No one wanted to be a slave to others all their lives. But the Lu family was a big family with a genealogy. They valued harmony the most. They couldn't split up even if they wanted to. Li Fu's eyes swept over several elders of the Lu family. And his words were still polite. He said, The Lu family is also a big family in the local area. It is common to repair bridges and roads. Now there is such a descendant who does evil in the family tree. I am afraid it will be ridiculed. Li Fu asked them to remove the names of the 3 Lu family members from the family tree. In a big family, you always cover up for me, and I give you convenience. There are always many things hidden. If the Lu family easily gives up their descendants today, how can other descendants be willing to serve the family in the future? Li Fu naturally knew what they were thinking. He looked cold and said, You must know the Wang family. This is a threat. The Lu family is just rampant in a village. How can it be compared with the Wang family in Songyang County? What's more, the people don't fight against the officials. The elder of the Lu family said, When I return, I will open the ancestral hall and expel the father and son of the Lu family from the family. Li Fu said, It is a heroic act to kill relatives for the sake of justice. Here, Zhang Zhuzhu told the 3 sisters-in-law of the Lu family about the expulsion and promised them that they could split the family. The 3 immediately went to find their husbands and were willing to prove that it was Lu Si who beat Han Banyang to death. Lu Si and his parents were deserted by everyone, and their guilt of beating his wife to death was first confirmed. As for his insult to Wang Shuxiu, there were also villagers in Wang Jiling who were willing to testify. Some of them saw Lu Si entering Wang Jiling, but no one thought that Wang Xiuxiu would suffer such a thing. Lu Si was imprisoned and did not close his eyes all night. He had not eaten anything. At this time, his eyes were red and his lips were cracked. He no longer had the strength to say those dirty words. He stared in disbelief. It was just beating a cheating bitch to death. What kind of crime was that? He gnashed his teeth in hatred. If he had known earlier, he should have beaten Wang Xiuxiu to death. If Wang Xiuxiu had been killed earlier and the Wang family had been given some money, this matter would have been the same as Han Banyang's time, and there would have been no trouble. Lu Si regretted it. He regretted it too much. He regretted not being more ruthless. Lu's parents also looked in disbelief. Lu's mother said loudly, I gave Lu Ertei a lot of silver. He promised me that he would keep my son. Lu Ertei's beard trembled. I was deceived by you too. I will return the money to you. Father Lu also had red eyes and shouted, You have all forgotten what my son did for the clan that year. Second Master Lu said quickly, Don't talk nonsense. That's your family's business. County Magistrate Yao wanted to ask what it was. Seeing this, Second Master Lu quickly knocked Father Lu on the shoulder with his cane and said, You are old. Don't let the younger generation get involved. Father Lu thought of his other children and grandchildren, and he really didn't dare to say anything. County Magistrate Yao thought that these people simply treated him as dead, and dared to threaten him in front of him. But for now, Let's handle Lucy's case first, and talk about other things later. The case was not complicated. Lucy refused to say, but the evidence was complete and enough to prove his guilt. He will definitely die. The compensation to the Wang family must be paid as well. But Wang Shishou's mother was unwilling to accept it, saying, my family doesn't want the Lu family's dirty money. Yao Yusen persuaded, Aunt, you take this money and move your family to the county town to live. First, there will be less gossip. Second, Miss Xiaoxiu will need to take medicine and supplement in the future, which all costs money. You take it. Yao Yusen also used her own private money to give some to Wang Xiaoxiu. Wang Shishou's mother gritted her teeth and prepared to take the money. At this time, the eldest sister-in-law of the Wang family cried outside, Xiaoxiu, come down quickly. Chapter 42 The moon is bright. Wang Xiaoxiu hanged herself. After she knew that Lu Sihui would be beheaded, she went to see her daughter. After she came back, she planned to hang herself. Her revenge had been taken. If she lived, she would only bring shame to her parents and brother and sister-in-law. Wang Xiaoxiu planned to die. She had been ruined. There was no hope in this life. Death was cleaner than living. When Zhang Zhuzu ran over, Wang Xiaoxiu had been rescued by her sister-in-law. Her face was bruised and purple, and there was a red mark on her neck. Wang Xiaoxiu ran over, and the family hugged each other and cried again. Wang Xiaoxiu struggled to push her mother and sister-in-law away, saying, why did you save me? Let me die. I will be clean when I die. Her mother cried, what will I do if you die? You are my flesh and blood. If you die, I will die with you. Wang Xiaoxiu bit her lips and said for a while, just think of me as your daughter. I am sorry for you. I will repay you in my next life. Her tears rolled down her cheeks, and her voice became more and more firm. She was determined to commit suicide. Yao Yusen didn't know what to say. Any woman in Wang Shishou's situation would be worse than death. Zhang Zhuzu walked over, squatted down, took Wang Shishou's hand and said, it's not good for you to die now. The room suddenly became quiet, and Wang Xiaoxiu looked at her in surprise. Zhang Zhuzu said, Lucy will be sentenced to death by beheading, and he will probably die by the end of the year. Yao Yusen hurriedly said, yes. Don't you want to hear this evil man being killed in person? Let's wait a little longer. Wang Xiaoxiu shook her head. It's good that he will die. I don't want to hear about him. She didn't want to hear any news about this person. That's not the case. Zhang Zhuzu held her cold hands in her palms and said gently, you probably don't know that in the Hades Palace, self-harm is also illegal. You have committed suicide now, but your lifespan has not ended. When you go to the Hades Palace, you can't reincarnate. You have to wait in the city of wrongful death. That Lucy, he will die at the end of the year and go to the Hades Palace. But the Hades Palace has too many cases to investigate. It's not known whether he is good or bad for a while. And he will also go to the city of wrongful death. He was an evil man when he was alive, and an evil ghost after death. How can you be his opponent? At that time, he may even tell the ghost that you are his wife and pester you. You want to be quiet. That's impossible. After Zhang Zhuzu finished speaking, Wang Xiaoxiu showed some astonishment on her face, and murmured, I can't be at peace even if I die? Zhang Zhuzu, no. You live and watch Lucy die. If you live another 50 or 60 years, he will either be thrown into the oil pan or reincarnated as an animal, and you will never see him again. Wang Xiaoxiu gradually calmed down. Her cold hands were warmed by Zhang Zhuzu's hands, and her heart also warmed up. After a while, Wang Xiaoxiu smiled and said, Sister, you are coaxing me. Zhang Zhuzu said, I am not coaxing you. When I coax people, I always say that they are beautiful. No one really wants to die. People are very tenacious. As long as there is hope, people will try every way and every reason to live. Zhang Zhuzu believed that Wang Xiaoxiu also wanted to live. She was still so young. Her parents, brother and sister-in-law had supported her for a year. Now that the evildoer had been brought to justice, she didn't really want to die. She was just afraid of the situation she would face later. She would be surrounded by gossip, and people would say that she had lost her innocence. And some would even say that she was not forced. You can change your name, Zhang Zhuzu said. You can change the name on your household registration, Wang Xiaoxiu said. Can I? Yao Yusen immediately said. Yes. I'll ask my brother. It's a small matter. Wang Xiaoxiu looked at her mother and sister-in-law again. They both loved her very much, and Wang Xiaoxiu couldn't bear to leave them. Sister Wang said, let's change our names. We won't live in Wangjiling anymore. Let's move to Songyan County, where no one knows us. Xiao, you have to live. Wang Shishio's tears fell again. Han Banyang's sister-in-law squeezed out of the crowd. She was a tall and strong woman. She said, good girl. You have to live. Poor my sister. She is gone. I want to see her. But where can I go? Although she is a sister-in-law. People say that the eldest sister-in-law is the mother, and Banyang is her half-daughter. Sister Han is really heartbroken when she talks about it now. Lucy did evil, but they have to bear the bitter fruit. As women, they are really suffering. Wang Xiaoxiu stood up and said, Okay, I'm alive. She looked at all the women around her and said, I won't die. Zhang Ouju took out a handkerchief and wiped her tears. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yao Yusen said, what name do you want to change? Think of a nice name. I'll ask my brother to change your household registration name. Wang Xiaoxiu shook her head. I can't read. Yao Yusen said, I'll give you a name. She learned to read from her brother. Wang Xiaoxiu agreed immediately. Yao Yusen said, the moon is bright and clear. You will be called the moon in the future. Wang Xiaoxiu didn't quite understand what it meant. Yao Yusen explained, the moon is hanging in the sky, white and bright, not stained by the dust and filth of the world. You are the moon in the sky. Wang Xiaoxiu was innocently humiliated. And in the eyes of the world, she lost her innocence. But the bright moon in the sky will not be tainted by the filth of the world. Wang Xiaoxiu said hesitantly, How can I be? She knew what Yao Yusen meant. But how could she match it? Zhang Zhuzhu suggested, how about calling it Mingri? The big sun shining on the world is also a good image. Yao Yusen glared at Zhang Zhuzhu, took Wang Xiaoxiu's hand and said, Mingri doesn't sound good. Let's call it Mingyu. Wang Mingyu. Okay, I'll be Mingyu. Wang Mingyu smiled and looked at the two girls of the same age as her. Zhang Zhuzhu's heart was finally completely relieved. And she took her hand and shouted, Sister Mingyu is so beautiful. Yao Yusen said, you can only say this one sentence. Zhang Zhuzhu, I can only say this one sentence. That's enough. Wang Mingyu looked at them and smiled, grateful to them in her heart. The Wang family's father and son also rushed over at this time. And the family stood together neatly, without missing a single person. Yao Yusen took Zhang Zhuzhu to find her brother and proposed to change the household registration. This was not difficult. And County Magistrate Yao agreed immediately. The Wang family did not plan to go home, but planned to stay in the county town temporarily, and asked the Wang family's father and son to pack up their things and bring the children with them. If they could not take them away, they would give them to neighbors. The family did not plan to go back to Wangjiling, this sad place. Wang Mingyu found Zhang Zhuzhu and said, Sister, what should we do with that child? Wang Mingyu didn't like the child, but after all, she came out of her belly, so she still wanted to ask. Zhang Zhuzhu said, send her to Shuyu Temple. Maybe there will be a family willing to adopt her. No matter what, she will grow up safely. Wang Mingyu nodded and said, Okay. Then I won't ask her. Zhang Zhuzhu said, you are all good, but there is no mother-son fate in this life. It's not the fault of either of you. Wang Mingyu didn't say anything else, said goodbye to her, and then left with her family. Yao Yusen looked at the backs of their family and said, they are a really good family. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled, yes. Very good. Yao Yusen, you don't know. Some parents, especially those with good family backgrounds, will force their daughters to commit suicide if something bad happens to them, saying that this is the only way to preserve their daughters' reputations. Bah! Why don't they just die? Fortunately, the Wang family is reasonable and really loves their daughter. If they were a little vague, Wang Mingyu would be the second Han Banyang to be beaten to death. Fortunately, it is not too late to mend the fold after the sheep have been lost. Chapter 43, Evil will be punished. Zhang Zhuzhu bought a lot of things, including a pickle jar, which was 1.5 feet high, very large and heavy. Li Fu carried the pickle jar on his shoulders with both hands and followed Zhang Zhuzhu with a grunt. At this moment, Li Fu recalled his past. He, Li Sanlang, was the dream lover of many ladies in Beijing, and a famous handsome man. The young man of Wuling went to the east of Jinshi, riding a white horse with a silver saddle in the spring breeze. Li Fu, I still need to buy some candy. Can you carry it? You are so tall. You are not allowed to say you can't carry it. Zhang Zhuzhu's voice broke Li Fu's memories. There is no Li Sanlang here. There is only Li Fu who works as a coolie for Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhang Zhuzhu bought a lot of candy and spent all her money. Then she went back satisfied. The coolie named Li followed behind until they left the city and rented a bullock cart. The coolie finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Zhuzhu handed the cake to Li Fu. Are you tired? Eat something quickly. Li Fu took the cake with shaking hands, took a bite and said, it's not as good as yours. This cake is really not very good. Hard. And choking. Zhang Zhuzhu proudly, of course. Who can have better cooking skills than me? The cold soup noodles we had the day before yesterday were also delicious. Li Fu said again. Zhang Zhuzhu, there are ice cubes in the county government office. And the soup is chilled. I'm afraid we can't eat it at home. I wonder if we can hang the soup in the well overnight to cool it down. Li Fu ate the cake and listened to her talk about how to stew soup and make noodles when she got home. Gradually, she was not tired anymore. I heard the story you told. Li Fu said. Zhang Zhuzhu, what story? The one you told when you persuaded Miss Wang not to commit suicide. Li Fu said. Li Fu felt that more women in the world should hear this story. There were also cases of young women being insulted and then committing suicide in Beijing. Zhang Zhuzhu shook her head and sighed. This story is not very useful. Many women did not commit suicide, but were forced to commit suicide. The word is a bit contradictory, but it is the fact. Li Fu also quickly understood what she meant. The insulted woman's family felt that she had ruined the family's reputation, and outsiders would also spread rumors. This woman could not find a place to stay. So what choice did she have? Wang Mingyu was lucky. Her family protected her and gave her the courage and opportunity to continue living. Many women don't have this. Anyway, this is a good thing, Zhang Zhuzhu said. She felt good when she saw Wang Mingyu's appearance. Li Fu smiled. The third lady has made an indelible contribution. She was also happy that this matter had a good result. She thought that her father might have felt the same way when he was an official. Save one person today. Save 100 people tomorrow. Li Fu thought. One day, he will save the world. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at Li Fu. Sanlang is not bad. After they said that, they both laughed. Back to the village. The two families hurriedly took their children back and asked about the cause and effect. After learning the truth, they were all full of emotion. Zhang Dachuan looked at the things that were moved in, covered his chest, frowned and said, forget it. Forget it. For the sake of you saving lives, I won't say anything about you today. Zhang Zhuzhu thought to herself. What right do you have to say me? That's all my own money. Li Qi listened to what Li Fu said, shook his head and said, these people are bullying the weak and fearing the strong, persecuting innocent women. It's really hateful. Damn it! Li Qi was demoted because the concubine's brother killed an innocent woman and her family. Wang Mingyu was saved, but the woman died like Han Banyang. There are so many women like this in the world. Li Fu persuaded, father has done his best. Li Qi said, I often think that if I try harder, make more efforts, enter the cabinet earlier, and have more power in my hands, I can save more people. Li Qi has a good family background. He hates those people who are cunning and mean the most. But now he thinks that if he can get power, what does that little bit of hypocrisy mean? But Li Qi knows that if he wants to return to the officialdom in this life, he can only dream. The next day, Zhang Zhuzhu was stewing soup, and Zhou Xiyun skipped class and ran over, saying, Zhuzhu, why don't you take me with you when you go to do justice? Zhang Zhuzhu said, what do you mean by chivalrous and righteous? Zhou Xiyun said, didn't you pick up a little girl and send her to the government? I heard there was something behind it. Why didn't you take me with you? Zhang Zhuzhu replied casually, next time. I'll take you next time. Zhou Xiyun was naturally very dissatisfied. Zhang Zhuzhu said, if you are really capable, find your brothers and accomplices, and find out how Liujia village got rich. Zhang Zhuzhu heard from Li Fu that there must be something going on in the Liu family. Zhou Xiyun heard this and said, okay. I'll find someone right away. Zhuzhu. Wait. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't expect anything from him, and he forgot what he said. After half a month, Zhou Xiyun came to Zhang Zhuzhu excitedly. Li Fu was chopping wood again, and he said, I found out clearly. Li Fu was confused, and Zhang Zhuzhu was also at a loss. Zhou Xiyun was furious, And Zhang Juju remembered that she seemed to have said this. Li Fu said, "What did you find out? Tell me first." Zhou Xiyan was very angry, but still said, "The family in Liujiao village. They arranged ghost marriages for people. There are many boys who died in infancy these days. And when they are buried, they have to find a girl who also died in infancy and bury the two together. This is also a common thing. If the Lu family is just a middleman, it's nothing." Zhou Xiyan continued, "It is said that sometimes wealthy families pay a lot of money and want to find fresh ones. But where are there so many fresh ones? But the Lu family can find them every time. Don't you think it's strange?" Zhang Zuzu thought this was not strange at all. She said, "They killed someone?" Li Fu's face was also very ugly. "Killing one now. Wouldn't it be fresh?" Zhou Xiyan hurriedly said, "It's a rumor. I don't know if it's true or not." Li Fu threw down the axe and said to Zhang Juju, "I will take him to tell County Magistrate Yao about this matter." Zhang Juju picked up 2 cakes and stuffed them into them. "Go quickly. Eat on the way. If this is true, it's too scary." County Magistrate Yao also found some clues. But this case is not easy to investigate. First of all, this kind of thing must be hidden deep. And secondly, County Magistrate Yao is an outsider. And Lucy's incident happened. People must be on guard against him. With what Zhou Xiyan had found out, County Magistrate Yao quickly followed the clues and found out the whole story of this family. The Lu family was already a little crazy. Not to mention the normal ghost marriage. They had done murders, and even bought some girls from human traffickers, and kept them secretly. When someone wanted to have a ghost marriage, they would kill a girl of the right age and buy a new one. This time, not only did they arrest the Lu family, but they also found 3 girls who were still being raised by them. This case quickly overshadowed the previous one. Almost everyone was talking about the Lu family's murder and ghost marriage, which was a big deal. The victims were not only from Songnong County, but also from several surrounding counties. The case was quickly reported to the government office, and it was estimated that it would also be reported to the court. Zhang Juju heard Li Fu talking about that family, and he said, "Before Lucy killed Han Banyang, he helped the Lu family to kill people." I think Han Banyang heard what he said and became suspicious. Lucy noticed it and simply killed her to silence her. After hearing this, Zhang Zuzu was so shocked that she couldn't say a word. What a sin. Neither of them thought that they picked up a little baby girl and led the Wang family to the case. But they didn't expect that there would be such a big case as the Lu family. The whole Lu family can't escape. This is what they deserve. Chapter 44. Am I a good child? Zhang Juju entered the Li family's kitchen at noon that day and was about to light the fire. Usually, there is no need to light the fire. Li Fu went to the county government to help County Magistrate Yao with work. The case was quite big and County Magistrate Yao could not handle it alone. Li Fu suddenly came in with a lot of bags in his hands, including fish, meat and vegetables. Zhang Juju looked at him in confusion. What happened today? Zhou Rui was usually responsible for buying vegetables for the family. Why did she change people today? Li Fu looked very happy, but he didn't know where to start. He just said, "Your sister-in-law is pregnant and needs to take supplements. I can't keep spending the family's money. I made some money and bought food. Please make more today, Miss San." After hearing this, Zhang Juzu knew what he meant. Li Fu has been an apprentice at Carpenter Son's house these days. He thought he had made some money this month, so he couldn't wait to tell the world. Zhang Juzu smiled. "Okay. But I bought too much. I'm afraid I can't finish it today." Li Fu said, "It's okay. I'll send some to Master Son's house. I'll also invite uncle, aunt, and your brother and sister-in-law to eat together today." Zhang Juju said, "Oh, thanks to brotherly. We all have something to eat. I really want to thank you today." Li Fu laughed. "No thanks. No thanks. You do it. I'll go see your sister-in-law first." Zhang Juju praised again. Brotherly is really considerate. He will be the pillar of the family in the future. Li Fu was very embarrassed and said, "I was wrong before. Third miss. I should thank you." Zhang Juju's words were indeed unpleasant, and Li Fu had been avoiding her recently. But now that he had the money, he felt that some of Zhang Juju's words were very good, and he dared to come to her. "Zhang Juju, I just said a few words casually, but it was brotherly who was capable." Li Fu was a little proud, and he also felt that he had some ability. He went to be an apprentice to Carpenter's son, and did not do anything at first. Last time, he drew some patterns and carved them on furniture. The rich people in Songyang County saw them and thought they were very good, so they ordered several sets. Li Pu really got the money. He had been holding back and hadn't told anyone. He got up early this morning and bought these things. Zhang Zuzu put her hands on her waist and looked at the pile of things. Her tool man was not there, so she had to do all the work. Fortunately, they were all food. Although she was tired, she was happy after eating. The richness of the lunch shocked everyone. Needless to say, the Li family, Zhang Juzu called Zhang Baobao and Zhang Yining to get the food, and the siblings were drooling. Zhang Yining said, "You just take it away like this?" Brotherly treated us to the food. Zhang Zuzu said, "Next time you see Brotherly, remember to thank him." Remember? Zhang Yining couldn't wait to eat a piece of mutton first, and then nodded. Zhang Baobao also nodded, but he resisted eating, because he thought it was not good to eat while walking on the road. Zhang Zhuzhu picked up a large piece of meat and stuffed it directly into Zhang Baobao's mouth. Zhang Baobao was stunned and wanted to say something, but the mutton was really too fragrant. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Etiquette is etiquette, but you have to live happily. Right?" Zhang Baobao blushed and ate the meat. "Sister, you eat too," he said. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "When have you ever seen a hungry cook?" Zhang Baobao and Zhang Yining both laughed. And Zhang Yining suddenly said, "It's a pity that my eldest sister got married too early, so she can't eat it." Zhang Zhuzhu said, "If you miss her, ask someone to send a message to ask my eldest sister and her husband to come back. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Zhang Jin for a while. I don't know if she is doing well these days, and whether she has suffered any loss in her husband's family." Zhang Dachuan was also shocked when he saw the food brought by the three children. Zhang Zuzu explained the whole story. And Wu Guinyang said, "You children can't keep any money in your hands. You bought so many things last time. And the eldest brother of the Li family is the same. You have to be thrifty in life and can't spend money like this." Zhang Luozhu brought her mutton soup and said, "Life is short. Mother, what you eat is yours. Nothing else counts. Try it quickly." Zhang Zhuzu doesn't care about clothes and dressing now. She only cares about whether the food is good. Wu Guinyang said, "What kind of perverse logic is this? You won't get married or have children in the future?" Zhang Zhuzhu stuffed a piece of mutton with bones into Wu Guinyang's mouth to prevent her from saying anything more depressing. After Wu Guinyang ate the meat, she was speechless, and the whole family buried their heads in eating. Zhang Baobao thought that he could understand the saying of "don't talk while eating, don't talk while sleeping," because the food was so fragrant and delicious, and if he said a few more words, he would not be able to eat it. Zhang Zhuzhu was satisfied with the food, and she felt even better when she saw other people in the Zhang family eating actively. It's a pity that some people don't have such a good taste. The last time they celebrated the festival, the Li family also had such a rich meal. But today is not the New Year or the festival, so this meal is too extravagant for the current Li family. Li Pu was very happy in the morning, but now that it was time to eat, he felt embarrassed. He was afraid that his parents would say that he was too ostentatious and not modest enough. Li Pu thought about an excuse. Should he say it was for the pregnant Ah Ping? No. He couldn't use Ah Ping as an excuse anymore. Ah Ping would be embarrassed. He was a man and should stand in front of Ah Ping. Zhao Ping was very calm. She was pregnant and had to take care of two children. In addition, she had been interacting with the outside world more recently, so she was not as worried as before. Moreover, if you think about it carefully, it's not that the mother-in-law doesn't like her very much. She is not like other mothers-in-law who will torment their daughters-in-law if they don't like them. Lin Weining never uses those tricks. She is the kind of mother-in-law who is intimidating without anger. However, the thing that Li Pu was worried about did not happen. Lin Weining looked at his eldest son and said, "De Lang has worked hard." Li Pu had been working from dawn to dusk these days, and Lin Weining had seen it. Li Pu hurriedly said, "It's not hard. It's not hard. Mother, father, eat quickly. Eat more." Li Qi smiled and said, "Such a good meal. How can there be no wine?" Lang, go get some wine," Li Zhu said. "Dad, wait a moment. There is cold wine in the well. I'll go get it." The wine was placed on the table, and the three Li family father and sons ate and drank while they ate. Lin Weining looked at them with disdain, asked the two daughters-in-law to separate the food, and took the children to eat next door. Zhou Rui smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, we will rely on the eldest brother for food in the future." Zhao Ping said, "What are you talking about? Sister-in-law? He is the eldest brother, and should take care of the family." Lin Weining was happy to see the two of them getting along well. What is more important than a harmonious family? The three of them were not very good at drinking, and got drunk after drinking a little. Li Qi patted his eldest son's shoulder. "Good boy. Good boy. You are all good." Li Pu's tears flowed and he cried, "Dad, am I good too? Is he also a good child of the Li family?" Li Qi said, "Yes, you have always been." Li Pu was really relieved. He was ignored by his parents. But he had no resentment. He was not as good as his younger brother. But he was not jealous. He had no complaints when the Li family left the capital. Every wealthy family in Beijing has a dandy who is incompetent and unpromising. Li Pu also often deals with those people. He is still honest and has no bad habits at all. Compared with him, Li Pu really makes his family worry-free. Li Pu's tears are pouring. He stood up, ran to his mother and said, "Mom, am I okay?" Lin Weining, "Yes, you are a good child." After Li Pu asked, he leaned on Zhao Ping again. A ping. Zhao Ping hurriedly covered his mouth. "Mom, De Lang is drunk, and his daughter-in-law will take him back to rest." Lin Weining nodded and told her to be careful. The couple walked outside together, and they could still hear Li Pu's crying voice. "A ping! Ping Nyang, did you hear that? My parents praise me, and I am also a good child of the Li family." Li Qi and Lin Weining felt a little bitter when they heard this. They really neglected their children in the past. Li Pu is now a father, but he still hopes to be praised by his parents. It can be seen how much pain he suffered when he was younger, so that he can't forget it now. Li Qi looked at Li Zhu, and Li Zhu laughed and said, "Dad, I'm fine too." Zhou Rui patted him on the back twice and took him away. Li Qi and Lin Weining looked at each other and laughed. It was a pity that Sanlang was not there. Chapter 45. Beautiful, strong, miserable, and lawless. Li Fu came back after 2 days of hard work. This time he came back alone. But he still brought a lot of things. He bought some things, and the rest were all given to Zhang Zhuzhu by Yao Yusen. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at him. "Why is your face so pale? What happened today? You want to put the 3 words beautiful, strong, and miserable together?" Li Fu's face was indeed not very good. Hearing her question, Li Fu's expression was simply indescribable. He said, "It was hot, and the meat in the yamen was not very fresh. The cook was reluctant to throw it away, so she stewed a big pot of soup. But it tasted bad. Not only me, but everyone had a stomachache." Li Fu was still relatively good, but there were also those who were vomiting and diarrhea, and fell down and couldn't get up. The toilets in the yamen were not enough. Li Fu recalled that scene with mixed feelings. Zhang Zhuzhu frowned. This was too careless about food safety. She said, "No wonder you look so bad. Wait, I'll make you something light." County Magistrate Yao was really outrageous. Zhang Zhuzhu assigned Li Fu. That is to say, he was well fed and well treated. He was only released to County Magistrate Yao for 2 days. And he made such a handsome man so haggard. His appearance was lost. It was outrageous. It was already evening. Everyone had finished their meal. Li Fu did not refuse. County Magistrate Yao also asked him to come back tomorrow. But Li Fu did not want to eat a single bite of the food in the county government. I have a poor appetite." Zhang Zhuzhu nodded. And instead of cooking any more raw or cold food, she cooked some porridge, fried 2 vegetarian dishes, and sent them over. Li Fu was eating in the yard, and Zhang Zhuzhu was sitting next to him, fanning herself. The girl has been sent to Shuyu Temple for care. Li Fu was talking about the baby girl they had picked up, with Yao Yusen taking care of this matter. Zhang Zhuzhu was not worried, and only said, "That's good. I hope she can grow up safely and have a smooth life." The child's life story is pitiful. But fortunately, she is not yet a month old, and no one will tell her about her life story when she grows up. The entire Lu family is guilty, and there are people in the county government gossiping, wanting the Wang family to take the baby girl away, saying that Miss Wang, as a mother, should be merciful. When Li Fu said this, it was quite sarcastic. Zhang Zhuzhu sneered, "It's ridiculous. Being a mother should be willing." Who said this nonsense? Wang Mingyu has no obligation to raise this baby girl. It is the best choice for mother and daughter not to see each other again. It must be a man who said this. Li Fu was also dissatisfied and said, when the man went down the stairs, he knocked out his big tooth. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed immediately. Who did this good thing? He is really a living bodhisattva. He was punished on the spot. Li Fu said, it was a little girl in her teens. I went forward to cover it. And the person thought it was me. Li Fu was not in the government office. But the little girl was often in the government office. Li Fu didn't want her to be retaliated. Zhang Zhuzhu clapped her hands and praised, saying, you did a good job. Is there anything else to do in the county government? No. It's all done, Li Fu said. Then, Zhang Zhuzhu hesitated for a moment. You should take care of yourself for 2 days. I'll find you when the time comes. Li Fu's hand shook reflexively. He tried to restrain himself and asked, what do you want me to do? He was away for 2 days. There must be a lot of work waiting for him at home. In addition, looking at Zhang Zhuzhu's appearance, there must be other work. Li Fu was a little painful. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at him like this, smiled gently, and said, eat it, and we'll talk when you get better. Li Fu thought to himself that I could be sick for a little longer. However, he was young and strong, and in good health. Zhang Zhuzhu was very concerned about his health. She fed him well for 2 days, and Li Fu recovered quickly. That day, Li Fu got up early and chopped firewood, and then prepared to work hard. But he didn't expect that today's work was not hard. Zhang Zhuzhu asked him to pick grapes. Li Fu said, why do you pick so many grapes? You can't eat them all. The Zhang family's house was small, but the land was large, and many grapes were planted. Now is the season when grapes are ripe. If you pick too many, you can't eat them all. Zhang Zhuzhu said, if you don't pick them, it will be cheaper for the birds. You move the jars here first. She bought a lot of sugar in jars. Now she wants to pick grapes. And naturally she wants to make wine. Li Fu went to work resignedly. He thought picking grapes was not tiring. But he picked them all morning and had to wash them. Seeing that he was using too much strength, Zhang Zhuzhu said, just wash them a little. Don't wash off the white crust on the skin. Li Fu said, what are you doing? It's no wonder that Li Fu couldn't guess. Because winemaking requires koji. And wine is not something you can make whenever you want. Because the court monopolized wine, it was illegal to brew wine privately. K means a single plank bridge. And K means koji. Winemaking. And selling wine. All these things were under the control of the court. And the income naturally belonged to the court. There were special officials to manage these things. In short, the two of them were now engaged in illegal activities. And Li Fu followed Zhang Zhuzhu to become an outlaw without knowing it. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't know if it would work. After all, she was gambling. So she didn't explain it in detail. Just put the grapes and sugar in the jar according to the proportion. Li Fu thought she was going to make glucose water. So he didn't ask much. He just needed to know that this thing would end up in his stomach. That was enough. Li Fu reminded, remember to let me taste the first one. Zhang Zhuzhu, okay. I'll find you when it's done. Li Fu was very satisfied with what he said, and took the remaining grapes back. Zhang Zhuzhu put the jar in a warm place and left. It was half a month since the holiday, and Li Fu almost forgot about it. It was the 7th day of the 7th month, and the village had been busy for several days. Everyone gathered together to celebrate the festival. Of course, it was not Valentine's Day, but the Chichu festival, which was a more important festival after the Dragon Boat Festival. Everyone changed into new clothes. Wu Guiyang urged Zhang Zhuzhu, have you made your snacks? Make more. I will bring them out to show them later. Your craftsmanship must be the best in our village. On this day, the girls in the village had to compete in craftsmanship, which was called Saiqiao. There were all kinds of crafts, such as threading needles and making embroidery, steaming buns and making snacks, and making dough figurines and paper cutting. In short, they all had to be compared. It doesn't matter whether you win or lose, but if you do it well, you will always have a good reputation. When the matchmaker comes to ask about it, you will also have a reputation of being virtuous. Zhang Zhuzhu thinks the most interesting thing is sheng qiaoya, which is to grow bean sprouts. It happened that the soybeans planted in the field in July were ripe. So I think this is why they compared this skill. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't participate in these things in the past few years. But recently Zhang Zhuzhu made a lot of delicious food, and Wu Guiyang wanted to show off. Zhang Zhuzhu said, Mom, wait a moment. It will be ready soon. in order to make her mother look good. Zhang Zuzhu was very tired today, and her waist was almost broken. Zhang Yining was doing embroidery next to her and said, "Mom, don't just look at your sister. Come and see me. Do you think my embroidery is good?" Wu Guiyang thought to herself. "Do I need to see your craftsmanship? It's not good enough." But Wu Guiyang knew that her second daughter had a bad temper, so she didn't say it to her face, but coaxed her a few words. The Li family was also lively today. The girls wanted to compare these things, and Li Qi took out a few books and asked his students to compare them. Zhang Dachuan had just bought a basket of melons and said, "I think we have to open another acre of land next year where the grapes are. We can grow melons ourselves. They are so expensive." Zhang Zuzhu was speechless. "Dad, this job is too much to do." Zhang Dachuan said, "You don't have to work. I will do it myself." Zhang Zuzhu took the melon, washed it, cut it with a flour knife, dug out the seeds, and put some peeled grapes in, and arranged it beautifully. Zhang Dachuan saw it and said, "Take 2, and send them to your Uncle Li's house." He and Li Qi were brothers on weekdays, and they always thought of the Li family for everything. Even a stingy person could be generous. Zhang Zuzhu then cut a few more good-looking ones, took some of the snacks she had made, and went to Li's house. Chapter 46. I'll give you a big black pot. The Li family was bustling, and when Zhang Zuzhu passed by the front yard, she heard the noise. Zhou Ri helped her carry the basket and said with a smile, "Sanlang went to the front to work, so I'll carry the basket today. Don't be disgusted, sister." Zhang Zuzhu laughed when she heard her joke. "Second sister-in-law is so weak. How can I bear to let you work hard? Don't touch these vulgar things." Li Zhu usually talked to Zhou Ri like this. Zhang Zuzhu got up very early and saw the couple washing clothes by the river. It was mainly Li Zhu who was washing, and Zhou Ri was wiping his sweat beside him. Getting up so early, probably because he was afraid of being seen by the villagers. Zhou Ri was amused by her, and turned to her daughter and said, "Tao Tao, tell Aunt Zuzhu about this clever mouth." Tao Tao's big eyes were always on the basket, saying, "Mom, it smells delicious. Eat." Zhou Ri pinched her chubby face. "You think about eating all day long." She said this, but she was happy in her heart. When she first came here, Zhou Ri was worried that her daughter would suffer. Now her daughter is healthy and her face is rounder than when she was in the capital. This is all thanks to Zhang Zuzhu. Zhang Zuzhu saw Lin Weining and called her aunt. Lin Weining looked at the things in the basket and said, "You have worked hard." How old is she? But she has this skill and is willing to work hard. It can be said that she is very clever. Zhang Zuzhu didn't feel tired. She just liked these things now. She said a few words to them and went back. As soon as she left the door, Li Fu caught up with her. "Where's the glucose water? It's been pickled for so many days. I'm afraid it's gone bad." But he was supposed to be the first one, so he couldn't forget it. Zhang Zuzhu was stunned. "Hey, I would have forgotten it if you didn't say it. I was too busy these days and didn't think about it." "Li Fu, how could I forget it? Go and take a look," Zhang Zuzhu said. "Then come with me." Li Fu didn't want to watch those students compare calligraphy. He couldn't bear to read the words. So he left his father and went with Zhang Zuzhu. The weather was still hot, so the two went straight to the back. Li Fu said, "I don't smell anything sour." Zhang Zuzhu, with so much sugar, it won't go bad. It's possible that some strange gases will be brewed, but it won't go bad. Li Fu was about to ask why, but Zhang Zuzhu had already opened the jar. Then Li Fu was speechless. He smelled a fragrance, a mixture of wine and grapes. Li Fu had smelled the smell before. The wine brought by Hu Shang smelled the smell. Zhang Zuzhu sniffed the fragrance in the air and was overjoyed. It worked. Her wine. No strange things were brewed. Li Fu frowned. "Third miss. Are you brewing wine?" Zhang Zuzhu, "Yes." "Wine? Try it." Zhang Zuzhu had already happily scooped out a small bowl with a clean spoon. The white bowl was filled with purple-red wine, and the sweet smell wafted out of the bowl. "Here. The first one is for you." Zhang Zuzhu held the small bowl and handed it to Li Fu. Li Fu took it with mixed feelings. "Where did you get the wine yeast?" Zhang Zuzhu, "Do you want to drink it?" Li Fu took a sip, and the sweet wine smell spread in his mouth. Li Fu immediately drank the small bowl. Zhang Zuzhu saw that he was still standing steadily after drinking, so she filled another small bowl for herself and drank it too. The alcohol content of this wine was not high, and the taste was sweet. Zhang Juju drank it, and felt very happy. Li Fu then asked, "Where did you get the yeast?" In addition to the liquor, there is also the yeast. And yeast is not something that can be bought and sold at will. Zhang Juju was in a good mood. So she also said, "This does not require yeast. Just do it like that day, and it will be done." Li Fu was very surprised. Zhang Juju deliberately made a threatening look and said, "It's agreed that I will drink this wine at home and will not sell it. It's not illegal. And you can't report me." If she dared to sell the wine, her whole family would go to jail tomorrow. Li Fu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What nonsense. "When did I report you?" Zhang Juju said, "It's useless for you to report me. This jar was just moved back. And you picked and washed the grapes. You must be innocent. If it gets out, we will all go to jail together." Li Fu smiled and said, "Okay. I am innocent." Zhang Dachuan said, "What green and white? Grapes can also be white?" Li Fu hurriedly greeted Zhang Dachuan. And Zhang Juju brought a bowl of wine to her father. Zhang Dachuan had drunk wine, but had never seen wine. But he smelled the smell, and tasted the wine in the wine. Zhang Dachuan said, "Where did you buy the wine? How much is this wine?" The meaning of this is very simple. This wine is good. If it is not expensive, you can buy it. If it is expensive, you can buy it during the new year. Zhang Juju said, "This is the wine I brewed." Zhang Dachuan naturally didn't believe it. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Zhang Juju said, "Brotherly San taught me that this wine doesn't need koji." Li Fu suddenly took the blame, thinking, "When did I teach you that?" But Zhang Dachuan believed it and said, "You people from the capital are different. You can actually make wine. It's incredible." Incredible. Zhang Juju winked at him, asking Li Fu to agree to this matter. What can Li Fu do? He can only take the blame. Zhang Dachuan is not worried about breaking the law in making wine. Who doesn't secretly make some wine? The emperor is far away, and the government can't control it. He found 2 small jars for Li Fu. "Quick, fill more and let your father taste it. This wine is so good." Zhang Dachuan filled a lot of wine. And Li Fu said, "Uncle Zhang, that's enough. You don't need so much." Zhang Dachuan said, "It's okay. We still have grapes. Let's make more wine for ourselves." Li Fu had to take 2 jars back. As a filial son, Li Fu dragged his father out from among his students and gave him a taste of the wine. Li Qi was shocked and said, "Is this new wine?" The wine from the Hu people was already old when it was brought here. But this wine tasted new to Li Qi. Li Fu had to make up a story and took the blame, saying that he had heard this method from a drunk Hu person before, and that he had seen that Zhang's family had a lot of grapes some time ago. So he asked Zhang Juju to try it. And he didn't expect it to work. Li Qi was overjoyed. Good. Good. I'm really living in seclusion. We have delicious food on weekdays. And we have good wine today. San Lang, you are my good son, Li Qi said. Li Fu was still very guilty in front of his father, saying, "Dad is too polite. You like this wine? I will pick some grapes to make wine tomorrow." Li Qi was very happy and praised his son again. Li Fu said, "Dad, the court has a monopoly on wine. We should be cautious." Li Qi sneered, "The emperor has the guts to chop off my head." After that, he drank 3 bowls, hummed a little song, and went out with his hands behind his back. Wu Guiyang took the snacks made by Zhang Juju, and she really became a big hit among the women and received many praises. Zhang Juju also instantly became one of the most clever girls in Zhangjia village. Zhang Juju was very happy to hear the praise from everyone. Our Juju is so beautiful and virtuous. She will definitely marry into a good family. Yes, we will pick out the ones with good conditions at that time. And we won't marry the ones who are not good. The smile on Zhang Juju's face gradually disappeared, and the corners of her mouth were no longer raised. She found an excuse and left, with Wu Guiyang's cheerful laughter behind her. On the way, Li Fu was walking the children again. Seeing that she was unhappy, she said, "I heard from my sister-in-law that you have the best cooking skills. Why are you not happy?" Zhang Juju said, "If you do well, they say you can marry into a good family. If you do not do well, they say you can't get married. As if we women live just for men. I don't like this. I am myself. Zhang Juju. I am free, independent, and exist in the universe without relying on anyone." Zhang Zhuzu felt that the wine she had just drunk had gone to her head. Li Fu. Zhang Wuzu is Zhang Wuzu. Forever. Although her body was trapped in this world, her spirit was always independent, and no one could control her. Li Fu was really surprised, and even amazed by her behavior, and words again and again. He liked this sentence Zhang Zhuzu said very much. It was broad and lofty. As a man, Li Fu also felt that he should keep this sentence in mind. Li Fu would always be Li Fu. Li Fu sighed. Why is the third girl so smart? Zhang Zhuzu smiled proudly. Maybe I was born knowing it. Li Fu even wanted to believe this. Zhang Zhuzu thought. That was all learned by your sister. I, who studied hard for more than 20 years in my previous life. She suddenly felt weak and stumbled. Li Fu hurriedly said, Third miss. Zhang Zhuzu smiled and said, I'm drunk. Drunk? I'm talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart. I'll go back and rest. Li Fu was worried that she would fall. So he walked her all the way to the Zhang family's gate before he felt relieved. He thought, how could those words be nonsense? They were her heartfelt words. Chapter 47 Why am I not the first one? Zhang Zhuzu got drunk and woke up late the next day. But it was just after the festival and everyone was lazy. At noon that day, the whole yard was filled with the tempting aroma of wine. Today, the students were also on holiday. Lychee was resting. But when he smelled the smell, he hurried to the kitchen. What's wrong? What's wrong? Did my wine jar break? Before Lychee came in, he shouted. Zhang Zhuzu said, No. I used wine to stew meat. Uncle. Lychee was surprised. Such good wine is used to stew meat. He felt a little distressed. Zhang Zhuzu said, Yes. It's delicious. You will know at noon. Lychee couldn't say anything to the little girl. So he gently reminded her, Use less. Use less. Your aunt drank this wine last night, and said it was good wine. Zhang Zhuzu smiled and nodded. And Lychee left with peace of mind. At noon, both families had duck and chicken stewed with wine. This combination was quite luxurious. But the taste was very good. And everyone was very satisfied. So in the afternoon, everyone picked grapes together, went to buy sugar, bought a few wine jars, and brewed wine again. Li Fu said, without wine yeast, how can wine be made? Zhang Zhuzu wanted to promote the knowledge about microorganisms. But she was afraid that people would think she was crazy if she told others. So she held back. Li Fu did not wait for Zhang Zhuzu's answer, and looked back at her. Zhang Zhuzu also looked at Li Fu blankly. Why are you looking at me? San Lang? I don't know. When Li Fu heard her call him San Lang, she felt that she was not saying anything good. Didn't you say yesterday that you were born knowing? Li Fu said. Zhang Zhuzu laughed. How can you believe drunken words? I told my sister last night that I was a fairy from heaven. But my sister rolled her eyes and forgot about it. Li Fu knew that he could not get any accurate words from her. The two families were busy and got several jars of different sizes. Those who liked to drink said together that they would have good wine to drink in a few days. Those who liked tea gathered on the other side to discuss what delicious food can be made with this wine. In short, both sides were very satisfied. Zhang Zhuzu also sent Yao Yusen wine and recipes. As a result, the new cook there didn't cook very well. So Yao Yusen picked a day and ran to Zhang Zhuzu's place. Zhang Zhuzu smiled when she saw her. How did you come here? It's such a long way. Yao Yusen said proudly. I came here on horseback. I just learned it recently. She took Zhang Zhuzu to see her means of transportation. After learning to ride a horse, I can go wherever I want. Zhuzu, when are you free? I will teach you. Yao Yusen said. Zhang Zhuzu, I am free only in winter. Now the grains in the fields are gradually ripe, and it is time to harvest. And Zhang Zhuzu will also go to harvest the new grains. Yao Yusen said, my family also has a lot of land, all of which are rented out. You have so much land in your family. Why don't you rent it out? You are too hardworking to work like this. It is true that County Magistrate Yao was born in a poor family, but he was able to pass the imperial examination and his family had enough money for his studies. Zhang Zhuzu said, the harvest from renting out is not as good as growing the land yourself. My father specially asked someone to calculate it. Zhang Dachuan and Wu Guinyang are both hardworking and frugal. Especially Zhang Dachuan. He said that he was not destined to enjoy happiness. He just loved to work. And he wanted his family to work together. Yao Yusen said, then you are too hardworking. Zhang Zhuzu said, It's okay. I just want to eat and drink enough. Nothing else matters. Yao Yusen, no wonder you can make so many delicious dishes. My mother always talks about you and wants me to learn from you. Last time, Zhang Zhuzhu stayed in the government office for 2 days and cooked 2 meals. The Yao family was tortured by a pot of meat soup afterwards. They naturally missed Zhang Zhuzhu's cooking skills. Then do you want to learn? Zhang Zhuzhu asked her. I don't want to learn. I don't like to cook. Yao Yusen hugged her and said, Sister, I will come to eat your cooking often. When I go back, I will bring some for my parents and brother. She didn't come empty-handed. She brought chickens and ducks, and bought a lot of things, including food and daily necessities. Zhang Zhuzhu liked to be friends with this girl, so she naturally treated her generously and planned to make a new snack. After thinking about it, Zhang Zhuzhu took out her precious salted duck eggs and baked some egg yolk pastry. Zhang Zhuzhu said, This pastry is not well opened. The weather is too hot. Just eat it. Yao Yusen didn't know what she was talking about, and ate happily. It's not good to eat alone. Zhang Zhuzhu gave some to the Li family, and kept some for herself. Li Fu ate the egg yolk pastry, looked at Zhang Zhuzhu with a faint look, and said, Why don't you taste it for me first? Zhang Zhuzhu, why should I give it to you first? Sister Yusen is right next to me. Li Fu thought to himself that I was at home too, but it was a bit strange to say this. Li Fu said, Can you make other things? Zhang Zhuzhu, yes. Then tell me next time you make it, and I'll go chop wood for you. Li Fu said, Yao Yusen is a weak woman. What can she do? She can only eat. Li Fu thought, I can chop wood and make fire. Zhang Zhuzhu couldn't help laughing. Okay. Next time. After that, Zhang Zhuzhu left. Li Fu looked at her back and suddenly sighed. He still wanted to be the first. This time he was not the second. He was the same as everyone else. How could this be possible? He worked like a cow and a horse all day long. Zhang Zhuzhu's stove was very fuel-consuming. He chopped all the firewood. How could he let others have it cheap? Zhang Zhuzhu turned her head and laughed. Li Fu was quite interesting. He was jealous just for the order of eating snacks. It was really interesting. People are indeed multifaceted. Most of the time, Li Fu is calm beyond his age. But at other times, he will also show a temperament that matches his age. I wonder if he has other looks. Zhang Zhuzhu went back with a smile. In the afternoon, Zhang Zhuzhu accompanied Yao Yusen to play. Zhang Yining was not used to communicating with others. Fortunately, everyone was easy to get along with, and there was no quarrel. Yao Yusen rode home with all kinds of food, and Zhang Zhuzhu sent her out of the village. After the people left, Zhang Yining snorted, Sister Yusen, you only have her sister in your eyes, not my elder sister and me. Zhang Yining couldn't stand it anymore. Why is Zhang Zhuzhu so sweet? She can call a girl sister when she sees her. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed and took Zhang Yining's arm and said, Second sister, what's wrong? Are you angry or jealous? Then I'll call you more? Sister, my good sister. Zhang Yining pulled her arm back. I don't want you to call me like that. I have goosebumps all over my body, she said and ran forward. Zhang Zhuzhu chased her from behind, and Zhang Yining ran faster. Zhang Zhuzhu shouted, You run away. I chase you. You can't get away even if you have wings. After she shouted this, she laughed non-stop, which was really a bad joke. Zhang Yining didn't know why she laughed at all, but she couldn't help laughing. As a result, Zhang Zhuzhu was so happy that she fell down and screamed. Zhang Yining could only turn back to help her. Zhang Zhuzhu stretched out her hand to her, and Zhang Yining impatiently reached out to pull her. Zhang Zhuzhu exerted force, and Zhang Yining was caught off guard and sat on the ground with her. Zhang Zhuzhu, my new clothes, Zhang Yining shouted. Zhang Zhuzhu went up and hugged her. Good sister. Clothes are more important than me. I have something to tell you. Zhang Yining said, What nonsense are you talking about again? She always likes to say things that people can't understand. Zhang Zhuzhu said, Second sister, I like you very much. We will be good sisters for life. Zhang Yining suddenly calmed down. Her face flushed, and said, You only know how to say nice things to coax me. So Zhang Zhuzhu came up and kissed her on the face. Zhang Yining was speechless, glared at Zhang Zhuzhu, pulled her up, and said with a red face, Go home quickly. There is no such thing as you. Even if they are both girls, they can't kiss casually, Zhang Juju said, then kiss her back. Zhang Yining rolled her eyes and turned away. Zhang Juju laughed behind her, coaxing her. It's easy to catch her. Chapter 48, I know what you think. On July 14th, Li Fu got up early on purpose and did not take a nap at noon. After nightfall, he prepared to go to bed early. Li Qi looked at his youngest son and smiled. Sanlang is really interesting. He is a good young man, strong and educated, but he is afraid of those things. Lin Weining could not laugh. She glared at her husband. What are you talking about? Who can you blame for this? It is really unreliable to have such a father, who even laughs at his own son. Li Qi smiled awkwardly and dared not say anything more. Li Fu tossed and turned and could not fall asleep. When he lived in the capital, Li Fu's courtyard had more than a dozen maids inside and outside, and he could light the lights day and night and have people guard it. But this is Zhongjia village. There is nothing here. Only the moon shines through the window, reflecting a piece of white light. Li Fu tried to control himself, trying not to let his mind wander. But he failed, and gradually some noises came from outside. There were barking of dogs and meowing of cats. These sounds that were not obvious at ordinary times, but made Li Fu particularly uneasy today. He opened his eyes, lay expressionless for a while, and then got up from the bed. He had to get up. He drank too much water at night. He took a deep breath, pushed open the door with a creak, and walked out slowly. For some reason, Li Fu always felt that there was a gaze staring at him from behind, and he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Li Fu took another breath, turned his head suddenly, and then saw 4 green lights. Li Fu was out of breath on the spot. Fortunately, the 2 kittens ran towards their owner and meowed affectionately. Li Fu's breath was restored. He grabbed a kitten by the neck and quickly went to finish his business. When he came back, Li Fu heard a knock on the door. He was stunned again. Li Fu lived alone in the front yard. The house was not small, but he wanted to avoid suspicion with his sisters-in-law, so he lived in the room closest to the gate. A female voice came from the door. Third brotherly. Li Fu? Go to bed already? Zhang Juju thought to herself that it was too early to go to bed. It was only a short time. When Li Fu came here before, he would light a lamp to read. Fortunately, the door was opened, and Li Fu saw Zhang Juju standing at the door, covered in bright moonlight. Li Fu's fear was overwhelmed. He asked first, Why are you here so late at night? Zhang Juju said, You are confused. My family has just finished worshipping our ancestors. It is indeed still early, and some people in the village have not started burning paper money yet. Zhang Juju held the food box in one hand and the lantern in the other, and said, Why do you look bad? Li Fu's face really didn't look good when he heard the words worshipping ancestors. Zhang Juju knew his problem, smiled and handed over the food box, saying, There are pig's trotters, pig's head, pig's ears, and mutton soup in it. You have a large family, so I'll give it to you as a midnight snack. Li Fu was surprised. Why is the food so good tonight? Zhang Juju laughed. My father was worried about how to worship the ancestors with dignity, so I said I would cook a table of dishes and eat with the ancestors. Zhang Dachuan didn't react at the time, and later felt that he was deceived. The weather was still hot, and he was worried that the food would go bad, so he could only ask the Li family to send some. Li Fu couldn't help laughing. You dare to take advantage of the ancestors? Zhang Juzu, there's no way. Who told them not to work hard when they were alive? If they worked hard to make money, I could still be a rich girl, and I would definitely bathe and fast, and perform rituals for them in the Daxiangwo temple in the capital. When Li Fu heard these words, the fear in his heart dissipated a lot. There is such a saying? This is a bit rebellious no matter how you say it. Zhang Zuzu said, There is no way. I forgive them for not working hard. They also understand that I, the younger generation, just want to eat a good meal. We are all family members, so we should understand each other. There is no such condition, so no one should blame anyone else. Li Fu couldn't help laughing out loud. Zhang Juju was still saying, But they did their best after they died. Look at my father. He made a fortune. I will go to the village head to burn some more gold ingots for them later. Li Fu couldn't stop laughing. He thought that if the ancestors of the Zhang family really had spirits in the underworld, he wondered if they would reflect on the fact that they didn't work hard when they were alive, which led to such a younger generation. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at Li Fu tenderly, and waited until he had laughed enough before saying, "Okay, take it and eat it." Although he didn't say it, Li Fu really felt the girl's thoughtfulness. She knew he was afraid. She didn't laugh at him. The soft moonlight still sprinkled on Zhang Zhuzhu, like a layer of gauze mist draped over her. Seeing her round face and cloud-like hair, Li Fu thought of the Bodhisattva statue in the Buddhist temple. He took the food box, and Zhang Zhuzhu prepared to go back. Li Fu was anxious for a moment and asked, "Why is there a fire over there?" He pointed in a direction and asked. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't even turn her head and explained. Someone burned paper at home before and set the house on fire. Later, everyone discussed and decided to go to the village to burn it together. Although it is to worship the ancestors, burning the whole house is too pious. Li Fu knew that the village chief had come to talk to his family. He said, "I want to go and see. Wait for me to send the food box to my parents." After that, he walked away quickly. Zhang Zhuzhu, "I haven't agreed yet. Isn't this man afraid of ghosts? Why does he want to watch people burn paper?" But Li Fu had already sent the food box quickly and returned. He said, "Let's go." Zhang Zhuzhu thought about the work she needed him to do tomorrow and did not refuse. There were many people burning paper at the head of the village, and they greeted Zhang Zhuzhu when they saw her. Most people were very friendly, but some people said sour words, saying, "I heard that your family stewed a lot of meat for worship. It's really rich. Seeing that the grain harvest this year is so much." Zhang Zhuzhu responded bluntly, "The ancestors are spirits, and they must have come back to see us now. And 8th, you can ask my ancestor how he blessed my father, and ask him to pass on his experience to your ancestors. What do you think?" Most people are still afraid of ghosts and gods. When Aunt 8th heard Zhang Zhuzhu say this, she was so scared that she was speechless and dared not say anything. Li Fu found that Zhang Zhuzhu had no taboos at all. Others said, "Okay. Okay. The harmony of Zhongjia village is what the ancestors want to see, and you are not allowed to say anything." Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu walked away, looking at everyone burning paper money and crying. Li Fu said, "Why do people create the concept of ghosts and gods?" Zhang Zhuzhu said, "If human power cannot do it, then we hope that ghosts and gods can do it." Li Fu was silent, and Zhang Zhuzhu said, "If one day, people can reach the capital from here in 2 hours, can fly in the sky, and go to the moon, and can do what ghosts and gods do, there will be fewer ghosts and gods in the world." Li Fu showed an unbelievable look. "How can it be done? From here to the capital, riding the best fast horse, day and night. It takes 15 days. If the speed is slower, it can take 1 or 2 months. 2 hours. Is it a dream?" Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, "If it is done, it will be the same as the immortals shrinking the earth into an inch. Modern transportation can really do it. But it is simply impossible in this era. And science and technology have not developed to that level." Li Fu nodded, "You are right. Ghosts, gods, Buddhas and Taoism appear, all for the sake of people's peace in this world. That's the truth." But Li Fu still feels uncomfortable when he thinks of ghosts. Zhang Zhuzhu thought, "It's a pity that Li Fu didn't travel through time. Otherwise she would have said that there might really be ghosts in this world, and people might become energy bodies after leaving their physical bodies." Li Fu watched the villagers burn paper money, and the two of them walked back. After walking for a while, Li Fu suddenly said, "Do you want to know why I am afraid of those things?" He wanted to tell a story he had never told anyone. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "What if I say I don't want to know?" Li Fu, "No. You want to. I know you want to. He must tell it." Zhang Zhuzhu imitated Li Fu and made a gesture of listening attentively. Chapter 49 Childhood Shadow. When Li Fu was 4 or 5 years old, he could already recite many poems and essays. He was a famous smart child. How could Li Qi not be proud of having such a son? When he went out to a banquet, he would bring this son with him, showing off in front of people and being very decent. Once he went out to a banquet, he brought Li Fu with him as usual. Li Fu was a good boy since he was a child. He looked so cute, like a boy beside the goddess Guanyin. When the women saw him, they couldn't help teasing him. But this time, he met the hostess of the banquet, the lady of the Marquis's mansion. This lady had lost her beloved son not long ago and was heartbroken. Whenever she saw other children, she would cry. When she saw her husband holding Li Fu and praising him for his intelligence, The lady was in great grief and hatred. Why were other children alive? But her child died at such a young age? When Li Fu was left alone, she deliberately used a small toy to coax him away and took him to the room where her son lived. She missed her son. So she made a doll with a cloth towel, put her son's clothes on it, and put it in the room. She forced Li Fu to talk to the doll, saying that the soul of her dead son was in the doll, and asked Li Fu to play with the doll. Li Fu used to be a playmate with the dead child, and a group of children said that the child was dead and turned into a ghost, and the ghost would come to ask for people's lives. He was frightened and cried loudly to leave. The lady refused, scolding Li Fu for having no conscience and being a bad child. She said that it was better to die than to live, and that she could go to the underworld to accompany her children. Not only that, Li Fu was finally locked up in this room. When the adults found him, Li Fu had fainted and had a high fever. Later, Li Qi and his wife learned the truth, rushed to the Marquis mansion, and asked the couple to apologize. But Li Fu was really scared. The elders thought that Li Fu would gradually forget about this incident as he grew older. But Li Fu did not forget it. He would always remember that gloomy and cold room, and the face of the doll that looked very similar to the dead child. The doll's dark eyes just stared at him. It was like a nightmare. Li Fu had never forgotten it for many years, and even dreamed about it sometimes. Zhang Zuzhu listened to his story and said, "Poor thing. Look how scared the child was. What kind of person is that? Losing a child is tragic. But you go and harm other people's children. This is not worthy of sympathy." Li Fu frowned. "I don't remember the other things very clearly, but I can't forget that doll. I always feel that it is staring at me." Zhang Zuzhu thought, "This should be the uncanny valley effect. The doll should be very close to a real person." Li Fu knew the living child. He was young at the time, and was locked in the same room with the doll. He looked at it for too long, so he confused the real and the fake. In addition, he talked about ghosts, so he was left with a psychological shadow. Zhang Zuzhu said, "Have you ever seen a paper doll?" Li Fu shook his head. After that, his family paid more attention to these things, and did not let him see them again. Zhang Zuzhu said, "The doll is too close to a real person. But it is not a real person. Not only will you be scared when you see it, but anyone who looks at it for a long time will be terrified." Li Fu had never heard of this saying. When he was still unable to hide, his family could not understand his fear, and would only encourage him to be bolder. He was a boy, and could not be timid. His friends would laugh at him, saying that it was just a doll made of cloth. What was there to be afraid of? Li Fu was too timid. If it were them, they would definitely not be afraid. Li Fu gradually hid his weakness, and stopped telling anyone about his fear. Today, I told Zhang Zuzhu that Li Fu was also desperate. If he continued to remain silent and no one told him, he would soon perish. The first time Zhang Zuzhu met him, Li Fu was exposed. Moreover, Li Fu felt that Zhang Zuzhu would not give useless encouragement, let alone laugh at him. Zhang Zuzhu was a very considerate person. If she wanted, she seemed to be able to perceive everyone's emotions and comfort them in time. Zhang Zuzhu naturally understood what Li Fu meant. Li Fu needed a suitable person to confide in, and he was the right person. "What's the reason?" Li Fu asked. Zhang Zuzhu said, "I can't say for sure. When there is a funeral in the village, I will find a few people to stare at the paper figures. They may not be afraid, but they will definitely feel uncomfortable. Things that look like humans, but are not human will make people feel terrified. This is an instinct." Li Fu smiled. "Then it's not that I'm afraid of ghosts." "You are not afraid of ghosts," Zhang Zuzhu said. "Besides, it doesn't matter if you are afraid of ghosts. Everyone has something to be afraid of. No one is afraid of everything. If there is really no fear, then there must be something wrong with the nervous system." In this matter, Li Fu felt comforted for the first time. The dark and cold house, and the scary doll in my memory seemed to be illuminated by a light. As a man, I am afraid of such things. It is a bit ridiculous to talk about it, Li Fu said. Zhang Zuzhu rolled her eyes at him. "If anyone dares to laugh at you, you should hit him back. You should hit him again every time he laughs. You should ask him to avoid you when he sees you." What's there to say about this? Li Fu. This method, well, is indeed something she can think of. And she has tried it herself. Zhou Xiyan was beaten up, and he was indeed much more honest. He stopped talking nonsense. If he has the opportunity to return to the capital, he will definitely try it. Li Fu laughed. As they walked back, Li Fu suddenly asked, Miss San, what are you afraid of? Zhang Zuzu said, I'm afraid of too many things. I don't know where to start. She was afraid of being poor, afraid of not eating well, afraid of being forced to marry in 2 years, and afraid of snakes and insects. There were too many things to count. Li Fu felt quite regretful. He told her his thoughts. But Zhang Zuzu was obviously unwilling to tell him. Li Fu felt that Zhang Zuzu was hiding a big secret. He was very curious. But he could only wait, and could not force her to ask. I don't know when I can know her secret. An old and deep singing voice came from the village head. It was a requiem passed down from generation to generation. Some of the words were pronounced differently from now. But listening carefully, it really makes people feel at ease. After the song ended, the two of them also walked to the door of Li's house. Li Fu came to his senses. His house was a little further away than Zhang's house. And he actually asked Zhang Juju to send him back. It's over. It's over. He's so embarrassed. A girl sent him home? What kind of thing is this? Zhang Juju stuffed the lantern into his hand. This lantern is for you. You don't have to blow it out tonight. Li Fu held the lantern and felt it was a little hot. He said, Can you see it? Zhang Juju pointed to the moon in the sky. San Lang. Today is the 15th. The moon on the 15th of every month is very bright. Without waiting for Li Fu to say anything else, Zhang Juju yawned. Go back to sleep and have a good dream. Li Fu smiled. He liked this statement. Zhang Zuzu said as she walked, Keep your spirits up. There is a lot of work to do tomorrow. Li Fu almost couldn't laugh. Zhang Juju had already walked away in the moonlight. Li Qi was relieved when he saw his son coming back. Where did you go? Li Fu, Dad. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Li Qi smiled awkwardly and touched his nose. It's because we haven't talked for a long time. So I'll sleep with you tonight, and we can talk. How could Li Qi and Lin Weiying not feel sorry for their son? Li Fu knew their good intentions and refused. Dad. I'm so old. He was so old. But he slept with his father. If it got out, it would be so funny. Li Fu was embarrassed. Li Qi, you are still my son even if you are 80 years old. Li Fu hurriedly and sincerely rejected his father's kindness, saying that he was no longer afraid. Seeing that his son was determined not to respond, Li Qi gave up and said, If you are afraid, just knock on the door. Don't bear it. Understand? Li Fu said. Thank you, father and mother. He knew that his parents cared for him, and Li Fu felt very comforted. That night, the lamp on Li Fu's bedside was always on. In his dream, there was only the female bodhisattva who came in the moonlight. And there was no ghost doll. Chapter 50. My family will never suffer this loss. 2 days later, Zhang Jinjin and his wife came. They came to work. In their local area, the grain in the fields began to mature from July to August. Further north, the grain matured in August and September. However, the farthest place Zhang Zuzu had been to was Song'an County. Sometimes Zhang Jinjin didn't come back, and she was smiling and talking to Zhang Dachuan and Wu Guinyang. After a while, Wu Guinyang stared at Zhang Jinjin's belly. Why haven't you gotten pregnant yet? Wu Guinyang asked. Zhang Jinjin was also anxious and said, I don't know. I have. She suddenly stopped, looked at her sisters, and whispered, I did everything you taught me, and I have no other choice. Wu Guinyang was so anxious. We still have to think of a way. It doesn't matter whether it's a boy or a girl. You have to get pregnant first. She hasn't gotten pregnant for several months. To outsiders, she just can't have children. I don't know how much gossip there will be in the village. Wu Guinyang was furious when she thought of the gossip of outsiders. Seeing her like this, Zhang Jinjin advised, It's okay, Mother. It depends on fate. Don't rush. Wu Guinyang said, Then wait a little longer. If you still can't get pregnant by the end of the year, we will go to the next county and find the one whose ancestors were imperial doctors to see you. At the latest in the spring of next year, she must let her Jin get pregnant. Zhang Juju looked at her 18-year-old elder sister and couldn't help saying, Sister, pregnancy is not just your business. It also depends on whether your brother-in-law can do it. If the brother-in-law is a silver-plated gun head, Zhang Jinjin will not be able to get pregnant even if she drinks the nectar of the gods. Upon hearing this, Wu Guinyang immediately pushed her daughter and glared at her, saying, What do you know? Are you still okay? Stop talking nonsense. What kind of words are these for an unmarried daughter? If they get out, her reputation will be ruined. Zhang Yining looked confused and hugged Zhang Zhuzhu. Mom, why are you pushing your sister? Who will cook if you push her down? Wu Guiyang couldn't help rolling her eyes. Eat. 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 You only know how to eat. If your eldest sister can't get pregnant, you two can forget about getting married. For Wu Guiyang, her daughter must not be left in her hands. She must be married off with glory. This is her face. Zhang Yining pulled her sister, saying her, "Let's go. Mother will not recognize us when she sees the eldest sister. Let's go outside and make room for others so that we won't be an eyesore." She didn't mean any harm in what she said, but Zhang Yining was jealous. Wu Guiyang was so angry that she slammed the table. Look! Look! I say one thing, and you say three things. When you go to your husband's house in the future, your mother-in-law will punish you. Zhang Yining was about to refute immediately. Why did her mother-in-law punish her? Zhang Zhuzhu hurriedly winked at Zhang Jingjin, and the two sisters took one away each, preventing a family mother-daughter fight in time. After talking for a while, the family went to the fields. The Zhang family could never finish the work in the fields, so Zhang Dachuan went out to hire people to work according to the practice of previous years. There were more than 10 people, and they could pay less for preparing meals. So the women of the Zhang family stayed at home to cook. Zhang Zhuzhu cooked a big pot of bone soup, but there was only a little meat on the bones, and the main food was vegetarian. The mother and daughter were busy, and finally prepared the meal near noon. Zhang Yining and Zhang Zhuzhu went to the field to deliver food. The two carried food for more than 10 people, and met many people along the way to greet them. The two sisters met the aunt who said sour words last time again. She said, "There are so many young and strong men in our village. If we don't invite people from the nearest village, we have to invite people from outside, and we have to cook for them. It's really a waste of money." Zhang Yining said, "What's it to you?" Aunt 8 put her hands on her waist. "Why? Your family doesn't do things properly, and you don't allow people to say it." Zhang Yining was anxious and wanted to argue with the people. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Second sister, there is a dog on the road. Let's go around the dog." She was tired from cooking and didn't want to quarrel with people. Eighth aunt was stunned for a moment before she heard Zhang Zhuzhu calling her a dog, and she was so angry that she jumped up and down. Zhang Yining also understood what her sister meant and said, "Yes. We are people. Not like dogs. Or mad dogs." Eighth aunt wanted to say more, but the two sisters left straight away, leaving her angry there. As soon as she arrived at the field, Zhang Zhuzhu saw a group of people gathered there. Zhang Dachuan and his son-in-law Liu Bin were arguing with people. Li Fu and his eldest brother were also there. Zhang Baobao walked forward and was pushed by someone. Zhang Zhuzhu immediately started to roll up her sleeves. "How old is her brother? Don't move here. I'll go take a look." She just finished speaking when she disappeared. Zhang Yining said, "Hey, I'm the older sister." Zhang Zhuzhu ran over and pulled someone to ask what was going on. The harvester hired today said, "Your father planted an extra row on the edge of the field. The family next door flattened the field and cut off a lot of crops. They are making trouble." Zhang Zhuzhu was speechless. She had already advised her father. The family didn't need that row. Sure enough, something went wrong today. Li Fu pushed Zhang Baobao out of the crowd and saw Zhang Zhuzhu. She hurriedly said, "Take your sister away." Li Fu was afraid that a fight would break out here. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Have you finished arguing?" Li Fu was about to explain why the argument became more and more acute, when someone on the other side suddenly yelled, "You are so good, Tai. You planted this row of wheat on the ridge of the field. But this root is planted in our house. Drinking the water we irrigated. Eating the fertilizer we planted. This is my house." Zhang Dachuan said, "What are you talking about? It was not like this when your father Zhang the butcher was alive. The land next door belongs to Zhang the butcher, who is a generous man and usually talks and laughs with Zhang Dachuan. But Zhang the butcher died of illness in the early spring, and the family property was divided among his 4 sons. The second son is a difficult one and is determined to take advantage of it." The two sides argued for a while, but neither of them gave in. At this time, someone suddenly said, "Brother Dachuan, you have so much land at home, and this is the only one. It doesn't matter if you give in. It's noon and everyone is waiting to eat. Let's not argue. Harmony brings wealth. Yes, there are 4 brothers. If they really fight, Zhang Dachuan and his son are not enough to fight. This sounds like a good intention, but it is actually a way to smooth things over. Which is the worst? How could Zhang Dachuan agree? You eat yours. Who asked you to intervene in my family's affairs? The man immediately said, Hey, brother Dachuan, I also want to help you. We are from the same village, and I am just saying something fair. That's right, said the second son of Zhang the butcher. Uncle Dachuan, you have taken advantage of my family so much. My father doesn't care, so I will. Who would complain about too little food? Zhang Dachuan was the one who took advantage of me. He felt very wronged. He was stingy, but he was stingy about himself. When did he take advantage of others? Zhang the butcher was sick and couldn't water the land. It was still Zhang Dachuan who was busy. Everyone helped each other, and no one owed anyone anything. Fortunately, there were also people who spoke up for Zhang Dachuan and felt that the second son of Zhang the butcher was not kind. Erping, we can't do this. An elderly person persuaded. Yes, we are all from the same village. And your uncle Dachuan didn't take advantage of your family. Lu Bin showed a fierce look. Don't talk nonsense. My Yu family has so much land. Why would I take advantage of you? Unfortunately, Zhang Erping did not listen to the advice, and the two sides quarreled back and forth. In short, no one was willing to give in. Zhang Zhuzhu would not give in either. If the Zhang family gave in today, they would dare to take 3 points tomorrow and cut your next row of grain. If you dare not agree, they will say you are not generous enough. Most people in the village are good, but there are greedy people. Didn't I encounter it today? Zhang Zhuzhu turned around and said to the hired people, You go and cut the row on the edge of the field, and eat after cutting. But the hired people obviously did not want to participate in the internal struggle of Zhangjia village, and did not move. Zhang Zhuzhu said, We'll eat meat tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. The leader said, Girl, you can decide. Yes, Zhang Zhuzhu said. Just listen to me. Li Fu was also listening. He believed that he would not lose in reciting poems and composing essays. But in Zhangjia village, he still listened to Zhang Zhuzhu and immediately pulled his elder brother to work. Soon the other party found out and shouted, and Lu Bin hurriedly stood in front of Zhang Dachuan. But they couldn't stop them for the time being. There were so many people here, and the people working were trying their best to eat meat. But Zhang Erping didn't plan to give up, and quickly thought of a way. Chapter 51 Whoever owns it. It belongs to him. The row is almost finished. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at the people across from her and said, You just harvested my wheat. Give it back as much as you have. Zhang Dachuan was a little worried when he heard this. After all, they were from the same village, and he didn't want to make things too awkward with him. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't think so. She couldn't be weak and give in at this time. Zhang Baobao immediately jumped out and said, Third sister, I know how much they harvested. He roughly pointed out a range. Zhang Baobao was the first to discover that this family harvested the wheat in their field. Zhang Zhuzhu said, Did you hear me? Hand it over. Zhang Erping's family was shocked. They thought that the Zhang family was too much for cutting wheat directly, but they didn't expect it to be even more excessive. People around were also surprised to see Zhang Zhuzhu. This girl was usually very nice. Why was she so fierce today? And Zhang Dachuan didn't care about her. Zhang Zhuzhu touched her brother's hair. Xiaobao. What do you call taking without asking? Zhang Baobao said loudly, It's called stealing. Zhang Zhuzhu, did you hear me? Come back, or I'll report to the police. Zhang Dachuan wanted to take a step back at this time, but Lu Bin quietly pulled his father-in-law's sleeve, signaling him not to go up and stop him. Now that the commotion has started, if they say they don't want those things, this person won't be grateful to them. Zhang Erping's wife started howling at this time. Dad. My dad? Look. As soon as you left, the Zhang family relied on their numbers to bully others. Dad, please make the decision for me. Zhang Yining pointed at her. Who are you mourning for here? I have never seen anyone cry first after stealing something. You are the wicked person who complains first. Zhang Yining has learned a lot recently, and put it into practice today. Zhang Erping pulled his wife up. He was a little embarrassed, but he still held his neck high and said, Even if it's not all ours, it should be half. What he said was right. Zhang Erping turned around and asked for help from those supporters just now. Zhang Dachuan's family has so much land and so much food. What's wrong with him taking a little? Zhang Dachuan's family is not short of food at all. Why are they so persistent? Zhang Zhuzhu was just being unreasonable and didn't give in at all. She said, "Let's meet at the county government office. If you want to testify for Zhang Erping, you should think it through carefully. Otherwise you will end up in jail." Zhang Erping was surrounded by silence, and his wife stopped crying. Zhang Baobao led people over and took back the food from his family, and glared at Zhang Erping and his wife. "Look carefully. I didn't take more," he said. Zhang Erping's face flushed, and he was furious. "I don't care about women." Zhang Dachuan didn't come forward himself, but asked a girl to come. He was not afraid. Yes, he is a man and doesn't care about women. "Zhang Zhuzhu, I won't argue with stupid and bad people. Next time I meet such a person, I'll see you in the county government." Zhang Yining said, "That's right. You still want to take advantage of my family? Dream on." Zhang Erping hurriedly pulled his wife, and they left together. The onlookers also dispersed. It was noon and everyone had to eat and rest. Zhang Dachuan knew that his daughter was powerful, but it was the first time she dared to do this in front of others. Zhang Dachuan couldn't help but say, "Old 3. When your mother was pregnant with you, her belly was pointed, and she liked to eat sour food. It can be seen that you are destined to be a man. Otherwise, how could she be so powerful and courageous?" Zhang Zhuzhu rolled her eyes. "Dad, look carefully. I am your daughter. Praise her if you want, but you have to mention her son. Who wants to be a man? She has been a woman for 2 lifetimes." Zhang Yining also said, "That's right. Dad only thinks about his son. Why can't we girls be good?" Zhang Dachuan hurriedly stopped talking, fearing that the 2 girls would quarrel here. Where would he put his face as a father? Lu Bin stepped forward and said, "The 2 sisters have been tired today. Let's eat first and talk about it." Lu Bin thought that it was fortunate that he married the eldest. Zhang Jinjin had a gentle temperament and almost never lost her temper. These 2 younger sisters-in-law, who will be tossed when the time comes. After dinner, Lu Bin suggested, "Father-in-law, I will live in the shed tonight and guard here to prevent anyone from making trouble." Zhang Erping has a sly look in his eyes. He is not an honest man. We must be on guard against him. Li Fu heard this and said, "I will stay here too." The Zhang family has helped the Li family a lot in the past 6 months. Li Fu is very willing to help the Zhang family. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "I think we should leave a few more people to watch over us. We have made a lot of trouble. We need to let people know that we are not easy to bully. Anyone who wants to make trouble should know their own weight first. Since the trouble has become big, we might as well tear off this layer of face first." Zhang Dachuan hissed, "How much does it cost?" Zhang Dachuan was still reluctant to pay for hiring people. Zhang Zhuzhu, "Can it be as valuable as the food in our fields? I also promised to stew meat for people in the next 2 days." Zhang Dachuan suddenly felt that the rice in his hand was not fragrant. He wanted to say that you are a spendthrift. But after thinking carefully, why would people help you if there is no benefit? What he did just now was an offense. Zhang Dachuan could only look at his daughter dimly. He wanted to praise her for her efficiency, but he couldn't say it. If he didn't say something, it would be inappropriate. Zhang Luzhu smiled at her father, and it seemed that she had begun to feel sorry for his money. She deliberately sighed, "Alas! It was so good when Uncle Zhang was alive. Our 2 families even ate together. Now it's really ugly." Zhang Zhuzhu was talking about Zhang the butcher. Zhang Dachuan thought of his old friend. He is a good person, but he is not blessed. Look how good the harvest is this year. He can't see it. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that he was not very good at teaching his sons. When his 4 sons separated the family, there was a huge uproar, and the village gossiped for a long time. After everyone finished eating, they rested on the spot. Zhang Zhuzhu and Zhang Yining walked back with their bowls and chopsticks. Li Fu helped to clean up, and remembered Zhang Zhuzhu's usual habits, and praised her. "You are very powerful today." Zhang Zhuzhu, "Of course. Our family is not for people to be bullied." Li Fu, "Yes. That's right. Just now someone said that she was fierce. But Li Fu thought that this was the way it should be. Otherwise, as a woman, how could she protect herself? Being gentle and docile is not necessarily a good thing." After Li Fu finished speaking, he felt that he was at a loss for words. Zhang Zhuzhu could usually praise people to the fullest, but Li Fu really didn't learn the essence at all, so he could only applaud. Fortunately, Zhang Zhuzhu didn't care. The Zhang family left some people at night to guard the fields to prevent any problems. Sure enough, there were thieves at night, but thanks to someone watching, nothing happened. Zhang Zhuzhu fulfilled her promise at noon the next day and stewed a pot of meat to ensure that everyone could eat 5 or 6 pieces. Everyone was very happy to eat, and they all praised the host for being generous. They praised Zhang Dachuan from head to toe. Zhang Dachuan was so happy that he couldn't tell north from south or east from west. Li Fu had several red marks on his face, all of which were bitten by mosquitoes. Zhang Zhuzhu put a few more pieces of meat in his bowl. Brotherly is not here. I cut my hand yesterday afternoon. Li Fu remembered that his elder brother was also helpless. He cut his hand while working, which scared Zhang Dachuan. So he quickly let him go. Zhang Wuzu, ah, are you okay? Li Fu, I applied the medicine. It's okay. Zhang Zhuzhu reminded him, you should be careful too. Don't get hurt. If you don't want to work, just go back. People are here to help. Just have this heart. Li Fu, don't worry. I can do it. Someone even mistook him as Zhang's son-in-law. Which is hard to say. Don't scratch the mosquito bites on your face. Zhang Zhuzhu reminded. If you scratch your face, it will be ugly. Li Fu has not been bitten by mosquitoes as many times as he has in the past 2 days. It's itchy but you can't scratch it. The ointment he applied soon became useless because of sweating. In short, it's very uncomfortable. This mosquito is unreasonable. It only bites me and doesn't bite others. Li Fu didn't know why. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that you were the only one with delicate skin here. Who else would the mosquito bite if not you? Moreover, Li Fu was born beautiful. And she didn't get tanned even after being in the sun for so long. Standing among the crowd, she looked like a shining white light. This physique was enviable. Zhang Zhuzhu said, when God wants to give a man a great responsibility, he must first make his heart and mind suffer, and his muscles and bones work hard. Sam Lang, don't give up. Hearing this, Li Fu bowed his hands seriously. Thank you for your encouragement, Miss San. After that, both of them laughed. Chapter 52, Fierce Woman. Zhang Dachuan guarded the place strictly from that day on, and successfully collected grain for his family. It was another harvest season. After paying taxes, he would keep enough grain for his family and sell some of it. And the family would have money. Wu Guiyang was very upset, and didn't want to go out to see anyone. Because her little daughter, who she was very proud of recently, was now a famous fierce woman in Zhangjia village. Fierce woman was a very terrible reputation for a woman, which meant that Zhang Zhuzhu's marriage would be very difficult. Wu Guiyang couldn't help complaining to her husband, saying, there are so many of you. All men. Why did you ask Sanner, a girl, to stand up? What will we do in the future? Zhang Dachuan was a little embarrassed. Alas. You know, I'm not good at speaking. I was so angry at that time that my head was empty, and I didn't know what to do. He couldn't speak, and he couldn't argue with others. Lu Bin also heard what his mother-in-law said, and apologized. Mother-in-law, please forgive me. It's my fault as a brother-in-law. I was ready to fight at that time. Lu Bin didn't expect the third aunt to be so fierce. When he came to his senses, the situation was completely under the control of Zhang Zhuzhu. She fought and defeated Zhang Erping's family across the street. Lu Bin thought it would be great if this was a brother-in-law, who was sharp-tongued and smart. If he took her out to do business together, he would make money without losing money. Wu Guiyang said, I don't want to blame you. Now people say she is a hot-tempered woman. It will be difficult for her to get married in the future. Wu Guiyang was worried. Zhang Jingjin advised, don't worry. Mother, Zhuzhu is still young. After a few years, no one will remember this. Now you should worry about Yining's affairs. Wu Guiyang could only persuade herself in this way. Zhuzhu is still young. At most, she can give the matchmaker more money, and ask them to say more nice things. Lu Bin walked to Zhang Jingjin and whispered, Madam is different from the two sisters. Zhang Jingjin heard him say this and said unhappily, if that May lady lived in our house again, I would be married soon. A distant relative of the Lu family came recently. He was a difficult one. Originally, the relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in his family was not too tense. But the aunt was a troublemaker, which made Zhang Jingjin very unhappy. She couldn't help but say, I also want to get pregnant quickly. It's been so restless all day. I'm afraid that the goddess of mercy will be reluctant to send the child to us. Lu Bin also felt sorry for his wife. The two had been married for only half a year, and it was the time for intimacy. Let's find a reason to stay at home for a few more days, and see how much grain you harvested from your land. Lu Bin coaxed in a gentle voice. Zhang Jingjin's back immediately straightened up, and she felt very proud. She was a woman with the support of her family, not someone who could be easily bullied. Zhang Jingjin said, I think you are thinking about the food my sister cooks. Zhang Jingjin has been eating so well at home recently. Even better than the banquets she had with Lu Bin at the wealthy families in Songyang County. Lu Bin was a little embarrassed, because the food was really delicious. He said, Jin Yang, you should learn from your third sister. Zhang Jingjin, I learned it. When cooking, put a large spoonful of meat oil and some spices such as pepper and star anise. If I do this at home, my mother will say that I am a spendthrift. Zhang Juju's cooking smells good. First of all, she has good skills. And second, she is willing to spend money. The first one can learn, but the second one can't, because the food is all money. The couple talked for a while, and Zhang Juju happened to pass by with a piece of meat, and teased, Brother-in-law, what are you talking to my eldest sister about secretly? The couple couldn't say they were discussing how to take advantage of the mother's family. So Zhang Jingjin asked, What are you holding? Zhang Zuzu, half a rabbit, originally intended to be stewed for Li Deseo's wife. She ate the other half the other day, but vomited when she smelled the meat today. So I gave it to our family. Pregnant women have a variety of tastes. So Zhang Juju will consider nutritional balance for her, and make something else for her to eat. Lu Bin smiled and said, Then let's do the rabbit today. Zhang Juzu, no. Brother-in-law, go chop the firewood next to the oven at the back and roast it. Lu Bin went there in a hurry without waiting for Zhang Juju to finish. Roasted rabbit meat? It must be good. Zhang Jingjin felt embarrassed, and gave Zhang Juju a wry smile. Zhang Juju smiled and said, Sister, what's there to be ashamed of in your own home? We are a family. Zhang Jingjin whispered, It's not good for a married woman like me to take advantage of her parents' home, eating and drinking for free all day long. A woman who marries out and takes her husband's surname is an outsider. This concept is rooted in the minds of many women, including Zhang Jingjin. Zhang Zuzu held her hand and said, Sister, don't say such unorthodox words. My eldest brother-in-law is our son-in-law. When we argued that day, it was all thanks to my eldest brother-in-law who stood in front of my father. Otherwise Zhang Erping would have dared to do it. Zhang Dachuan's remarks that favored boys over girls are certainly annoying. But these days, if there is no strong man in the family, it is always easy to be targeted and suffer. Zhang Jingjin thought for a moment and said, You are right. We are a family, and don't have different opinions. Zhang Zuzu, that's right. Do you want to eat steamed eggs? The stove is still on fire. I will steam one for you and sprinkle some sesame oil on it. Zhang Jingjin shyly agreed. After a while, she took the steamed egg to the back, and the couple shared one. This made Lu Bin very embarrassed and said, There are no parents, brothers and sisters. How can we eat alone? Zhang Jingjin said, It's okay. God knows. You know. And I know. My third sister is very tight-lipped, and won't let others know. Lu Bin thought that he didn't have such treatment in his own family. He was the eldest and gave in to his younger brothers and sisters in everything. He didn't expect that he would have the opportunity to eat alone at his father-in-law's house. He used to only watch his younger brother eat. At that time, he persuaded himself that he was the eldest brother, and had to give in to his younger brother, and not compete with him. This steamed egg was very tender, sprinkled with sesame oil and a little chopped green onion. He could eat it with his wife alone without sharing it with others. People like others to be partial to them, especially those who have given in for a long time, who are most easily moved. Lu Bin rolled up his sleeves, chopped wood hard, and said, Jin Yang, I accumulated virtue in my previous life, so I married you in this life. I am so blessed. My father-in-law and mother-in-law are my real parents, and my brother-in-law and sister-in-law are my real brothers and sisters. I will definitely take good care of our family in the future. Zhang Jingjin didn't know why he suddenly acted like this, and smiled. I am also blessed to marry you. You are very good. She learned Zhang Juju's advantages, and should praise the other party in time. Lu Bin is really good at treating people. Zhang Jingjin is very satisfied with him. The young couple chopped wood while I wiped your sweat. They smiled at each other, and the scene was warm. Zhang Juju was holding the pickled rabbit, and couldn't smile at all. She thought that I came at the wrong time. Can a single dog be kicked like this? Why didn't you remind her? She would avoid loving couples in time. The two of them were sticky and didn't stop. Zhang Juju finally couldn't stand it and coughed several times. Zhang Jinjin quickly took her hand back, went up to help Zhang Luzu take the rabbit, and did serious things. Chapter 53 Leisure Time. In Zhangjia village, there is a large open space for drying grain. All of it is Zhang Dachuan's grain, and now it is waiting to dry. Some wheat has not been husked yet, and Lu Bin and Zhang Dachuan are busy. Zhang Luzu and Zhang Jinjin are driving away birds, and Wu Guanyang took Zhang Yining and Zhang Baobao to the field to pick up wheat ears. Originally, Zhang Juzu was going to go, but the village was full of gossip about her these days, and Wu Guanyang didn't let her go out, lest people see her and think of her again. The Zhang family has a lot of land and a lot of grain, and this piece of drying is all Zhang's, leaving only a piece of space for the Li family, who came this year. Now the whole family of the Li family, even Lin Weiying, has come. This was the first time for their family to see such a scene of food everywhere, and they were very curious. Zhang Juzu was drinking water in the shade, and Zhang Jinjin smiled and said, "I see you are not worried at all. Zhang Juzu, what is there to worry about? I am not afraid of what people say. She is not really a teenager, and the gossip of others is really nothing to her." Zhang Jinjin sighed, "In our family, you are like the eldest sister." Zhang Juju smiled, "Forget it. I am still young." Zhang Jinjin pinched her face. "Look at your face. There is too much flesh. Nowadays, women are also popular for thinness." Zhang Juju was fine before, but she has grown taller in the past 6 months, and her face has flesh, which is indeed a bit round. Zhang Juju thought to herself that I am not only fleshy, but also full of muscles. Maybe other girls would worry about getting fat, but Zhang Juju would not worry. After all, I am a daughter of a landlord. If I don't have any flesh on my face, it would be embarrassing for my father, Zhang Juju said. Zhang Jinjin laughed when she heard this. Zhang Dachuan shouted from afar, "Big brother, third brother, what are you laughing at? Go and do your work. Didn't you see that all the birds flew over? I wonder how much food they eat." Zhang Zuzu said, "Dad, don't be so stingy. These birds usually eat pests, which can be regarded as protecting the food in the field. They work hard for a year, so it doesn't matter if they eat a little." Zhang Dachuan was so angry that he rolled his eyes. "Hurry up and do your work. You talk nonsense all day long. I caught the bugs in the field myself." "Really? What do you mean by stingy? What an unfilial daughter." Zhang Zuzu yawned and prepared to go back to cook. They had just harvested wheat, so they naturally had to eat new food. "Third sister, shall we have noodles today?" Lu Bin asked first. Zhang Juzu, "I guess so." She had already thought of what to do. Lu Bin was very happy. Zhang Juju could make a bowl of noodles into flowers. After eating such a meal, she had energy to work. Zhang Juju was going back to cook. Before she could say anything, Li Fu followed her consciously. Lin Weiying looked at it and couldn't help but worry. Sanlang is a man, but he always has to go back and forth on the stove. First, she couldn't bear to part with her son. And second, Zhang Juju was a girl, so Lin Weiying was always worried. She swept her eyes over the family. Li Qi was the father, and it was impossible for a father to work. Li Pu and Li Zhu were also men, and they were married. The eldest daughter-in-law Zhao Ping was pregnant and couldn't work. As for the second daughter-in-law, Zhou Rui had quietly hidden behind Li Zhu, trying not to show any trace. Zhou Rui didn't want to go to a smoky place. She looked at her hands, which had become much rougher, and wanted to sigh. Lin Weiying was helpless, but she knew that Zhou Rui grew up spoiled. When she left Beijing, Zhou Rui's mother cried bitterly and asked the Li family not to wrong her delicate daughter. The Zhou family also took care of their family, which was very dedicated. Lin Weiying didn't know what to say. She picked up her granddaughter, fed the child water, and pretended that she hadn't said anything just now. In this situation, Li Fu could only work harder. She persuaded herself that as a mother, she couldn't spoil her son. Otherwise her son would have no future. Lin Weiying thought, "I can't be that kind of mother." Li Fu was about to light the fire, but Zhang Zuzu stopped her. "Wait a moment. I'll knead the dough first." Li Fu watched from the side. Zhang Zuzu kneaded the dough, let it rise for a while, then took out a basin, filled it with water, and started washing the noodles. Li Fu watched from the side. What are you doing? Zhang Zhuzhu smiled. You will be the first one to eat it in a while. Li Fu did not ask any more questions, and Zhang Zhuzhu asked him to continue washing. After washing 3 basins of noodle water, Li Fu had a large piece of gluten in his hand. He found it very interesting, so he played with the gluten in his hand like a child. While washing the noodles, Zhang Zhuzhu had already prepared the sauce. The white noodle water gradually separated, and the upper layer of clear water was poured out, and the remaining was mixed evenly. The fire on the stove was lit, and when the water in the pot boiled, Zhang Zhuzhu filled a shallow wooden basin with a thin layer of noodle water. After a while, the white noodle water became transparent and bubbling. The wooden basin was taken out and turned in the cold water pot next to it, and a nearly transparent cold skin was obtained. It was smeared with oil, put aside, and started to make the next one. When the second one was made, Li Fu was the one who was responsible for rinsing with cold water and applying oil. The two of them cooperated very well. When 2 large piles of cold noodles were accumulated, Li Fu said, "That's enough." Zhang Zhuzhu stopped, cut the cold noodles into long strips, mixed them with sauce, and skillfully took a small bowl to Li Fu. Li Fu took it and tasted it. It was indeed a taste he had never tasted before. Today everyone is blessed, Li Fu said. Zhang Zhuzhu also smiled, of course. Don't you see who made it? Li Fu said, thank you for your hard work. Zhang Zhuzhu felt that it was okay. Cooking was something that could bring her happiness. If other people ate the food she cooked and felt happy, then she would be happy too. Li Fu also felt Zhang Zhuzhu's joy and became cheerful. As expected, she was praised again. Zhang Zhuzhu was in a good mood, and Wu Guangyang was also in a better mood. Sanner has this skill. No matter how they gossip, it's useless. Anyone who eats such a meal will be reluctant to part with her daughter. Fortunately, Zhang Zhuzhu was playing with the 3 children of the Li family, and didn't hear her say that. Otherwise she might not be in a good mood. Zhang Zhuzhu was bored chasing birds, so she brought a pile of wheat straw and tied a scarecrow that was as tall as a real person. Then she asked her father and brother-in-law to help, and found 2 sticks to set it up. Zhang Dachuan said disdainfully, you said you can scare away birds. Is it true? Zhang Zhuzhu, I don't know either. Zhang Dachuan, you just love to play. You can play more than your brother. Zhang Baobao thinks he is the man of the family. Last time, he asked his 3rd sister to take the lead. Now he is working hard to prove himself. At night, someone was left here to guard to prevent those bad people from making trouble. Late at night, the door of Zhang's house was banged, and it seemed that the door was going to be broken. The women of the Zhang family, including Zhang Zhuzhu, did not dare to go out. Zhang Dachuan, Zhang Baobao, and Lu Bin were not at home. They were all women. If there were bad people outside, they would not be able to bear it. Chapter 54. People's hearts are unpredictable. Fortunately, the people outside quickly spoke up. And, it's bad. Someone died in your grain drying place. A young man shouted outside. Wu Guangyang was startled. Zhang Jinjin blocked the 2 sisters and said, Jun Lang, what did you say? Outside was the youngest son of the village chief. Everyone called him Jun Lang. Zhang Zhuzhu said, never mind. Let's go and see. After saying that, Zhang Zhuzhu was about to go out. How could someone be scared to death for no reason? Who is so timid? Outside, the brothers Li Pu and Li Zhu came out without even putting on their shoes. Zhang Zhuzhu opened the door and met them, 2 brothers. You? Li Zhu, don't say anything. Let's go and take a look together. Distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. Since the 2 families are close, they should naturally help each other. Besides, Li Fu is still there. His parents will come soon. No one said much, and hurried to the grain drying field. Wu Guangyang suddenly remembered something and said, Sanner, did the scarecrows we set up at home scare people to death? Zhang Zhuzhu, ah, it's just a few scarecrows. Who is so timid? Zhang Zhuzhu, no way. Even birds are afraid of them. Wu Guangyang wiped the sweat from her fear and said to her 3 daughters as she walked, don't stand out for a while. Stand behind me and your father. You know, it has nothing to do with you if someone dies. If they really scare people to death and cause trouble, they, as parents, will stand in front of them and will not let the children get hurt. Although Wu Guangyang was afraid, she had already started to plan how to protect her children. Zhang Zuzu heard what she meant. And Zhang Jinjin and Zhang Yining were also scared. Zhang Juju hurriedly said, "Mom, don't say that. Let's go and take a look first. No one in our family will be hurt." Zhang Jinjin and Zhang Yining quickly agreed. Zhang Zuzu was moved. Wu Guinyang's temper has always been weak, gentle and even a little timid. But she didn't hesitate to stand in front of her children without knowing the seriousness of the matter. This was really different from usual. Zhang Zuzu didn't know what to say. A group of people hurried over. Wu Guinyang immediately shouted "Master!" and ran in front of Zhang Dachuan. The people present also gathered around. The village chief and his wife, several village elders, and the only doctor, Si Te. Basically everyone who was well known in the village were here. Zhang Juju also ran to Li Fu's side. And before she asked, Li Fu said, "The person is not dead. It's Zhang Erping's wife Lu, who came here in the middle of the night. I don't know what she was doing. And I heard her shouting. When we came out, the person was lying down. It was impossible to watch a living person die inexplicably. So Li Fu asked someone to find someone who had a say in the village. And everyone came together to avoid gossip later." Zhang Juju was furious when she heard this. What kind of people are these? They are making trouble in the middle of the night, instead of living a good life. If you don't make things clear today, I will beat off their heads. Zhang Juju was really angry. During the harvest season, everyone worked from dawn to dusk and was exhausted. Zhang Erping and his wife caused so much trouble for her family. What the hell? She cursed so loudly that a group of people turned around. Li Fu hurriedly blocked Zhang Juju and turned back to comfort her. Don't be angry at night. They can't get away with this. Although everyone was very tired, they were still eager to watch the fun. At this moment, many people came to watch the fun. When Zhang Juju was so fierce last time, she met only a few people. This time, they will not let her go. Zhang Zuju exhaled. At this time, Zhang Erping had already shouted, pointing at the straw figures and said, "Look! Look! My wife was frightened by his fake figures. You have to give me an explanation." He cried and screamed like crazy. Zhang Dachuan was also very angry. "All the food drying in this area is my family's food. You are howling in the middle of the night, disturbing the whole village. I am still waiting for you to give me an explanation. Is there still justice in this world?" The evildoers are shouting so loudly. They didn't say anything yet. "I don't care. Your family scared my wife. Pay the money," Zhang Erping said. Zhang Juju saw that they were quarreling, and she was about to go up immediately. She knew her family. None of them could fight. If they were at a disadvantage, it would be ugly. Before Li Fu could stop her, Zhang Zuzu jumped over, and Li Fu could only follow behind. Just as Zhang Luzhu was about to speak, Zhang the Butcher's eldest son, Little Zhang the Butcher, had already rushed over, pulled his second brother over, slapped him twice, and ordered his wife, "Pull her up. Don't embarrass herself here." After that, Little Zhang the Butcher nodded to everyone, and said guiltily, I'm sorry. Everyone. It's all my fault as the eldest brother. I didn't keep an eye on him. He looked like Zhang the Butcher, tall and strong. The two slaps made Zhang Erping dizzy. The village chief said, "Your father is gone. You are the eldest brother. At least you should take care of your younger brother. Our Zhangjia village has always been harmonious. This is famous. Your second brother has made trouble these few times. If it gets out, people in Wangjiling, Dongping village, will not know how to laugh at our village." The village chief frowned, and his beard trembled with anger. Little Zhang the Butcher did not say anything, but admitted his fault. Xiao Zhang's wife was also tall and big. After hearing this, she said, "Village chief, we have separated. The second brother is not a baby, and we can't control him. Separate the family and eat their own food. It's okay to pretend that you don't know what's going on outside." But her family is so honest that she wants to take care of the second brother's family's mess. And she doesn't even know if he will appreciate it. As expected, the butcher Xiao Zhang glared at his wife and said, "The village chief is right. A family is a family. I will definitely discipline him." After that, he was about to take the embarrassing couple away. Zhang Erping finally came to his senses from his dizziness and said, No, I can't leave. I can't leave." He shouted very loudly. He had to shout. If he really left, his life would be over. Zhang Dachuan said, If you don't get out of here, we will go to the government office. Wu Guiyang couldn't stand it anymore and said, You sent your wife to steal things. You are so shameless. Get out of here. Wu Guiyang was afraid that if she didn't scold her, Zhang Zhuzhu behind her would rush over. Zhang Erping's wife, Lu, suddenly burst into tears when she heard this. She broke free from her sister-in-law's hand, rushed to Wu Guiyang, knelt on the ground and hugged Wu Guiyang's legs, crying, Aunt, please save me. Please save me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Lu's voice was in tears. Very miserable. Zhang Erping endured the dizziness and rushed forward to drag Lu away. But Lu only hugged Wu Guiyang's legs, and no one even dragged her tall and strong sister-in-law. Wu Guiyang was frightened and struggled. And Zhang Luzhu and her sisters also stepped forward to pull people away. Zhang Dachuan stamped his feet anxiously. Quick! Pull her away. Zhang Zhuzhu felt something was wrong and said, Lu, if you don't say it, it will be too late. Lu was so frightened when she heard this. Zhang Erping looked ferocious and said, You bitch. Stop talking nonsense. He wanted to rush over to block Lu's mouth. But Lu Bin and his men blocked him, and he couldn't get through. Lu looked back tremblingly and said, Save me. Zhang Erping owed gambling debts, and said that if the village couldn't get the money, he would let me serve people to pay the debts. After she said this, it seemed that all her strength was gone. She let go of Wu Guiyang, fell to the ground, and cried bitterly. There was silence all around. Chapter 55. There is no bodhisattva in the Zhang family. No one in Zhangjia village expected to see such a scene today. What this means is that Zhang Erping can't pay off his gambling debts, so he forces a good woman into prostitution. And this woman is his wife. Is this still a man? This is not a human being at all. Lu gave birth to 2 sons for him, and she is still a healthy and living person. How dare he do this? Little butcher Zhang buried his head and dared not speak. And his wife was silent like a quail. Obviously, the couple knew about it. Zhang Erping was blocked from talking nonsense here and polluted people's ears. The village chief's face was so ugly that he grabbed the crutches of the 4th master and hit Zhang Erping, cursing, Your parents are gone. And your eldest brother is also a fool. Today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. Zhang Erping was severely beaten several times. Several young men hurriedly stopped him. Zhu Lang quickly took the cane away and returned it to the 4th master, advising, Dad, calm down. Don't be angry. This matter cannot be solved by being angry. Several elders nearby were also very angry. The 4th master stood up again with a cane and sighed. I said that his wife's pulse was not right. I think he beat her to death. Lu heard this and cried. Lu tried to hold back her tears and shame and said, I don't want to do these shameless things. But he forced me to do it. I didn't listen. So he beat me and the 2 children. If it weren't for the 2 children, I would have hanged myself long ago. What's the point of living? She sat on the ground and patted the ground with her hands. Wu Guiyang said, Where are your family members? I remember that you have 2 brothers in your family. Why don't you go find them? Although Wu Guiyang sympathized with her, she was still very angry. She had already understood that Lu Shi was not here to steal food at all. She wanted to steal people. Of course, the only person who could come up with money here was Zhang Dachuan. Let alone whether Zhang Dachuan had this intention or not. If someone gossiped about it, he would not be able to wash it off even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Zhang Erping would make trouble with this matter and extort money from the Zhang family. Will you give it or not? Whether you give it or not, you can't wash off this dirty water. All the children in the family will be implicated. How will they live? Will they survive? Thanks to Lu's lack of courage, she was scared to death by these scarecrows. When Lu heard Wu Guiyang talking about her family, she cried and shook her head. Gone. All gone. Zhang Zhuzhu suddenly remembered and said, Her family is the Lu family that was arrested before. It was the ghost marriage case that happened before. Lu's family is probably in that village. This is a coincidence. Lu cried even harder. If her family was still there, she would not be so miserable. She was bullied by Zhang Erping because she had no support at all. Zhang Dachuan's face turned pale. He has a wife and children. If he is harmed by this couple today, he will really die. We can't let this go, said Zhang Dachuan. Village chief, we can't keep such things in our village. He is a good man. He can't bear such a black pot for nothing. Zhang Erping saw that his plan failed, and knelt on the ground with a plop, kowtowed and said, Uncle Dachuan, Uncle Dachuan, I know you have money, and my gambling debt is not much. Only 318 taels. Please, please, Uncle Dachuan, I count it to you. You help me pay it back first, and I will pay you back when I make money. If I don't pay it back, the debt collector will kill me. As Zhang Erping spoke, he started to cry, and cried very loudly. When the people around heard more than 300 taels of silver, their eyes widened, and they were so scared that they couldn't speak. More than 300 taels. For an ordinary family like them, who are healthy and have no disasters, they can eat and drink enough with less than 2 taels of silver every year. The money Zhang Erping owed over the years is enough for them to spend for 2 lifetimes. Little Butcher Zhang went up and kicked Zhang Erping. Stop talking nonsense here. You have offended the person who lent you money. He wants to kill you. If you die, it doesn't matter to anyone. He didn't understand. His parents were honest people. And he, the third and fourth sons all lived well. How could a bastard like Zhang Erping appear in the same nest? Zhang Erping, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Please save me. Please save me. He cried so hard that his face wrinkled, and all the fierceness on his face turned into fear. 300 taels. He just wanted 300 taels. Zhang Dachuan must have saved a lot of money over the years, and he didn't mean to pay it back. He could work like a cow and a horse for the Zhang family to pay it back. If Zhang Dachuan paid it back, he would be grateful to him for the rest of his life. Aren't the Zhang family good people? Why can't they help him once? Zhang Dachuan was shocked and said, How can you say such a thing? The Zhangs in their Zhangjia village are more or less related. But he and Zhang Erping are already 5 generations apart, and they have no relatives. But he can actually say such shameless words. Zhang Dachuan was shocked. Is he really the son of Zhang the butcher? Zhang Erping whispered, I can't help it. I know your family is rich. He pretended to be pitiful and huddled on the ground without moving. After all, the villagers watched Zhang Erping grow up. Seeing him like this, some people softened their hearts. Zhang Zhuzu sneered, You can't help it. So you can come to harm our family. If you can't harm us, you can pretend to be miserable here. Are you going to set fire to our family tomorrow and say that you are forced to kill people and that our family is rich and unkind? Some people can be helped, and some people absolutely cannot be helped. Even if their family really helps Zhang Erping pay back the money, it will not have a good result. For a conscienceless person like Zhang Erping, great favor is like great hatred. He cannot repay the Zhang family's favor, so he must resent the Zhang family. If he is more cruel, he will find a way to kill the Zhang family. Then the favor will naturally be gone, and he can live happily. Such a person must not be indulged. Zhang Erping heard her say this and retorted, You are a woman. Don't talk nonsense. I am conscientious and loyal. Whoever is willing to help me, I will pay with my life. Is your life worth 300 taels? Zhang Zhuzu said. Look in the mirror. You force your wife because you owe gambling debts. Your life is not worth 3 cents. No one wants to take advantage of my family. No one can plot against our family. No one in our Zhang family wants to be a bodhisattva. This was not only said to Zhang Erping, but also to the others present. Everyone is greedy. If Zhang Erping is thinking about it today, someone else will be thinking about it tomorrow. It's not that Zhang Zuzhu wants to make malicious assumptions, but they have to learn to be on guard. Wu Guinyang pushed Zhang Dachuan and pulled her daughter behind her. Zhang Luzhu didn't have to take the lead, but the couple were honest, and Zhang Zuzhu was the best at making harsh remarks. Zhang Dachuan also laughed, I'm stingy. Everyone knows that. If you ask me to borrow money, it's like plucking the feathers of a stingy person. It's impossible. I won't lend you even 3 cents, let alone 300 taels. Zhang Dachuan also expressed his attitude. The village chief glanced at the butcher Zhang and said, Take your brother away, and don't embarrass yourself here. Zhang Erping lay on the ground like a dead dog and was dragged away by his brother. The rest of the people dispersed when they saw that there was no more excitement. Lu was still sitting on the ground in a daze. She didn't know why her family was broken up in just 1 year, and she and Zhang Erping couldn't live anymore. She cried miserably, and got up after a long while, and walked forward weakly. But as the real victim, Zhang Zhuzhu couldn't sympathize with her. Wu Guinyang sighed and said, Look, this woman, once she marries the wrong person, she will have a bad end. Chapter 56, She is really good at coaxing people. The chaos ended temporarily, leaving only Zhang and Li to clean up the mess. Zhang Dachuan sighed, wiped his face with both hands, squatted on the ground. Very melancholy. He just wanted to live an honest life, not asking for anything else. Why is there no peace? Li Qi walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and squatted beside him. Zhang Dachuan was rarely polite, alas. What kind of thing is this? I don't know how much gossip will be caused later. Li Qi said, we are upright and have nothing to fear. We all know who you are. Even if others don't know. I know. Zhang Dachuan heard him say this. His eyes were sore, and he almost cried. He talked about the past, when Zhang Dachuan just separated his family and bought land. Many people in the village were jealous. At that time, some people borrowed money from him with various excuses. But he lent money out of kindness, but never paid it back. When he went out to ask for money, people said he was stingy and had no conscience. It was just a few dollars, but he still had to ask for it. Some paid it back, and some still haven't paid it back, as if the borrowing of money had never happened. When the grain in the field was ripe that year, he couldn't do it, so he asked the villagers for help. There were good people among them, such as Zhang the butcher, who worked hard. But there were also people who made trouble. Some people disliked the small amount of money given by Zhang Dachuan, or secretly took the grain back to their own homes. In short, that year was a mess, and Zhang Dachuan didn't know how he got through it. Zhang Dachuan and Wu Guinyang really learned their lesson and never asked the villagers to work again. Li Qi listened carefully and sighed in his heart. Greed and kindness are born in everyone's heart. If you are not careful, greed will prevail and people will lose their conscience. When you came, Lao Zhan had just left for less than a month. Zhang Dachuan said and wanted to cry again. I watched his children grow up. How could they cause such a big disaster? Zhang the butcher was such a good person. Why didn't he die peacefully? Li Qi said, do you want to help him? Zhang Dachuan did have this idea. He said, it's not to pay back his debts. He is gambling outside. I can't afford it. I'm afraid he will borrow money from some bad people. What if he is beaten to death? Li Qi thought that he had suffered a lot in this village, but he was kind-hearted in the end. There is a way, Li Qi said. He must have been desperate when he returned to the village. I'm afraid he did something shameful outside, which is enough to send him to jail. Sending him to jail and giving him a hard time can at least save his life. Zhang Dachuan thought about it and thought that this was a way. Saving his life can also be considered an explanation to Zhang the butcher. I have to trouble you, brotherly. Zhang Dachuan was a little embarrassed. It doesn't matter, Li Qi said. Don't worry about it. I will go to the village chief and several elders tomorrow. You can lie at home and pretend to be sick. If anyone asks, just say you are sick and angry. Zhang Dachuan said, pretend to be sick? Will it be useful for him to pretend to be sick? Li Qi didn't tell him, but wait to call Zhang Zuzhu over and told her about pretending to be sick. Zhang Zuzhu immediately understood and said, okay. I will go to the fourth master tomorrow morning and get some medicine for him. Zhang Dachuan, then there is no need. No one will believe me if I go to get medicine. Zhang Dachuan would not take medicine unless he was too sick to get up. Zhang Zuzhu, wouldn't it make you look very sick? I'll go there crying and ask the villagers to come and see me. I'll say that if this continues, our family will move to Songyang County, and the village's affairs will have nothing to do with us in the future. Zhang Dachuan also contributed some money to build roads in the village every year, so the villagers were naturally reluctant to let him go. Li Qi listened and thought that he didn't need to worry about the following things. After saying this, Wu Guinyang called Zhang Zuzhu over. I told you not to stand out, but you didn't listen. People have always said that you are fierce. This time there are more people watching. You are done. I tell you, you are done. Wu Guinyang was so angry that she covered her chest. She didn't understand why Zhang Zuzhu, a girl, had to be so stubborn. Zhang Jinjin and Zhang Yin were ready to stop the fight. Usually, Zhang Zuzhu would get angry when talking about this, but not today. Zhang Zuzhu came over, put her hands around Wu Guinyang's neck, and said with a smile, don't you know how to quarrel? You speak softly. You and Dad are too soft-hearted. I'm afraid they won't give up. Wu Guinyang felt awkward being hugged by her like this. She had a stern face, but her anger had already subsided by half. It's not your place to take the lead. Just wait. I don't know what people will say about you when you get back. Wu Guinyang sighed. Zhang Zhuzhu was still smiling. When Wu Guinyang wanted to say something else, she leaned over and kissed Wu Guinyang on the face twice, saying coquettishly, "Don't be angry. Mother, I'm not afraid of what they say. I'm afraid you'll be angry. I know I was wrong." A mother who was willing to find a way to protect her children before danger came. Zhang Zhuzhu didn't want to quarrel with her. She just wanted to coax her. Wu Guinyang really had no temper at all. She said, "Ouch." A voice, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Go away." Zhang Zhuzhu laughed, "No. I will hold you. I won't go anywhere. I am my mother's good child." A good child. Wu Guinyang, no matter how old you are. You were not like this when you were 3 years old. And you like to act like a spoiled child as you grow older. After saying that, she also hugged Zhang Zhuzhu with both hands. She really has no way to deal with this child. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that although she was not their biological daughter, she grew up in this family, and she was willing to fulfill her responsibilities as a child. Being a daughter of the Zhang family in this day and age is not bad. Zhang Jinjin and Zhang Yining looked at each other and shivered, feeling goosebumps all over the floor. It turned out that they thought too much. Zhuzhu didn't need them to worry about her. She was very capable. Lin Weining's eyes swept over the three sons, thinking, Look, that's someone else's daughter. How could she be so proud and give birth to these three things?" Li Pu and Li Zhu didn't understand their mother's sudden dissatisfaction, while Li Fu focused her eyes on Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhang Zhuzhu can coax people and speak sweetly, which everyone knows. And Li Fu has also experienced it personally. She only called Sanlang, and Li Fu couldn't resist. Now watching Zhang Zhuzhu coaxing her mother like this, Li Fu felt quite complicated. He hurriedly controlled his thoughts, and didn't dare to think about it anymore. It was too offensive. This was not something he should think about. The next morning, Li Qi entrusted Li Fu to go to the county government to do business. Zhang Zhuzhu got up early to prepare food for him, and told him to eat before going. Li Fu took the food and said, "Thank you. You're welcome. Be careful on the road." Zhang Zhuzhu also prepared a lunch box. It's not good to go empty-handed when asking someone to do something for you. Give it to their family, and they can eat it after heating it up. Li Fu took the lunch box. "You are thoughtful." Zhang Zhuzhu, "I'm so annoyed. I just want to get this done quickly. I can't stand it every day." Li Fu told her not to worry. He would take care of it. Go home and sleep. Zhang Zhuzhu is still young. She doesn't have dark circles under her eyes after not sleeping all night. But she is not in good spirits. "That won't work. I still have to play the victim," Zhang Zhuzhu said. Li Fu thought for a while, then realized what this pity meant. He said, "It's not pity. It's really miserable." The Zhang family was in trouble. Zhang Zhuzhu, "I don't think so. Just wait and see. Someone will definitely take the lead in gossiping today, and want my family to pay back the money to Zhang Erping. I'm going to scold them all." Hearing this, Li Fu thought she was a little cruel. But it was not bad. "When I come back, you will hear good news," Li Fu said. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled. "This is certain. She will not allow anyone to disrupt her stable life. If I do well." He stopped talking halfway and left immediately. Zhang Zhuzhu was waiting for him to finish, but he suddenly left. It was really strange. Li Fu thought of the scene last night when she coaxed her mother. The young girl was coquettish and cute, and her words were like honey. She was really good at coaxing people. He suppressed his confused thoughts and hurried to do his business. Chapter 57. Good and evil will be rewarded. Two Yamen runners came to Zhangjia village in the morning. Zhang Zhuzhu was carrying medicine and talking to Qinyang and other wives and aunts, saying that her family had bad luck this year and would go to the temple to burn incense later. Everyone comforted Zhang Zhuzhu and said that Lu was pitiful, and they talked enthusiastically. When they saw the Yamen runners, the women were not frightened, because these people were also in charge of collecting taxes and came every year at this time. But they did not go to find the village chief. They walked up to the women and bowed and said, "Excuse me, sisters-in-law, is Zhang Erping from your Zhangjia village?" The women replied, "Yes. He lives over there." "Brother, what happened to him?" Some people turned their heads to look at Zhang Zhuzhu. "Did your family report to the authorities?" Zhang Zhuzhu hurriedly shook her head. No. My father and Zhang the butcher are friends. He may be angry, but my father said that Zhang Erping is a junior, and he won't argue with juniors." The Yamen runner laughed. "Oh, This kid is still doing evil in the village. Zhang Zhuzhu waved her hand. It's our own business. Our own business. We won't report to the authorities. It's one thing to report to the authorities quietly, and it's another to announce it. Generally, villagers in a village will not report to the authorities unless they get to the point of taking knives. If everyone knows that the Zhang family reported to the authorities, wouldn't it make them look petty and narrow-minded? This is not reported by your village, said another. Our master has been working hard to track down the robbery gangs in Songyang County recently. He has arrested one of the gangs. After being punished, this person confessed many things. It is Zhang Erping from your village. You can go back and see if anything is missing from your home. After that, the two went to arrest him. Everyone whispered. A sister-in-law shouted, "Oh! My family lost a big rooster yesterday. Don't tell me that the bastard stole it. My family lost a hen." There were also people who lost eggs and insoles. They all became anxious and hurried home. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that the rooster and hen in your family might have eloped. Soon, the village became lively. Zhang Erping was tied up with his hands behind his back and was escorted outside by two yamen runners. The villagers were talking about it along the way. Zhang Zhuzhu and her sisters also came out to watch the fun. Zhang Erping looked very unhappy and did not dare to cry out for injustice. Although he was not among the gangs that were arrested recently, Zhang Erping did steal and rob a gambler who was at the end of his rope. He came back to the village to sell grain and land to fill the hole. He just wanted to steal some grain from the Zhang family at first, who knew that the Zhang family was so difficult to deal with and would not give up even a penny. So he had evil thoughts in his mind and caused the following incident. He deserved it to be taken away and put in jail today. But when he saw the Zhang family, Zhang Erping suddenly struggled. Did you harm me? Did you harm me? How could it be such a coincidence that something happened yesterday and he was arrested today? There must be something wrong. Zhang Zhuzhu, don't slander people like this. Who wants to harm you? It's you. You harmed our family. My father is still in bed and can't get up. If my father hadn't stopped me, I would have beaten you up first and sent you to see the official. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that it was the Li family who sued you. And what does my Zhang family have to do with it? Humph! This statement really fits her recent tough and fierce personality. And everyone chose to believe it. His wife, Lu, was walking behind with her youngest son in her arms. When they reached the entrance of the village, she suddenly said, Zhang Erping, I want to divorce you. I can't live like this anymore. Lu said so loudly that everyone around could hear her. Zhang Erping was shocked at first. Then he cursed. What did you say? You bitch. Say it again. She actually dared to run away. She was so brave. Lu tried to hold back her tears and said, I'm still young. I have to live like a human being for the rest of my life. I won't live with you and have no food to eat. I want a divorce. Lu was really scared. She couldn't control her father and brother's affairs. She was just an honest woman who wanted to live a stable life. She didn't want to live like this. It's fine if you can't make money. But you beat me and want to exchange me for money. Lu said. If I don't leave, I can't even keep my innocence. Zhang Erping, don't blame me for being ruthless. You were the first to do shameless things before me. I can't live anymore. Zhang Erping was so angry that his face turned red. He never thought that this woman would leave him. He always regarded Lu as his own property and controlled Lu's fate. Now Lu actually wanted to resist. And in front of so many people, Zhang Erping's upper and lower teeth trembled. And he was furious. You dare. You dare. I will kill you. Zhang Erping roared. She was furious. Chen Yang came out. Bah. You are a coward. If you have the ability, don't gamble. If you have the ability, kill the person who lends you money. You only know how to bully women. You are a cheap thing. I want to divorce you. What's wrong with divorce? If a woman can't live, she should divorce. Sister Lu is so easy to give birth to. There are many people lining up to marry her. You dare to hit a woman. Shameless. Chen Yang is a powerful woman. When her husband beat her, Chen Yang tied the man to the bed and sharpened a knife at the bedside, saying that she would die with him. The family sent Chen Yang and her dowry away overnight, and the two divorced. Chen Yang married again in Zongjia village. Others around also agreed. Maybe someone wanted to say something sour, but the two who spoke, Zhang Zhuzhu, was fierce and unforgiving, and Chen Yang was notorious, so no one dared to say anything bad about her. Zhang Zuzhu was on the side, and she wanted to go up and applaud Qinyong. Look! Look! If a woman is not cruel, her position will not be stable. Look! She is bold and courageous. If Lu was powerful enough, she could scare Zhang Erping when he started gambling. If she couldn't scare him, she could go back to the village to find someone. Find Xiao Zhang the butcher. Find Zhang Dachuan, the village chief and other elders. And they would find a way to catch him back to the village. Even if she couldn't stop Zhang Erping, she could save Lu from the suffering later. But Lu didn't do that. Maybe she was timid. Or maybe she didn't know what other choices she had. So she put herself in danger. If you say she's pitiful, she's pitiful. If you say she's hateful, she's really hateful. There's no way to say it. Lu leaned on Chen Yinyang and burst into tears. Her good luck had ended since her father, mother and brother got into trouble. Lu thought to herself that she should divorce in time while she was still young. Otherwise, she would be stuck in this quagmire for the rest of her life. She couldn't do this anymore. She was unwilling. Zhang Erping was about to face jail, and Lu was planning to leave him. Zhang Erping deserved it. Only 2 poor children were left. Fortunately, Xiao Zhang the butcher and his wife were not evil people. These 2 children should be able to survive smoothly. They might live a better life if they left this gambling father. The 3 sisters were very happy. Zhang Jinjin said, "Do you think Lu can bear to give up her children?" She was looking forward to being a mother. She felt that mothers in the world would not bear to give up their children. Zhang Zuzhu said, "I think she had no choice." She said in public that she was almost forced into prostitution. If the village doesn't talk about it now, it will be gossiped about in the future. It is inevitable that the 2 children will be implicated. Finding another way out may be quieter. Wu Guiyang was right. If a woman nowadays marries the wrong person, she will be delayed for life. Lu Shi may be criticized for being ruthless, but she is also pitiful for finding another way out. Zhang Yining didn't think so much. She said, "I am happy to see Zhang Erping being arrested. I don't care about anything else. A bad person is a bad person. Who cares what his inner story is? As long as he gets what he deserves, it's enough." Li Fu came back in the afternoon. Chapter 58. I talk to you more. Li Fu brought back a lot of things when she delivered them to Zhang Zhuzhu's house. Zhang Luzhu had just returned home. The basket in her hand contained 2 fluffy things, like 2 yellow chicks. Li Fu approached and saw that they were not chicks, but were bigger than chicks. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "It's a big goose. It's still small now." Li Fu, raise it to eat goose meat? He remembered that the goose meat he bought from outside last time was very delicious. He stewed a pot and ate it all on the same day. "This is not enough to fill the gaps in my teeth." 3rd Mississippi. Li Fu joked, "I brought back a goose today. When will it grow up?" Zhang Zhuzhu rolled her eyes at him. "You only know how to eat it. I raised it to guard the gate. No one is allowed to eat it." Yesterday, the handsome man from the village chief's family knocked on the door, and the whole family was scared. Fortunately, he was not a bad guy. If he was a bad guy, the whole family would not be able to escape. Li Fu said, "Why don't you raise a dog? But a goose?" Zhang Zhuzhu smiled proudly. "Raising a dog is nothing. The small local dogs in the village can't beat the big goose. Now, raising dogs is also divided into different breeds. The small local dogs in the village are smart and loyal, but they are not tall enough." Zhang Zhuzhu didn't want to go to the trouble of looking for some powerful dogs. She didn't have the money, so she thought about it and decided to raise a big goose. Big geese are famous for their high fighting power. Raising 2 to guard the door will definitely ensure the safety of the Zhang family. She said she would raise them, and without hesitation, she picked 2 little geese from the goose-raising family in the village. They were raised from childhood, and they have a deep affection, and they must be loyal to their master. Li Fu didn't know this. He looked at the 2 little yellow geese curiously and said with a smile, "Is it true? Are geese better than dogs?" Zhang Zuzhu said, "That's right. You'll know when they grow up." Li Fu murmured, "I want to eat stewed goose meat. The one I had last time was good." Zhang Zhuzhu thought that he was tired from going to the government office. So she said, "Okay. Stew the big goose in an iron pot and put a few pancakes on it. How about that?" Li Fu's stomach growled in response, which was very undignified. Li Fu was still scared about the lunch in the government office, and ran back after eating only 2 bites. Zhang Zuzhu laughed. "Wait! I'll make you a bowl of dumpling soup." She said she would go. And Li Fu put down the things Yao Yusen brought her first, and followed her to the kitchen. Miss Yao also asked me to bring you a letter. He took out the letter and said, "Do you want me to read it for you?" Although Zhang Juju had studied, she didn't know many words, and Li Fu felt that she needed someone to read the letter. Zhang Juju actually knew more than Li Fu thought, but she still needed to pretend. So she said, "Help me read it." Li Fu then opened the envelope. In the letter, Yao Yusen first expressed her longing for her sister Zhang Luju, and that she wanted to eat some snacks. And then she was concerned about what had happened in the past few days, and said some intimate words. Then it was about Wang Mingyu and her daughter, who was not destined to be together. Both mother and daughter were doing well, which made Zhang Juzu feel at ease. Finally, she said that she had given something to Zhang Juju, and that she missed her, and that they would sleep together and talk privately next time they met. Zhang Juju was silent for a moment after hearing this, and said, "I hope that the mother and daughter, who are not destined to be together, will live well in the future." Li Fu, "Don't worry. It will be fine." Zhang Juju felt comforted. Li Fu put the letter away and asked, "You and Miss Yao have a lot to say." He and his friends only exchanged poems and songs, and did not talk about daily trivial matters. Zhang Juju said, "Yes. Miss Yao is lively and likes to talk. I can listen to her seriously, so she naturally likes to talk to me." Zhang Juju herself, on the other hand, usually speaks very little, because her thoughts are incompatible with this era. Except when she is cursing, she has to be cautious when speaking. If I say something I shouldn't say and it affects others, it will be bad. As Zhang Juju said this, the water in the pot had already boiled, and she put the ingredients into the pot. Zhang Juju thought for a while. "I talk to you more, but I talk less at other times, and that's when I'm scolding people." Li Fu's mood suddenly became cheerful. How could she not be cheerful? Zhang Juju talked to him the most, and she admitted it herself. Li Fu smiled and said, "I am also a good listener. What do you think, Miss San?" Zhang Juju poured the noodles into the pot, and the white soup in the pot rolled up, exuding an attractive aroma. Zhang Juju casually stirred the noodle soup with chopsticks and said, "It's mainly because you are tight-lipped. You won't tell others anything I say. This is a very good advantage." Li Fu thought so too, and he asked, "Anything else?" Zhang Juju said, "Also, you are well informed and not stubborn. Sometimes when I say something that is not very common, you will not make a fuss. This is also a good point. Such people can communicate with each other. Some people are suspicious and surprised at the beginning. Zhang Juju does not like to talk to such people." Li Fu was in a good mood, and most of the hard work of half a day was gone. Zhang Juju cooked a big bowl of dumpling soup and brought it to Li Fu. Li Fu took it with both hands. "Thank you, Miss San, for your hard work." Zhang Juju opened her mouth, and Li Fu continued, "I know that I will chop wood and cook the goose tomorrow." They already had a tacit understanding. Zhang Juju was satisfied, washed the pots and bowls after eating. She had other things to do. Zhang Dachuan said he was pretending to be sick, but he was really in a bad mood. He said, "Tell me, if your Uncle Zhang knew that I did this and didn't help his son, would he be angry with me?" Zhang Juju knew that he was thinking about his old friend, and said, "Dad, don't say that. What kind of person is Uncle Zhang? He sells meat, and there is only more on the scale, not less. If we send him something, he will send it back in 2 days. He is a person who never takes advantage of others. If he knew that his second son was like this, I'm afraid he would beat this son to death in front of us. Not only will he not be angry, he will applaud." Zhang Dachuan was comforted. "You are right. I discussed this with your Uncle Li. He has seen the world and will not be wrong." Zhang Juju nodded in agreement. Zhang Dachuan said, "Then I don't need to take medicine. The medicine is unpalatable and expensive. This is asking for trouble. He won't do such a thing." Zhang Juju smiled. "Take it. Of course. The fourth master told me that you are not young anymore. This time you are really angry. It is the busy farming season. You work hard all day long. You should take 2 doses of medicine to maintain your health. He won't charge us more money." Zhang Dachuan still wanted to refuse. He was in good health. Lu Bin came in. "Dad, you can take it. My dad still takes some tonic medicine from time to time. Being angry is very harmful to the body." Zhang Jingjin also agreed. "Is it time to boil the medicine?" I'll go check the fire. Wu Guanyang also came up to persuade him, saying that he had a poor appetite in the past few days, which made people worry. Zhang Dachuan wanted to say something, but Wu Guanyang said, Master, just eat it. We all rely on you as the pillar of the family. Don't collapse. Fix it. The whole family persuaded him together, and Zhang Dachuan finally agreed with great pain. He thought that he was indeed the support of this family, and could not collapse. He wanted to live another 50 years, until he was 100 years old. Chapter 59. Is it appropriate for me to chop wood at this time? Zhang Dachuan regretted saying that the next day. 100 years? Forget it. Whoever wants to live can live. Anyway, Zhang Dachuan doesn't want to, because more taxes will be collected this year. Not only grain taxes, but other taxes will also increase. And there are some miscellaneous taxes with clever names, which are all unheard of before. Not only Zhang Dachuan can't stand it, but anyone who grows crops can't stand it. Everyone in the village talked about it, and they were all miserable and worried about their livelihood. But the order of the court has come down. That is, to collect more. And no one can change this. So everyone can only swallow this bitter fruit with tears. Li Qi was furious when he heard the news. Dasha has been established for more than 100 years. Even if there is such a foolish emperor, he is also foolish himself. He has never been harsh on grain taxes. The common people are not well fed. This is going to be a big deal. Li Fu just received a letter from a friend, saying, It is said that your majesty wants to renovate the mausoleum. But the treasury can't take out the money. The treasury has no money. So we have to find a way. I don't know which smart head came up with such a way for the emperor to increase taxes. If taxes are increased, money will come. This money comes so easily. As long as they say a word, the money will flow into their pockets. As for how the common people live, the emperor is obsessed with women and has recently found a Taoist priest, thinking about refining elixirs for immortality. So how can he think of it? Li Qi sneered, building a mausoleum. Humph. If he continues like this, he will be hung on the city wall, like the last emperor of the previous dynasty. Li Fu heard this and persuaded father. Calm down. Li Qi supported his forehead with one hand, closed his eyes and sighed. It is impossible for a government order to bypass the cabinet. As a court official, I cannot advise the monarch, impose such undue suffering on the common people, and flatter the monarch. It is also incompetent. Li Qi had been disappointed with the emperor many times, but he still found it hard to accept this time. He continued, and the prince? He is enjoying the offerings of the people. He is the future emperor. But he is indifferent to such a government order. Confused. Really confused. Li Fu's mood was also very complicated. He didn't know about farming before. But when he came to Zhongjia village this year, Li Fu really knew the difficulty of farming. For the common people who farm, every grain of food contains their blood and sweat. And the emperor can take away their blood and sweat at will for his own selfish desires. Li Fu thought of all this, and felt cold in his heart. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. Li Qi sighed. You go. Your father is tired. Li Fu greeted and said nothing more. After paying the grain tax, Zhongjia village was filled with a sad atmosphere. When everyone met, they didn't have enough energy to say hello as before. Zhang Dachuan was in a bad mood. And Zhongjia was also covered with dark clouds as if it had rained. Zhang Zhuzhu took a breath at the door, and fed the two little geese. She fed them steamed millet mixed with vegetable leaves and chopped them up. The two little geese flapped their wings and ate very happily. Zhang Zhuzhu felt a little better when she saw how cute they were. That passed by and suddenly said, Look! They are different from us. They can still feed rice to the chicks. But we are almost out of food. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that she didn't check the almanac before going out today. All of us combined can't compare to Dachuan's family. Athan thought of the endless paddy fields in Zhang Dachuan's hands. Everyone says Dachuan is kind. If he is really kind, he should pay the extra grain tax for us this year. This is doing good deeds and accumulating virtue. Zhang Zhuzhu was speechless after hearing this. The grain tax was overcharged, and everyone was miserable. She didn't scold the person who wanted to collect more, but she actually said such a thing. It was really outrageous. Zhang Zhuzhu sneered. It's not impossible. Our family is small. I think we can let Uncle Bob be adopted by my family, and be the son of my parents, and the youngest brother of my sisters and brothers. Not to mention paying taxes. Even giving him land is fine. This was definitely a scolding. and everyone who understood it couldn't help laughing. What is meant by people's addiction to food? Isn't this just this aunt who loves to stir up trouble? I don't know how many people in the village have said that, but she just doesn't learn her lesson. Aunt Ba pointed at Zhang Juju, her face flushed with anger, and said, I'm giving you a chance to do good deeds, so don't take it. Yes, of course I don't want to. As long as you agree. My family can not only give the land to Uncle Ba, but also to my father's newly born grandson and great-grandson. My front door is right here. Aunt Ba, just bring your family. We are waiting for a new baby. And I am waiting to be your sister, Zhang Zuzu said. At this time, the other members of the Zhang family heard the noise outside and came out. Zhang Dachuan and Wu Guinyang were in a bad mood. When they saw Aunt Ba, they knew that she had the habit of stirring up trouble again. Zhang Jinjin joined in. If Aunt Ba is willing to be our sister, it's fine. Zhang Yining glanced at her and snorted, with disgust in her eyes. Seeing that the whole family had come out, Aunt A didn't dare to say anything more, and just said, What nonsense are you talking about? What sister and son? After that, she ran away quickly, leaving behind a group of people watching the fun. Zhang Juju smiled at this time and said, Life is really hard. Today I will tell you a joke for all the sisters-in-law and aunts. Let's laugh. Life must go on. Everyone laughed out loud when they heard it, said a few words of gossip, and then dispersed. Zhang Juju continued to feed the geese, and the other members of the Zhang family went back. Li Fu stood at the door of the Li family, and just admired this scene. Seeing that the people around him had dispersed, Li Fu also came over and looked at the two little geese on the ground. He said, I don't think they have many troubles. Unlike people, who may encounter troubles everywhere, and feel uneasy. Zhang Juju would quarrel with others from time to time. Although she always had the upper hand, she was still annoyed. Zhang Juju looked up at Li Fu and said in a gentle voice, Are you unhappy? Li Fu nodded and said nothing. He was really unhappy. Zhang Juju was the best at comforting people. If she could say something, Li Fu felt that he would feel better. No need to say something nice. Just say something casually. Zhang Juju glanced at him and said, There is a pile of firewood in the backyard. Go and chop it all for me. What? Li Fu was stunned. Miss San asked me to chop firewood? Is it appropriate to ask him to chop firewood at this time? Zhang Juju nodded, yes. The firewood is so high, and there are so many of them. Of course, we have to chop it every day. It will be too late to chop it when we need it. Li Fu really had no interest in studying. After thinking for a moment, he went. In autumn, every household has to save some firewood. Lu Bin has chopped a lot recently, but there are still a lot left. The two little geese seemed to regard Zhang Juju as their mother goose. They took small steps and fluttered their little wings to follow Zhang Juju. Li, the firewood chopper, picked up the axe and started his hard work. Zhang Juju took a small stool and sat beside her to watch. Two goslings were circling around her, and several cats were running around. The kitten that had just been brought back this year was the most naughty, chasing the two goslings to play. Zhang Juju grabbed its neck and threw it aside. Li Fu soon broke out in a sweat, and his arms felt very tired. But his mood gradually calmed down. After chopping a lot of firewood and watching the firewood accumulate, Li Fu suddenly realized. He put down the axe and said, Thank you, Miss San. I understand. The handsome young man showed a gentle and calm smile, which made people unable to look away. Zhang Juju was halfway through yawning, and when she heard Li Fu's words, she showed a confused expression. Understand? Understand what? Why don't I understand? Chapter 60. Don't be too greedy. Li Fu pointed at the pile of chopped firewood and said, The great things in the world must be done in detail. The difficult things in the world must be done in easy ways. The things in the world are the same as chopping firewood. Chop more every day so that you don't worry when you need it. If you can't chop it the first time, chop it the second time, the third time. There will always be a time to chop it. Zhang Juju didn't say anything, thinking that the death of this pile of firewood was not unjust. I am worried about the tax issue, and I am in a bad mood. But I am a commoner and far away from the court. There is nothing else I can do except worry. Now you have pointed it out. I understand it. Li Fu knew that it was useless to worry alone. He should go back to study and learn to make himself stronger slowly. When he finds an opportunity in the future, his knowledge will have a place to use. Only when he can use his knowledge can he accumulate and make a breakthrough, and one day save the world from fire and water. Zhang Zuzhu listened to his words and just wanted to say, San Lang, you think too much. I asked you to chop wood because wood really needs people to chop. As for why he was asked to chop wood when he was unhappy, because Li Fu was unhappy. Zhang Zuzhu knew that they didn't eat much at noon today. You know, the plate was usually clean. And today was the first time there was leftovers. Li Qi lost his official position for standing up for a civilian woman. Now the taxes have suddenly increased. And he certainly can't accept it. Li Fu is his son and an ambitious person. How can he be happy? He must be reading in the afternoon. And the more he reads, the worse his mood becomes. He might still doubt whether reading can save the world. At this time, of course, physical work, such as chopping wood, is the most suitable. There is indeed no profound truth that Li Fu said. Since Li Fu said so, Zhang Zuzhu would not let him down, and clapped her hands and praised, San Lang's words make sense, which makes me admire him. Zhang Zuzhu said again, you are exhausted by reading, and you are dazed when you think about it. Instead of resting and thinking about random things, you might as well do some physical work to be more clear-headed. Li Fu wiped the sweat from his head casually. San Shao is right. I do feel better. Zhang Zuzhu thought that he didn't eat anything at noon, so she went to heat up a pancake for him. After finishing his meal, Li Fu went to comfort Zhang Dachuan, who was also in a bad mood. But the effect was not satisfactory. He asked Zhang Zuzhu, I wonder how you plan to comfort your father. Zhang Zuzhu, my father can't be comforted, unless gold falls from the sky. No one can comfort him. Let him be sad first. I don't know what mess is waiting for him this time. Taxes have begun to increase, and they will definitely increase more in the future. This time, we can just endure it and be mentally prepared. Li Fu nodded and sighed. Increasing taxes is like drinking poison to quench thirst. Once you taste the benefits, even if you know it is poisonous, you will not be willing to give up this method. Everyone understands this truth, but they just know it doesn't work. Zhang Zuzhu also started to worry. How will we live in the future? I remember that this emperor has been on the throne for nearly 30 years. He is addicted to women and alchemy. I am afraid he will die. What about the prince? If the world is not peaceful, Zhang Zuzhu will not have a good life. This question is straightforward. Li Fu said, the prince is too gentle. He is a soft-hearted person. He can barely be a king who maintains the status quo. But his father will definitely leave him a mess that the prince cannot clean up. Alas, that's not possible. Zhang Zuzhu was worried. Li Fu laughed. Your Majesty has many descendants, and there are naturally outstanding ones among them. Have you heard of His Royal Highness Prince Gong who guards the northern border? Zhang Zuzhu, I think I've heard of him. He's said to be good at fighting. This was a rebellious statement after all. Li Fu didn't say anything more, only saying, there will be a good emperor in the world. Zhang Zuzhu also hoped so. She sent Li Fu to the door, leaned against it, and asked, what do you want to eat tomorrow? The tool man had been chopping wood for almost an hour. It is estimated that he will not be able to lift his arms tomorrow. He must be rewarded in time to prevent him from being tired. Li Fu felt better when he heard her ask this, and said, I want to eat something I have never eaten before. I want to be the first to try it. Zhang Zuzhu rolled her eyes at him. It was just a question. He was very good at making requests. Greedy, Zhang Zuzhu said. Li Fu laughed. It doesn't have to be tomorrow. A few days later will do. I can wait. Zhang Zuzhu, then you wait patiently. Li Fu was not in a hurry, and left with a smile. Zhang Zuzhu can cook a lot of food, but if she does it when Li Fu asks her to, she will lose face. Let him wait patiently. Zhang Jinjin has been back to her parents' home for more than half a month, and it's time for her to go back now. But she is obviously in a bad mood and doesn't want to go back. Zhang Jinjin originally wanted to tell her parents and sisters about the difficult relatives coming to her home, but now everyone in the family is in a bad mood. So Zhang Jinjin didn't mention it for the time being. Anyway, she had a way to deal with that difficult relative, so she would talk about it later, so as to avoid her parents worrying about her. Zhang Jinjin and Lu Bin and his wife took a lot of bags back to Lu's house. As a result, only 2 days later, Zhang Jinjin came back with a girl of 12 or 13 years old, her sister-in-law, Lu Bin's biological sister, named Lu Daodu. Zhang Jinjin's face was livid, and she got off the rented ox cart. When she entered the door and saw her family, she couldn't help but redden her eyes. Seeing her daughter like this, Wu Guiyang was immediately anxious, and pulled her to ask, Jean, don't cry. Where is your son-in-law? Why didn't he come back with you? Jean didn't say anything. Lu Daodu said first, my father and brother went out to do business, and my cousin stole the hairpin of my eldest sister-in-law's dowry. And we found out. My eldest sister-in-law and I didn't say anything, but she cried and banged her head. My aunt said that we wanted to force them to death and even hit them to death, so that the neighbors came to see. The girl became angrier and angrier, saying, my mother is also confused. She said that we should forgive others when we can. We won't be angry with them. If my sister-in-law comes back, I will follow her. Zhang Jingjing nodded. Zhang Zhuzhu felt that something was wrong. So she said, second sister, take my sister to wash her face and give her some tea. Zhang Yinyin was about to scold the mother and daughter, but after hearing what Zhang Luzhu said, she did not refuse and led Lu Daodu away. Zhang Zhuzhu then said, my sister is not someone who can be manipulated by others. I think there are other things. It is not necessary to go back to her parents' home for such a small matter. Zhang Jingjing drank a sip of tea and said, I got up at night and saw my aunt's son trying to push Daodu's door secretly. He was not very clear during the day. He was really useless. Lu Bin was not at home. If I told him rashly, no one would believe me. It would also affect Daodu's reputation. So I found an excuse to take action and brought my sister-in-law back. I'm afraid she will have to stay at home for a few days. When she said that, everyone understood. Wu Guiyang whispered, didn't she quarrel with you? Zhang Jingjing, we quarreled. But the child is still young. Since those people came, she has been on my side. As the eldest sister-in-law, I can't ignore her. She paused and said, tell her eldest brother to work like a cow and a horse to repay her. Lu Bin's sister received the kindness of their Zhang family, so she must find a way to repay it herself. Zhang Dachuan said, you are a good child, and it is good to do this. After all, good and evil will be rewarded. Zhang Dachuan believes this sentence. Wu Guiyang nodded. I see that this girl is on your side and is willing to come back with you. It can be seen that she regards you as her eldest sister-in-law in her heart. Zhang Jingjing didn't want her sister to go to that dangerous place, so she brought her back. At the Lu family, because Zhang Jingjing took Lu Daodu away, Lu Bin and his father were not at home, leaving only Lu Bin's brother and Lu's mother, Mrs. Hu, and the family was in chaos. Aunt Mei was acting arrogantly at home again, and she was also gossiping about Zhang Jingjing outside. The situation was getting worse and worse. Chapter 61 I'm going to have a fight. Are you going to go? Third Miss. Xiaobao had a fight with someone. Li Fu walked in and said to Zhang Zhuzhu, after the busy farming season, the family no longer needs children to work, and now these children have returned to school. Zhang Zhuzhu was cooking in the kitchen, and she was not in a hurry when she heard it. Fight if they want, as long as they are not hurt. What little boy doesn't fight? Zhang Baobao used to fight with others. Children will forget about it after a night. It doesn't matter. Li Fu, no. I heard some children gossiping about your eldest sister, saying that she has been back to her parents' home for several days and has not left. Is she divorced? Li Fu would not tell Zhang Zhuzhu about the fight between children. Zhang Zhuzhu asked seriously, who is gossiping? And which family? Li Fu said, the leader is Zhang Quan. Zhang Zhuzhu knew without Li Fu saying anything. He is the great-great-grandson of the second master. I know him. The second master is a good person, but he is old after all, and Zhang Quan is disciplined by his parents, so they must have spoiled him a little. Li Fu saw that she was still calm, but he was a little worried. What are you going to do? If I beat the child, it would be bad. Zhang Zhuzhu was speechless. The child is only 9 years old. How can I beat him? What kind of evil do I think I am? Beating Zhou Xiyuan is one thing, but children of 8 or 9 years old don't fully understand things. They only say what the adults say. It's useless to find him. Li Fu hurriedly said, that's not what I mean. You have always been the smartest. I just want to know what you are going to do about this matter. Li Fu felt that this matter was not easy to handle. If he cared too much, it might make the Zhang family seem too calculative, which would not be a good thing for Zhang Baobao. Zhang Zhuzhu said, I will go to his house in the afternoon. Will you go? Li Fu naturally went. And he was worried that Zhang Zhuzhu would suffer. In the afternoon, Zhang Zhuzhu went to knock on the door of the second master's house. His family has 4 generations living together, and they are harmonious and happy. The second master now lives with his eldest son's family. The person who opened the door was the second master's granddaughter-in-law, Zhang Quan's mother. When she saw Zhang Zhuzhu, she immediately remembered what her son had said at noon. Li Fu stood behind Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhang Quan's mother thought it was a good opportunity to talk to the Li family. Zhang Baobao was too cruel, and her son had a bruise on his arm. Zhang Zhuzhu had a cold face and pushed open the door of her house. Her voice was even colder. She said straight to the point, "Sister-in-law, you don't have your family." Zhang Quan's mother was interrupted by Zhang Zhuzhu and was confused. She didn't know what to say. Zhang Zhuzhu continued, "My elder sister was bullied by her husband's family. My parents loved her and took her back home to live. After seeing this, do you feel sour and envious?" Zhang Quan's mother, "You? What are you talking about? Who is jealous? You? You are jealous." Zhang Zhuzhu looked her up and down. "If you are not jealous, why would you spread rumors to Zhang Quan, saying that the Lu family is going to divorce my elder sister? You are a jealous woman, aren't you?" Zhang Quan's mother is usually sharp-tongued, but now she doesn't know where to start, because what Zhang Zhuzhu said is indeed correct. Whose daughter-in-law doesn't suffer when she gets married? Why doesn't Zhang Jinjin suffer? Not only Zhang Quan's mother said so, but everyone in the village envied her privately. The dowry is such a large piece of land, and the dowry is packed in several boxes. Silver must have been given. Lu Bin has thick eyebrows and big eyes, is tall and big, and is a real person. Why does Zhang Jinjin have such a blessing? Now Zhang Jinjin was upset at her husband's house, and she actually went back to her parents' house to live. Humph! A married daughter is like water spilled out. And Zhang Jinjin dared to come back. She dared to be different from others. Li Fu observed the order of Zhang Zhuzhu's arguments from the side, and felt that she was really good at quarreling. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, "It's useless to be jealous. If you dare to talk nonsense, I will dare to confront you." Zhang Quan's mother finally couldn't hold it in, and said, "It's not just me who said it. Why do you come to me?" Zhang Zhuzhu, "Then you admit it." Zhang Quan's mother blushed instantly. At this time, other people in Zhang Quan's family also came out, and the neighbors also came out to join in the fun. Zhang Quan's grandmother looked at the scene and was a little unhappy. She said, "Third girl, don't be so unreasonable. People say you are fierce. And it's true. It's not just their family that say that about the eldest girl. Her father-in-law is a well-known figure in the village. Is it appropriate for him to come to her house and scold her daughter-in-law?" Zhang Zhuzhu laughed and said, "Aunt, that's not what you said." She deliberately raised her voice. "Zhang Quan is 9 years old this year. He is at the age of learning to be a man. But children are ignorant. If adults gossip behind his back, he will believe it and gossip outside. When the child grows up, I'm afraid he will be like a gossiper, talking about this and that all day long." Zhang Quan is the great-grandson of the second master, and the first child of the Zhang family. The eldest sister-in-law's behavior will ruin the good reputation of the second master, and will lead Zhang Quan astray. Let me ask you, which person who has achieved great things only knows how to gossip about others behind their backs all day long? Zhang Zhuzhu glanced at the people around her and said firmly, "No one. Zhang Quan is smart, and should be taught well. And, eldest sister-in-law, I didn't come here today to quarrel with you. I just can't bear to see a smart child like Zhang Quan being delayed." Zhang Zhuzhu was like an elder at this time. Speaking earnestly, Li Fu was behind her and almost applauded her. She was clearly here to teach people a lesson. But in the end, she made them willing to accept the lesson. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were stunned. Zhang Erte was helped out by his son, and naturally heard what Zhang Zhuzhu said. He valued his family's descendants and hoped that they could have a scholar. Now that he heard that his smart great-grandson was going to be delayed, he was of course very anxious. "Third girl, you are thoughtful," Second Tay said. Zhang Zhuzhu immediately lowered her voice and said gently, "Zhang Quan is the same age as my Xiaobao, and he is your great-grandson. I don't have any ability, but I just hope that the children in our village can stand out, and there will be no more people like Zhang Erping." After she finished speaking, she turned her head and winked at Li Fu. Li Fu understood and said, "Second master, teach by example. Children are young, and they will learn from the adults around them. Especially Zhang Quan. He is smart and can recite and write very quickly. My father and brother, as teachers, can only teach him in school. The rest of the time, the elders around him are the most important." As Li Qi's son, Li Fu's words carry more weight. After these words came out, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law dared not say a word. Second master was in a very good mood when he heard people exaggerate Quan's intelligence. He immediately said, Okay, I will definitely discipline him well, and never let him learn bad things. Zhang Zhuzhu, that's right. We in Zhongjia village are counting on these children to become more educated. Li Fu nodded, yes. Our Li family will definitely teach them wholeheartedly. And thank you all for your help over the past 6 months. Second Master Zhang looked at Li Fu and imagined what his great-grandson would look like when he grew up. No wonder people say that only after 3 generations of study can a family of scholars begin. It's time for their Zhang family to change their family. Li Fu talked to Second Master Zhang for a while, suggesting that the villagers should live in harmony and not spread some rumors. Otherwise it would be bad for everyone. Second Master Zhang happily accepted it. Zhang Zhuzhu took out a few snacks and a small jar of wine from the basket and handed them to Zhang Quan's mother, sister-in-law. My Xiaobao is also naughty. I think he hurt Quan Ling. Give him a few snacks and tell him not to be angry. Play with Xiaobao in the future. Zhang Quan's mother was too embarrassed to take it, so her mother-in-law took it and said, Children don't hold grudges overnight. We are from the same village. And neither do we. Zhang Zhuzhu smiled. The quarrel ended peacefully. Li Fu really admired Zhang Zhuzhu. And Zhang Zhuzhu said proudly, Do you want to learn? I will teach you. Li Fu, can you learn by quarreling? Chapter 62 on the art of quarreling. Quarreling is, of course, an art. Zhang Zhuzhu glanced at Li Fu. And Li Fu bowed, Please teach me. Miss San. Zhang Zhuzhu was a generous person. And she didn't hide anything. She smiled and said first, You have to understand the purpose of quarreling. It's the same for everything. Only when you have a clear goal to achieve can you prepare the corresponding means. Take today's incident as an example. What do you think my purpose is? Zhang Guzu asked. Li Fu thought for a moment and said, The most important thing is to quell the rumors about my eldest sister. And secondly, to teach Zhang Quan's mother a lesson and kill the chicken to scare the monkey. To make everyone in the village shut up. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded. And Li Fu said, We also need to make Zhang Quan and Xiaobao reconcile as before. Zhang Zhuzhu clapped her hands. That's right. That's basically it. She didn't want Zhang Jinjin to hear gossip, which was not good for her as a married woman. Zhang Quan was also a good child. Xiaobao had a good relationship with him, and often came to his house to play. When she saw the sisters, she shouted sister loudly, which was very lively. Zhang Quan may have accidentally mentioned Zhang Jinjin's matter, and angered Xiaobao. But he didn't necessarily have any bad intentions. So Zhang Zhuzhu wanted to keep the precious friendship between the two children. And they didn't need to make a fuss because of the gossip of adults. Li Fu recalled the scene of Zhang Zhuzhu's quarrel just now. You got straight to the point. Got the upper hand in words. And exposed Zhang Quan's mother's worries. Which means you've won half the battle. This move is really clever. Zhang Zhuzhu said, Yes. I want to teach her a lesson. So I have to hurt her. I can't let my sister listen to the rumors in vain. This is called an eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth. Women who gossip are all gossipers in Zhang Zhuzhu's mouth. They are mothers who can't teach their children well. This is not a good reputation for women. And they have to bear it. Zhang Zhuzhu said, We are all from the same village. We will meet again in the future. They have learned a lesson. If I am unreasonable, I will offend the whole village. Our family still has to be a person in the village. Next, I will give them a slap in the face, and then give them a sweet date to give them a way out. Li Fu laughed when he heard this. Yes. You have to let them all know that you did this for Zhang Quan and all the children in Zhongjia village. As for elders, who doesn't want the younger generation to be better? Especially for Zhang Erte, who hopes to have more scholars in the village. Hearing such remarks, he naturally thinks it is very reasonable. Zhang Zhuzhu nodded. This is called rising. I am not quarreling for myself, but for the whole village. Erte thinks I am right. Who dares to say I am wrong? You can't just tear your hair when quarreling. Li Fu sighed that Zhang Juju is really smart. She must understand the reason for quarreling. What if you meet unreasonable people? Li Fu asked. Zhang Juju, I usually avoid unreasonable people. There is no point in arguing at this time. Fighting is faster. Force is also a very important factor. And she does not have the upper hand in this regard. Then, if you just want to vent your anger, what will you do? Li Fu asked again. Zhang Juju, then curse as hard as you can. And say that he has ruined the reputation of his ancestors. Look at the front. Magnify his behavior. And escalate it. At this time, the purpose of quarreling is to win. Not to discuss the matter at hand. The most important thing is not to be led by others. To seize the initiative. And not to follow the other party's words. Zhang Juju said. If I were Zhang Quan's mother, and someone quarreled with me like this today, I would try my best to attribute this matter to the fight between two boys, and make a big thing small. Li Fu also clapped her hands and praised her. Yes. It makes sense. I will write it down. This method can not only be used in quarrels. It will definitely have other uses in the future. Zhang Juju, then you must write my name. You can't turn mine into yours. Otherwise I will be unhappy. Li Fu nodded. It's just not good to write your full name, so that people will inevitably gossip when they see it. Zhang Juju looked at him. And Li Fu continued, I will give you a nickname. Call the Yuan. Round and smooth. How about it? He looked at the girl walking in front of him tenderly, and felt that she seemed to have grown taller recently. Am I fat? Zhang Juju asked. Li Fu, no. No. I'm praising you. Zhang Juju retracted her gaze after hearing this. Okay. Just write a Yuan. The two discussed it. And Zhang Juju finally decided, let's call it On the Art of Quarrel. Li Fu felt that this title was a bit awkward. But Zhang Juju thought that he was willing to agree. Okay. Let's call it that. Li Fu smiled and agreed. The two walked back together. And Li Fu said again, you have learned a lot of words recently. And you learn faster than those boys. I will teach you to write. Zhang Juju thought for a while. But paper and pen are very expensive. Today's pens, ink, paper and inkstone are also light luxury products. When the Li family teaches their children to read and write, they all write in the sandbox first, and rarely use paper and pen directly. Li Fu was definitely talking about paper and pen when she was teaching her. Li Fu, I have a lot of them. And the teacher will ask someone to send them to me. Let's learn them. You are so smart. You should write down everything you think of. Zhang Juju thought about it, and did have some interest. I want to write a recipe. What do you think? She asked. Li Fu was speechless for a moment, and then felt that this was indeed something Zhang Juju could do, and said, sure. Your cooking is delicious. Zhang Juju also felt the same way, so she decided to learn calligraphy. Zhang Juju had just entered the door when her deeds had already been reported back. Zhang Jinjin looked at her sister with emotion, and Zhang Yining pouted, thinking that her sister went to quarrel without her, and was unhappy. Zhang Dachuan has gotten used to it. Lu Daodu was a little confused, and didn't know anything about being next to Zhang Jinjin. Wu Guiyang looked at Zhang Juju with resentment. Zuju, are you going to wear this hat of a shrew tightly? Oh my god. What's wrong with Juju? She used to be quite honest. Since this year, she has been like a firecracker, always arguing with others. If this continues, her reputation will spread all over the place. Zhang Juju went up to her and pulled her hand, smiling. Mom, who let them say that about my elder sister? I don't allow them to say anything bad about my elder sister. My elder sister is my parents' child, and our elder sister. Even if she gets married, she can't let others bully her. Wu Guiyang naturally heard these gossips, and she also wanted to protect her daughter. But those people would not say it in front of her. If she refuted it, she would appear guilty. Zhang Juju went directly to the gossipers and slapped them in the face to stop their nonsense. Wu Guiyang was also happy. Zhang Jinjin said, third sister quarreled with others for me. Zhang Juju smiled. Don't be polite. Big sister. Big brother-in-law asked you to suffer these grievances. I am not happy if you don't send half a sheep. Zhang Jinjin's eyes were red. Hugged her sister, and said in a crying voice, well, ask him to send more. She was also afraid of rumors, so she could only try her best to turn a blind eye. But her sister, the one she should have protected, tried hard to stand in front of her and stand up for her. How could she have such a good sister? Zhang Jingjin felt that she was really blessed. Wu Guiyang and Zhang Dachuan looked at their deep sisterly love and felt relieved in their hearts. A family should be like this. It is wrong for someone like Zhang Dakia to think about scheming against his own brother all day long. In the evening, Zhang Baobao returned home. He ran to find Zhang Zhuzhu and said excitedly, "Third sister, are you going to Zhang Quan's house to avenge me?" Chapter 63 Home is not like home. Zhang Baobao usually has a good relationship with Zhang Quan. They are a group of boys of similar age and have a good relationship. Zhang Quan and Zhang Baobao are usually on the same side. When everyone rested after practicing calligraphy in the daytime, Zhang Quan suddenly asked about Zhang Jingjin. He recently heard from his mother and aunt that Zhang Jingjin was going to be divorced by her husband's family. Zhang Baobao was naturally very angry when he heard this. The two quarreled for a few words and then started fighting. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Yes. I went to avenge you. Let me see where the injury is. Does it still hurt?" The child has no sense of measure. If the injury is serious, it will be bad. Zhang Baobao covered his chest and laughed. "I am 8 years old. Men and women should not touch each other." He used to run around naked at home. But now, he refuses to show it to Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhang Guju respects his request. And Zhang Baobao says, "Third brother has seen it for me. And he said it was just a little bruised. So he rubbed me with medicated oil. And I will be fine after rubbing it twice." He is referring to Li Fu. Of course. Zhang Zhuzhu nods. "That's right. Thank him. Li Fu's medicine must be good stuff." Zhang Baobao, "I thanked him. And third brother also taught me that I can't fight in the future. And I should run away if I see others fighting." Zhang Zhuzhu, "Then you should remember it well." Zhang Baobao nods like pounding garlic. And can't wait to tell Zhang Zhuzhu what he just learned. "I remember it. This is called a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall." Zhang Zhuzhu agreed with this. The current medical level is really not good. A cold can take a life. Not to mention fighting. If the organs are injured, if you are left disabled, it will be a lifelong thing. Zhang Zhuzhu touched his head. "If you hear any gossip in the future, come back and tell your family. And we will find a solution together." Zhang Baobao said obediently, "Well, I know." Zhang Zhuzhu stood up. "I will cook your favorite food tonight." Zhang Baobao was immediately happy. Followed Zhang Zhuzhu to the kitchen and helped to light the fire. In the next few days, there was really no gossip in Zhangjia village. No one wanted to be asked by Zhang Zhuzhu, "Do you have no mother's family?" This is quite heartbreaking. Because many women really have no family after they get married. Lu Daodu stayed at Zhang's house for a few days, occasionally quarreling with Zhang Yining. But it was nothing. She just wanted to go home. Zhang Jingjin said, "Dad and your eldest brother will be back in a few days. Wait a little longer. That family of relatives is really not a good thing. It's hard to guard against." Lu Daodu was a little hesitant. Zhang Jingjin comforted her. "At home, your cousin still quarrels with you. And you can't argue with her." I don't know how many times she cried in anger. Lu Daodu thought of the mother and daughter, and instantly didn't want to go back, saying, "When Dad comes back, I must let Dad drive my aunt and cousins out. They are so annoying." Zhang Jingjin couldn't bear to say, "Your cousin is still pulling at your doors and windows. How can she dare to go back?" Lu Bin is the same. He has been out for half a month and hasn't come back yet. Her father-in-law is a man of loyalty and righteousness. And her mother-in-law is soft-hearted. She can't produce enough evidence. I'm afraid no one will believe her except Lu Bin. And there is no way to drive those 3 people away. She still has to think of a way. She can't just wait like this. Before going to bed at night, she found Zhang Zhuzhu to discuss. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "Let's wait until my brother-in-law comes back to discuss it. She needs to find out Lu Bin's attitude first. If he cares about his relationship with his aunt, then things will have to be considered in the long run. If the Lu family is reasonable, everything will be fine. If they are unreasonable, they will have to think of another way to deal with it." Lu Bin finally came back. He was busy outside. And besides being busy, he was thinking about his wife and home. In the end, he left his father and said he would come back early to see his family. Lu's father also went through this age and understood his son's feelings, so he didn't stop him. As a result, when Lu Bin returned home, his mother sprained her ankle while working, and her ankle was swollen, and she was still applying medicine. His younger brother was busy at home, and the house was a mess. He didn't know how many days the front door hadn't been swept. And his wife, with her younger sister, went back to her mother's home. Facing this cold home, Lu Bin was a little at a loss. When he left, the family was still fine. Why did this family not feel like home after he left? Lu Bin didn't ask any more questions and immediately drove to pick someone up. Aunt May pulled him and cried enraged, telling how Zhang Jingjin disrespected her elders and bullied people. Finally, she cried and said, "Alas, I am a relative who married out, and I am a widow. It is really inappropriate for me to come back to my mother's house with my family. It is normal for your wife to dislike me. I know. I will leave as soon as your mother's foot is healed." Her son lowered his head and didn't say anything, while her daughter cried and wailed, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Lu Bin's mother frowned tightly and didn't say anything. She was not stupid. Since Zhang Jingjin got married, she has been doing all the housework. As a mother-in-law, she is really enjoying herself. Zhang Jingjin and her daughter were not at home these days, so all the big and small chores at home fell on her again. The sister-in-law was a guest, and there was no reason to make the guest suffer. People can endure hardships all the time, but once they have tasted the sweetness, they can't stand it again. She also hoped that Lu Bin would quickly bring his daughter-in-law and daughter back, and she would not care about other things. Lu Bin's eyes swept over the three people and said, "I will go to welcome them back first, and we will talk about other things later." Lu's mother said, "Okay, you go quickly. There is no overnight hatred in the family." Lu Bin helped his mother go back to rest, and then left. Lu Bin's younger brother ran over and said, "Brother, the eldest sister-in-law is too ignorant this time. It's fine if she left by herself, but she also took her sister with her. During the days when my mother was injured, it was my cousin who worked at home. You must talk to her well. How can a married daughter-in-law always run back to her parents' home?" Hearing this, Lu Bin scolded, "Luha, how did your sister-in-law take care of you in the past? How dare you say that about her?" Luha whispered, "Brother, I didn't say anything wrong. My cousin and aunt said so. And so did people outside. Everyone said so." Lu Bin slapped him hard on the back. "Wait for me to come back and deal with you." "What a fool." Luha grimaced in pain. His cousin saw it and rushed over to him, shouting distressfully, Cousin, do you feel pain?" Lu Bin glanced at the two of them. His cousin lowered her head and dared not speak. Luha stood up in front of his cousin with his chest raised. Lu Bin laughed. What else did he not understand? His brother. He was coaxed after only a few days. He will have to bear the consequences later. Lu Bin hurried to Zhang's house. It was lunchtime. As soon as he entered the door, everyone in the Zhang family became alert. Lu Daodu ran towards him and shouted, "Brother, it is said that a short separation is better than a new marriage." Zhang Jingjin naturally missed her husband, but it was the first time for them to encounter such a thing. Zhang Jingjin did not want to show her weakness in front of him, and said coldly, "You are back. Go wash your hands, and talk after dinner if you have anything to say." Lu Bin touched his sister's head, smiled at Zhang Jingjin, and then said, "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, I am sorry to bother you today." With his attitude, the Zhang family members relaxed. Zhang Dachuan said, "Jingjin, go and change your clothes. Let's eat first. There's no need to rush for anything else." After the couple left, Wu Guiyang chanted Amitabha and whispered to Zhang Dachuan, "My son-in-law is a sensible man." Zhang Dachuan was a little proud and said, "I saw this for Jingjin. How can he be good? He picked this carefully." After listening to Zhang Jingjin's explanation of the whole story, Lu Bin's eyebrows stood up. "I'm going to beat that kid to death." He ran out after he said that, and Zhang Jingjin hurriedly chased after him. Chapter 64. This is his duty. The Lu family has 2 sons and 1 daughter, and Lu Daodu is also the favorite girl in his family. Otherwise, how could this girl dare to quarrel with the eldest sister-in-law who married into the family? Lu Bin was almost mad when he heard that the cousin was pulling his sister's window. He kindly took it his aunt's family, but how could he let the wolf into the house? Zhang Jingjin chased and shouted, "Where are you going?" Although I saw it, no one believed me even if I told him. Let's think of other ways. Lu Bin said angrily, "What way? I will just beat him to death." Zhang Jingjin said, "Okay. You go and beat him to death. The government will arrest you and chop off your head, and I will be a widow in the future. What do you think?" Hearing this, Lu Bin stood at the gate of Zhang's house. Zhang Jingjin hurriedly chased him. took his hand, and whispered, "I also saw this when I got up at night occasionally." I asked Dowdu quietly, but she didn't know anything. I found a reason the next day and had a quarrel with my aunt. I brought Dowdu to my house. For her reputation, this matter must be handled in a comprehensive way and must not be made a big deal. Such things must be kept secret. Lu Bin was already very tired from the journey. And now he was angry again. And his chest was definitely stuffy for a while. "Thank you so much, Jean. Lu Bin sighed. Otherwise it would really harm Dowdu's life. Jean must have been gossiped about a lot for protecting his sister. No matter what the reason. Quarreling with elders is seen as unvirtuous and unfilial by outsiders. Jean said softly, "I am the eldest sister-in-law. I should protect her. We are husband and wife. It's too polite for you to say this to me." Lu Bin held her hand tightly, and his heart was moved. Jean pulled him back to the table, where his bowl and chopsticks were already placed. Lu Dowdu looked at her eldest brother, and was already concentrating on eating. I don't know what she was talking about with Zhang Yimin. The two girls laughed happily. Lu Bin felt relieved and said, "Dowdu is ignorant. I'm really sorry for disturbing you." Wu Guinyang said, "How can you be immature? You work at home all day long. You are a good child. As a brother, you should not say that to your sister." Lu Dowdu, Yes. I also learned to cook from Zhu Zhu. And I can read. Zhang Wuzhu, yes. I learned very well. Lu Bin hurriedly said, Yes. I was wrong. The family had eaten and waited for Lu Bin to rest, and then talked about this matter. Lu Bin said, originally, I said to take Jean and my sister back, but now this happened. I am afraid it will be difficult to go back. I want to stay at my parents-in-law's house first, and send a message to my father. My parents will take care of the family affairs, and then ask my aunts to take Jean back. His handling of the matter was very sincere, asking the elder aunt to pick up the younger generation, so that there would be no need to worry about gossip. Wu Guinyang and Zhang Dachuan looked at each other, and Wu Guinyang said, when we go back, just say that I am not feeling well, and I am thinking about my married daughter. It will be over if we cover it up. Outsiders will not remember the matter between our two families for too long. Lu Bin is reasonable. So the Zhang family is also reasonable. Lu Bin, I am sorry for your injustice. Wu Guinyang looked at her eldest daughter. For her, what was the big deal if she suffered a little injustice? Wu Guinyang was not afraid of being wronged. She was only afraid that her daughter was wronged. Zhang Jinjin also put down the stone in her heart and said, Do Lang, I heard you say that my mother sprained her foot, and I am afraid that there is no one at home to take care of her. Lu Bin, it's okay. When I left, I asked someone to tell my uncle that my mother would not be wronged. Zhang Jinjin, that's good. She said some more things, fully showing her concern and worry for her mother-in-law as a daughter-in-law. Lu Bin stayed, and this time no one gossiped. Some people just joked that Lu Bin, the eldest son-in-law, was like a son-in-law who came to live in his father-in-law's house. Lu Bin also joked with others, saying that there were troublesome relatives in his family, and Zhang Jinjin was weak and kind, and had to serve those relatives all day long. He couldn't bear to leave, so he and his wife took his sister to hide in Zhangjia village. So everyone said that Zhang Jinjin was very lucky, and Zhang Jinjin also agreed happily, saying that men should learn from Lu Bin and let their wives suffer grievances. Li Fu met Zhang Juzu and said, Recently, people say that your elder brother-in-law is a good husband that is hard to find even with a lantern. What do you think? Ask your elder brother-in-law. Zhang Juzu thought for a while. Well, it's okay. Li Fu heard her words, and knew that she didn't think like others. Zhang Juzu continued, As a person, you should have certain virtues. Your elder brother-in-law just did what he should do. In my opinion, it is not worth boasting about. As a husband, Lu Bin trusts Zhang Jinjin, respects her, and protects her. This is his duty. He just reached the passing line. It is conceivable that those women who envy her elder sister usually live what kind of life? Not only do they not get respect and protection, but they are also despised and even worse, beaten. It is difficult for them to resist, and they can only silently bear such a fate. Li Fu understood what Zhang Zuzhu meant, and he said, The third lady is right. I should take it as a warning. Zhang Zuzhu glanced at him and said, That's right. You should reflect on yourself and be a good man in the future. After she finished speaking, She took the cat food and went to feed the cat. Li Fu stood there, not knowing what Zhang Zuzu thought was a good man. She always thought differently from others. And Li Fu didn't want to ask directly. That would be too boring. He would find out somehow. The next morning, a bullock cart arrived at Zhangjia village. This ox cart was of course to pick up Zhang Jingjin. But the people who got off the cart were not Zhang's aunt, but Lu Bin's parents and brother Lu He. Lu He walked with a limp, and it seemed that he had been beaten by his father. Zhang Dachuan and Wu Guinyang were very surprised to see their in-laws. Lu's father said with guilt, "It's unfortunate for our family. It's unfortunate for our family. It's really hard for the child to be so thoughtful." Zhang Dachuan went up to them. No, don't say that. In-laws, let's go in and talk. It's all a small matter." The two fathers quickly gathered together to talk, and Lu Bin pulled his brother to stand beside them. Zhang Jingjin's eyes almost popped out. She never dreamed that her parents-in-law would come to Zhang's house to pick her up, and she would still worry about not being able to gain a foothold in the Lu family in the future. Wu Guinyang pushed her and told her to go up and support her mother-in-law, who had already known the inside story. And now she had no resentment at all. And she praised Zhang Jingjin. "Thanks to you. Otherwise," Hu sighed, "your father has sent them all away. And Erlang, who is ignorant, was also beaten up by us. You have been wronged." Zhang Jingjin's eyes were red, and tears were about to fall. She said, "It doesn't matter if I suffer some grievances, as long as our family is safe and sound." Hu hurriedly persuaded her, and the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were like real mother and daughter for a while. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that her elder sister was also a powerful person. Zhang Yining was shocked. "Eldest sister was laughing with us just now. This crying is too fast." Zhang Zhuzhu said with a smile, "Second sister, you should learn from the eldest sister. Tears are sometimes a means more effective than words." Zhang Yining pouted, "I won't cry. Whoever dares to bully me, I will beat him until he cries." The Lu family's affairs are troublesome to talk about, but it is not difficult to solve them. Chapter 65 Fu. Why does it mean? Zhang Jingjin's father-in-law, Lu Bin's father, opened a grain store in Songyang County. He built this store from scratch after years of hard work. He is a very shrewd person. Taking in his sister and nephews and nieces who lost their husbands is one thing, but he has no intention of marrying into his sister's family. He wants to find a family of equal status as a relative. Lu Bin sent him a letter and told him about his aunt's plan. His aunt obviously wanted to marry into the Lu family, and her son and daughter would join the battle. If they can succeed, they will win. Zhang Jingjin took Lu Daodu away in time, but Lu's Erlang was not smart and fell into the hands of his aunt's daughter. Father Lu could not tolerate this. As long as Lu Bin told the matter, his father would naturally handle the rest, without the couple having to intervene. Zhang Jingjin packed up her things in the house and prepared to go back. She looked a little tired and said to Zhang Zhuzhu, "Alas, after getting married, I have no say or action. But others." Zhang Zhuzhu didn't know what to say, but fortunately Zhang Jingjin didn't need her to comfort her. She soon came to her senses and said, "I just hope to have a baby quickly, so that others can no longer say anything." Although her aunt's family was difficult to deal with, Zhang Jingjin thought that her foundation was too shallow. If she had a child, no one would be able to find fault with her. Zhang Zhuzhu advised, "Sister, don't be too anxious. This matter can't be rushed." Zhang Jingjin frowned. "You are right. But I see that other people have 1 or 2 children after getting married. But I haven't had any for several months." It can be seen that she is really worried. At this time, Wu Guinyang shouted outside, and Zhang Jingjin didn't say those words, so as not to make her mother worry if she heard it. Wu Guinyang came in and helped to clean up, saying, "Your father-in-law and mother-in-law came together, but they gave you enough face. Now no one can complain." The mother and daughter talked together for a long time, and Zhang Jingjin was about to leave. Wu Guinyang was worried again, watching Zhang Jingjin leave with the Lu family, and she sighed again, "Alas, why didn't I give birth to you sons?" She was always saying goodbye to her daughters, and she didn't know when they would meet again. She was always worried about whether her daughters were doing well in the Lu family, and whether they would be wronged. Zhang Dachuan said, "Okay, let's not talk about this. What's the point of saying these things? Daughters are daughters." Zhang Dachuan looked back at his 2 daughters and said casually, "I think we owed a debt in our previous life, So we should just pay it back. Wu Guiyang responded when she heard this. Isn't it true? She took care of her for more than 10 years. And finally she married into another family. She was still worried about whether she was doing well in another family, and wasted her time and energy. Zhang Zhuzhu was too lazy to refute such remarks. She had heard them so many times that her ears were calloused. Zhang Yining was very unhappy. We are the debtors. But Xiaobao is not. We work from dawn to dusk. We don't do any housework. I think we are here to pay off the debt. And you are here to pay off Xiaobao's debt? Wu Guiyang frowned. How can you talk to your father like that? You are disrespectful. Who told you to say that to me? Zhang Yining said. How can I be the one to collect the debt? Why do you say that to her? Did she work less? She pulled Zhang Zhuzhu. Sanner. Come and judge. Is what Dad said unreasonable? Yes. It is unreasonable. Zhang Zhuzhu glanced at Zhang Dachuan. Dad? Admit your mistake quickly. Wu Guiyang wanted to say something. But Zhang Dachuan took a step back and said, Second brother? Don't be angry. Dad is wrong. Zhang Yining heard this and gave up. But still left angrily. Wu Guiyang was dissatisfied. You two are on her side like this. She will suffer after she gets married. Zhang Zhuzhu, if you don't support her now, she will suffer in the future. It's the same. It's better to let her live better at home. When she really suffers in her parents' home after getting married, she won't bear it all. Zhang Dachuan said, I just said that I was wrong. Which saved a quarrel at home. If she gets angry and refuses to cook, who will do it? Recently, it was Zhang Yining's turn to cook at home. If she is unhappy and refuses to cook, Zhang Zhuzhu is not someone who can replace her. Wu Guiyang can do it. But Zhang Dachuan still misses her, and doesn't want her to work too hard. After sending Zhang Jingjing away, the family returned to its former peace. But Zhang Zhuzhu has to write in addition to working recently. Not on the ground, but on paper. You know, in her time, writing with a brush is called calligraphy, which is an art. People usually write with a hard pen. Zhang Zhuzhu's handwriting has been practiced for a few days, but it still looks like chicken claws crawling. In Li Fu's opinion, it is unbearable to look at. Today Zhang Zhuzhu has free time again, and she is practicing calligraphy again. Li Fu is grinding ink next to her and guiding her. At first, Li Fu was relatively calm and gentle in her guidance. Wrist force. Gradually, Li Sanlang couldn't stand it anymore. Don't use so much force. The pen is split. Raise your hand a little. Sit up straight. Don't lean on the table. Stand further away. Didn't you write better yesterday? Why can't you write again today? Li Fu was almost collapsed. He now understood why his father and brother were so tired sitting there teaching students. Zhang Zhuzhu looked up at him. Why are you shouting so loudly? I'm not deaf. I can hear you. Li Fu, you can hear me. Why don't you do what I say? How difficult can it be to write a few words? Zhang Zhuzhu, why is it not difficult? I think it is very difficult. She has been writing hardtip calligraphy for more than 20 years, and is used to it. She has only been learning brush calligraphy for a few days. So of course she is not used to it. Li Fu pursed her lips and said nothing. Zhang Zhuzhu picked up her own handwriting, and my handwriting is not bad. One by one, and I can recognize them all. I don't think it's bad. Trouble. Li Fu drank a sip of chrysanthemum tea, which he got from his father. It can clear away heat and reduce internal heat. He really didn't know why Zhang Zhuzhu said such a thing. She was so confident and justified. She was simply shameless. He wouldn't be like this when he was 3 or 4 years old. If the teacher saw him writing like this, he would definitely be beaten. Li Fu said, let's not talk about anything else. It's always necessary to be horizontal and vertical. His requirements were really low. Zhang Zhuzhu's handwriting, the horizontal lines are not straight, and the vertical lines are not straight. It doesn't look like words. Li Fu thinks it looks like a painting. Zhang Zhuzhu herself doesn't think so. How can it be recognized? It's enough to recognize it. She pointed to the 2 words Li Fu on the paper. Isn't this your name? Li Fu? Don't you recognize it? Of course she recognized it. When Li Fu saw these 2 words, her temper subsided a little. This was his selfishness. He didn't teach Zhang Zhuzhu to write her name, but wrote his own name first. Li Fu said, recognize it. Write it a few more times. And write it more beautifully. Zhang Zhuzhu couldn't understand his mood. No. I want to write something else. I can hardly recognize those 2 words I wrote. Some characters feel awkward after looking at them for a long time. And I don't know why. Li Fu persuaded her. I didn't ask you to write these two characters for no reason. Zhang Zuzhu looked at her. And Li Fu said, look at these two characters in my name. There are horizontal and vertical lines. And there are left and right strokes. This is the basis. Just like when you cook. You have to prepare the ingredients and seasonings first. So that you won't be in a hurry. You should write these two characters first. And when these two characters are written, you can write other things easily. Don't be in a hurry to do things. Right? He persuaded her kindly. And Zhang Zuzhu was not an unreasonable person. She stared at the two characters Li Fu for a while. That's right. Your name is a coincidence. I don't know what it means. Zhang Zuzhu asked casually. Li Fu smiled and said, why don't you guess? Miss San? Chapter 66 Tutoring Calligraphy. Chaos. Guess what his name means. Zhang Zuzhu has only learned to read for a short time. And she only knows the pronunciation of many words. But not the meaning. That's what Li Fu thinks. Zhang Zuzhu glanced at Li Fu. Then retracted her gaze. And then picked up the pen to write two ugly ink characters on the paper. Correction. What a joke. Zhang Zuzhu has taken Chinese classes for more than 10 years. How could she not know what Fu means? Li Fu dared to ask her to guess. Looking down on her? Uncle named you 3 brothers. And you can also see what his state of mind was in those years. Zhang Zuzhu said. As for you, I guess your uncle was promoted at the time, and had the ambition to clear the world. Li Pu and Li Zhu are more straightforward. Zhang Zuzhu said. Your 2 brothers' names are probably given by your uncle to remind him not to be blinded by temporary wealth and glory. To remember his original intention. To be upright. And not to go along with others. Li Fu's name is a little more complicated. Fu means to correct. But it is generally used to mean no. Indicating refusal. Li Fu did not look stunned as Zhang Zuzhu wished. But looked at her thoughtfully. Zhang Zuzhu said. Did I say it wrong? What kind of look is that? Li Fu, no. You are right. The year I was born. My father finished his national history, and was promoted to the 4th rank. He worked in the Ministry of Personnel, and had a real job. He had the hope of entering the cabinet. This dynasty did not have a prime minister. But there was a cabinet. Only by entering the cabinet could one truly get in touch with the power center of the court. Li Qi was young and full of vigor at the time. After Lin Weining gave birth to his 3rd son, he named his son Li Fu to express his ambition. It was normal that Zhang Zuzhu could not guess. Because Li Fu did not explain a lot of details when teaching her to recognize characters. He planned to teach Zhang Zuzhu some articles. The characters were in the text. And the meaning was better reflected. Which was better than rote memorization. But what Zhang Zuzhu said was not wrong at all. Which made Li Fu very suspicious. Zhang Zuzhu also came back to her senses, and realized that she was a little too proud. Zhang Zuzhu drank a sip of water, and quickly calmed down. Saying, I think I am smarter, and I guessed it right. Li Fu saw that she was unwilling to even give him a perfunctory answer. And said speechlessly, is this something that you can explain clearly with your intelligence? Can people know things that they can't know for no reason? This is really weird. Zhang Zuzhu saw that she couldn't explain it clearly. So she just gave up and said directly, didn't I tell you that I, Zhang Zuzhu, was born knowing it? Li Fu didn't believe in supernatural powers. But he wanted to believe what Zhang Zuzhu said now. Then Miss San. Tell me, why are you born knowing it? Li Fu pulled a chair and sat down. Zhang Zuzhu put down her pen and said seriously, it's like this. When I was reincarnated, I may not have drunk Mungpa soup. So I remember things in my previous life. So I know a lot of things. Li Fu pondered for a moment. And then looked at the words that were the same as the chicken claws. Miss San can read and write. So she must have been educated in her previous life. Why are these words? These words are so disgusting that Li Fu would feel upset every time he looked at them. Zhang Zuzhu couldn't help but rolled her eyes at Li Fu. She said, what do you know? Buddhism says there are 3,000 worlds. In our world, we don't use brushes to write. I don't know how to use brushes. Li Fu wanted to know how she would make up another story. Then tell me, what do you use to write in your world? The characters are the same. But the brushes are not. This is wrong. He was not scared. And he had a reason. Zhang Zuzhu looked around. But she had no tools. So she poured some water on the table. Used her fingers instead of a pen. And wrote the 2 words Li Fu neatly. These 2 words really showed some skill. Li Fu looked at it and said, "Are you telling the truth?" Zhang Zuzhu stood up and sighed. "It doesn't matter if it's true or false. Anyway, I can only be Zhang Zuzhu from Zhangjia village. What's the point of talking about true or false?" Zhang Zuzhu was really melancholy. What other choice did she have besides accepting her current fate? If she died again, she would die in vain if she couldn't go back. It's better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. At least I can have enough food in Zhang's family. I can't ask for too much. I'm tired. I'll go back and rest for a while. She didn't say more to Li Fu. Li Fu also saw that she was not very happy. So he didn't say anything. Just thinking about the 3,000 worlds that Zhang Luzhu had just mentioned. He said Zhang Luzhu out and said, "I won't tell anyone else." "Don't worry." Zhang Zuzhu laughed. "If you tell others, they have to believe it. If no one believes it, they will probably find a monk or Taoist priest to exorcise the evil spirit for you." Li Fu said, "If you tell me, I won't find one for you." Zhang Zuzhu, "I don't want to talk about it now. Let's wait until later." She went out and went home. Today was sunny, and the weather was very good. Zhang Zuzhu's figure walking alone fell into Li Fu's eyes. But there was an unspeakable loneliness and desolation. Li Fu was not in a good mood either. Zhang Zuzhu had not shown up for 2 days in a row, saying that she was not feeling well and was lying at home. She came to Li Fu happily with a small basket. When Li Fu saw her, she was about to ask her how she was. But Zhang Zuzhu said first, "Last time, didn't you ask me to make something to eat and give it to you first? It's ready." Li Fu took the basket and saw 5 palm-sized, half-inch thick, golden round cakes in the small basket. Zhang Zuzhu said, "In a few days, it will be August 15th, the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the mooncakes are just out of the oven. Try them." Zhang Zuzhu had been bored at home for 2 days, and it was not a good idea to lie down all the time. So she got up early today to make mooncakes. It's just that the fillings were not prepared in advance. Of the 5 mooncakes, 2 are filled with salted egg yolks and 3 are filled with fresh meat. And none of them are sweet. Seeing that she had calmed down, Li Fu stopped talking about what happened that day and started eating mooncakes. The salted egg yolk ones were better. Li Fu had eaten egg yolk pastry before. But for the fresh meat mooncake, Li Fu said, "How can this be called a mooncake? Isn't this just a meat pie? It's just that the crust is crisper than the pie crust." Zhang Zuzhu, "I made it. Whatever I say it's called. It's called that. Just eat it. Understand?" Li Fu didn't dare to say anything more and said honestly, "I know." Zhang Zuzhu said that people who don't cook are not qualified to be picky. Li Fu didn't dare to criticize her. Zhang Zuzhu, "I'm going to buy some other stuffings and send some to my elder sister and Miss Yao later. She needs to be busy. Otherwise she'll be thinking about random things all day long. Which is not good." Without waiting for her to say anything else, Li Fu said, "I'm going to chop wood. Chop more these 2 days." Zhang Zuzhu nodded with satisfaction. It was naturally satisfactory that the tool man was willing to work without being told. Li Fu took out a pen and paper and said, "I haven't written for 2 days. I think I have to start from the beginning again. Come on." Zhang Zuzhu didn't want to write anymore. But giving up halfway through was not her character. She sat down, and Li Fu stood to grind ink for her. Zhang Zuzhu thought, "Just treat it as a red sleeve adding fragrance." After a while, Hongxiu couldn't stand it anymore. She held the ink stick in her hand and tried to control her voice. "Write lightly. Use your wrist, not the tip of the pen. Look how blurry the words are." "Okay. Okay. Don't use so much ink. You forgot again." "I know. I know. Don't shout. Hold it straight. Don't let your hands shake." "No. I'm not shaking." "Where are you shaking?" "Why not? That horizontal line is so high and low. Like a small mountain." Chapter 67 We Are Friends. Zhang Zuzhu avoided Li Fu for 2 days in a row. She thought that her calligraphy practice was complete and her handwriting was recognizable, which was enough. But Li Fu didn't think so. He had high standards. Zhang Zuzhu was caught in the kitchen that day. She turned around and was about to leave. Li Fu said, "Where are you going?" Zhang Zuzhu pretended that nothing happened. "No. I'm not going anywhere. I'm cooking." Li Fu blocked her in the kitchen and looked at her indifferent appearance. He was a little helpless. "Third miss. You should practice calligraphy." "Zhang Zuzhu, I practiced it." Li Fu thought about the words she wrote and said with great sorrow, "Third miss. You can't do this." He was like a teacher who caught a runaway student, and said earnestly, "Miss San is very talented. Practicing calligraphy is just a simple thing for you. Why give up halfway?" Li Fu really couldn't stand Zhang Juju's handwriting. He couldn't bear it. "Zhang Juju, thank you for praising me." Li Fu's eyes lit up. "Zhang Juju, but..." Li Fu, "No buts. Miss San, you have practiced for so many days. It's a pity to give up now." Li Fu comforted himself in his heart that he still had many difficult things to do in the future. If he couldn't even persuade Zhang Juju, what great things could he achieve in the future? Zhang Juju couldn't help laughing when she saw him like this, and said, "Why are you doing this? It's not a big deal if I don't practice calligraphy." Li Fu, "For me, it's a big deal." He really wanted to teach Zhang Juju something in person. Zhang Juju was always like a kite in the sky, and Li Fu didn't have a string to hold her. Zhang Juju took a step back, "But you're too fierce." Zhang Juju really didn't want to practice every day. In this world, anything that involves the two words learning and making money is hard work. Zhang Juju is a salted fish who just wants to lie down. Li Fu was stunned and said, "Am I fierce?" "He's not." Zhang Juju said, "Come with me." After she finished speaking, she walked out, and Li Fu followed her. The two stopped in front of several rooms where students were studying. Inside, Li Zhu was calling out students to recite. It was a short article, but the students recited it in a mess. Li Zhu knocked the stick in his hand on the table and said loudly, "Wrong. Wrong. Didn't I explain the meaning of this word to you yesterday? How come you forgot it again today?" "Student, I'm sorry, sir." The next one recited again, and stumbled again. Li Zhu's voice rose an octave again. "Don't punctuate like this. Don't punctuate like this." The student's neck shrank. His eyes turned red, and he started crying. "Don't cry. What are you crying for?" Li Zhu scolded. Li Zhu then scolded a few more students, very harshly and helplessly. Zhang Juju turned to look at Li Fu. "See? You are like this. If you shout louder, I am almost deaf." Li Fu felt a chill in his heart, thinking, "Am I really like this in front of her? That's really not good." No wonder Zhang Juju avoided him. When his second brother Li Zhu was in the capital, he was famous for being romantic, modest, and gentle, so his second sister-in-law took a fancy to him. If Li Zhu showed such a ferocious roar, no one would like him. Li Fu's heart was alarmed. Zhang Juju also sighed in her heart. As a person, she has the instinct of lust. Li Fu is one of her key appreciation objects. After working hard every day, looking at Li Fu more can also make her feel better. But Li Fu was screaming in her ear all day long, and that beautiful look was really gone. The beauty of a beautiful woman turned into the roar of a dragon. No matter how beautiful her face is, it will be worn away like this. Zhang Zuzu didn't want this to happen. I hope Li Sanlang can reflect in time and not go astray. Zhou Xiyuan just came out of Li Qi's study and was very surprised to see Zhang Juju. "Juju, are you here to see me? Do you think I have grown taller recently?" Zhang Juju looked back at the boy and said, "It seems so." Darker. "Zhou Xiyuan, I work at home and have been busy for many days. Of course I am tanned. I am not a pretty boy." After saying that, he looked at Li Fu proudly. Li Fu did not accept his provocation. Zhang Juju looked at Zhou Xiyuan. "Don't attack me personally, but this kid is really good after getting tanned. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad." The best refers to Li Fu. Zhou Xiyuan laughed. "I don't have it. I'm telling the truth. In our countryside, people like me are good at farming. I can feed my family, not to mention giving birth to 4 children. Even if I give birth to 9, I can afford it." Zhang Zuzu was silent. If she didn't talk, everything would be fine. Once she talked, the straight man's breath hit her face, and Zhang Juju really couldn't bear it. Give birth to 9 children? Can a woman still survive after giving birth? Zhou Xiyuan couldn't understand Zhang Juju's mood at all, and kept chattering, "Whoever follows me will have no problem eating and drinking, and I will be very capable in the future. At least he is better than Li Fu." "A pretty boy?" Li Fu observed from the side. It's hard to say what kind of person Zhang Luju likes, but she definitely hates Zhou Xiyuan. When Zhou Xiyuan didn't speak, Zhang Juju would still look at him with a little appreciation in her eyes. When Zhou Xiyuan opened his mouth, The expression on Zhang Juju's face was hard to describe and unbearable. Zhang Juju really said, "Then you study hard. I'm going to be busy. We'll talk later." Zhou Xiyun was reluctant to leave. Although they were all in the Li family, there was another door in the courtyard where they studied. Zhou Xiyun couldn't run to the courtyard where people lived on weekdays. Most of the time, he could only look at Zhang Juju from a distance. Li Fu, on the other hand, was always by Zhang Juju's side, and he had to work whenever she asked. Zhou Xiyun sighed. He really wanted to ask Zhang Juju's second sister when she would get married, and she would have her turn only after her second sister got married. Alas, how long would it take? Zhang Juju returned to the kitchen, and Li Fu immediately reflected, "I think I was too harsh." "Third miss, don't be angry." Zhang Juju was not angry, but just felt sorry. "Li Fu, how about this? Third miss, when you practice calligraphy in the future, I will not say a word. When you finish writing, if there are any problems, I will write them down one by one. And third miss, please correct them in time. Don't be perfunctory." Okay. His attitude was really good. Zhang Juju couldn't bear to refuse, and said, "I'll think about it." Li Fu did not urge him, but just said, "The handwriting is like the person. Miss San will definitely make progress if she puts a little effort into it." Zhang Juju looked at him. "I don't quite understand. If you want to be a teacher, just teach a few talented students." "What do you mean by teaching me?" Li Fu thought that he did not want to teach students. "We are friends." Li Fu almost blurted out. Zhang Juju smiled and said, "Is that so? I think too much." Li Fu almost asked, "What are you thinking?" But he quickly controlled his words. Some things are not easy to say. He and Zhang Juju are indeed closer, and it would be bad to say it out loud. Although Zhang Juju lived many more years, she and Li Fu were of the same age, and in her subconscious, falling in love was considered premature love, which was a memory engraved in her genes. Moreover, why did she think that Li Fu would have any feelings for her? She had heard from Li's two sisters-in-law how Li Fu was among the young people in the capital. People should not be sentimental, and they can calm down in time by looking in the mirror. Li Fu was suddenly in trouble, and he must be lonely in this village. He needs friends, and Zhang Juju is just suitable to be his friend. Li Fu said it, and Zhang Juju believed it. More importantly, she and you didn't want to think too much. Li Fu didn't know how much he would pay for the word friend. Zhang Juju started practicing calligraphy again. This time, both of them were much calmer, and there was no more tragic scene like the roar of the evil dragon. Zhang Juju often enjoyed the scenes of the beauty frowning and the beauty sighing. If she guessed the beauty crying, Zhang Juju could happily get Li Dayu. On the day before the Mid-Autumn Festival, several carriages came to Zhangjia village. They were large and luxurious and stopped at the door of Li's house. Chapter 68. There was no one around Li Fu to serve tea. There was a guest at the Li family, a friend of Li Qi in the capital. The family was going back to their hometown, passing through Songyang County, and it was the 15th day of the 8th month. So they simply came to find Li Qi. At this time, more than a dozen people in the family were at Li's house, and it was very lively. Zhang Juju did not go to Li's house to cook today. She baked mooncakes and asked someone to send them to the city. Zhang Dachuan tasted a small piece of mooncake and frowned. "You are going to kill the candy seller." Zhang Juju smiled and said, "It's good to be delicious. Let's grill meat in the yard tonight. Let's grill rabbits." Zhang Dachuan laughed. "You grilled rabbits on the 15th day of the 8th month. What do you think of Chang'e in the Moon Palace?" Zhang Juju said seriously, "Mrs. Chang'e is so bored in the Moon Palace. She has so many rabbits. She must have learned my skill of roasting rabbits." Let Wu Gang cut some osmanthus wood and roast rabbits together to relieve her loneliness. Zhang Dachuan couldn't stop laughing. "I don't know what this girl is thinking about all day long. Everything is related to food." Wu Guiyang walked in and said, "What are you two talking about? You are laughing so loudly. I thought you found money." Zhang Juju told the joke again, and this time Wu Guiyang also laughed. Zhang Juju thought to herself that Chang'e was also a winner in life. She is immortal, lives alone on such a big moon, raises a bunch of rabbits to play with, and there is a man who cuts osmanthus trees in the Moon Palace. Wu Guiyang smiled and said, Okay, stop talking nonsense. Have you packed your mooncakes? People are waiting outside." Zhang Juzu handed her the wrapped mooncakes. Wu Guiyang said, One is sent to the county government for Miss Yao. And one is for your sister. Right? Zhang Wuzhu, yes. They are the same. Wu Guinyang went out after hearing this. And Zhang Dachuan also went with her. He also wanted someone to send a few words to his eldest daughter. Zhang Zuzhu rested for a while. And Li Fu came over. He saw Zhang Zuzhu and said, "The study room has been occupied." Zhang Zuzhu immediately became happy. That's great. Then can I not practice calligraphy? That's great. Seeing her expression change so quickly, Li Fu said helplessly, "I'll bring you paper and pen later." Zhang Zuzhu's face immediately fell. It's a big holiday. The children don't go to school. Don't I deserve to rest for 2 days? The donkeys in the production team don't work like this. Li Fu didn't want to force her. But if you let go of this person, all the previous work will be in vain. Half a sheet. Practice half a sheet in the next 2 days. Li Fu compromised. Zhang Luzhu sighed. Half a sheet. Half a sheet. I really don't know why Li Fu insisted on letting her practice calligraphy. Will she take the imperial examination and come back after practicing well? Li Fu, it's only half a sheet. And it took a quarter of an hour to write it. Li Fu had never tried to persuade someone in such a way. Zhang Zuzhu was the first one. There would be no one else who would do it. It was too tiring. It was really too tiring. Okay. Okay. Zhang Zuzhu agreed. By the way, what are you doing here? Are you here to tell me about this? Li Fu came back to his senses. I'm here to get the wine. After saying a few words to her, he almost forgot the important matter. Zhang Zuzhu, then go get it yourself. You want me to get it for you? Li Fu certainly didn't mean to do that. It was just that there was a lot of noise at home, and he didn't want to go back. Do you know who the person is? Li Fu asked. Zhang Zuzhu, although I know everything by nature. I can't tell fortunes. Li Fu said with a smile. The man's surname is Ji. He passed the imperial examination in the same year as my father. He taught the princes and grandchildren in the palace. When Lord Ji found that something was wrong in the court, he retired and prepared to return home. Zhang Zuzhu became interested. Why? Is the emperor going to die? Li Fu, that's not the case. It is said that your majesty's favorite concubine is pregnant with a boy. Your majesty is planning to send all his sons out of the capital. Zhang Zuzhu thought that the emperor was in good health. The prince should be in his 30s. But he is still strong. Li Fu continued, I wonder how many storms will happen in the capital. These storms will not fall on the nobles in the capital. But the people have really paid a lot more taxes this year. And this year will only be more difficult. Li Fu was in a bad mood. He picked up a mooncake and started eating. Zhang Zuzhu chased him away. You got some wine. Leave now. Li Fu didn't want to leave. So he asked, what are you having for lunch? His kitchen had been occupied by the servants of the Ji family. Their cooking skills were certainly good. But Li Fu wasn't interested in them. Zhang Zuzhu, my second sister cooks. Probably noodles. Zhang Yining doesn't like cooking. Noodles are easier to cook. Li Fu, it's a festival today. Aren't you cooking? Li Fu was quite surprised. During festivals, Zhang Zuzhu usually cooks for the Zhang family. Isn't it the Mid-Autumn Festival? Zhang Zuzhu said, I'll cook in the evening. This year, the tax is heavy, and the prices outside have also risen a lot. The Zhang family is not short of food, but they have not eaten as well as before recently. But the festival is still different, especially the 15th day of the 8th month. And they still have to eat better tonight. Li Fu hurriedly asked, what to make? Roast rabbit. Zhang Zuzhu said. Li Fu took out his purse and gave it to her. Roast 2 more. I will come to eat in the evening. Zhang Zuzhu did not refuse, and took his purse, which was heavy, and it must be silver. Zhang Zuzhu smiled. Okay. You have guests at home today, so I won't ask you to chop firewood. Li Fu smiled and said, thank you. Third miss. You have worked hard. I will make up for it after the guests leave. The two chatted for a while before Li Fu took the wine and went back to his home. Li Zhu came out and said, I asked you to go to Uncle Zhang's house to get the wine, not to Songyang County. You are really quick. I didn't see him for a long time, and I thought he had fallen into the ditch. Li Fu didn't mention the Zhang family's affairs, but only said, no one comes to the temple for no reason. What does this Lord Ji mean by coming to our house? Li Zhu really didn't mention what happened just now, and said, this Lord Ji Yuji is a well-known rabbit spirit, and he wants to leave a way out here at our house. Then he should go to the Li family in the capital. Li Fu said. The Li family in the capital doesn't like him. Li Zhu said. The Li family has roots in the capital. Gee, you should want to get close to the Li family. But it is a bit difficult. However, since Li Qi's family is in trouble, it is easier to take this path. Li Fu said, since he is my father's friend. Let him worry about it. I can't help. Li Zhu patted his brother's shoulder and smiled meaningfully. San Lang, I advise you that this matter will probably fall on your head. After that, he left without explaining. Li Fu was puzzled and went into the house with Li Zhu. The Ji family has 4 sons, and they are all waiting for the 3 brothers of the Li family to entertain them. The women of the Ji family were all in the back. Lin Weining brought her 2 daughters-in-law to talk to the wife of the Ji family. In addition to Ji Yu's wife and a daughter, there were also 2 concubines, and a concubine of the Ji family in the room. It was quite lively at the moment. Mrs. Ji waved and called her concubine to her side. She took her concubine's hand and said with a smile, My concubine is very clumsy. Now that she is old, it is not easy to find a husband. Your San Lang has no one to serve tea. Why don't you keep her? The room was quiet, and there was a bit of awkwardness in the silence. Chapter 69, Did you hear the abacus ring? Lin Weining didn't expect her to come up with this idea, and took a look at the daughter of the Ji family. Mrs. Ji said hurriedly, My girl is still young and in poor health. I want to stay for a few more years. We will discuss it when the time comes. If Li San Lang is really as her husband said, and has a promising future in 2 years, she will marry her daughter to him then. If not, she can't be blamed for finding a better husband for her daughter. As for this concubine? She is just a concubine. Being able to pave the way for her own daughter and stay with Li San Lang, who is famous in the capital, is a blessing that this little bitch can't ask for in several lifetimes. She should kneel down and thank him. Lin Weining is such a smart person. How could he not see her thoughts? Lin Weining felt absurd first. Yes, it was absurd. And then humiliation. The Lin family is a century-old family. A wealthy family. She married Li Qi, which was a marriage of low status. Now a woman with no family background actually insulted her, and her San Lang so blatantly. Mrs. Ji wanted to use a mere concubine to tie up her son. Ridiculous. Really ridiculous. Lin Weining laughed out loud. Mrs. Ji thought she laughed out loud with joy, and laughed along with her. But Lin Weining's smile stopped abruptly. She glanced at Mrs. Ji casually, with a meaning in her eyes that Mrs. Ji could not see clearly, and said, Rui, Mrs. Ji is tired from the journey, and I think she is confused. You take Mrs. Ji to the tidy empty room to rest, to prevent this woman from being confused and saying nonsense. Zhou Rui stood up with a smile and said, Mother and sister-in-law just go and rest. I will arrange for Mrs. Ji and the 2 girls. Zhao Ping stood up and wanted to help Lin Weining. She saw that Lin Weining was angry. Lin Weining said helplessly, Be careful yourself. Zhao Ping's belly was already bulging. She was pregnant with her 3rd child and didn't feel tired. She smiled and said, Don't be angry. Mother, I always say things that are unpleasant to hear. Which makes you upset. Lin Weining looked at her with some surprise when she heard this, because Zhao Ping's words were quite interesting. She was making a veiled attack on someone else. Although it was not very clever, it was a great improvement compared to the silent and dull Zhao Ping before. Mrs. Ji was really unhappy when she heard this. But this was a guest in a human family, and even if Lin Weining fell into this countryside, the style of being pampered for decades could still intimidate people. Lin Weining said, Okay. Go back. If you feel bored at home, just go out and talk to someone. Just like before. Zhao Ping nodded in agreement. It was her first time to flatter her mother-in-law, and she was a little nervous. But she finally succeeded. Zhou Rui took the women and girls of this family to rest in the vacant house. Mrs. Ji knew her background and said, The capital has been uneasy recently. I heard from my master that the Zhou family is not stable in the court. Second madam can't help in this rural place. I think she is worried. Zhou Rui said calmly, As a man of my Zhou family, I should share the worries of the country. I have nothing to worry about. The Zhou family was not easy to raise a daughter like Zhou Rui. Zhou Rui missed her family, but she was definitely not moved by Mrs. Ji's words. Mrs. Ji was frustrated and very unhappy. Zhou rearranged them and left directly. Seeing that there was no one around, Mrs. Ji got angry for a while, pointing at the concubine, and scolded, Useless things. You can't do anything the master asked you to do. The mother and daughter shrank their necks and dared not speak. This time when the Ji family returned to their hometown, the concubines who had not given birth were sold. So they took the two concubines who had given birth. Ji Ting, the legitimate daughter of Mrs. Ji, said, "Mother, don't bother with them. They are just a bunch of concubines. If you are unhappy, just sell them on the road." Mrs. Sun, who gave birth to two sons, did not say anything. She had sons, and what the mother and daughter said had nothing to do with her. But Aunt Wang and the concubine Ji did not think so. The daughters of the Ji family were worthless, and one of the concubines had been sent away long ago. They were really scared. Mrs. Wang stood in front of her daughter and shrank back, saying, "Madam, the master, he said that he wanted to marry the second girl to Li Sanlang, and did not arrange Xiao Yi." Mrs. Ji said, "Humph, if it weren't for the Li family, do you think you, a little bitch, would have the blessing to stay with Li Sanlang?" This mother and daughter, not only are they not grateful to her, but they also dare to say such things. When leaving the capital, they should not be taken with them. They should be left to guard the old house in the capital. Mrs. Ji was upset and sent them out. Ji Ting pouted unhappily and said coquettishly, "Mother, I haven't seen whether Li Sanlang is tall or short. I haven't agreed to this marriage yet. And you let Ji stay as his concubine. Isn't this disgusting to me?" Mrs. Ji hugged her daughter and said softly, "Silly girl. Can mother still harm you? Your father said that the Li family can rise again. But look at this Li family. Now they make a living by teaching. It is still uncertain whether they can rise. Let Ji stay. If the Li family can turn over, you will marry there gloriously. If not, mother will naturally arrange a good marriage for you. You and your two brothers. Mother loves you the most, and will never let you down." Ji Ting thought about it, and felt that what her mother said made sense. So she said obediently, "I will listen to my mother. I am her good daughter." Mrs. Ji felt much better after hearing this. But Lin Weining seemed reluctant. But Mrs. Ji thought, the Li family is like this now. Could it be that Lin Weining still wants to find a daughter-in-law with a good family background like Zhou Rui for Li Sanlang? She was dreaming. She was willing to marry her daughter to Li Sanlang. And their family should be grateful. She was still picky. Did she really think she was still the noble lady she used to be? Mrs. Ji thought that Lin Weining was probably confused for a while. And when she went back and thought about it carefully, she would wake up. Lin Weining was drinking tea. Although it was not a precious tea, she could still drink it now. Zhou Rui came in from outside and said, "Mother, don't argue with them. It's not worth getting angry about this. Today is a festival. I will cook in person later." Lin Weining laughed when she heard it. "I asked you to cook. The whole family will have to lie down tomorrow." "Zhou Rui, that's not the case. Mother teased me again. And Erlang praised my cooking skills for improving." She sat down next to Lin Weining and helped her make tea. Lin Weining said, "Erlang is a fool. But we are not." Zhou Rui just cooked a pot of porridge, which was good in Li Zhu's opinion. Zhou Rui smiled and said, "Erlang treats me well because of mother's good teaching. Mother has worked hard." Lin Weining looked at her daughter-in-law and felt very relieved. The eldest daughter-in-law was not her favorite, but at least she was willing to be hers. And the couple lived in harmony. Li Zhu and Zhou Rui were a match made in heaven. And they loved each other. Even though their family suffered a great disaster, and they were not as pampered as before, they remained the same. They went out for a walk together every evening. And they were a well-known loving couple in Zhangjiao village. Lin Weining thought that when she chose a daughter-in-law, her appearance and background were secondary. And the most important thing was her character and morality. These people from the Ji family didn't even go back to look in the mirror. And they dared to send the two daughters of the Ji family to her. Zhou Rui coaxed her mother-in-law and went out. She called Lai Yuaner and asked the children to call Li Fu out. "Li Fu, second sister-in-law asked me to take care of the child." Zhou Rui said with a smile, "No. I came to congratulate my third brother. You are about to get married." Li Fu was confused. What did the second sister-in-law say? Chapter 70, did she really not understand? His good deeds? What good deeds did he have? How could he not know it? Li Fu said, "Please tell me more." Sister-in-law. Zhou Rui stopped keeping the secret and smiled as she told him what had just happened. After listening to it, Li Fu was speechless and didn't know what to say. This was simply outrageous. He said, "I think such a guest cannot be kept. It is better to send him away as soon as possible." Zhou Rui smiled and said, "That's your business." Sam Lang. Find a way yourself. Sister-in-law can't help you. Li Fu, I am taking care of your children for nothing. Zhou Ri said confidently. Aren't you the children's uncle? You are not called uncle for nothing. Let Li Fu deal with his own troubles. Zhou Ri has been away from the capital for a long time and really wants to watch the fun. Li Fu went back and sat down, remembering that his second brother said something would happen to him. And his second sister-in-law said something good was coming. The couple were really good at playing dumb. He glanced at Li Zhu and whispered, My second sister-in-law just came to find me and told me something, not allowing me to tell others. Do you want to know? Li Zhu snorted, Don't lie to me. If I want to know, I'll go back and ask your second sister-in-law. He is indeed a fool who is not married. Husband and wife are much closer than brothers. When have he and Rui not talked about everything? Seeing that he was not fooled, Li Fu had no choice but to ask directly. Second sister-in-law said that I am about to get married. What does that mean? Li Zhu said, You are always smart. Why are you being stupid now? What else can a man's good thing be? Li Fu then reacted, and was a little unconvinced. A man's good thing is to pass the imperial examination and have a wedding night. If it is not the former, then it is the latter. Li Fu knew that Ji Yi brought his 2 daughters with him. But the Li family is now in such a state. And the Ji family couple still want to marry their daughters to him? Is there such a father? What kind of father is willing to leave his daughter in this poor and remote place? Of course, Li Fu himself thinks that Zhangjia village is very good, but others will definitely think so. But if he keeps this daughter, he can get in touch with the Li family in the capital, which may be worth it. Li Fu looked at Ji Yu, who was toasting with his father, found an excuse, and got up and went out. He did not go anywhere else, but went directly to find his mother. Lin Weining saw him coming. You know? Li Fu, well, I was afraid that my mother would be angry, so I came to see you. He knew his mother. Lin Weining would not be happy if the Ji family wanted to propose marriage at this time, but would be angry instead. She looked down on the Ji family, who treated marrying their daughter as a business. Lin Weining said, I'm fine. But I pity you. My son, the eldest and second sons have wives and children, and they are also accompanied by their husbands. Only Li Fu is still alone, and there is no one to talk to. Li Fu smiled and said, My son is not pitiful. Mother is relieved. Lin Weining patted his shoulder, and regretted not marrying a good wife for Li Fu earlier. But it was too late to regret now. She knew what Li Fu wanted to do. Li Fu talked with Lin Weining for a long time before she calmed her down. It was almost noon, and Lin Weining was going to have lunch with the women of the Ji family. She said to Li Fu, Go to your Uncle Zhang's house and hide. Be careful not to let the 2 girls of the Ji family see you and get entangled with you. Li Fu smiled and said, Mother, what are you talking about? He is not a gold mountain. How can people get entangled with him at a glance? Lin Weining pinched his face. You don't understand. No matter how smart a girl is, it is easy to be deceived by a man's face. Not to mention the 2 girls of the Ji family, who are not smart at first glance. Li Fu said, It seems that mother is very experienced. Lin Weining said, That's right. Your mother was deceived by your father's face. Li Fu thought that this was not necessarily the case. For several months, he had not succeeded in coaxing the person he wanted to coax. Zhou Ri came outside to urge him. Lin Weining asked Li Fu to go to Zhang's house, and then went out. The Zhang family was having lunch, and they were having noodle soup made by Zhang Yining. Zhang Dachuan thought he was here to get wine again. Li Fu bowed and said, There are female guests at home. 2 young girls. I am not married yet, so it is not convenient for them to stay at home. When he said this, he glanced at Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhang Zhuzhu seemed to have heard nothing. She was busy eating and didn't care what he was doing. Zhang Yining said, My sister and I are not married yet, so it's not convenient for you to come to my house. Wu Guiyang glared at Zhang Yining and said, How can this be the same? Our 2 families are neighbors. I think Sanlang is just like your brother. Go and make another bowl of noodles and bring it to Sanlang. Li Fu is good looking, speaks well, and is willing to work. Wu Guiyang also likes this child. Zhang Yining didn't want to go and push Zhang Zhuzhu. Zhang Zhuzhu took the money today and stood up and said, I'll go. Li Fu hurriedly followed to light the fire. He thought to himself that he said that his mother's words might not be true. But Zhang Zhuzhu didn't react at all. He lit the fire, while Zhang Zhuzhu went downstairs. Li Fu said again, Alas, There is trouble at home this time. Zhang Zuzu then asked, what trouble? Young lady, are you here to propose marriage to you? Li Fu, did you guess it? What's so hard to guess? Zhang Zuzu thought that Li Fu had made it clear just now. At your age, it's time to propose marriage. Li Fu felt like she was shot in the chest. She guessed it, and was so indifferent. Li Fu said, a real man should establish a career first, and then start a family. What do you think? Zhang Zuzu is still young. Zhang Zuzu, it's okay. If you like to start a family, then do it first. If you like to establish a career, then establish a career first. It doesn't matter. Li Fu was about to say something else when Zhang Zuzu suddenly said, I really envy you. Li Fu looked at her. And Zhang Zuzu said, when you men get married, you have someone to serve you. When you become successful, you can find a courtyard of people you like and change one to accompany you every day. Why didn't I reincarnate as a man? Opening a harem. Zhang Zuzu, a vulgar person, also wants to experience it, even if you don't do anything. Changing a good-looking person to admire every day, who looks similar to Li Fu, is also a very good life. Li Fu, why do you think so? Here we can see Zhang Zuzu's uniqueness. Nowadays, women will automatically put themselves in a weak position. They are born to be told that you will live by relying on others in the future. Zhang Zuzu is not like this. She was educated to be able to survive independently without relying on anyone. In short, most girls would think, this man is really great. I would like to marry him. Zhang Zuzu would think, this man is really great. I would like to be him. This is very strange. Li Fu actually can't understand her. But it doesn't matter. Li Fu accepts her thinking. He said, others may do that. But I won't. Zhang Zuzu has already put the noodles in the soup bowl. And said, I know you won't. Your ambition is to save the world. I remember. Li Fu heard this. And his heart was warm. He took the bowl of soup noodles from her. Yes. I don't care about what you said. I just want to be alone. This was full of hints. Zhang Zuzu's attitude made Li Fu a little anxious. He had already forgotten the word friend that he had just said. Zhang Zuzu looked surprised and said, then you will go down in history. For the sake of your family, country and the world. You have never married. You will definitely become a great man. Li Fu almost knocked over the bowl. Never marry in your life. Did she really not understand? Chapter 71 Mid-Autumn Festival. He observed for a while, and found that Zhang Zuzu didn't seem to be joking. Li Fu really didn't know what to say. Zhang Zuzu usually teased him like a fisherman. Now that he, a fisherman, had bitten the hook, Zhang Zuzu seemed to have forgotten the fishing rod in her hand. Did Zhang Zuzu really forget? Of course not. But Zhang Zuzu couldn't respond to Li Fu's almost straightforward words. What is a person with a strong addiction to being a slut? This is what Zhang Zuzu said. She couldn't help teasing other boys when she saw that they were good-looking. But now Li Fu was going to do it for real. And Zhang Zuzu didn't know what to do. After all, she had only seen pigs run, but had never eaten pork. So she was at a loss. Li Fu became more serious and said, Third miss, you really don't know what I'm talking about. Zhang Zuzu shouldn't have failed to understand. Zhang Zuzu turned her head to look at him, and smiled sweetly. Oh, I misunderstood you. Sorry. Li Fu's heart trembled at her smile. And he didn't have the heart to catch her and ask questions. And didn't know what to say for a while. Zhang Zuzu saw that he didn't plan to ask any more questions. So she breathed a sigh of relief. Eat quickly. After eating, I'm going to get those rabbits to worship the goddess Chang'e in the evening. Don't you know she likes rabbit meat? Li Fu, don't embarrass the goddess Chang'e. She really thought of offering roasted rabbit meat to Chang'e. Zhang Zuzu just smiled and didn't say anything. After dinner, Li Fu took the initiative to take on the heavy work. Other questions can only be asked to Zhang Zuzu when the time comes. Maybe girls are introverted and unwilling to admit it, which is normal. Li Fu can only comfort himself in this way. He really doesn't want Zhang Zuzu to come up with any more wonderful ideas. He may not be able to bear it. Life is so difficult. Don't be anxious. At the Li family, Mrs. G asked for a long time in a roundabout way, wanting to know where Li Fu went. She asked the maid to look around the palm-sized place of Li's family, but only saw Li's eldest son and second son, but not the rumored Li Sanlang. Lin Weining made excuses at random, talking about other things, but not mentioning Li Fu. Mrs. G had no choice but to say directly, Sanlang is famous in the capital. But unfortunately, I have never had the chance to see him before. I wonder if I will have the honor to see him today. Lin Weining pretended to be surprised and said, Rui, your third brother is not at home? Zhou Rui said, really? He is probably out and hasn't come back yet. Mrs. G was so angry that she took her daughter away. Ji Ting stamped her feet and said, Mom, I think this Li Sanlang is just a shameful person. I think all the rumors are false. Ask Dad when he will leave. I don't want to live in this shabby village anymore. Mrs. G quickly comforted her daughter. Mom will send someone to the village to find him. Let's take a look first. Mrs. G was also very curious about Li Fu. Ji Ting said, I'm so annoyed. Why did Dad resign and leave the capital? Otherwise, I would definitely marry into a wealthy family in the capital. Ji Ting was spoiled. Mrs. G didn't communicate much with her husband. She was not a smart person. She only knew that her husband was very glorious as a teacher of the prince. But she didn't know how terrible it was to be involved in those fights. As a result, Li Fu was nowhere to be seen at dinner in the evening. Mrs. G and her daughter were so angry that they kept cursing. It was the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the family should have been reunited. But unfortunately, there was an uninvited guest. Ji Yu found that Li Sanlang was not there. He thought that the Li family really didn't give him face. His only legitimate daughter was not good enough. He was very unhappy. So the two families didn't say much at night, and went to rest soon. At the Zhang family, Zhang Zhuzhu built a barbecue grill in the yard. In the afternoon, Zhang Zhuzhu marinated the meat, prepared a lot of vegetarian dishes, and sharpened bamboo sticks. Zhang Dachuan was thinking about his good friend and said to Li Fu, It's a pity that your father has to entertain guests. Otherwise he would have asked them to come together. Zhang Zhuzhu said, Third brother, go and see. Uncle was drinking with the guest during the day, and the guest is resting now. Li Fu remembered his mother's instructions, and didn't want to cause more trouble. He said, Sister, go and see. It's inconvenient for me to go over. Zhang Zhuzhu was putting meat on the bamboo sticks. When she heard the word sister, she almost stabbed her finger with the stick. Zhang Zhuzhu called Li Fu. She called her Li Fu when no one was around. Called her third brother when there were elders around. And called her third brother when joking. But Li Fu, he only called her third girl. This word sister was called very gently and very beautifully. And Zhang Zhuzhu was caught off guard. She rubbed her painful fingers. Okay. I'll go over and you pierce the meat. She wanted to calm down quickly. Li Fu saw her running away like a flash of smoke, and thought to herself that she didn't even ask a question. Is there anything inconvenient? Zhang Baobao asked, Third brother, why is it inconvenient for you to go back? Li Fu couldn't say it because he was afraid of being seen. So he said, It's not easy to tell you. Zhang Yining said, What's wrong with saying it? Are you afraid of meeting other people's female guests? Li Fu said so at noon. Li Fu nodded, about that. At this time, the aroma of meat wafted over. Zhang Dachuan and Wu Guiyang were in charge of grilling meat. Zhang Yining didn't ask any more questions and ran to eat meat. Li Fu breathed a sigh of relief. Li Qi was watching the moon in the front yard, and the door was not closed. When he saw Zhang Zhuzhu, he smiled and said, What are you doing here, little girl? Zhang Zhuzhu didn't see the guest, and whispered, Uncle, my family is grilling meat. You can bring aunt, brother, sister-in-law, and children here. Li Qi said, I have guests at home. Zhang Zhuzhu, they are not good guests. Third brother didn't go back to my house all afternoon. I think he was scared by your guests. You can keep your voice down and don't alarm them. If it was a real guest, the Li family would definitely treat them well. Now this is a trouble. Li Qi laughed when he heard this. It was really rude to say so. But Li Qi didn't care now. He asked Zhang Zhuzhu to go back first. After a while, the whole family came to Zhang's house together under the moonlight. Lin Weining covered his chest and said, The servants of the Ji family seemed to have seen it. Although the Ji family was rude, the Li family had never done such a thing as leaving the guests behind and eating meat like thieves. If this happened in the capital, it would be laughed at to death. Lin Weining's face was flushed. Li Qi said, Erlang, hurry up. Lock the door. No matter who sees it. It didn't matter if Ji Yu saw it. Two families stood in the relatively large courtyard of Zhang's family. The moon was full in the sky, and the people were reunited. Li Fu helped his mother sit down, handed over a skewer of barbecue, and said, If the Ji family didn't come, our family would have celebrated the festival in a lively manner. Lin Weiying thought. Isn't it? Whenever there is a festival, their two families must have eaten very well. Zhou Rui, third brother, is right. It's the Mid-Autumn Festival. And we don't mention other things. Li Zhu was beside, busy taking care of the three children. Li Pu and Zhao Ping and his wife helped to string the meat and vegetables. Li Qi took the wine jar away. During the day, he thought that this classmate didn't care about his poverty and came to see him specially. So he happily prepared good wine. In the end, this classmate wanted to calculate his last bit of value. But it was a pity that he drank such a good wine without any taste. Zhang Dachuan grinned from ear to ear and talked to Li Qi happily. Zhang Zhuzhu pushed Wu Guinyang to sit down and took over the task of grilling meat. The two geese surrounded her and asked for food. Li Fu was afraid that she would be tired, so she took a fan to fan her and prevent the smoke from hitting her face. Zhang Zhuzhu brushed various sauces on the meat and drank a sip of wine from time to time. Li Fu added wine for her. Originally, she only planned to grill a few rabbits, but she suddenly thought of barbecue. So she assigned Li Fu to build a rack for her and help her prepare the ingredients. Zhang Zhuzhu was a little happy and a little sad. She was happy to see such a lively and harmonious scene. And such a lively scene could comfort her loneliness. But she still missed the place she could never go back to. And she was a little sad. Li Fu, it's time to get drunk. Zhang Zhuzhu gave him a sad smile. It's better to get drunk. She had to get drunk. Li Fu's heart also ached. He wanted to know why Zhang Zhuzhu was sad. He wanted to share her sadness. If Zhang Zhuzhu didn't want to talk now, he could wait. Chapter 72. She understood what the moon is brighter in my hometown meant. The barbecue lasted until late at night, and everyone was very happy and laughed all the time. Even the most reserved Lin Weiying got drunk and held Wu Guinyang's hand and kept talking, saying that she didn't dare to indulge herself like this before. Otherwise her family would say that she was not virtuous enough. Wu Guinyang was shocked. Oh my God! You are not virtuous. No. Lin Weiying waved her hand. My master has no concubines. No illegitimate children. Only 3 sons born by me. And they laugh at me for being jealous. Wu Guinyang, they are talking nonsense. 3 sons are not enough. Wu Guinyang thought. If she could give birth to 3 sons, she would dare to point at her mother-in-law and scold her. Lin Weiying, yes. Tell them to get out. All of them. She is so virtuous. Zhou Rui looked at her mother-in-law who was swearing, and felt that today was really an eye-opener. She didn't know if her mother-in-law would have the face to see their family tomorrow. Li Qi wrote a few poems while drunk. Zhang Dachuan didn't understand much and cheered on the side. The moon was in the middle of the sky, and everyone was too tired to open their eyes. Li Fu escorted her drunken parents and brother back, with a child in her arms. After settling the family, Li Fu stood alone in the yard. The moonlight cast a hazy mist, and behind the mist were Zhang Zhuzhu's sad eyes. He went out again, and Li Fu didn't notice Ji Ting, who was called up by the maid to look at him. Zhang Zhuzhu looked at the mess in the yard and had no intention to clean it up. The excitement just now temporarily suppressed her sadness. But looking at the empty yard, Zhang Zhuzhu felt uncomfortable again. She thought she could fall asleep after drinking so much wine. But she was already drunk and still couldn't fall asleep. Zhang Zhuzhu sighed and walked outside. This home is not bad. But she really missed her old home. In her old home, Zhang Zhuzhu didn't understand what the moon is brighter in my hometown meant. Because the moon is the same all over the world. And even if she is thousands of miles away, she can return home in one day. But now she really understands the meaning of this poem. In the Great Xia Dynasty, Songnam County, the moon in Zhangjia village may be beautiful enough, but it is far from replacing the moon in Zhang Zhuzhu's hometown. She was really upset. And sadness and helplessness overwhelmed her heart. She could never see again, and could never go back. Zhang Zhuzhu walked in the moonlight, and Li Fu, who caught up with her, heard her crying in grief, as if she had been holding it in for a long time. Li Fu stepped forward and grabbed her sleeve. Zhuzhu. Li Fu called her name for the first time. Not the third girl, nor the younger sister. Zhang Zhuzhu turned around with tears in her eyes. And Li Fu couldn't help but wet his eyes when he saw her like this. When he knew that his future was cut off. Li Fu didn't cry when his family left the capital. Li Fu didn't cry either, because he was not afraid at that time. But Zhang Zhuju showed such a weak and helpless look in front of him. Li Fu couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Zhang Zhuju looked at him. Why are you crying? Li Fu, I cried? Zhang Zhuju choked and said, yes. You cried? Li Fu seemed to have just noticed. And he said, you cried so sadly. I saw it. And I couldn't help but feel sad. Zhang Zhuju smiled with tears in her eyes. You are so stupid. Li Fu raised his hand and gently wiped the tears from her cheeks. Yes. It is indeed a bit stupid. He used to laugh at his second brother for being stupid. And now his retribution has come. Zhang Zhuju did not refuse and let Li Fu wipe her tears. She was too sad. She needed someone to accompany her. This person is Li Fu. And Zhang Zhuju thinks he is pretty good. After a while, Zhang Zhuju gradually calmed down. And the sadness that surged up was buried in her heart again. Li Fu said, I have been here for more than half a year. I have to thank you. Zhang Zhuju, you're welcome. I am also very happy. Zhang Zhuju is a mature and rational adult. But she needs someone to confide in. Before Li Fu came, she had no one to talk to. She is also grateful to Li Fu. He did not treat her as a monster when she said something she shouldn't say or did something she shouldn't do. Zhang Zhuju said, aren't you afraid of me? The world is so big that there are all kinds of strange things. Li Fu is not a person who makes a fuss. He said again, but you did scare me once. Zhang Zhuju smiled. Was it the morning of your first day in the village? Li Fu sighed, yes. I first thought I met a cannibalistic female ghost. And then I found that the secret I had hidden for many years was exposed. He almost got angry at that time. Zhang Zhuju laughed. It's my fault. Forgive you. Li Fu said generously. Both of them laughed. Now thinking about it, it might be a good start. The cold wind blew on the two of them. They both drank wine. And the cold made them uncomfortable. Li Fu said, Zhuju, go back and rest. I'm afraid that the cold wind will make Zhang Zhuju sick tomorrow. Zhang Zhuju nodded. And the two walked back. This time, Li Fu sent Zhang Zhuju to Zhang's house. And he would never let Zhang Zhuju send him again. Zhang Zhuju smiled and said, don't be afraid. Li Fu said nothing, although the impression of his childhood still lingered in his heart. Zhang Zhuzu, who came in the moonlight, would help him illuminate the haze. Li Fu was no longer afraid. Zhang Zhuzu cried for a while, went back and went to sleep. On the other side, Li Fu entered the door and prepared to read for a while. Reading could not be delayed. As a result, two figures suddenly appeared in the yard, which frightened Li Fu's heart. Ji Ting had already dressed up. When she saw Li Fu's face just now, she immediately believed the rumors in Beijing. Those rumors were actually true. Li Sanlang was actually born with such a handsome face. Ji Ting shyly greeted Li Fu. And Li Fu almost cursed, and walked past them without saying a word. Seeing this, Ji Ting stared at the maid. What does he mean by this? The maid, miss. It's too late now. Li Langjun is a modest gentleman. I think he wants to avoid suspicion. Let's come again tomorrow morning. Ji Ting snorted. She was indeed very sleepy, and could only go back to rest. Li Fu didn't think much about it. He turned the book. But the pages were full of the three words Zhang Zhuju. Looking horizontally and vertically, up and down, there were only these three words. Nothing else. In order to avoid blaspheming the sage book, Li Fu could only close the book. He thought that he could go to Zhuju tomorrow and explain everything clearly. After they agreed, they could report to their parents and make arrangements. That night, Li Fu even thought of the names of their two children. It was not until the sky was about to dawn that Li Fu fell into a deep sleep. Adults always collapse in the middle of the night. When they open their eyes the next day, they still have to be decent. Zhang Luzhu met Zhao Ping, who was out for a walk. She had a big appetite recently and was hungry at this moment. She wanted to trouble Zhang Luzhu to make something for her. Zhang Zhuju asked her what she wanted to eat and helped her to the Li family's kitchen. Zhao Ping touched her belly and sighed. When I was pregnant with you, honor, my appetite was so big. I guess I will give birth to another boy this time. Zhang Zhuju said, it's all good. As long as you are safe and sound. It's better than anything else. You are right. I think so too. Zhao Ping said that a family together, safe and happy, is better than anything else. Zhao Ping ate directly in the kitchen. Halfway through the meal, Ji Ting came, bringing her maid and her sister Ji. She smelled the fragrance and asked, who cooked the meal? She knew Xiaoping. So she looked at Zhang Zhuzu. Did you cook it? You are a maid from the Li family. Right. I'm hungry. Make the same for me. Xiaoping frowned. But Zhang Zhuzu ignored her. She didn't like rude girls. Seeing Zhang Zhuzu didn't speak, Ji Ting's maid said, You are deaf. You didn't hear my girl talking to you. Countryside woman. So rude. Xiaoping didn't dare to stand out before. But now it's different. She shouted. Miss Ji. Take care of the people around you. Zhang Zhuzu thought. This won't work. Let's set an example for Xiaoping. She turned her head to look at Ji Ting and smiled. I never cook for stupid people. Chapter 73 San Lang. You can't do this. Ji Ting couldn't stand being told that. What did you say? Say it again. Zhang Zhuzu, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me talking to you just now? The maid had just said something. And now it was returned. Zhang Zhuzu had a good temper. But if someone wanted to bully her, no matter in words or actions, that was not allowed. You can't stand being bullied. Women will get sick if they are bullied. Medical technology is not advanced to begin with. And getting sick again is not worth it. Ji Ting was not someone who could stand it. And shouted to the maid, Go. Hold her down. And hit her mouth. The maid was embarrassed. This was not her own home. And she was not a maid of the Ji family. So how could she be beaten and scolded casually? Seeing that the maid didn't move, Ji Ting became even angrier and slapped her directly. Ji hurriedly went up to pull her. Sister. Don't do this. Ji Ting pushed Ji back again. Zhang Zhuzu suspected that the little girl had mania. This was too fierce. She quickly protected Xiaoping and backed away. Xiaoping frowned. There was no such girl in other people's homes. The kitchen was in chaos, and soon everyone came over. Mrs. Ji and Lin Weining came over at almost the same time. Lin Weining had a hangover last night, and had to force herself to get up this morning. She didn't look very good at the moment, and had a headache. She was even more upset when she heard the noise. She scolded with a cold face. What are you arguing about? Shut up. Ji Ting was startled by her, and quickly hid in her mother's arms. Mrs. Ji hugged her daughter, and glared at Ji fiercely. But Ji didn't dare to say anything. When it was quiet, Lin Weining said, What's wrong? Ji Ting's eyes rolled and she cried, Mother! Aunt! Someone bullied me. She complained directly. Xiaoping hurriedly said, Don't talk nonsense. It's you who bullied others. Mrs. Ji wanted to ask the maid what was going on. But Lin Weining didn't even look at Ji Ting and said, In this case, I think my temple is small, and can't accommodate your big Buddha. It's bright outside. Ping Yang. Third miss. You two help me see the guest off. It's a joke that Lin Weining could be led by a little girl. Mrs. Ji really swallowed all she had to say, and said hurriedly, It's just a quarrel between children. It's not a big deal. Ji Ting saw that Lin Weining didn't buy her trick. And she was at a loss for a moment. Normally, if she did this, her mother would think that she was wronged and would punish her. She was also afraid that she would really be kicked out. She couldn't forget what she saw last night. And she wanted to say a few more words to Li Fu when she got up early in the morning. Auntie, don't be angry. Ji Ting pretended to be aggrieved. I asked your maid to cook for me. And she said that she didn't cook for stupid people. And she scolded me first. Lin Weining thought to herself that Zhang Zhuzu was like this. If you go over to her and call her sister in a nice way, she will be happy to cook 2 new dishes for you. And if you say that she scolded people first, Lin Weining didn't believe it at all. She said, She is like my nephew. Not a maid. She said, She won't cook for fools. But she didn't say she won't cook for you. Do you have to jump out and be that fool? Mrs. Ji and Ji Ting, mother and daughter, looked at each other. Mrs. Ji really didn't expect that Lin Weining, who was originally a noble lady, would become an unreasonable person and act like a village woman after only half a year in this village. Zhang Zhuzu looked at Lin Weining with a smile, thinking that the old ones are still the best. Xiaoping almost laughed out loud. Lin Weining turned around to comfort Zhang Zhuzu. Don't be angry. Help your sister-in-law go back to rest. Zhang Zhuzu nodded with a smile. And Xiaoping said, Mother, you don't look very good. Go back quickly. Lin Weining was still sleepy, resisting the urge to yawn and preparing to go back. She used to care about her appearance and gossip. But now it was different. No one would gossip about her. And she was too lazy to deal with people she didn't like. When everyone left, Mrs. Ji said angrily, Ting, wait until your father wakes up. Let's leave immediately. The Li family is really rude. Ji Ting said nothing, saying, Mom, I saw Li Sanlang last night. I don't want to leave. I want to marry him. Mrs. Ji, what? Ji Ting blushed. Mom, don't let Ji stay. You helped me propose marriage. Mrs. Ji was shocked. You just saw Li Sanlang. And you're going to get married now? Ji Ting said. Mother hasn't seen him yet. When she sees him, she'll understand everything. What if he has no future in his life? Mrs. Ji said. That's what I want. Ji Ting said as if she was bewitched. Mrs. Ji frowned and said she would wait until he saw Li Fu. Li Fu didn't get up until noon. At first, the family thought he had drunk alcohol last night, so they didn't care. It was a big holiday, so it didn't matter if he took a nap. But it was noon now. Lin Weiying was worried, so she asked Li Zhu to wake Li Fu up for dinner. Li Zhu went to see him and felt that his face looked wrong. When he touched his forehead, it was indeed hot. He shook Li Fu awake and called the family to come. Li Fu was dazed and asked, What's wrong? It's dawn. Lin Weiying. You have a fever. Son! Lin Weiying was so distressed that she didn't even know she was sick. Li Fu thought of the cold wind that blew last night. Zhu. Is the third lady okay? Li Qi. She's fine. I'm going to make ginger soup for you. Li Fu felt very complicated when she heard this. Zhang Zhuzhu's body was really strong. Very good. Very good. Fortunately, she was not sick. It didn't matter if she was sick. Lin Weiying thought that her third son was about to be lost. She had experience forgetting her mother after having a wife twice. She was very experienced and would not make mistakes. Lin Weiying was thinking when Mrs. Ji suddenly rushed in. She had to see what Li Fu looked like. Li Fu leaned on the bed sickly. Although he looked pale, he was really a handsome man. Mrs. Ji took a look, and Lin Weiying and Li Qi were speechless. How could you break into a young person's room? What kind of rules is this? Mrs. Ji hurriedly said, I heard that the child was sick, so I came to see him. Ji Ting wanted to come too, but was stopped by Mrs. Ji. Lin Weiying hurriedly took her out. Let's go out and talk. Mrs. Ji then retracted her gaze and was taken out. Li Fu said, Dad, what are you doing? Li Qi said, they came to see you. Li Fu suddenly coughed a few times and said, Dad, send him away quickly. Li Qi smiled and said, Do you need to tell me that? Take a good rest. Li Qi was soon called out by Ji Yu. Zhang Zhuzhu came over with ginger soup and laughed when she saw Li Fu. Sanlang, you can't do this. Although it was a bit cold last night, and he drank wine. Li Fu was too fragile and caught a cold. Li Fu was so ashamed that he couldn't hold his face. He fell on the pillow and said hoarsely, Oh, my head hurts a little. Zhang Zhuzhu saw that he was really uncomfortable, so she brought him ginger soup and a bowl of meat porridge. Li Fu wanted to push further. Zhuzhu, my hands are shaking. He wanted Zhang Zhuzhu to feed him, but Zhang Zhuzhu rolled her eyes at him. If both of your hands are broken, I can consider it. Li Fu sighed, picked up the bowl, and drank the spicy ginger soup. Zhang Zhuzhu watched him finish drinking and said, Not bad. You finished it all. Li Fu took the porridge and said, You are coaxing the child. Zhang Zhuzhu, you are not happy when I praise you. Li Fu did not really want such praise. He just hoped that he was not sick. In front of Zhang Zhuzhu, his face was either thrown on the ground or on the way to pick it up. In short, it was not on his face. Never mind. Never mind. Just get used to it. He drank the porridge and said, This porridge is delicious. Zhang Zhuzhu looked as if she didn't need you to say anything. Li Fu was about to say something else when Ji Ting suddenly came in with her maid. She said coquettishly, Sanlang, if you like this village woman, you can ask her to stay and serve you. But my father and mother have proposed marriage to me now. You can only marry her after we are married. As she said this, she looked at Li Fu helplessly, as if she was very generous. Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu looked at her at the same time, and then looked at each other. If there was nothing wrong with their ears, then there was something wrong with the girl's brain. Chapter 74. He will get what he wants soon. Just as Ji Ting said, her father Ji Yu and her mother Mrs. Ji are planning to help their daughter propose marriage. Ji Yu said, brotherly, you and I are old friends. I will speak directly. Li Qi said, please speak. Lin Weiying coughed and said first, are you going to say that you want to leave your older daughter to my Sanlang and wait for the Li family to turn things around in the future? And then marry your legitimate daughter? Mrs. G looked at Lin Weining in surprise, not expecting her to say it directly. She hurriedly said, "No. No." Ji was speechless and looked at his wife in shock. He really didn't know about this matter. Li Sanlang is famous in the capital. The Li family is a big family in the capital. He has been an official for many years. But he has no foundation. How could he come up with such a foolish idea? Li Qi smiled and said, "If that's the case, then forget it. Both of your girls are good. But the Li family is now in this small place. There is really no future. I won't delay your children." Ji Yu thought to himself that it was no wonder that the whole family went out last night. How could they not leave? His wife's behavior is like this. She is not here to make a marriage, but to make an enemy. Li Qi can still laugh. He is really well educated. Lin Weining continued, "Sisters, our Sanlang really doesn't have this blessing." Ji Yu hurriedly said, "I have no such intention. You and your wife have misunderstood." Unlike his wife, Ji Yu is a smart man. The couple's attitude is already very clear, and he knows that it is meaningless to say more. He regrets it. In the past, he was anxious to stay in the capital, and married his boss's daughter in a moment of desperation. He got help for a while, but it brought him long-term trouble. Now think about it. If he was sent out, maybe he could have real power in the local area. But it's a pity that it's too late to regret. Ji Yu said, "Thank you for your hospitality these 2 days. I won't bother you anymore." He was going to leave. "Li Qi, it doesn't matter. You and I are old friends. There's no need to say so much." Lin Weining and his wife also stood up and sent them out. Mrs. G hadn't figured out what was going on yet, so she followed her husband to pack up. When they entered the house, Mrs. G said, "What's going on? We're leaving now. Tinger is waiting for our good news." Ji used to get furious at her for what she did. But after so many years, Ji has been able to face these things calmly. He just said, "Pack up and go back home." Mrs. G wanted to ask more, but her husband's face was really bad, so she could only respond in a low voice and go out to tell people to pack up and harness the carriage. Li Fu and Zhang Zhuzhu were being arranged by Ji Ting. She said that after she became the legal wife, she could allow Li Fu to take Zhang Zhuzhu as a concubine. But Zhang Zhuzhu could not have children. Li Fu was already feverish, and when he heard this, he felt cold sweat on his back, and he did not dare to look at Zhang Zhuzhu's face. He thought of Zhou Siyuan's broken leg. Li Fu shouted, "I have nothing to do with you. Get out." Ji Ting no longer cared about his disregard last night and his mother's attitude towards her. But Li Fu could not treat her like this now. Ji Ting said, "It will be soon. My parents have already gone to tell them." Li Fu only hated that there was no one around him to use, and he could not immediately drive the girl out. He said, "Your parents are going to say goodbye." Ji Ting naturally didn't believe it and wanted to say more. Li Fu interrupted her impatiently. "Also, don't slander others' innocence. You are not worthy." Why did she dare to say that about Zhang Zhuzhu? Is it her turn to gossip here? Ordinary families also have spoiled daughters. But if a spoiled daughter like this is released, aren't they afraid of making enemies with others? Ji Ting was accused by her favorite man, but she didn't get angry again, but covered her face and ran away crying. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "I thought she was going to beat you." Li Fu, she didn't dare. Generally, if a girl feels that she has been offended or wronged, she will cry first, instead of going over to beat someone up like Zhang Zhuzhu did. Many girls, no matter how fierce they are, will cry. But Zhang Zhuzhu, she only makes others cry. Li Fu dared not say that. He said, "Don't be angry. She is talking nonsense. My family is harmonious and happy, and my 2 brothers have never taken concubines. His father Li Qi is devoted to his official career. His eldest brother Li Pu is more honest, and his second brother Li Zhu and his second sister-in-law are a loving couple who can't tolerate others. This is unique in the capital and in the Li family." Zhang Zhuzhu glanced at him, took the empty bowl of ginger soup, and took the porridge bowl from Li Fu's hand, and smiled. "I'm not angry. What does it have to do with me? You should be full after talking so much. I'll go wash the dishes." Li Fu only drank half a bowl of porridge, and was not full at all. But Zhang Zhuzhu left directly. When she went out, she ran into Li Zhu and his wife. Zhou Rui said, "Why didn't you finish the porridge?" Usually, when Zhang Zhuzhu cooked, there would be nothing left at home. Zhang Zhuzhu sighed, Third brother is weak and frail. He drank a bowl of ginger soup and only ate half a bowl of porridge and was full. Li Fu was speechless when she heard her slandering herself outside. He laughs at me all day long. Proud of himself for working more and having a good health. Li Ju mocked. Humph. We are all from Beijing. And we are all spoiled and raised. What's the difference? Zhou Rui, lower your voice. The room can hear it. I thought this was the capital. And you have to go through 3 doors to enter the house. Li Ju was short of breath. But he said, if he heard it. He heard it. Am I afraid of him? As the second brother, what's wrong with saying a few words to his younger brother? It's not a big deal. Li Fu couldn't help it. Second brother. Second sister-in-law. Do you want to come in and talk? It's common to talk about people behind their backs. But it's impossible to say it in front of people. He is really a biological brother. Zhang Zhuzhu laughed and left. The Ji family really packed up and prepared to leave. Ji Ting couldn't believe it. Dad? Mom? Didn't you go to propose marriage for me? Seeing her like this, Ji Yu said unhappily, aren't you reluctant to stay? This time you are satisfied. None of us have to stay. Let's go back to our hometown. Ji Ting was naturally unwilling and wanted to cry and make a scene. Ji Yu had a headache and ordered people to say, gag the girl's mouth, tie her hands, and put her in the carriage. He was in no mood to coax this spoiled and arrogant daughter. Zhang Zhuzhu washed the dishes and went home, and saw Ji Ting being carried into the carriage by 2 maids. She was surprised and asked, what is this for? The maid laughed and said, my girl is making trouble for the master, and the master is unhappy. So he asked to tie her up and put her in the carriage first. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that since she had an understanding father, this girl Ji was still so spoiled, which showed that Mrs. Ji was raising her children in a widowed way. When Master Ji had a grudge against someone in the future, he didn't need to do anything. Just marry this daughter to him, and the great grudge would be avenged. At this time, Tao Dao ran out and hugged Zhang Zhuzhu's legs. Zhang Zhuzhu picked up the little girl. Baby, you are really important. Tao Dao chuckled. Little duck. Big goose. Play. Zhang Zhuzhu said, okay. Go with Auntie to feed the chickens. The Ji family's carriage left Zhangjia village, and the Li family returned to its former peace. Li Fu was sick, so any plans he had to be postponed for the time being. He looked so sick that he was really not presentable. Zhang Zhuzhu carried the sleeping Tao Dao back to Li's house. Li Fu saw him and said, Zhuzhu, I will be better in 2 days, and I have something to tell you. Zhang Zhuzhu knew what he wanted to say, but she didn't show it on her face. In fact, she was a little panicked in her heart. After all, she was inexperienced. She smiled and nodded, and made a gesture, thinking about how to deal with this matter. Li Fu thought, I think she and I are in tune with each other. Li Fu hoped that his illness would get better soon. He was about to get what he wanted. Chapter 75. Zhang Zhuzhu ran away. Li Fu was young and healthy, and she recovered from her illness in 2 days. But on this day, Zhang Zhuzhu did not show up. So Li Fu had to call Zhang Baobao. Zhang Baobao said, my second sister and third sister went to Songyang County early this morning. My second sister went to my eldest sister's house, and my third sister went to the county government to play with Miss Yao. Third brother. Are you looking for my third sister? Li Fu was shocked. She ran away. Didn't we agree on it? Why did she run away when the time came? Is this reasonable? Li Fu, did Miss Yao ask her to go? Zhang Baobao shook his head. No. My sister wanted to go by herself. She said she hadn't seen Miss Yao for a few days and missed her. Third brother. What do you want to talk to my third sister about? Li Fu often couldn't figure out Zhang Zhuzhu's thoughts. She was like a mystery. Elusive. Li Fu frowned. He was a little angry, but more helpless and confused. Zhang Baobao continued, my sister left in a hurry and didn't even have breakfast. Li Fu took a deep breath and touched his head. What else did your sister say? Zhang Baobao, nothing else. Li Fu told him to go back to study, and then walked out. No matter what, he had to make it clear today. He had to figure out what Zhang Zhuzhu was thinking. Was she unhappy because of the Ji sisters? Or for something else? Li Fu was confident that no matter what the problem was, he could handle it well. There shouldn't be anything too difficult between him and Zhuzhu. Li Fu was willing to give in for her. Zhang Zhuzhu was in Shuiyu Temple at the moment. When she went there, Yao Yusen was about to go out. So they went together. Yao Yusen was very happy to see her. Oh. You came without even saying hello. Zhang Zuzhu held her hand. Sister. Do you dislike me? Yao Yusen pinched her face and laughed. Nonsense. When did I dislike you? I wish you would come to see me every day. Zhang Zuzhu leaned on her and sighed deeply. Yao Yusen rarely saw her like this, and asked, Why are you sighing? If you have anything, just tell me. Sister will find a way for you. Zhang Zuzhu thought to herself. I have fallen into the pit I dug myself, and no one can save me. She was really scared. She tossed and turned last night and couldn't sleep, thinking that Li Fu was going to come and talk to her. Zhang Zuzhu felt complicated. Yao Yusen, why? Is there anything you can't tell me? Let me guess. Zhang Zuzhu looked at her. Yao Yusen raised her hand and counted a few times, saying, I see that you have a peach blossom on your face. I think you are trapped by love. Zhang Zuzhu was surprised. Yao Yusen looked at her like this and said, At our age, we don't have to worry about food and drink. Why can we not be happy? Especially Zhang Zuzhu has Li Fu by her side, who looks like a male vixen. If the Bodhisattva sees it for a long time, she will come down to earth to save the love tribulation. What's more, her sister Zuzhu is just a mortal. Zhang Zuzhu clapped her hands and praised, Sister, you can go to set up a stall to perform. It's a sure win. Yao Yusen was amused by her. And then she became serious. She took Zhang Zuzhu's hand and said seriously, Sister, tell me first. What do you think? Zhang Zuzhu replied, I'm still young. I don't think much. But I think Li Fu thinks a lot. He has been nagging for several days, and said he wants to make things clear with me. Yao Yusen, what does he want to say? Zhang Zuzhu, he wants to marry me. Zhang Zuzhu could see what Li Fu meant. This young man didn't even want to nag with her for a while. He just went all the way. That's why Zhang Zuzhu ran away. In modern society, there are many young women who have seen the world and are afraid of marriage. Zhang Zuzhu has been single for many years, and is afraid of marriage and childbearing. She has received education, and knows how terrible the constraints of marriage are on women. In this era, it is even more terrible. In modern times, at least there is legal protection for her marriage. In this era, if a woman is married and someone beats you to death, there may not be any punishment, and the other party can turn around and marry another one. Forget it. As a woman, you still have to pay attention to the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Women's precepts and women's virtues. And virtuous and kind virtues. Putting these aside, marriage also means taking responsibility for each other. Asking herself, Zhang Zuzhu feels that she can't bear it. How anxious was Zhang Zuzhu last night? She dreamed that her 10 math teachers from elementary school to college surrounded her. The elementary school teachers had to calculate addition and subtraction, and the college teachers had to teach calculus. The scene was like a horror movie. Zhang Zuzhu was so scared that she almost died, which shows how anxious she was. Yao Yusen saw her pale face and wiped her sweat. Sister, are you okay? Zhang Zuzhu held her hand and had thought it through. I'm fine. I'm fine. Yao Yusen gave her a cup of tea and then asked, Are you sure that Li Sanlang thinks so? You didn't misunderstand, right? Zhang Zuzhu, no. His meaning is very clear. The more obvious he was, the more scared Zhang Zuzhu was. Yao Yusen frowned. Then what do you think? Zhang Zuzhu, if I'm happy, can I run away from home early in the morning to find you? But it's useless for you to run away. People are already on the way to find you now. Yao Yusen didn't say much. Zhang Zuzhu was not a confused girl. She must have made up her mind. Zhang Zuzhu naturally knew this. She really couldn't escape today. She always had to face the big problem of marriage. What's more contradictory is that Zhang Zuzhu didn't want to see Li Fu's expectations fall through. And she didn't want to hurt Li Fu. But she had a huge fear of marriage, and it was impossible for her to meet Li Fu's expectations. That's why she chose to escape in a hurry. Escape is shameful and useless. If Zhang Zuzhu could firmly refuse, she wouldn't be so entangled as she is now. But Zhang Zuzhu couldn't do it without refusing or agreeing. Alas, it's a big trouble. Sure enough, Li Fu arrived at Shuyu Temple not long after. He hurried over, looking a little embarrassed. Zhang Zuzhu was sitting on the futon. She looked back at Li Fu, and neither of them spoke. Yao Yusen was taken out by her brother Yao County Magistrate. Zhang Zuzhu had already thought about what to say. Li Fu asked first, Are you angry? Zhang Juju thought that this person was going to say something to her first and lose his temper. After all, he was stood up, so he had the right to be angry. But Zhang Juju didn't expect Li Fu to ask her if she was angry first. Seeing that Zhang Juju didn't speak, Li Fu continued, because of the Ji family's matter. Zhang Juju shook her head. No. Li Fu, I'm not angry. Zhang Juju took a deep breath and planned to tell her thoughts. But Li Fu interrupted her again. Why don't you call me Sanlang? Zhang Juju looked at him strangely. And Li Fu sat down on the futon opposite her. Why do you call my name? Zhang Juju, what's the problem? Aren't they the same person? Li Fu looked sad. He thought about many things along the way, and he probably guessed what Zhang Juju was going to say. In fact, thinking back, Zhang Juju was not particularly happy these 2 days. But Li Fu was immersed in that cheerful mood, and he ignored Zhang Juju's awkwardness. How happy Li Fu was in the past 2 days. How painful he was at this moment. He was too confident. He thought Zhang Juju would be as happy as him. But Zhang Juju was not happy at all. Zhang Juju looked at him, as if she saw a big dog locked outside the door by its owner on a rainy day. Aggrieved and sad. But the big dog would not blame the owner, but would be more cautious, reflect on what he did wrong, and just want the owner to pat his head. Zhang Juju really couldn't bear to disappoint Li Fu like this. Who would have the heart? She swallowed the words that were on her lips. Maybe she should be more tactful. Li Fu also saw her mood. He felt a little relieved, and then said, It doesn't matter. Say whatever you want to say. Don't worry about me. Zhang Juju looked at him. Sanlang. Chapter 76 My promise cannot comfort you. Li Fu's face lightened slightly when she heard her call him Sanlang. Zhang Juju paused for a moment. Why don't you speak first? Li Fu was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, I already know the result. Now I want to hear your reasons. Is there anything he didn't do well enough? Li Fu can change, as long as she speaks out. Zhang Juju silently gave Li Fu extra points for emotional stability. After all, she was a young man, and she thought that if Li Fu chased her, even if he didn't make a big fuss, he would definitely blame her a few words. But Li Fu didn't. He could still communicate with her calmly, which shows that he can control his emotions. Zhang Juju said, It's not your fault. The problem is on me. Li Fu frowned, but did not interrupt her. Zhang Juju then continued, You should have noticed that I am different from others. Right? Li Fu, yes. Li Fu had already noticed this. I can't explain to you why. Zhang Juju said. Li Fu said, No need to explain. Li Fu knew what Zhang Juju looked like. As for the reason, he didn't care much. He needed a good result now. This result should not only be good for himself, but also good for Zhang Juju. What he wanted was Zhang Juju's willingness. Li Fu was indeed hit, but he would never give up what he wanted easily. Li Fu could feel that Zhang Juju was soft-hearted and had feelings for him, but she also had doubts and uneasiness. So she chose to escape. Li Fu could understand her. He was willing to accept all of Zhang Juju's doubts, concerns, and fears, and then try to solve them. Li Fu said again, The problem is not with you. Zhang Juju heard him say this and smiled. You are very tolerant to me. Hearing this, Li Fu looked a little sad and aggrieved, but then quickly covered it up and said, I have done far from enough. Zhang Juju was quite surprised to hear him say this. She had always thought that Li Fu was a proud young man, and he should also be proud emotionally. But now Li Fu has become humble. For the first time, Zhang Juju felt that she might not know Li Fu well enough. Zhang Juju looked at him seriously and said, Then I will get straight to the point and stop saying coaxing words. Li Fu was aggrieved again. Didn't she want to coax him? You say. Li Fu said. Zhang Juju, I don't want to marry you. Li Fu looked sad. Juju, I know the result. I want to know the reason. Don't emphasize this anymore. He will really be sad. Zhang Juju said, The reason is that I am afraid. Why are you scared? Did I scare you? Li Fu was puzzled. Li Fu didn't understand. He wasn't a vicious person. He had a good character and good looks. Why should he be scared? Zhang Juju, I'm not afraid of you. I still like you. But, Li Fu's face was full of joy. Really? I knew you liked me. I saw it all. The invisible tail behind him seemed to shake. Don't interrupt me, Zhang Juju said. Li Fu quickly shut up. Zhang Juju continued, I really like you. 8 out of 10 girls in Zhongjia village like you. What's so strange about that? Are you jealous? Li Fu asked with a smile. Zhang Zhu, be serious and don't talk nonsense to me. Otherwise, how long will this talk last? Li Fu shut up again and looked at her with a smile. What I'm afraid of is marriage. Zhang Zhu said. If I marry you, I will take your surname. When people see me, they will call me Zhang. I don't even deserve a name. Li Fu didn't expect that Zhang Zhu's first concern would stump him. Because women have been like this for thousands of years. They follow their husbands after marriage. Their names are not even engraved on epitaphs. They are all surnamed so and so, with the husband's surname first. This has always been the case. Li Fu said. Zhang Zhu, it has always been like this. So it is right? A woman cannot even have a name. Li Fu sincerely apologized and said, I'm sorry. I haven't thought about this problem. I don't blame you. Zhang Zhu would not blame Li Fu for this problem. He was not worthy of it. Zhang Zhu continued also. You have too high requirements for being a wife. There are many rules. I can't do them. Li Fu, I don't have any requirements for you. Zhang Zhu, but I don't do it. People will gossip about me. I don't want to hear gossip. Li Fu was even more embarrassed. Zhang Zhu did not ask him to solve such a problem. And continued, the most important thing is that if I marry you, my life and property will be handed over to you. Now I like you. So naturally I think everything the other person does is good. In the future, if there is no love, I can't tolerate anything. You know the story of sharing peaches, right? Mi Zixia and Duke Ling of Wei. When they liked each other, Duke Ling of Wei could eat the peaches that Mi Zixia had eaten. But when he was disgusted, he would say that this person dared to give him the remaining peaches. So-called beauty fades and love fades. Li Fu was about to refute, saying that he was not a person who valued appearance. Zhang Zhu, I'm talking about myself. Li Fu closed his open mouth and looked at Zhang Zhu with resentment. Good guy. He was the one who relied on appearance. Zhang Zhu suggested, you can try to keep your figure and appearance for a longer time. Li Fu didn't know what to say. In the future, the two of us may have such a situation. Zhang Zhu continued. But at this time, as a man, you can have fun. As a woman, you can only endure. If the man is more cruel, he can divorce his wife or even kill her. He can easily destroy a woman, and the woman can hardly resist. It doesn't matter if the beauty fades and the love fades. What's scary is that even life is gone. Li Fu knew what she meant. I won't do that, he said with difficulty. But Li Fu himself felt that this promise was like a castle in the air. Zhang Zhu, but you have the power. In our marriage, you always have the power to treat me as you like. And I may not have the ability to resist. This is a threat to me. I can't bet my whole life on it. Li Fu, I don't dare now. People's hearts are fickle. Li Fu didn't expect Zhang Zhu to mention such a question. Zhang Zhu made an analogy. In marriage, men are the king and women are the ministers. There is a saying that accompanying the king is like accompanying a tiger. Can you understand what I mean? Think about it. The person next to you is not equal to you and can legally hurt you at any time. Can you sleep well? Even if the king says to his subjects, I will never hurt you. But do you dare to believe it? It is true that Zhang Zhu likes Li Fu, but she has not liked him to that extent. Li Fu, I understand. He finally knew where Zhang Zhu's fear came from. Zhang Zhu exhaled. She said everything she should say, and the rest was Li Fu's business. Li Fu sat there and looked at her gently. After a while, Li Fu said, I thought you were afraid of the family affairs such as mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, sisters-in-law, or doubted whether I liked you, or you felt that you were too big to be a good match. I thought of many promises to comfort you, but none of them can be used. Zhang Zhu smiled and said, those are minor problems. And I don't think I am unworthy of you. I am also very good. Please, she is the chosen one. I know you are very good. Li Fu said. Your concerns are also correct. But now, Li Fu is really worried about how to solve these problems, and how to make Zhang Zhu feel at ease. Li Fu said, Zhu, do you have any ideas? I will do it. Zhang Zhu thought for a while. I don't have a long-term solution, but I have one for the present. Li Fu's eyes lit up, and he knew that Zhu still liked him very much and had thought of a solution. Chapter 77 Why are you like a playboy? The problems Zhang Zhuzu mentioned are almost unsolvable. But people are alive. They can adapt. And they can deal with problems. They can't just lie down and forget about it when they encounter difficult problems. Although Zhang Zhuzu has many doubts and concerns. Who doesn't want to fall in love? Especially with Li Fu, a handsome young man who is beyond the average level. It is really difficult for Zhang Zhuzu to refuse him. So she doesn't play it safe. She looked at Li Fu for a while and said, "My method is that we only talk about the present and don't plan for the long term." Hearing what she said, Li Fu was a little confused and motioned for her to continue explaining. Zhang Zhuzu smiled and said, "Ah, that's what it means. We can have a private relationship and be a couple. We don't let others know, and don't tell our families. We're fine." Li Fu was even more confused. "We are lovers now. But we still have to get married when we get older." Zhang Zhuzu shook her head. "That's not certain, Sam Ling. We are both very young. Being lovers now is a matter for now. Maybe we will find that we are not suitable for each other. You or I will fall in love with someone else. And then we will separate. If others know about it, and our parents arrange an engagement, then we will become a couple of enemies. If we don't let others know, it will be convenient for us to part ways amicably. Right? Of course. If we still like each other by then we can talk about marriage." Zhang Zhuzu's idea is very simple. That is, we are in love. Happy first. As for the future, no matter what happens. But this kind of thinking is completely contrary to the current social environment. Nowadays, marriage is arranged by parents and matchmakers. And many men and women do not meet before marriage. For example, when Zhang Jinjin met Lu Bin, the two stood on both sides of the road and looked at each other from a distance. The parents thought that the two families were suitable, so they decided on the marriage. Marriage is a matter between two families. Zhang Zhuzu singled her out and Li Fu, treating it as a matter between the two of them. Li Fu knew what she meant, and her face was not very good. "Zhuzu, what you said is unreasonable. What is a good breakup? I don't plan to break up with you. Marriage is not a joke." He met Zhang Zhuzu so abruptly, which shows that he is looking forward to a long-lasting relationship. Even his second brother Li Zhu and his second sister-in-law Zhou Ri fell in love with each other and asked their families to meet. Why did Zhang Zhuzu say this? "There is no such thing," Li Fu said. "Why do you think so?" Zhang Zhuzu knew that he could not accept it. But she was not angry. She just said calmly, "Because in this case, I don't have to consider those problems for the time being and get along well with you. If you insist on involving both families, I will be scared. I just want to have a moment of happiness." Li Fu understood her fear. But he couldn't say that. A momentary pleasure? Is that reasonable? Who was he? Li Fu? Was he a tool for her to have fun? This was too irresponsible. Li Fu frowned for a moment and said, "Why? Why are you acting like a playboy who doesn't want to take responsibility?" And Li Fu was the poor woman who was played by the playboy's promises. He might get nothing in the end. And Zhang Zhuzu, as the playboy, got happiness without taking responsibility. Li Fu's forehead was throbbing. At this moment, he sympathized with all the women who were betrayed by unfaithful men. Zhang Zhuzu, who was opposite him, blinked her big eyes innocently and looked at him. Li Fu stood up and paced back and forth. He was afraid that if he continued to sit there, he would be pissed to death by her. Li Fu suddenly looked at Zhang Zhuzu and said, "Were you a man in your previous life?" Zhang Zhuzu shook her head. "No. I have always been a woman." Li Fu breathed a sigh of relief. And Zhang Zhuzu said, "But if you think about problems from a man's perspective, things will generally be much simpler. So I have learned it." Li Fu closed his eyes and raised his hand to signal her not to say anything. "You should learn something good." Li Fu gritted his teeth. Zhang Zhuzu thought to herself, "In this world, anything good is very hard. Such as being a woman. For example, if the house is messy and no one cleans it up, women will clean it up. And men will think, I should marry a wife to clean up the house for me, cook and serve me." This is Zhang Zhuzu's life experience in her previous life. And she has preserved it well. Li Fu knew that she had not learned it well, and said after a while, "No, your method won't work." "Zhang Zhuzu, why? You like me, and I like you too. So let's put the problem between the two of us. Don't magnify it. You are happy. I am happy too." Li Fu, Zhuzu, how can you tell that I am happy? Zhang Juju looked at him for a while and said, "That's because you haven't figured it out yet. You will be happy when you figure it out." Li Fu stopped talking. Zhang Juju continued, "I know Sanlang you think long term. But life is full of storms and disasters for decades. Now that you finally have a happy thing, you should cherish it. Why bother to ask for the invisible decades behind us? We don't even know what will happen tomorrow. If she knew she would have a car accident and then travel through time, she would definitely travel early, eat her favorite snacks, do what she likes, fall in love more often, and spend more time with her parents and friends. She has too many regrets, and those regrets that cannot be made up for make Zhang Juju feel uneasy. Li Fu is the same. He suddenly lost his life in the capital and came to this small village. His future is bleak and his future is unpredictable. He naturally left many regrets in the capital." Li Fu was silent for a long time and said, "I am almost convinced by you." Zhang Juju laughed and said, "Because I am right." "Sanlang, everything I said is right." Li Fu, "No. I still want a long-term relationship." Zhang Juju, "There will be a way out when the time comes." Li Fu really couldn't agree with this statement. In life, we still have to plan carefully and can't just take one step at a time. You insist on asking for a long-term relationship, which makes both of us suffer now. Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? Zhang Juju looked up at her with a gentle expression and seductive words. "Sanlang, don't be like this. Just listen to me." Li Fu looked at her and felt that Zhang Juju was like a fisherman weaving a net. And he, the fish, was about to fall into her net. Li Fu thought, "No, it can't be like this." He still wanted a long-term relationship, which might be difficult. But temporary pleasure was not what he wanted. As for Zhang Juju, if she gets what she wants easily, she probably won't cherish it too much. How did Li Fu guess it? Li Fu has a few playboy friends, and those people get tired of the courtesan they like very quickly after getting it. Of course, he is not saying that Zhang Juju is fickle, but he must prevent the possibility of this happening. Just like Zhang Juju is afraid of being hurt, so is Li Fu. Li Fu sat down opposite Zhang Juju again, and a strong sense of crisis arose in his heart. Zhang Juju is still that beautiful kite, and Li Fu must find a way to hold her kite string in his hand. Otherwise he can't feel at ease. In a short time, Li Fu had many thoughts in his mind. He said, "Juju, I need to think about it. Can you wait for me?" Zhang Juju smiled, "Sure. Sanlang, you can think about it slowly. We can seek common ground while reserving differences." Li Fu smiled. Zhang Juju was full of confidence. Who could refuse something that was fun and not responsible? She felt that Li Fu would not refuse it. Chapter 78, Who doesn't want to embrace the bright moon in his arms? Zhang Juju talked to Li Fu and felt relieved. This is the right way to start a relationship. Why talk about the nightmare topic of marriage? Being in love is the happiest thing. County Magistrate Yao saw Zhang Juju coming out alone and said, "Where is Brotherly?" Zhang Juju, "He is thinking inside." County Magistrate Yao went in. Yao Yusen pulled Zhang Juju over and said, "What have you said for so long?" Zhang Juju smiled and said, "It's nothing. We disagreed on some things. Now I have convinced him." Li Fu had no reason not to be convinced. Zhang Juju was very confident. Yao Yusen didn't ask any more questions. She pulled Zhang Juju aside and said, "Sister, let me tell you about my story." Zhang Juju also became serious. "Go ahead," Yao Yusen said. "It's simple to say. I grew up with a boy from the neighbor's family. Later, we got engaged. We were childhood sweethearts. He and his brother both passed the imperial examinations. And then that man was favored by a certain adult and became his son-in-law, abandoning his childhood sweetheart Yao Yusen." Yao Yusen said, "He has a very good appearance and speaks softly to me on weekdays. I never thought of that." "Oh, do you know what I'm going to say?" Li Fu was very good. Yao Yusen didn't want to pour cold water on her sister, but she hoped she would be more cautious. Yao Yusen was really hurt. She didn't understand why people's feelings could be so fragile. Her eyes were red. "When I was 4 or 5 years old, I chased him and called him brother. He held my hand to watch the fish. When I was sick, he felt worse than me. Yao Yusen leaned on Zhang Juju's arms and sobbed softly. She was really sad. Even now, she was still very sad. "I won't cry. I shouldn't cry." Yao Yusen wiped her tears and said. She couldn't cry. If her parents and brother saw it, they would definitely be worried. People like that didn't deserve her tears. Zhang Juju hugged her. I know what my sister is going to say. People's hearts are fickle. Yao Yusen nodded. Zhang Juju wiped her tears and said, cry if you want to. It doesn't matter. After all, it's a relationship of more than 10 years. People are not plants. How can they not feel heartache? Yao Yusen cried again when she heard this. You are not crying for others, but for yourself. Zhang Zuzu gently patted her back. People's hearts change easily, and our hearts will also change. Zhang Juju said, cry when you lose, and be happy when you get. In the future, you may cry for another relationship, and you will also get new ones. Yao Yusen said, yes. In fact, I am not very sad anymore, but I feel unwilling to say it. You are more open-minded. Zhang Juju said, just learn from me. Yao Yusen smiled and whispered, you likely Sanlang now and treat him well. If you change your mind in the future and like someone else, will you treat the other person well? Zhang Juzu, of course. When I like someone, I will treat them well. I will treat them all seriously. Every relationship should be taken seriously. That is, leaving no regrets. Yao Yusen winked at her, and Zhang Zuzu turned her head to look. Li Fu stood there with a grim face, and County Magistrate Yao looked at his sister speechlessly. Yao Yusen pinched Zhang Juju's face. Sister, I have caused you trouble. She did it on purpose. Zhang Juju thought, what kind of sister is this? She stood up and walked towards Li Fu, asking, have you thought it through? Li Fu, I'm afraid you haven't thought it through. But he knew that Zhang Juju didn't think about the long term at all. If he had to tell her and ask her to give a definite answer, it would be impossible. Li Fu felt like a concubine who couldn't see the light of day. But Zhang Juju's concerns were not unreasonable. Everyone should consider their own interests. And Zhang Luju was not wrong. As a man, Li Fu should still solve her concerns. To be honest, her concerns were really different from those of ordinary people. And it was shocking to say it out loud. If someone else heard her, they would probably think she was crazy. In the end, we should take it slow and not rush. Li Fu said, there are some things you can say to me, but not to others. Zhang Juju, I know that no one would listen to me or believe me even if I said it. You are the first one. Li Fu really filled the loneliness and solitude of Zhang Juju for many years, and gave her someone to talk to. Li Fu felt much better when she heard her say the first one. Zhang Juju said, did you hear what I just said to Sister Yao? Li Fu, how are you going to explain it to me? Why should I explain it? Zhang Juju glanced at him. If I change my mind, then you must be unable to keep me. At that time, you should reflect on yourself. Li Fu closed his eyes to avoid rolling his eyes, which was too indecent. After a while, Li Fu said, well, what if I change my mind? Zhang Juju, of course it's your fault. You are a heartless person. Li Fu, after all, it's all my fault? Zhang Juju nodded, yes. I never make things difficult for myself. If you want to live longer and live a little more happily, you can't reflect on yourself often. As long as it's not a murder or arson. Try to put the blame on others. Otherwise it's always your fault. And life will be too painful. Life is short. There is no need to torture yourself like this. Be more open-minded. Li Fu, yes. You are very good at making things difficult for me. I can see that. Zhang Juju laughed and said, what's the big deal? When the time comes, you can persuade yourself and put the blame on me. Li Fu, that day will never come. Zhang Juzu, this kite will fall into his hands one day. Li Fu has a premonition of what he will face in the years to come. But he will not regret it for decades to come. For Zhang Juzu, Li Fu comforted her lonely heart. For Li Fu, Zhang Juju also gave him a different kind of companionship and comfort. In Zhangjia village, they are each other's bright moon. Who doesn't want to hold the bright moon in his arms? Zhang Zuzu wanted to do the same. Zhang Zuzu smiled and said, I hope so too. But I'm too timid. I'll have to trouble Sanlang to come to my place more often. Thank you for your hard work. Li Fu thought to herself that Zhang Luju could always say such soft-hearted words, making people obey her involuntarily. Okay, Li Fu said. Zhang Zuzu let out a long breath. She was very happy that Li Fu agreed. She smiled sweetly at Li Fu. What do you want to eat? Let's borrow the kitchen of the county government, and I'll make it. Li Fu was thinking. Yao Yusen said loudly. I want to eat duck stewed with wine, fried scallion pancakes, and a sweet and sour pork ribs. County Magistrate Yao pulled his sister behind him. Excuse me. Excuse me. Can you add another stewed pork elbow? Li Fu's smile disappeared again, and he looked at the brother and sister expressionlessly. Zhang Zuzhu laughed loudly, and her laughter was full of joy. Li Fu looked back at her and couldn't help laughing. Li Fu said, I'll just have a bowl of noodles. Chapter 79. You don't know my difficulties. Zhang Zuzhu was in a good mood, seeing that there were many ingredients in the kitchen. She cooked a few more dishes. Li Fu fanned her and said, It's okay. It's okay. It's too hard. Zhang Zuzhu, it's okay. I'm happy. Li Fu, is it because of me? Zhang Zuzhu turned her head to look at him. Yes. You are my lover now. Although this was very unreserved, Li Fu was really happy to hear it, and couldn't help but smile. It's a pity that they agreed that this matter could not be known to more people. Otherwise Li Fu would want to tell everyone he met. He really looked forward to that day. Zhang Zuzhu cooked the dishes and said to Yao Yusen, Sister, I want to share some dishes and send them to my eldest sister's house. Yao Yusen immediately called a maid and asked her to pack 3 food boxes. She said to the maid, Send them over and say that Miss Yao from the county government is thinking about her sister who saved her. So she sent food over. Say it loudly. Okay. The maid agreed. But Yao Yusen was worried and asked the maid to learn it again before sending people. Zhang Zuzhu knew her good intentions. Thank you. Yao Yusen was the sister of the county magistrate of Songyang County. She had the final say in this small piece of land. If she sent people to the Liu family, the Liu family would definitely value Zhang Jinjin more in the future. If they wanted to embarrass her, they had to think twice. Yao Yusen pushed her with her arm and said with a smile, Why are you being polite to me? Your second sister really saved me. I can't thank her enough. Don't worry. If there is anything wrong with your elder sister's family in the future, she can come to me if she can't find you. Zhang Zuzhu picked up a piece of ribs from the pot and fed it to Yao Yusen. Yao Yusen ate happily and glanced back at Li Fu before leaving with the dish. Li Fu was puzzled. When the people were far away, he said to Zhang Zuzhu, You call sister very smoothly. Zhang Zuzhu said, We girls are all sisters, and we all have to help each other. Of course, it doesn't matter if Ji Ting is domineering and arrogant. Most girls are gentle, cute and easy to get along with like Yao Yusen. And it's good to be sisters. If they can really help each other, it would be the best. But seeing that Yao Yusen doesn't like him, I'm afraid she will still say that she is wrong in front of Zhang Zuzhu. Li Fu's thoughts drifted to who knows where. Seeing him like this, Zhang Zuzhu smiled and said, Brother, you are jealous now. This is not good. You will be jealous in the future. Li Fu really didn't want Zhang Zuzhu to get too close to others, regardless of whether it was a man or a woman. He wanted Zhang Zuzhu to be closest to him. Zhang Zuzhu saw it clearly. She served the noodle soup, picked up a strand with chopsticks, and motioned Li Fu to eat it. Li Fu heard her call him brother, and saw the noodle soup she served. He didn't think much about it, and went over to eat the noodles. He just felt that this noodle was the best he had ever eaten. You know, she didn't want to feed him porridge when he was sick 2 days ago. Today is really different. Li Fu's heart was light, and he was very happy. He used to be steady, but today he was happy about such a thing. He thought that he was completely different from before. The teacher couldn't recognize him when he saw him. Zhang Zuzhu saw that he was fine now and said, Let's go and have dinner. Li Fu's heart was like being soaked in honey. He thought that he was like a woman who won the competition for favor, and was proud of himself here. But he didn't want to embarrass himself anymore. Maybe it was good to have this momentary happiness first. Zhang Zuzhu was resting in Yao Yusen's room, while Li Fu was dragged away by County Magistrate Yao to deal with the accumulated affairs of the county government. Seeing Li Fu's happy face, County Magistrate Yao smiled and said, It seems that my brother has got what he wanted. I envy him. Li Fu sighed. Brother Yao doesn't know my difficulties. County Magistrate Yao almost rolled his eyes at him. Difficulties? What difficulties can there be? Look at your smile. Your teeth are almost showing. You have lost your dignity. And you still have difficulties. You have the nerve to say it. If it comes to difficulties, County Magistrate Yao feels that he is the one who has difficulties. He is over 20 years old, but he has no wife. If he stays in the capital, he may be able to marry a lady with similar interests. in Songnam County. Who knows how long he will wait? He really doesn't have the good luck of Li Fu to marry a smart person like Miss Zhang San. In the afternoon, Zhang Zhuzhu and Li Fu went to Lu's house first, picked up Zhang Yining, and the three of them went back together. Lu Bin stopped them and said, "Two sisters, Brother Li, wait a moment. I will take you back." Zhang Jingjin also smiled and said, "Yes, let my brother-in-law take you back." The 3 lunch boxes at noon today made Lu's father and mother very happy. Their family is in business, but their foundation is not deep. Now they can be involved with the local county lord, which must be beneficial. Isn't it thanks to marrying Zhang Jingjin as a daughter-in-law? Lu Bin was also happy in his heart, and he must send his 2 aunts back now. Zhang Yining didn't know whether to agree or not, and Zhang Zhuzhu smiled and said, "Please trouble my brother-in-law." Lu Bin, what polite words are there for a family? Wait a minute. There is a piece of mutton on the stove. You can take it back for Xiaobao. I remember he likes it. Lu Daodu had already packed the mutton and handed it to Zhang Yining. "Take it. Come and play with me next time. Let's go to the temple to burn incense." The 2 girls also got along very well. Zhang Yining also talked to her. Li Fu was not very obvious in front of others. When Lu Bin asked him, he just said that there was something in the county government office, and County Magistrate Yao asked him to go over to help deal with it. Lu Bin did not doubt him. Li Sanlang was obviously a scholar, so it was not surprising that he went to the county government office. Back to Zhongjia village. Li Fu's mood was completely different. Zhang Zhuzhu was also in a good mood. Zhang Dachuan and Wu Guinyang warmly sent their son-in-law away. Zhang Dachuan looked at Zhang Zhuzhu and said, "You ran away like a dog this morning. What happened?" Zhang Zhuzhu laughed and thought that it was not a dog that ran away, but Li Fu who ran away. Zhang Zhuzhu said, "There are some things that I can't tell you in detail." Zhang Dachuan said, "What can't you tell your father? You little girl. What have you seen in the world? I tell you, I'm not confused. You are a girl. You know?" Wu Guinyang sighed. They were not blind. Zhang Zhuzhu ran away, and Li Jiasanling also went. Anyone with a discerning eye knew what happened. "Dad? Mom?" Zhang Zhuzhu said seriously. "Don't worry. I know my limits." Wu Guinyang frowned. "What limits do you have? Who are they? Who are you? If you want to get married? I'm afraid it's impossible." Zhang Zhuzhu said frankly, "I won't get married. My second sister hasn't even arranged to get married yet. Why should I get married? I won't get married." Zhang Dachuan and Wu Guinyang didn't know what their daughter was thinking. Zhang Dachuan, "Okay. Just don't be confused." Zhang Zhuzhu, "No. I'm the first person in our family who knows." Wu Guinyang glared at her. "You dare to say anything?" Zhang Zhuzhu came over, hugged her and smiled. "Mom, I'll tell you about my eldest sister. You will definitely be happy." When the couple heard this, they both urged. Li Fu was also blocked in the yard by Li Qi and Li Zhu. Li Fu knew what they were going to ask, and sighed, "Don't ask. God doesn't pity me. I haven't got what I want yet." Li Qi patted his son's shoulder. Li Zhu was surprised. "You didn't get what you want. Why?" Li Fu thought that if he told you, you two would probably be scared. He said, "The time is not right yet." Li Zhu suddenly realized, thinking that Zhang Zhuzhu was a little young, and maybe she didn't know anything yet. Li Qi said, "Don't worry. Good things take time." Li Fu nodded. "My son will learn from you." Chapter 80. You have a really good memory. Zhang Zhuzhu was feeding the geese in the yard. Her 2 geese have recently been able to compete with the cats. They fight in the yard all day long. Now it is hard to tell who is better. It will definitely be different in a few months. Wu Guinyang came back from visiting relatives outside and said, "San, do you know that your aunt from your 8th aunt's family is back? Alone? I just went to see her. She is so thin. I don't know what suffering she has suffered." Zhang Zhuzhu didn't know this person. Zhang Dachuan was repairing the chairs. He looked up and said, "It's Sister Chung. Isn't she married outside? I remember her eldest son seems to be the same age as our eldest son. Generally, women who get married and live far away rarely come back home. Aunt 8's family didn't have any problems, so it was a bit strange that she came back this time." Wu Guinyang glared at Zhang Dachuan and said, "I don't even remember her name. But you remember it clearly." Zhang Dachuan said, "Of course I remember it. We grew up together when we were young and have known each other for more than 10 years. I'm not stupid. So of course I remember her. Wu Guiyang snorted. Yes. Yes. You have a good memory. You remember it clearly. After that, Wu Guiyang pushed the door loudly and went in. Zhang Dachuan saw it and said to Zhang Zhuzhu, "Look at your mother. Look at her. She was better when she was young. But her temper has become worse and worse in the past 2 years. And she is still fighting. Who gave her the courage?" Zhang Zhuzhu suppressed her laughter and said, "Was that aunt pretty when she was young?" Zhang Dachuan, she was okay. Otherwise she wouldn't have been able to marry outside. She married a good family. A wealthy family in the county town. Zhang Zhuzhu thought that this was also a steel-straight man. So she could only say it frankly, "My mother is jealous." "How can you remember the name and appearance of the aunt?" Zhang Dachuan almost hit the back of his hand with a hammer. He put the hammer down and said, "Your mother is really. We grew up together. I remember a lot of people. This is nothing. I will go and persuade her. There is nothing to be angry about. She is already old." He sighed several times again. And Zhang Zhuzhu kept laughing behind him. Zhang Dachuan glared at him. "What are you laughing at? Go to work and feed the chickens." Zhang Zhuzhu laughed and left. This had stayed in the village for 2 days in a row. When at 8 went out, her nose was not a nose and her eyes were not eyes. She told everyone that her sister-in-law was driven out by her husband's family, and was now sick and afraid that she would not live long. One day, Zhang Zhuzhu came back from buying vegetables, and saw a group of men walking through the village in a swagger. The people in the village knew each other, and Zhang Zhuzhu had never seen these dozen people. She hurriedly avoided them, and saw the group of men rushing into Aunt Eight's house. Zhang Zhuzhu was still wondering what was going on, when the village chief and a group of young men came over. Li Fu was also among them. Zhang Zhuzhu saw him and asked, "What's going on?" Li Fu explained, "Those people are from the husband's family of the female family member of the 8th aunt's family. They said that the aunt's husband died some time ago. She was supposed to be a widow at home, but she ran back to her parents' home. Today, they came to pick her up. The village chief felt something was wrong and called my father. My father is behind. I will come first." Zhang Zhuzhu pointed at the scene and said, "They are not here to pick someone up. They are here to rob." Li Fu, "It's definitely not right." While they were talking, they also entered the 8th aunt's house. The 8th aunt was so scared that her soul was out of her body. Zhang Zhuzhu pulled her out of the crowd and sat her down on the steps. When Aunt 8 saw that it was Zhang Zhuzhu, she could not say anything bad and just gasped for breath. At this time, Zhang Qingjia's son knelt on the ground with a plop and shouted to the house, "Mom! Mom! Your son is here to take you back to reunite with my father. Please come out quickly. Your brothers and sisters are waiting for you at home." Zhang Qingjia's door was tightly closed, and she obviously did not want to come out. Her brother, Uncle 8, also blocked the door and refused to give in. "Old fourth wife, there are so many people watching. What's the point of hiding? Come out quickly and go back with us." The Yin family shouted at the door. The village chief felt something was wrong and stepped forward and said, "What's going on?" Zhang Qingjia's eldest son Yin Hai explained sincerely, "Uncle, my father is gone. My mother is sad and doesn't want to stay at home. So she went back to her parents' home. I should have gone back to continue my studies. But I was worried about my mother and wanted to take her back. It is really inappropriate for a married woman to stay at her parents' home after her husband died." The village chief frowned, pulled over the 8th uncle, who was blocking the door, and said, "What's wrong with your sister? If this is the case, let her go back." The 8th uncle had a bitter face and refused to move away, saying, "I only have this one sister. My parents are gone, and she lost her husband. I want her to stay at home and take care of her." Yin Hai said, "Uncle, there has never been such a rule, and the Yin family has never ignored my mother. She will definitely be well fed and well taken care of when she goes back." At this time, the door moved, and Uncle Ba hurriedly blocked it. Sister Zhang Chung stood behind him. She looked at her eldest son whom she had loved since childhood and said seriously, "Yin Hai, do you really want me to go back?" Yin Hai looked at his mother for a while, then lowered his head and whispered, "Mom, my brothers and sisters are at home." Sister Zhang Chung smiled bitterly on her thin face. And then she said, "If I don't go back, the Yin family will force me to commit suicide and want me to die for Yin Si so that they can change the label of chaste woman for the Yin family. I won't go back." I don't want to die. The yard was quiet for a moment. Yin Hai didn't expect her mother to say this directly, and her face turned blue and white for a while. Everyone in Zongjia village was shocked. What kind of thing could force a living person to death? At this time, Li Qi came in from outside, followed by Li Zhu, Zhou Xiyuan and other young men. Li Qi told the village chief, 2 months ago, the court issued a new order to commend widows who raised children and did not remarry. Village chief, this is nothing. Li Qi continued, it is also necessary to commend women who raised children and voluntarily died for their husbands. This new order did not spread in Songyang County. At that time, County Magistrate Yao felt that this decree was not appropriate. He discussed it with Li Qi and did not publicize the new order. It is worthy of praise to be a widow and raise children. But it is ridiculous to ask women to die for their husbands. The actions of the newly promoted cabinet chief Fan Xiao were really outrageous. He didn't have any achievements to be proud of. But he did something like this to persecute women. Zhang Qingjie cried. I didn't do it voluntarily. I'm only in my 30s. I gave birth to 2 sons and a daughter for the Yin family. But they actually wanted to poison me. If I hadn't found out and fled back to my mother's home, I'm afraid I would have been buried by now. Uncle Bob blocked his only sister behind him and said, Don't be afraid. I won't let you die. He only has this one sister. And she is the one that his parents couldn't let go of before they died. As a brother, he couldn't just watch his sister die. Everyone has the surname Zhang. And many of those present grew up with Zhang Qingjie. And they couldn't just watch the Yin family kill her. The village chief said, It's voluntary. You can't force people to death like this. The village chief has read a few books recently and plans to talk to the Yin family. The Yin family didn't think so. The young and strong man in the lead suddenly got angry and pushed the village chief. The village chief staggered to his feet and shouted, Quick! Go and call more people. What a joke. Asking these outsiders to snatch a living person from Zongjia village. Wouldn't he, the village chief, be laughed to death by Dongping village and Wangjiling? This must not happen. Zhang Zhuzhu said to Li Fu, Be careful. I'll go call people. Then the 2 parties in the yard wrestled together.